Xian, I have good news. Lu Chen, let's break up. Lu Chen, who was originally full of joy, was caught off guard by the sudden breakup. Why? After a brief silence, Lu Chen spoke dryly, his previous joy gone. We have no future, let's break up. A cold voice came from the phone. You. No need to say more. I've made my decision. My things have been taken. You don't need to contact me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Lu Chen clenched his left fist, his eyes were red, and he quickly dialed the number again. The user you are calling has switched off his phone. Please try again later. Fang Zixuan, why? Grabbing a handful of hair, Lu Chen growled. Fang Zixuan was my girlfriend of more than 2 years in college. We graduated together and entered society. More than a year later, everything changed. The glamorous world caused the originally pure campus relationship between the two to continue to ferment and deteriorate, and it has evolved to what it is today. Lu Chen was born in a remote small county in Xia Country, Blue Star. With his good grades, he was admitted to Beichen University, a famous university in Jiangdu City. For him, this was a leap forward. The whole village celebrated for the fact that he was a student at a prestigious university. But after graduation, the cruel reality taught him a lesson. Even if you are talented and handsome, without any connections, you may not be able to get a good job in a big city like this. After many changes, Lu Chen finally got a job in a real estate company, Hongfeng Real Estate, as a real estate salesperson. Although this real estate company is one of the leading enterprises in the local area, it does not have much impact on the income of him as a grassroots employee. Hongyang Community, the house that Lu Chen rented is here. At the gate of the community. Xian, are you really breaking up with Lu Chen? A woman with big, lively eyes asked. This person was Fang Zixuan's best friend, Yao Anqi, and also Lu Chen's classmate. Fang Zixuan was pushing 2 suitcases, nodding as she walked with a cold face. He has always been very good to you, and he spends all his monthly salary on you. What can I do with that salary? It's not even enough for me to buy a bag. He can't give me what I want. But. Ding dee. Baby, here. At this time, 2 whistles interrupted Yao Anqi's words. Looking up, I saw a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road. A fashionably dressed man in the car was smiling and waving at Fang Zixuan. Here it comes. A blooming smile instantly spread across Fang Zixuan's originally cold face. Angie, I'm leaving now. I'll contact you later if you have anything. After saying that, without waiting for her reply, he dragged the suitcase into the car. With a roar, the car disappeared from Yao Anqi's sight. Hey! Yao Anqi shook her head, with a hint of helplessness and pity in her eyes. The entrance of Chuanqiu U.S. sales office of Hongfeng Real Estate. Oh no, Lu Chen, go check it out. Fatty Lu is signing a contract with your client. What? His red eyes opened angrily again, and Lu Chen turned around and rushed into the sales office. I spent nearly a week to finalize the contract with a villa client, and he has made an appointment to sign the contract today. Originally, he called Fang Zixuan just to tell her the good news. Chuanqiu Yue's villa is worth more than 3 million yuan. Once the contract is signed, he can get nearly 60,000 yuan in commission and bonus. It is a considerable income for him, equivalent to his basic salary for nearly a year. Who knew that before I could finish saying the good news, I received the bad news of a breakup, and the order was snatched away. Lu Dayong, I negotiated this deal, what gives you the right to sign it? Lu Chen rushed to the signing room and roared at a fat middle-aged man with a greasy face. Lu Chen, what's your attitude? I am your leader. Leader? Is this something a leader can do? I have been following this client for more than a week, and have shown him the actual model house at least 5 times. I was the one who invited them to sign the contract today. What have you done? Why are you allowed to sign? Why? Because I can give them a 2 percentage point discount on the price. Otherwise, why don't you ask Mr. and Mrs. Zhang whether they want to sign with you or with me? Lu Dayong faced Lu Chen with a sarcastic smile, completely ignoring his roar. Lu Chen looked at Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, who were the clients he had been maintaining. Mr. Zhang's eyes were a little evasive, but it was his wife who spoke with confidence at this time. Xiao Lu, our money didn't come from the wind. If you could get an extra 2 percentage points cheaper, why didn't you apply for it for us? That's really unfair of you. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt dizzy. As a salesperson, he has already given all the points he can to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. The additional 2 points of discount is controlled by the site manager Lu Dayong and needs to be applied for. In fact, he had applied to Lu Dayong at the beginning but was rejected. Lu Dayong, I applied to you for these 2 points, but you rejected my application. So you just wanted to grab the orders. When did you apply for it for me? How come I didn't know about it? Lu Dayong said, looking at Mr. Zhang and his wife, and spoke again. Today's salespeople want the total transaction price to be as high as possible in order to get more commission. It's our management training that is not in place. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you too. Hearing this, even Mr. Zhang, who had been avoiding eye contact and felt a little embarrassed, frowned in vain and looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. You. Lu Chen was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Chen is in trouble. This fatty Lu is really a piece of shit. That's right. He even stole 2 orders from me last time. What can we do? He has someone above him. There was a person whose order was robbed before and he was really tough. He reported it to the higher-ups, but what happened? Fatty Lu was fine, but he was fired. Who said it wasn't true? I think Lu Chen is in trouble this time. The colleagues who were watching the excitement outside the door looked at the angry Lu Chen and showed a trace of pity. Then the next moment, the imagined explosion did not occur. Lu Chen took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Zhang and his wife calmly, took out his mobile phone, and called up a recording file. Manager Lu, I have a client who is very interested in our Villa C08, but they want a better price. Can you give them the 2 points you have? That way, they can sign the contract tomorrow. Oh. Show me their information. Well, what a pity, Xiao Lu, this set is not included in our group purchase discount, and the last price you quoted them was already the lowest price. The entire signing room was silent, with only the sound of the recording echoing. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang obviously frowned, showing dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Lu Dayong's face turned blue and red, and his previous sarcasm and calmness turned into anger. Lu Chen. Lu Dayong never expected that Lu Chen actually recorded the conversation. Being exposed in public made him feel embarrassed for a while. You don't have to come tomorrow. Go to the finance department on Monday to settle your salary. You are fired. Lu Dayong said this with gritted teeth, quickly suppressed his anger, turned to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang and was about to explain. Do you think I care? As long as you, Fatty Lu, are here, this company will always be in a mess. Mr. Zhang, you have seen what kind of person he is. I can also tell you that Fatty Lu can actually apply for 2 more points for this house from his superiors. Grassroots sales staff do not have this qualification, but he does. After saying that, he turned around and left, not giving Fatty Lu any chance to perform. Manager Lu, is what Xiao Lu said true? Is there still a 2-point discount? Don't listen to his nonsense. How can there be a 2-point discount? I don't think Xiao Lu is talking nonsense, but I just heard the evidence of your nonsense. Mr. Zhang, who had been silent all this time, spoke this time. I think your company doesn't seem to be very sincere about selling this villa. Let's go back first. Please contact us again when you have considered whether you can get a discount. After saying that, he left. Mr. Zhang, listen to me, there really is no discount point. He is talking nonsense, Mr. Zhang. At this time, seeing Lu Chen coming out, colleagues outside gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, Xiao Lu, you did a great job on your Jedi counterattack. You are really awesome. I, Sun Chang, would not even need to support myself to win over you. In response to all of this, Lu Chen smiled, walked silently to his seat, and started packing his things. Everyone knows Lu Dayong's character. He may not be interested in small orders, but a large order for a villa like this must be guarded against, so Lu Chen naturally has to keep something in mind. Walking out of the sales office, Lu Chen looked up at the sky for a long time, then let out a deep breath. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. Within one day, I broke up with my boyfriend, my orders were snatched away, and now I'm fired. Life is damn hard. Ding, matching host found, binding started. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100, binding successful. Open the 1 yuan flash sale mall. The mall will randomly list items, and the host only needs to spend 1 yuan to purchase successfully. The products in the mall have legal and compliant corresponding procedures and there will be no defects. This mall will reset and refresh the products at 12 o'clock every night. The products refreshed on the same day that have not been purchased will be reset at the next refresh and will not be retained. This mall has 1,000 grids of space to store packages. Each grid can store similar inactive items. The host can store or retrieve them by mind. P.S. In principle, this mall only puts one product on the shelves every day. Just as Chen was lamenting the misery of life, a series of mechanical sounds rang out in his head. What's this? A virtual frame suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, looking very technological. Ding, today's products are on sale, host can purchase them. As the prompt tone ended, a blue light flashed before Chen's eyes, and a gold-stamped card appeared in the mall. Product, Taifu Plaza, price, 1 yuan. Looking at the card, Chen couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. Tear. The pain in my legs told me that this was real. How could a young man of the new century not know about the system? It was unbelievable to him that he actually had the system. What surprised him even more was that the first product was the Taifu Plaza worth 30 billion yuan. You know, Taifu Plaza is located in the most prosperous CBD center of Jiangdu City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It can be said that it is the commercial core of the entire Jiangdu City, integrating shopping malls, large supermarkets, restaurants, cinemas, education, entertainment, and fitness, and is equipped with 3 office buildings with 56 floors. It can be said that any company with a little fame would try its best to move into Taifu Plaza. Here, not only are the surrounding facilities complete and the transportation convenient, but there is also sufficient flow of people. The most important thing is that being able to settle in Taifu Plaza is a sign of goodwill. It's no exaggeration to say that working in the office building here will help you to do business more efficiently. One can imagine what kind of existence Taifu Plaza is. But now, you only need to spend 1 yuan to own it. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Ding, the purchase is successful. The host now owns all the property rights of Taifu Plaza. The relevant documents have been placed in the mall package. The host can retrieve them by mind. Extract. As his mind moved, a thick stack of property transfer documents instantly appeared in Chen's hand, causing him to lose weight and stagger forward a few steps. I flipped through a few pages and became more and more frightened. All of this is true, and these are really all the property transfer documents of Taifu Plaza. Oh my God, it's unimaginable that one day I'll have 30 billion in my hands. Shock and ecstasy had already cleared away the previous haze, and what followed was an idea that put these files back into the system space package. Beep. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? As soon as the call was connected, a deep voice was heard, full of respect. I am, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Plaza Property Management Company. I just received the news that you, Mr. Liu, have acquired Taifu Plaza, so I need to confirm with you. When would it be convenient for you to come and handle the handover formalities? It just so happens that the rent for this quarter has just been paid today, and I can transfer it to you after the handover. Oh, then. I'll be over in a bit, about 40 minutes. Chen calculated that it would take about half an hour to take a taxi from Chuanqiu in U.S. property. Are you coming over now? Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Liu in this office. Oh, by the way, our property management company is on the 52nd floor of Building A. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Chen let out a long sigh. He was being bullied by Liu Dayong the previous second, but he didn't expect that even a big shot like Gao Jianli would be so respectful to him the next second. Although Gao Jianli is only the general manager of the property management company of Taifu Plaza, everyone knows that his operation and management have made an indelible contribution to the current strength of Taifu Plaza. Many bosses of large companies feel honored to meet Gao Jianli and establish some relationship with him. Sometimes, changes in life happen in an instant. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Lu Chen simply stretched out his hand, got on a taxi, and headed straight for Taifu Plaza. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of Building A of Taifu Plaza, Lu Chen looked up at the towering office building and sighed again. Just as he was about to go in, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Lu Chen, why are you here? The moment he turned around, Lu Chen's mood suddenly became bad. The one who called him was Fang Zixuan, who had just broken up with him. At this moment, she was holding hands with the man who had driven a Ferrari to pick her up earlier. So you are Lu Chen. Hello, my name is Wan Mingliang, and I'm Xuanxuan's current boyfriend. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm very grateful for your care for Xianxian before, but from now on, she will be my responsibility. At this time, Wan Mingliang stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. It seemed like a polite conversation and handshake, but the contempt and sarcasm in his eyes were undisguised. You broke up with me just because of him. Ignoring Wan Mingliang, Lu Chen looked at Fang Zixuan, with whom he had been friends for nearly 4 years. That's right. Just for a few bucks. The moment he saw Wan Mingliang, Lu Chen understood everything. But he didn't expect that 4 years of relationship still couldn't withstand the temptation of sugar-coated bullets. How much money? He drives a Ferrari, lives in a villa, and has his company in Taifu Plaza, in the most central building A. Did you see my bag? It's 28,000, and he bought it without blinking an eye. What about you? You have 2 dishes and 1 soup every day, live in an old 1-bedroom apartment, the air conditioner is always broken, and if you want to buy a bag you have to scrape together half a year's salary and bonus. What he has is something you can never earn in your lifetime, so, Lu Chen, let's end it here. Even if you chase me, I won't continue with you. Fang Zixuan seemed to have given up at this moment and started to scold. Wan Mingliang on the side watched all this with a smile, seemingly enjoying it. But what surprised him was that after hearing all this, Lu Chen was not angry, but became calmer and calmer. That's right, at this moment Lu Chen was surprisingly calm, and his clenched fists slowly loosened. Because such a woman is not worth it. What's more, I am no longer the same as I was before, so breaking up may not be a bad thing. I understand. Okay, let's break up. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. Also, I'm not here for you. After saying that, he walked into the building without looking back. You're not a good man. It's a good thing you broke up. You didn't even dare to fight for it. Wan Mingliang smacked his lips in boredom. He was actually looking forward to a challenge from Lu Chen so that he could show off his abilities. Liang, he can see the difference between you two. What can he use to compete with you? You are not on the same level at all. You're the only one with a talking mouth, ha ha ha. He hugged Fang Zixuan, patted her on the butt, and the two of them walked into the building. At the elevator entrance, seeing Lu Chen waiting for the elevator, Wan Mingliang glanced around and suddenly looked at a middle-aged man and smiled. Director Lin, what a coincidence. Oh. It's Mr. Wan. You came to sign the contract so early. There's still some time before the 4 p.m. appointment. The man called Director Lin put on a professional smile when he saw that it was Wan Mingliang. This person is none other than Lin Jingmin, the director of Taifu Plaza Property Management Company. It's a big deal to be able to move into your Taifu Plaza. Besides, Mr. Gao is a very busy man. It's better to come early so as not to delay his subsequent work arrangements. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Chen with an expression of great pride on his face. Even Fang Zixuan beside him looked excited. After all, in Jiangdu City, everyone knows that not everyone can move into Taifu Plaza, even if they have money. She was very excited that Wan Mingliang brought her here to see the world. This would be something she could brag about in front of her relatives, sisters, and friends. However, Director Lin, it seems that you need to strengthen the security here. Now even some cats and dogs can come in. Lin Jingmin was obviously stunned when he heard this, then he followed Wan Mingliang's gaze and saw Lu Chen. Unfamiliar. This was Lin Jingmin's first impression. As the property manager, he knew almost every company owner and even their subordinate employees who settled here. Secondly, Lu Chen was still wearing the work clothes he wore in the sales office, which was completely different from the uniforms of the company employees here. It was obvious that Lu Chen was not an employee of the company in this building. However, he didn't say anything, especially since he saw something in Wan Mingliang's sarcastic eyes. "Mr. Wan, our Taifu Plaza is a service industry. We are open for business. As long as they are not here to cause trouble, we welcome everyone. Maybe they are here to do business, so they need to be careful with their words." After saying this, Wan Mingliang's face froze. However, Lu Chen was impressed by Lin Jingmin. No wonder Taifu Plaza had achieved its current level. The quality of its employees was indeed high. Bite. At this time, the elevator arrived. No one said anything and followed the crowd into the elevator. 52 floors. "Lu Chen, are you done yet? Why are you following me all the time?" At this time, Fang Zixuan, who had just walked out of the elevator, couldn't help it anymore and started questioning. "What a joke. I'm here to do some work. Who followed you? You're here to do something. Can you stop being funny?" As soon as Lu Chen's words came out, even Wan Mingliang couldn't help but say something. People who come here are either here to pay property fees, or to negotiate leasing or shopping mall holiday events and other business. But no matter what, it seems to have nothing to do with Lu Chen. "Hey, Mr. Lu, you're here. Welcome, welcome." At this moment, a passionate voice suddenly came. Turning around, it was Gao Jianli. Lu Chen acquired Taifu Plaza. As the general manager, he naturally saw the photos in the information. So he recognized Lu Chen at a glance and hurried out to greet him. Because they were quite far away, and Wan Mingliang was a little excited when he saw Gao Jianli, he actually heard Mr. Lu as Mr. Wan for a moment. He immediately came up to him with a smile and held Gao Jianli's hands. "How dare I take on the title of General Manager in front of General Manager Gao? General Manager Gao really makes me feel embarrassed." But at this moment, he felt so happy. See, President Gao came to greet him in person. He turned around and glanced at Lu Chen with contempt, and at the same time gave Fang Zixuan a smug look. Fang Zixuan was also extremely excited. She felt that she had made the right choice of men. Look, Gao Jianli came out to receive them in person. What an honor it is. He just needed to take out his mobile phone to take a photo. But this scene made Gao Jianli confused. Who is this person? Why did he come to shake his hand for no apparent reason? Is he sick? Who are you? Gao Jianli asked with a frown, shook off his hand, and without waiting for Wan Mingliang to reply, he walked around him and ran towards Lu Chen. "Boss Lu, I have prepared everything. Let's go into the office and talk. I have already brewed the best Dahong Pao tea. You have come at the perfect time." After saying that, he took Lu Chen's hand and walked towards the office, ignoring Wan Mingliang who was still standing there stiffly in the handshake gesture. His enthusiasm was like that of a son seeing his father. His face was filled with wrinkles from smiling. Are you kidding? To Gao Jianli, Lu Chen must be treated like a father, right? That's right, Gao Jianli is a well-known figure in Jiang and is very capable. But this is only in Jiangdu. How can there be few capable people outside? The person who can buy Taifu Plaza in full at one time is not just rich, the power and ability behind him should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a new official will make 3 big moves when he takes office. If I don't serve my husband well, it's possible that I will be in trouble. This scene made Wan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan, who were standing by, stunned. What's going on? Xian, didn't you say that your ex-boyfriend had a hard time finding a job after graduating from college and ended up working as a real estate salesman? How did he suddenly become Mr. Lu? Wan Mingliang's face turned blue and red, and he asked with a mentality of about to explode. That's right, he's working as a salesman at the Chuanqiao Yue property. Did Mr. Gao recognize the wrong person? Fang Zixuan was also completely confused for a moment. If this Lu Chen was really some kind of boss, how could she not know this? Why would she leave Lu Chen, who was obviously much more handsome than Wan Mingliang and who devoted himself to her, and go to this playboy Wan Mingliang? Isn't it because Lu Chen has no money? Can being handsome be eaten? Director Lin, what's going on? Seeing that he couldn't get to the bottom of the matter, Wan Mingliang looked at Director Lin. Director Lin was also a little stunned at this time. It was the first time he saw President Gao being so enthusiastic towards someone. However, the change of ownership of Taifu Plaza just happened today. Currently, only Gao Jianli knows the details, and the employees as well do not know it yet. I'm not sure about this, but this person should be of great importance, right? Hearing Lin Jingmin's words, Wan Mingliang frowned. When he hooked up with Fang Zixuan, he was a playboy, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for no reason. So we investigated Lu Chen at that time, and found out that he had no background at all. He was a man from a small county who came to the big city to work hard, and his salary and benefits were very average. It can be said that apart from being handsome and down-to-earth, the only special thing about him is that Lu Chen seems to have practiced kung fu for several years. However, he didn't take the so-called martial arts clubs and taekwondo clubs in the school seriously at all, and his own bodyguard was a retired master. It was also because of this that he began to flirt with Fang Zixuan unscrupulously. In the office, Gao Jianli respectfully presented a cup of freshly brewed dahongpo, exchanged some pleasantries first, and then went straight to the point. Mr. Lu, this quarter, we have collected all the property management fees for Taifu Plaza. After deducting the necessary employee salaries, benefits, and some reserve emergency funds, the net amount collected is exactly 1 billion. Here is a list. Please take a look. If there is no problem, I will transfer the money to you directly. 10 billion. As soon as Lu Chen took a sip of dahongpo, he almost spit it out, but he pretended to be calm and swallowed it down. I was thinking MMP, but I didn't know whether to say it or not. Earning 1 billion in a quarter. That doesn't mean you can earn 4 billion a year without doing anything. The ups and downs are quite big, and my heart is a bit overloaded. Lu Chen was here trying to calm down his shocked emotions, but in Gao Jianli's eyes, he thought that his master seemed to be dissatisfied with the rental income. Boss, because our building B is being renovated, and the mall has selected a number of high-quality brands to replace them this year, a number of shops are also in the process of replacing tenants and renovating, so it is true that the revenue this quarter is a little lower, but don't worry, I am confident that the revenue can be increased to 1.5 billion next quarter. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat again. In the blink of an eye, he had another 500 million. Is it so easy to make money? Seeing that Lu Chen still didn't say anything, Gao Jianli had no idea what he was thinking. He felt as if he was sitting on a wax candle. Could it be that this new boss really wanted to make a big move and give him a warning? A revenue of 1.5 billion per quarter is really the ceiling for him. After all, there are only so many resources he can control. Boss, if you have any comments or instructions, please let me know. Gao Jianli, who is a well-versed businessman, felt a little anxious at the silence at this moment and couldn't help but speak again. I have no objection. You did a good job. I checked the account and there is no problem. Just keep it up. I'll trouble you, Mr. Gao, for the things here in the future. It's my duty. It doesn't matter if it's hard or not. As long as the boss is satisfied, it's fine. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Gao Jianli felt relieved and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. The boss's words mean that his position is secure. Although he could have made a good living outside with his experience and talent, in Jiangdu City, there was northwest other place comparable to Taifu Plaza in terms of commercial entities, so he would rather not go there if he could. Boss, since you think the account is okay, I will transfer the money to you now. Please tell me your card number. I will directly deposit the money into this card every quarter in the future. Okay, my card number is... Within 2 minutes, Lu Chen's phone vibrated, indicating that the transfer had arrived. Seeing that string of zeros, I felt a little bit dizzy. It was more exciting than winning the jackpot in the lottery. Just as the two were about to continue exchanging a few pleasantries, the office door suddenly opened, causing Gao Jianli to frown. Mr. Gao, this guy is just a grassroots salesperson in the sales office. He is not Mr. Lu. You may have recognized the wrong person. Wan Mingliang rushed in with Fang Zixuan despite Lin Jingmin's obstruction. That's right, Mr. Gao. This guy is called Lu Chen. He was my ex-boyfriend and also a college graduate. He has never started a business. How could he be the Mr. Lu you mentioned? Don't be fooled. Fang Zixuan also shouted in agreement. Gao Jianli was about to lose his temper, but when he heard Fang Zixuan say that Lu Chen was his ex-boyfriend, he immediately looked at Lu Chen. But after seeing Lu Chen sitting there with a frown and a hint of disgust on his face, he naturally understood the general idea. Combined with his own imagination, the result is that Lu Chen did not reveal his financial resources to his ex-girlfriend. During their time together, this woman could not stand the ordinary life and cheated on him with a rich second-generation man. Scumbag. Do you have any manners? Don't you know to knock before coming in? Get out. Knowing what is going on, I naturally want to perform well. Mr. Gao, you must not be fooled by this kid. Wan Mingliang still shouted without giving up. Shut up. Lin Jingmin, who is this person? Take him out immediately. Looking at Lin Jingmin standing aside, Gao Jianli shouted sternly. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. This is the tenant who wants to rent 501 in Building B. They originally agreed to sign the contract at 4 p.m. today. I didn't stop them and disturbed you. I'll take them out right away. As he said this, he glanced at the two security guards who came over after hearing the noise, and prepared to ask them to leave. Wait a minute, Mr. Gao, I think the merchants in Taifu Plaza need to be carefully screened. This kind of merchant doesn't seem worthy of being here. At this time Lu Chen suddenly said something. Oh, do you really think you're a boss? People who only earn a few thousand yuan a month are involved in the decision-making of Taifu Plaza's merchant evaluation. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Fang Zixuan was the first to sneer, because Lu Chen had already made Wan Mingliang lose face. If I don't show my ability, I'm going to be in trouble when I return. This is my long-term meal ticket. Mr. Lu is right. Lin Jingmin, you heard it too. Cancel the contract with them and put them on the blacklist. Taifu Plaza will not welcome such people in the future. Unexpectedly, Gao Jianli gave orders as soon as he finished speaking. What? Why? Now, Wan Mingliang could no longer sit still. I spent a lot of money to get this place, but now it's gone. The most important thing is that I was put on the blacklist and can't come to Taifu Plaza anymore. Why? Listen carefully, the Lu Chen you mentioned purchased Taifu Plaza in full today and is now the new owner of Taifu Plaza. What? Xian, I have good news. Lu Chen, let's break up. Lu Chen, who was originally full of joy, was caught off guard by the sudden breakup. Why? After a brief silence, Lu Chen spoke dryly, his previous joy gone. We have no future, let's break up. A cold voice came from the phone. You. No need to say more. I've made my decision. My things have been taken. You don't need to contact me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Lu Chen clenched his left fist, his eyes were red, and he quickly dialed the number again. The user you are calling has switched off his phone. Please try again later. Fang Zixuan, why? Grabbing a handful of hair, Lu Chen growled. Fang Zixuan was my girlfriend of more than 2 years in college. We graduated together and entered society. More than a year later, everything changed. The glamorous world caused the originally pure campus relationship between the two to continue to ferment and deteriorate, and it has evolved to what it is today. Lu Chen was born in a remote small county in Xia Country, Blue Star. With his good grades, he was admitted to Beichen University, a famous university in Jiangdu City. For him, this was a leap forward. The whole village celebrated for the fact that he was a student at a prestigious university. But after graduation, the cruel reality taught him a lesson. Even if you are talented and handsome, without any connections, you may not be able to get a good job in a big city like this. After many changes, Lu Chen finally got a job in a real estate company, Hongfeng Real Estate, as a real estate salesperson. Although this real estate company is one of the leading enterprises in the local area, it does not have much impact on the income of him as a grassroots employee. Hongyang Community, the house that Lu Chen rented is here. Entrance to the community. Xian, are you really breaking up with Lu Chen? A woman with big, lively eyes asked. This person was Fang Zixuan's best friend, Yao Anqi, and also Lu Chen's classmate. Fang Zixuan was pushing 2 suitcases, nodding as she walked with a cold face. He has always been very good to you, and he spends all his monthly salary on you. What can I do with that salary? It's not even enough for me to buy a bag. He can't give me what I want. But. Ding dee. Baby, here. At this time, 2 whistles interrupted Yao Anqi's words. Looking up, I saw a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road. A fashionably dressed man in the car was smiling and waving at Fang Zixuan. Here it comes. A blooming smile instantly spread across Fang Zixuan's originally cold face. Angie, I'm leaving now. I'll contact you later if you have anything. After saying that, without waiting for her reply, he dragged the suitcase into the car. With a roar, the car disappeared from Yao Anqi's sight. Hey! Yao Anqi shook her head, with a hint of helplessness and pity in her eyes. The entrance of Counterattack U.S. sales office of Hongfeng Real Estate. Oh no, Lu Chen, go check it out. Fatty Lu is signing a contract with your client. What? His red eyes opened angrily again, and Lu Chen turned around and rushed into the sales office. I spent nearly a week to finalize the contract with a villa client, and he has made an appointment to sign the contract today. Originally, he called Fang Zixuan just to tell her the good news. Counterattack Yu's villa is worth more than 3 million yuan. Once the contract is signed, he can get nearly 60,000 yuan in commission and bonus. It is a considerable income for him, equivalent to his basic salary for nearly a year. Who knew that before I could finish saying the good news, I received the bad news of a breakup, and the order was snatched away. Lu Dayong, I negotiated this deal, what gives you the right to sign it? Lu Chen rushed to the signing room and roared at a fat middle-aged man with a greasy face. Lu Chen, what's your attitude? I am your leader. Leader? Is this something a leader can do? I have been following this client for more than a week, and have shown him the actual model house at least 5 times. I was the one who invited them to sign the contract today. What have you done? Why are you allowed to sign? Why? Because I can give them a 2 percentage point discount on the price. Otherwise, why don't you ask Mr. and Mrs. Zhang whether they want to sign with you or with me? Lu Dayong faced Lu Chen with a sarcastic smile, completely ignoring his roar. Lu Chen looked at Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, who were the clients he had been maintaining. Mr. Zhang's eyes were a little evasive, but it was his wife who spoke with confidence at this time. Xiao Lu, our money didn't come from the wind. If you could get an extra 2 percentage points cheaper, why didn't you apply for it for us? That's really unfair of you. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt dizzy. As a salesperson, he has already given all the points he can to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. The additional 2 points of discount is controlled by the site manager Lu Dayong and needs to be applied for. In fact, he had applied to Lu Dayong at the beginning but was rejected. Lu Dayong, I applied to you for these 2 points, but you rejected my application. So you just wanted to grab the orders. When did you apply for it for me? How come I didn't know about it? Lu Dayong said, looking at Mr. Zhang and his wife, and spoke again. Today's salespeople want the total transaction price to be as high as possible in order to get more commission. It's our management training that is not in place. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you too. Hearing this, even Mr. Zhang, who had been avoiding eye contact and felt a little embarrassed, frowned in vain and looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. You. Lu Chen was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Chen is in trouble. This fatty Lu is really a piece of shit. That's right. He even stole 2 orders from me last time. What can we do? He has someone above him. There was a person whose order was robbed before and he was really tough. He reported it to the higher-ups, but what happened? Fatty Lu was fine, but he was fired. Who said it wasn't true? I think Lu Chen is in trouble this time. The colleagues who were watching the excitement outside the door looked at the angry Lu Chen and showed a trace of pity. Then the next moment, the imagined explosion did not occur. Lu Chen took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Zhang and his wife calmly, took out his mobile phone, and called up a recording file. Manager Lu, I have a client who is very interested in our Villa C08, but they want a better price. Can you give them the 2 points you have? That way, they can sign the contract tomorrow. Oh. Show me their information. Well, what a pity, Xiao Lu, this set is not included in our group purchase discount, and the last price you quoted them was already the lowest price. The entire signing room was silent, with only the sound of the recording echoing. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang obviously frowned, showing dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Lu Daiyong's face turned blue and red, and his previous sarcasm and calmness turned into anger. Lu Chen. Lu Daiyong never expected that Lu Chen actually recorded the conversation. Being exposed in public made him feel embarrassed for a while. You don't have to come tomorrow. Go to the finance department on Monday to settle your salary. You are fired. Lu Daiyong said this with gritted teeth, quickly suppressed his anger, turned to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang and was about to explain. Do you think I care? As long as you, Fatty Lu, are here, this company will always be in a mess. Mr. Zhang, you have seen what kind of person he is. I can also tell you that Fatty Lu can actually apply for 2 more points for this house from his superiors. Grassroots sales staff do not have this qualification, but he does. After saying that, he turned around and left, not giving Fatty Lu any chance to perform. Manager Lu, is what Xiao Lu said true? Is there still a 2-point discount? Don't listen to his nonsense, there is no such thing as a 2-point discount. I don't think Xiao Lu is talking nonsense, but I just heard the evidence of your nonsense. Mr. Zhang, who had been silent all this time, spoke this time. I think your company doesn't seem to be very sincere about selling this villa. Let's go back first. Please contact us again when you have considered whether you can get a discount. After saying that, he left. Mr. Zhang, listen to me, there really is no discount point. He is talking nonsense, Mr. Zhang. At this time, seeing Lu Chen coming out, colleagues outside gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, Xiao Lu, you did a great job on your Jedi counterattack. You are really awesome. I, Sun Chang, don't even need to support myself to be admired by you. In response to all of this, Lu Chen smiled, walked quietly to his seat, and started packing his things. Everyone knows Lu Daiyong's character. He may not be interested in small orders, but a large order for a villa like this must be guarded against, so Lu Chen naturally has to keep something in mind. Walking out of the sales office, Lu Chen looked up at the sky for a long time, then let out a deep breath. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. Within one day, I broke up with my boyfriend, my orders were snatched away, and now I'm fired. Life is damn hard. Ding, matching host found, binding started. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100, binding successful. Open the 1 yuan flash sale mall. The mall will randomly list items, and the host only needs to spend 1 yuan to purchase successfully. The products in the mall have legal and compliant corresponding procedures and there will be no defects. This mall will reset and refresh the products at 12 o'clock every night. The products refreshed on the same day that have not been purchased will be reset at the next refresh and will not be retained. This mall has 1,000 grids of space to store packages. Each grid can store similar inactive items. The host can store or retrieve them by mind. In principle, this mall only puts 1 product on the shelves every day. Just as Lu Chen was lamenting the misery of life, a series of mechanical sounds rang out in his head. What's this? A virtual frame suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, looking very technological. Ding, today's products are on sale, host can purchase them. As the prompt tone ended, a blue light flashed before Lu Chen's eyes, and a gold-stamped card appeared in the mall. Product, Taifu Plaza, price, 1 yuan. Looking at the card, Lu Chen couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. Tear. The pain in my legs told me that this was real. How could a young man of the new century not know about the system? It was unbelievable to him that he actually had the system. What surprised him even more was that the first product was the Taifu Plaza worth 30 billion yuan. You know, Taifu Plaza is located in the most prosperous CBD center of Jiangdu City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It can be said that it is the commercial core of the entire Jiangdu City, integrating shopping malls, large supermarkets, restaurants, cinemas, education, entertainment, and fitness, and is equipped with 3 office buildings with 56 floors. It can be said that any company with a little fame would try its best to move into Taifu Plaza. Here, not only are the surrounding facilities complete and the transportation convenient, but there is also sufficient flow of people. The most important thing is that being able to settle in Taifu Plaza is a sign of goodwill. It's no exaggeration to say that working in the office building here will help you to do business more efficiently. One can imagine what kind of existence Taifu Plaza is. But now, you only need to spend 1 yuan to own it. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Ding, the purchase is successful. The host now owns all the property rights of Taifu Plaza. The relevant documents have been placed in the mall package. The host can retrieve them by mind. Extract. As his mind moved, a thick stack of property transfer documents instantly appeared in Lu Chen's hand, causing him to lose weight and stagger forward a few steps. I flipped through a few pages and became more and more frightened. All of this is true, and these are really all the property transfer documents of Taifu Plaza. Oh my God, it's unimaginable that one day I'll have 30 billion in my hands. Shock and ecstasy had already cleared away the previous haze, and what followed was an idea that put these files back into the system space package. Beep. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Chen? As soon as the call was connected, a deep voice was heard, full of respect. I am. Who are you? Hello, I'm Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Plaza Property Management Company. I just received the news that you, Mr. Lu, have acquired Taifu Plaza, so I need to confirm with you. When would it be convenient for you to come and handle the handover formalities? It just so happens that the rent for this quarter has just been paid today, and I can transfer it to you after the handover. Oh, I'll come over later, about 40 minutes. Lu Chen calculated that it would take about half an hour to take a taxi from Chuanqiao Yue's property. Are you coming over now? Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Lu in this office. Oh, by the way, our property management company is on the 52nd floor of Building A. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen let out a long sigh. He was being bullied by Lu Daiyong the previous second, but he didn't expect that even a big shot like Gao Jianli would be so respectful to him the next second. Although Gao Jianli is only the general manager of the property management company of Taifu Plaza, everyone knows that his operation and management have made an indelible contribution to the current strength of Taifu Plaza. Many bosses of large companies feel honored to meet Gao Jianli and establish some relationship with him. Sometimes, changes in life happen in an instant. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Lu Chen simply stretched out his hand, got on a taxi, and headed straight for Taifu Plaza. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of Building A of Taifu Plaza, Lu Chen looked up at the towering office building and sighed again. Just as he was about to go in, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Lu Chen, why are you here? The moment he turned around, Lu Chen's mood suddenly became bad. The one who called him was Fang Zixuan, who had just broken up with him. At this moment, she was holding hands with the man who had driven a Ferrari to pick her up earlier. So you are Lu Chen. Hello, my name is Wan Mingliang, and I'm Xuanxuan's current boyfriend. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm very grateful for your care for Xianxian before, but from now on, she will be my responsibility. At this time, Wan Mingliang stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. It seemed like a polite conversation and handshake, but the contempt and sarcasm in his eyes were undisguised. You broke up with me just because of him. Ignoring Wan Mingliang, Lu Chen looked at Fang Zixuan, with whom he had been friends for nearly 4 years. That's right. Just for a few bucks. The moment he saw Wan Mingliang, Lu Chen understood everything. But he didn't expect that 4 years of relationship still couldn't withstand the temptation of sugar-coated bullets. How much money? He drives a Ferrari, lives in a villa, and has his company in Taifu Plaza, in the most central Building A. Did you see my bag? It's 28,000, and he bought it without blinking an eye. What about you? You have 2 dishes and 1 soup every day, live in an old 1-bedroom apartment, the air conditioner is always broken, and if you want to buy a bag you have to scrape together half a year's salary and bonus. What he has is something you can never earn in your lifetime, so, Lu Chen, let's end it here. Even if you chase me, I won't continue with you. Fang Zixuan seemed to have given up at this moment and started to scold. Wan Mingliang on the side watched all this with a smile, seemingly enjoying it. But what surprised him was that after hearing all this, Chen was not angry, but became calmer and calmer. That's right, at this moment Chen was surprisingly calm, and his clenched fists slowly loosened. Because such a woman is not worth it. What's more, I am no longer the same as I was before, so breaking up may not be a bad thing. I understand. Okay, let's break up. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. Also, I'm not here for you. After saying that, he walked into the building without looking back. You're not a good man. It's a good thing you broke up. You didn't even dare to fight for it. Wan Mingliang smacked his lips in boredom. He was actually looking forward to a challenge from Chen so that he could show off his abilities. Liang, he can see the difference between you two. What can he use to compete with you? You are not on the same level at all. You're the only one with a talking mouth, ha ha ha. He hugged Fang Zixuan, patted her on the butt, and the two of them walked into the building. At the elevator entrance, seeing Chen waiting for the elevator, Wan Mingliang glanced around and suddenly looked at a middle-aged man and smiled. Director Lin, what a coincidence. Oh. It's Mr. Wan. You came to sign the contract so early. There's still some time before the 4 p.m. appointment. The man called Director Lin put on a professional smile when he saw that it was Wan Mingliang. This person is none other than Lin Jingmin, the director of Taifu Plaza Property Management Company. It's a big deal to be able to move into your Taifu Plaza. Besides, Mr. Gao is a very busy man. It's better to come early so as not to delay his subsequent work arrangements. After saying that, he glanced at Chen with an expression of great pride on his face. Even Fang Zixuan beside him looked excited. After all, in Jiangdu City, everyone knows that not everyone can move into Taifu Plaza, even if they have money. She was very excited that Wan Mingliang brought her here to see the world. This would be something she could brag about in front of her relatives, sisters, and friends. However, Director Lin, it seems that you need to strengthen the security here. Now even some cats and dogs can come in. Lin Jingmin was obviously stunned when he heard this, then he followed Wan Mingliang's gaze and saw Chen. Unfamiliar. This was Lin Jingmin's first impression. As the property manager, he knew almost every company owner and even their subordinate employees who settled here. Secondly, Chen was still wearing the work clothes he wore in the sales office, which was completely different from the uniforms of the company employees here. It was obvious that Chen was not an employee of the company in this building. However, he didn't say anything, especially since he saw something in Wan Mingliang's sarcastic eyes. Mr. Wan, our Taifu Plaza is a service industry. We are open for business. As long as they are not here to cause trouble, we welcome everyone. Maybe they are here to do business, so they need to be careful with their words. After saying this, Wan Mingliang's face froze. However, Chen was impressed by Lin Jingmin. No wonder Taifu Plaza had achieved its current level. The quality of its employees was indeed high. Bite. At this time, the elevator arrived. No one said anything and followed the crowd into the elevator. 52 floors. Chen, are you done yet? Why are you following me all the time? At this time, Fang Zixuan, who had just walked out of the elevator, couldn't help it anymore and started questioning. What a joke. I'm here to do some work. Who followed you? You're here to do something. Can you stop being funny? As soon as Chen's words came out, even Wan Mingliang couldn't help but say something. People who come here are either here to pay property fees, or to negotiate leasing or shopping mall holiday events and other business. But no matter what, it seems to have nothing to do with Chen. Hey, Mr. Liu, you're here. Welcome, welcome. At this moment, a passionate voice suddenly came. Turning around, it was Gao Jianli. Chen acquired Taifu Plaza. As the general manager, he naturally saw the photos in the information. So he recognized Chen at a glance and hurried out to greet him. Because they were quite far away, and Wan Mingliang was a little excited when he saw Gao Jianli, he actually heard Mr. Liu as Mr. Wan for a moment. He immediately came up to him with a smile and held Gao Jianli's hands. How dare I take on the title of General Manager in front of General Manager Gao? General Manager Gao really makes me feel embarrassed. But at this moment, he felt so happy. See, President Gao came to greet him in person. He turned around and glanced at Lu Chen with contempt, and at the same time gave Fang Zixuan a smug look. Fang Zixuan was also extremely excited. She felt that she had made the right choice of men. Look, Gao Jianli came out to receive them in person. What an honor it is. He just needed to take out his mobile phone to take a photo. But this scene made Gao Jianli confused. Who is this person? Why did he come to shake his hand for no reason? Is he sick? Who are you? Gao Jianli asked with a frown, shook off his hand, and without waiting for Wan Mingliang to reply, he walked around him and ran towards Lu Chen. Boss Lu, I have prepared everything. Let's go into the office and talk. I have already brewed the best Dahong Pao tea. You have come at the perfect time. After saying that, he took Lu Chen's hand and walked towards the office, ignoring Wan Mingliang who was still standing there stiffly in the handshake gesture. His enthusiasm was like that of a son seeing his father. His face was filled with wrinkles from smiling. Are you kidding? To Gao Jianli, Lu Chen must be treated like a father, right? That's right, Gao Jianli is a well-known figure in Jiang and is very capable. But this is only in Jiangdu. How can there be few capable people outside? The person who can buy Taifu Plaza in full at one time is not just rich, the power and ability behind him should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a new official will make 3 big moves when he takes office. If I don't serve my husband well, it's possible that I will be in trouble. This scene made Wan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan, who were standing by, stunned. What's going on? Xian, didn't you say that your ex-boyfriend had a hard time finding a job after graduating from college and ended up working as a real estate salesman? How did he suddenly become Mr. Lu? Wan Mingliang's face turned blue and red, and he asked with a mentality of about to explode. That's right, he's working as a salesman at the Chuanqiao Yue property. Did Mr. Gao recognize the wrong person? Fang Zixuan was also completely confused for a moment. If this Lu Chen was really some kind of boss, how could she not know this? Why would she leave Lu Chen, who was obviously much more handsome than Wan Mingliang and who devoted himself to her, and go to this playboy Wan Mingliang? Isn't it because Lu Chen has no money? Can being handsome be eaten? Director Lin, what's going on? Seeing that he couldn't get to the bottom of the matter, Wan Mingliang looked at Director Lin. Director Lin was also a little stunned at this time. It was the first time he saw President Gao being so enthusiastic towards someone. However, the change of ownership of Taifu Plaza just happened today. Currently, only Gao Jianli knows the details, and the employees as well do not know it yet. I'm not sure about this, but this person should be of great importance, right? Hearing Lin Jingmin's words, Wan Mingliang frowned. When he hooked up with Fang Zixuan, he was a playboy but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for no reason. So we investigated Lu Chen at that time, and found out that he had no background at all. He was a man from a small county who came to the big city to work hard, and his salary and benefits were very average. It can be said that apart from being handsome and down-to-earth, the only special thing about him is that Lu Chen seems to have practiced kung fu for several years. However, he didn't take the so-called martial arts clubs and taekwondo clubs in the school seriously at all, and his own bodyguard was a retired master. It was also because of this that he began to flirt with Fang Zixuan unscrupulously. In the office, Gao Jianli respectfully presented a cup of freshly brewed Dahongpo, exchanged some pleasantries first, and then went straight to the point. Mr. Lu, this quarter, we have collected all the property management fees for Taifu Plaza. After deducting the necessary employee salaries, benefits, and some reserve emergency funds, the net amount collected is exactly 1 billion. Here is a list. Please take a look. If there is no problem, I will transfer the money to you directly. 10 billion. As soon as Lu Chen took a sip of Dahongpo, he almost spit it out, but he pretended to be calm and swallowed it down. I was thinking MMP, but I didn't know whether to say it or not. Earning 1 billion in a quarter. That doesn't mean you can earn 4 billion a year without doing anything. The ups and downs are quite big, and my heart is a bit overloaded. Lu Chen was here trying to calm down his shocked emotions, but in Gao Jianli's eyes, he thought that his master seemed to be dissatisfied with the rental income. Boss, because our building B is being renovated, and the mall has selected a number of high-quality brands to replace them this year. A number of shops are also in the process of replacing tenants and renovating, so it is true that the revenue this quarter is a little lower, but don't worry, I am confident that the revenue can be increased to 1.5 billion next quarter. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat again. In the blink of an eye, he had another 500 million. Is it so easy to make money? Seeing that Lu Chen still didn't say anything, Gao Jianli had no idea what he was thinking. He felt as if he was sitting on a wax candle. Could it be that this new boss really wanted to make a big move and give him a warning? A revenue of 1.5 billion per quarter is really the ceiling for him. After all, there are only so many resources he can control. Boss, if you have any comments or instructions, please let me know. Gao Jianli, who is a well-versed businessman, felt a little anxious at the silence at this moment and couldn't help but speak again. I have no objection. You did a good job. I checked the account and there is no problem. Just keep it up. I'll trouble you, Mr. Gao, for the things here in the future. It's my duty. It doesn't matter if it's hard or not. As long as the boss is satisfied, it's fine. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Gao Jianli felt relieved and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. The boss's words mean that his position is secure. Although he could have made a good living outside with his experience and talent, in Jiangdu City, there was Northwest other place comparable to Taifu Plaza in terms of commercial entities, so he would rather not go there if he could. Boss, since you think the account is okay, I will transfer the money to you now. Please tell me your card number. I will directly deposit the money into this card every quarter in the future. Okay, my card number is... Within 2 minutes, Lu Chen's phone vibrated, indicating that the transfer had arrived. Seeing that string of zeros, I felt a little bit dizzy. It was more exciting than winning the jackpot in the lottery. Just as the two were about to continue exchanging a few pleasantries, the office door suddenly opened, causing Gao Jianli to frown. Mr. Gao, this guy is just a grassroots salesperson in the sales office. He is not Mr. Lu. You may have recognized the wrong person. Wan Mingliang rushed in with Fang Zixuan despite Lin Jingmin's obstruction. That's right, Mr. Gao. This guy is called Lu Chen. He was my ex-boyfriend and also a college graduate. He has never started a business. How could he be the Mr. Lu you mentioned? Don't be fooled. Fang Zixuan also shouted in agreement. Gao Jianli was about to lose his temper, but when he heard Fang Zixuan say that Lu Chen was his ex-boyfriend, he immediately looked at Lu Chen. But after seeing Lu Chen sitting there with a frown and a hint of disgust on his face, he naturally understood the general idea. Combined with his own imagination, the result is that Lu Chen did not reveal his financial resources to his ex-girlfriend. During their time together, this woman could not stand the ordinary life and cheated on him with a rich second-generation man. Scumbag. Do you have any manners? Don't you know to knock before coming in? Get out. Knowing what is going on, I naturally want to perform well. Mr. Gao, you must not be fooled by this kid, Wan Mingliang shouted without giving up. Shut up. Lin Jingmin, who is this person? Take him out immediately. Looking at Lin Jingmin standing aside, Gao Jianli shouted sternly. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. This is the tenant who wants to rent 501 in Building B. They originally agreed to sign the contract at 4 p.m. today. I didn't stop them and disturbed you. I'll take them out right away. As he said this, he glanced at the two security guards who came over after hearing the noise, and prepared to ask them to leave. Wait a minute, Mr. Gao, I think the merchants in Taifu Plaza need to be carefully screened. This kind of merchant doesn't seem worthy of being here. At this time Lu Chen suddenly said something. Oh, do you really think you're a boss? People who only earn a few thousand yuan a month are involved in the decision-making of Taifu Plaza's merchant evaluation. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Fang Zixuan was the first to sneer, because Lu Chen had already made Wan Mingliang lose face. If I don't show my ability, I'm going to be in trouble when I return. This is my long-term meal ticket. Mr. Lu is right. Lin Jingmin, you heard it too. Cancel the contract with them and put them on the blacklist. Taifu Plaza will not welcome such people in the future. Unexpectedly, Gao Jianli gave orders as soon as he finished speaking. What? Why? Now, Wan Mingliang could no longer sit still. I spent a lot of money to get this place, but now it's gone. The most important thing is that I was put on the blacklist and can't come to Taifu Plaza anymore. Why? Listen carefully, the Lu Chen you mentioned purchased Taifu Plaza in full today and is now the new owner of Taifu Plaza. What? Wan Mingliang, Fang Zixuan, and even Lin Jingmin exclaimed in unison after hearing this. Lu Chen acquired Taifu Plaza. How is that possible? How could it be possible? This result instantly overwhelmed Fang Zixuan like a nightmare. If someone else said this, she would never believe it, but this time it came from Gao Jianli's mouth. There is no need for such a big shot to cooperate with Lu Chen in telling such a lie. Even if it was a lie, just think about it, what kind of person with such status and position could get Gao Jianli to cooperate? No matter what the situation is, it means that the Lu Chen in front of him is no longer the same as before. After spending more than 4 years together, there was no sign that Lu Chen had this ability or background. Has he really just been testing himself during these 4 years? Wouldn't that mean you lost the watermelon and found a sesame seed? Suddenly, an immense amount of regret welled up in my heart. Lin Jingmin, don't you want to do this anymore? Get these 2 people out right away and don't interfere with my meeting with the boss. Without giving them time to think, Gao Jianli shouted again. Yes, you guys kick them out, and go to the administration department and directly issue some notices and post them at all the entrances and exits of Taifu Plaza, putting these 2 people on the blacklist. Lin Jingmin also unceremoniously arranged for several security guards to kick Wan Mingliang and the other person out. Mr. Gao, you can't do this. We must be honest in doing business. You agreed to the lease before. Wan Mingliang shouted without giving up. However, what awaited him was being ignored and pushed by 2 security guards, and he was kicked out in the blink of an eye. Boss, are you satisfied with this? After those people were driven away, Gao Jianli immediately put on a flattering smile. Very good. I am still very confident in Mr. Gao's work. Lu Chen was generous in praising him, and much of the anger in his heart was relieved. After chatting for a while and understanding the general operation of the mall, Lu Chen stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, Gao Jianli stopped all the people working outside and publicly introduced Lu Chen as the new boss. With everyone's compliments, I finally got into the elevator. Downstairs, Wan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan were kicked out. Fang Zixuan, look at what you've done. Do you think you have any brains? You've been slept with by someone for 4 years, and you don't even know what that person does. You only have breasts but no brains, don't you? At this moment, Wan Mingliang pushed all the responsibility onto Fang Zixuan. You know, this move into Taifu Plaza is very important to him. Even though he usually lives a life of luxury, he is just the second son in the Wan family. If you want to be valued by the old men in your family, you naturally have to show your abilities more. Moving into Taifu Plaza was what the old man had always wanted to do, and he finally got the opportunity before his brother. I thought it was a done deal, and even boasted about it for a long time at home yesterday, and guaranteed that there would be absolutely no problems with this move-in. Only then did the old man praise him a few words and promise that as long as he successfully moved in, Jiangdu Real Estate, a subsidiary of the Wan Group, would be handed over to him to manage. But now, not only has the contract failed, but I've also been put on the blacklist, which means this will never happen. When he got home, wouldn't his elder brother take the opportunity to make trouble? He would definitely not be well received by the old man. Mr. Wan, you can't blame me for this. He never expressed it. After hearing what Wan Mingliang said, Fang Zixuan felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. I thought to myself, would I still look for you if I knew that? Look at them, Taifu Plaza, they just acquired it. What about you? If you just want to rent and move in, you have to lick the people below. This comparison made me heartbroken. What sin had I committed? I gave up my good, rich bachelor status and traded it for this thing. I don't care. When you see him coming down, go and beg him. No matter what method you use, you must make him let me settle here. If it works, you will definitely benefit from it. If it doesn't, humph. Wan Mingliang was upset at this time and yelled at her fiercely. Oh! Fang Zixuan didn't dare to disobey Wan Mingliang, who was angry, and nodded in agreement. Thinking of how good Lu Chen had been to her in the past, she felt even more regretful. However, she was also thinking whether she could save their relationship later. If so, who would bother with Wan Mingliang, this scumbag? At this time, Lu Chen walked out of Building A. Her eyes lit up and she ran up quickly. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Considering our relationship of more than 4 years, will you forgive me? Let go of your hands. Seeing Fang Zixuan coming up to him and holding his hand to apologize, Lu Chen felt disgusted for no reason. Don't be like this, I really know I was wrong. It was him who kept tempting me with sugar-coated bullets, sending me cosmetics and bags, and I couldn't control myself, but I swear, I haven't had sex with him yet, I'm still clean. After her hands were shaken off, Fang Zixuan suddenly hugged Lu Chen's thighs, knelt on the ground, and began to wail. Oh, do you think I would believe it? Didn't you say before that I can't compare to him? No, I was blind. He is no match for you. He is not even as good as your toes. I know I was wrong. When Lu Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment and shook his head. This is the first time I found that Fang Zixuan could actually say such words. Wan Mingliang, who was standing aside, had a face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Okay, stop disgusting me. You don't deserve to be my woman. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Fang Zixuan crying on the ground. Humph. You are so good, but I am not even as good as Lu Chen's toes, right? Then go back to him, you idiot. Please don't. Didn't you tell me to keep you no matter what? Fang Zixuan originally wanted to take a gamble on their relationship of more than 4 years, hoping that Lu Chen would soften his heart, but she never expected that he would be so decisive. Since Lu Chen can't be kept, I can't run away with this meal ticket again. You can't leave. You slept with me, so you have to be responsible for me. Seeing Wan Mingliang turning around to leave, she stood up from the ground, flew over and hugged Wan Mingliang. Slept with you? You just said you were clean. Besides, I've slept with so many people. Does that mean I have to be responsible for just one of them? If so, you'll have to line up around Taifu Plaza a few times. Get lost, you jinx. After saying that, he pushed Fang Zixuan away and ran away. Wow. At this moment, Fang Zixuan collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. In just half a day, everything was gone. After leaving Taifu Plaza, Lu Chen looked at his watch and saw that it was just past 4 p.m. He was thinking about where to go. After all, he had just received 1 billion yuan, and he would feel really sorry for himself if he didn't spend it. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the host's reversal is detected to be successful, and 1 instant kill opportunity is awarded. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to purchase it. The sudden notification sound made Lu Chen stunned. Isn't there only one chance to win the game instantly every day? But he still opened the system mall. Fuck. After seeing this, the whole person was in a trance and couldn't help but burst out a curse. Product, Hongyang Mansion Building 1, whole building, price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Chen was really shocked. You should know that Hongyang Mansion and the Hongyang community where you currently rent are developed by the same developer. Moreover, the two communities are built adjacent to each other. But the prices are very different. Just across the wall, the price has more than tripled. Simply put, Hongyang community is an ordinary residential area with bare-bones houses that are in short supply and are priced at around 15,000 renminbi per square meter. Hongyang Mansion is fully decorated. Strictly speaking, it is a luxuriously decorated house. The selling price is about 50,000 per square meter. Each house inside has been professionally designed with a grand style. It is fully equipped with home appliances and furniture, all of which are first-line brands, so you can move in right away. Because these two communities are located around the CBD core area of Jiangdu Development Zone, there are a lot of tenants in these two communities. Of course, because of the price difference, the economic abilities of the tenants also vary greatly. Most of the tenants in Hongyang community are ordinary office workers, while Hongyang Mansion is full of white-collar workers and some small bosses. And now, you can buy a house in Hongyang Mansion for just 1 yuan. The most important thing is the whole building. How many units does this require? Buy. As soon as I thought about it, my cell phone vibrated and 1 yuan was deducted. At the same time, the system prompts that the purchase is successful. I only saw a small box appear in the space package, which was filled with a stack of property certificates and corresponding keys. 1, 2, 3, 36. 36 suites, oh my goodness. The houses in Hongfeng Mansion are small high-rise buildings with a total height of 12 floors. Each floor has 3 households, with 3 sizes of 260, 180 and 100 square meters respectively. A rough calculation shows that this building is worth more than 300 million yuan. Although it is not as high as the total price of Taifu Plaza, 36 property certificates at once is a significant impact. The main reason is that I rent a house in the neighborhood next door, and I see Hongfeng Haofu's houses every day. I also dreamed of being able to afford a house there one day. I didn't expect that I would own it now, and it's a whole building. Excited, Chen decided to go directly to the community to choose the house he wanted to live in, and let the property management rent the rest to him. This way, he could move into a new home and become a landlord at the same time. He left as soon as he said he would, hailed a taxi and headed straight for Hongfeng Mansion. System, isn't there only one chance to kill instantly a day? Why did you give me 2 chances today? Chen got out of the car, holding a small box and walking towards the Hongfeng Haofu property office. He asked the questions in his mind. As mentioned in the notes, in principle it is once a day. In principle? What do you mean by in principle? Literal meaning dot. Hey, it's still a little tsundere system. Chen couldn't help but laugh. Does that mean it depends on the system's mood? But no matter what, the more you give, the better. Anyway, you can't miss the guaranteed flash sale opportunity once a day. Property office front desk. Hello sir, how can I help you? Seeing Chen come in, a receptionist at the front desk immediately stood up and asked with a smile on his face. Hello, I have a vacant house and want to rent it out. What is the current price? Okay sir, please show me the property you want to rent and I'll help you register it. As far as the current market price is concerned, if you rent the house as a whole, the price will be lower. If you rent it as a single room, the overall profit will be higher. Do you plan to rent the whole house or rent it as a single room? The front desk clerk asked with a smile. Then let's rent together. Okay, sir. If you rent together, the price is 5,000 per room. A 100 square meter apartment with 3 rooms can be rented for 15,000 per month. A 168 square meter apartment with 6 rooms can be rented for 30,000 per month. As for a 280 square meter apartment with 10 rooms, it can be rented for 50,000 per month. In addition, the owner enjoys our free rental agency service. The property fee is 5 yuan per square meter per month, which will be directly deducted from the rent received, and the balance will be directly deposited into your designated bank account. As for the water, electricity, gas and network fees in the house, they are all borne by the tenants themselves. The receptionist explained patiently. Oh, sure. Please register for me. There are 33 sets in total. Chen thought about it and decided to keep the 3 apartments on the top floor for himself so that he would not be worried about being affected by others. According to this calculation, for the remaining 33 units, he can receive a total of more than 1.04 million yuan in monthly rent. After deducting the property fees of the 3 units he lives in, which total more than 30,000 yuan, he can still earn about 1 million yuan per month. Another considerable income, perfect. Thinking of this, he pushed the box that he had prepared earlier over. What? 33 sets. This time, the receptionist was completely dumbfounded. He flipped through the property books in the box in disbelief, and saw that the name of the owner was Chen in all of them. He was suddenly shocked. Please wait a moment. Your business needs to be connected with our manager. As he said that, he ran in and heard her voice halfway through. Manager, the legendary Richman is here. This shout was not a big deal. All the employees of the property company ran out from their offices and gathered to watch. Wow, this is the Richman who bought a whole building. Oh my God, he's so young and so handsome. Suddenly, There was a lot of chatter in the property management office, and some female employees were trying their best to flirt and make faces. There are many golden turtles in this kind of high-end residential area. If you are chosen by someone, it might be a turning point in your life, especially when it is such a big and handsome turtle inlaid with bricks. What are you all doing? Go away. A figure ran out in a hurry and drove away these beautiful girls with a harsh voice. This is a big boss, how could he not know what his subordinates are thinking? He can't let them cause trouble. Would someone who can buy a building look down on these people? Hello, Mr. Liu, I am Sun Difio, the manager here. This is my business card. I have heard of your name for a long time. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a very promising young man. As Sun Difio spoke, he respectfully handed over his business card with both hands. Hello, please help me rent this house. Lu Chen found it a little funny. He had just gotten the house, so how come it had already heard of his name? Sure enough, those who know how to flatter and curry favor with others are more likely to get promoted. No problem, I'll register you now. Everything was done in a short time, the efficiency is really high. Manager Sun, can you contact the movers? I have some things to move in the Hongfeng community next door. Lu Chen thought about it and decided to just stay here tonight. He could just bring his luggage and move in. All we need to do is move some daily necessities and clothes from there. The main reason is that the air conditioner there broke down again in the past 2 days. It's mid-August in summer now, and it's really impossible to lie down at night without air conditioning. No problem, I'll personally bring someone to move it for you now. So, Lu Chen brought Sun Difio and his party to the Hongfeng community next door. But when he reached the door of the house he rented, he found that the door was ajar and he could hear the sound of quarreling coming from inside. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but get furious. It seems like I should teach you a lesson. You are really my best friend. I asked you to pass on the key to me, but you've already cooked the meal. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Fang Zixuan glared at Yao Anqi in the room. Ever since she was dumped by Lu Chen and Wan Mingliang at Taifu Plaza more than half an hour ago, she had been in pain for a long time but had not given up. She felt that the relationship that had lasted for more than 4 years might not be hopeless, so she put on some makeup, rushed to the market and bought a bunch of Lu Chen's favorite dishes, preparing to prepare a sumptuous dinner for him when she returned to the tenant's house. She even bought a set of particularly sexy transparent underwear, intending to use all her skills to seduce Lu Chen at night. But when she rushed to the tenant's house, she found that Angie had already prepared dinner and cleaned the house. Especially when he saw that the food on the table was all Lu Chen's favorite, he became even more furious. It turned out that Anqi had been trying to poach him for a long time. I didn't. I tried to persuade you not to break up but you refused, so I bought some of Lu Chen's favorite food to try to enlighten him. After all, you two have been together for such a long time, he would be sad if you did this. Anqi huddled together like a young wife who had done something wrong and responded in a low voice, timidly. What does his sadness have to do with you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Didn't you always have a crush on him and even paid for his mother's medical expenses? Then Lu Chen mistakenly thought it was me and got back together with me later. At first I was also wondering why Lu Chen was so nice to me all of a sudden, but after I found out about it I asked you about it, and you didn't mean to tell us about it, and you even encouraged us to be together. Oh, I see. Is it because Lu Chen was poor before, so you gave him to me and let me live a hard life with him? Now that you know he has become rich and has a different identity, you rush to show your affection to him, and by the way, you reveal the past to vilify me and elevate yourself, so that Lu Chen will be grateful to you and accept you. You are really good. Fang Zixuan kept talking to herself and added her own imagination to Anqi. I didn't, how can you say that to me? Anqi was confused by what he said, but her heart was already filled with grievance and she just kept crying, not thinking deeply about the information that Lu Chen had become rich and had a different status. She was afraid that Lu Chen would be sad after the breakup, so she prepared to cook a table of Lu Chen's favorite dishes to comfort and enlighten him. Humph. It's really about preventing fire, theft and besties. Get out, you are not welcome here. Stay away from Lu Chen in the future. Fang Zixuan, who was always domineering, yelled directly at Anqi, and even grabbed Anqi and pushed her out the door. You are the one who should go. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and the door was pushed open, and Lu Chen with an angry face appeared at the door. Lu Chen, you're back. Get lost. Lu Chen pushed Fang Zixuan away, pulled in Qi to protect him, and looked at her with concern. If Lu Chen hadn't heard their conversation at the door just now, he would still not know that his mother's medical expenses were paid by Qi. No wonder during the more than 4 years that they were together with Fang Zixuan, some of Qi and Fang Zixuan's behaviors were a bit strange. Looking back now, I can figure it all out. Are you okay? I'm fine. And Qi was also at a loss what to do by the sudden scene. Feeling the concern in Lu Chen's eyes, and Qi's face turned red for no reason. Especially when Lu Chen protected her with his hands in front of her, and they were so close that she could feel each other's breathing, her heart suddenly began to beat non-stop. Angie, you are such a shameless person, you flirted with Lu Chen in front of me. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, Fang Zixuan couldn't sit still anymore and rushed up with a roar. Pa! A slap was thrown in the face, and Fang Zixuan fell to the ground, with a bright red 5-finger print on her face. Lu Chen, you dare to hit me? Fang Zixuan looked at Lu Chen in disbelief as he raised his hand in the air, his eyes red. Ever since they had been together, Lu Chen had been almost obedient to her, and he couldn't bear to even scold her, let alone hit her. Now, he actually hit me for Qi. So, the look she gave Qi was filled with malice. If looks could kill, Qi would have been stabbed to pieces by now. Hit you. Today I'm going to teach you how to behave. Manager son, you just saw this woman break into a private house. Not only did she verbally abuse my girlfriend, she also tried to hit her. Please help me call the police. This kind of evil behavior must be severely punished. Ignoring Fang Zixuan's vicious eyes and murderous expression, Lu Chen looked at Sun Difeu. That's right, Mr. Lu. Not only me, but all my colleagues can testify. I'm calling the police right now. As he said that, he picked up the phone and called the law enforcement department. Who can be a manager at Hongyang Mansion? You can roughly understand what's going on with just a glance. You are talking nonsense. I am Lu Chen's girlfriend. She is a vixen. I have lived in this house before. The property management can prove it. You are slandering me. When Fang Zixuan heard them say this, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Are you mistaken? We have broken up. And Qi is my current girlfriend. Since we are no longer in a relationship, you entered my house without my consent, which is trespassing. Yes, I am the property manager. We all witnessed what happened just now and can prove that this is the case. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Difeu immediately agreed. You. At this time, people from the law enforcement department came and after understanding the situation, they directly detained Fang Zixuan. No matter how she tried to identify it, everyone present had the same opinion. Originally, the people from the law enforcement department said that this could be considered a civil case and be mediated privately, but Lu Chen insisted on pursuing the matter. Since mediation was ineffective, the only option was to go through the legal process. In the end, Fang Zixuan was taken away and detained directly for trespassing into a private residence and intentionally injuring someone. Sun Difeu dealt with the aftermath and took his men to move all the things that Lu Chen needed to move to him. Only Lu Chen and Qi were left in the room. From just now until now, Qi has been confused. Just because Lu Chen just said that she was his girlfriend. Qi, you are so stupid. Why didn't you tell me these things before? If Fang Zixuan hadn't told me about it herself today, would you have kept it a secret from me forever? Looking at the silly and cute woman in front of him, Lu Chen hugged her in his arms. Caught off guard, Qi in the man's arms felt her whole body tense up, and she felt the strong arms and the man's unique breath. Her body slowly softened and her mind went blank. After hugging for a while, Lu Chen lifted Qi's fair chin, looked at her lovingly, and whispered, "Don't be so stupid in the future." Qi nodded obediently, hummed softly, her cheeks flushed. It was the first time for her to be hugged like this by a man, and he was the man she had always secretly loved, so she was very shy. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and a warm feeling was imprinted on her lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Chen looked at the lovely girl in his arms who was still as frightened as a deer, and smiled. This was also the first time in all these years that he had observed the silly girl up close and carefully. In terms of appearance, she is definitely much better than Fang Zixuan, and her figure is even more impressive. However, due to our respective identities, we were just good friends. However, Anqi has indeed helped him a lot over the years. Now that the paper has been torn apart, and he has always admired Anqi, he might as well just let nature take its course. You are so bad. Anqi's face was filled with shyness. She hit Lu Chen's chest with her soft pink fist and almost buried her head in the ground. But my heart is filled with sweetness. The two of them cuddled for a while, then happily sat down to eat the dinner that Anqi had prepared long ago. Although there were only 3 dishes and 1 soup, very ordinary home-cooked meals, they were all Lu Chen's favorites before. We talked and laughed, and the meal lasted for nearly 2 hours. He even told them everything that had happened before, and the two of them became one step closer. When Anqi heard that Lu Chen had not only acquired Taifu Plaza, but also bought the entire building of Hongyang Mansion next door, Anqi was shocked and could not recover for a long time. But no one delved into how Lu Chen did all this. For Anqi, as long as Lu Chen was happy, she would be happy. After dinner, Lu Chen took Anqi to visit his new house. The moment they entered, not only was Anqi amazed, but even he himself was shocked. After all, it is a luxury house, especially a 280 square meter house. The whole house has a smart starry sky ceiling and a large all-round balcony, allowing people to enjoy the panoramic view around them from inside the house. Why don't you stay here tonight? Lu Chen, who was hugging Anqi on the balcony and looking at the distant scenery, suddenly leaned close to Anqi's ear and asked softly. He could clearly feel Anqi's body tighten in his arms, but he still saw her nod slightly. Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his right hand, picked up Anqi like a princess and walked into the house amidst Anqi's screams. The summer evening breeze blows gently, setting off the swaying figure and outlining an intoxicating picture. Early morning. Ding, the mall has been refreshed and new products have been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to purchase it. Lu Chen opened his eyes drowsily, took a look at the lovely girl who was sleeping beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. He opened the system and looked over. Product, Zirwei Mansion Villa No. 1, price, 1 yuan. When Lu Chen saw this product, his heart was suddenly filled with shock. As someone who had worked in real estate sales, he naturally knew what Zirwei Mansion was like. If Hongyang Mansion is a luxury mansion today, then Zirwei Mansion is the pinnacle of luxury mansions. Because the total price of all 36 houses in Building 1 of Hongyang Mansion is more than 300 million yuan, and the worst villa in Zirwei Mansion costs more than 300 million yuan. As for the villas in Zirwei Mansion, the better the price, the earlier the house number. Previously, the selling price of Villa No. 3 reached 1 billion yuan. As for Villa No. 1, it is not certain that you can get it even if you have money. Lu Chen has also heard that someone once wanted to buy it for 3 billion yuan but ultimately failed. One can imagine how awesome Villa No. 1 is. Before the shock had worn off, the alarm sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the first blood, and the reward is a surprise 10 draw. There is such a good thing. The items won in the lottery can be exchanged for only 1 yuan. Do you want to start the lottery? Open. With a thought, a big turntable appeared in front of him, but the prizes were all question marks. Written below are the options of single and 10 consecutive. 10 consecutive. In an instant the turntable started to spin. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Gujing Gongjiu, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting another box of Gujing Gongjiu, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Maotai, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting another box of Maotai, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Wuliangye, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting another box of Wuliangye, exchange price, 1 yuan. Is this a fight with the wine? Seeing 6 boxes of wine being sold in a row, Lu Chen was speechless. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Pagani Yazzie, the only one in the world, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion sound waves, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill instant mastery card 1, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 powerful muscle enhancing pill, exchange price, 1 yuan. Hiss. The thing that came out from behind made Lu Chen gasp. Each one is more awesome than the other. Take Pagani Yazzie for example. Lu Chen searched it online and was amazed. Such a car is actually worth more than 40 million yuan. It is known as one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Xia Kingdom, and the key is that it is the only limited edition in the world. It will definitely be a hit when you drive it out, and you won't need to mention the number of people turning around to look at you. But what's the matter with these 1 billion sound waves? They can't cash it out. Did they know that I usually use Douyin? They want me to develop in live broadcasting. There is also the Skill Instant Mastery card, which sounds awesome. But what is the powerful muscle enhancing pill? Thinking of this, Lu Chen exchanged all of them and clicked on the introduction of the powerful muscle enhancing pill. Daily muscle enhancing pills, after taking them, they will have the effect of removing hair and cleansing the marrow, increasing one's all-round abilities tenfold. So strong. An all-round improvement of 10 times, doesn't that mean he is stronger than those top special forces? Moreover, everyone has their specialties. Even the top special forces will only be particularly strong in a few areas and it is impossible for them to be truly all-round. But this powerful muscle-building pill can really improve your overall performance tenfold. Lu Chen quietly went to the bathroom, locked the door, and then carefully examined the pill. The powerful muscle-enhancing pill is more like a pill than a pill. It is about the size of a man's thumbnail and is bright red all over. There are white lines like clouds surrounding its body, and there is a faint indescribable fragrance coming from it. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality. With this idea in mind, Lu Chen swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. Hiss. This hair removal and marrow cleansing is not at all as painful as described in novels and TV dramas. Instead, the whole body feels very comfortable. After the powerful muscle-enhancing pills entered the stomach, they turned into countless warm currents that spread throughout the body, and black beads appeared visibly on the surface of the skin, mixed with a pungent smell. During this process, Lu Chen's bones and muscles began to move strangely. He knew that his body was evolving. After about 10 minutes, the heat in the body dissipated and the evolution stopped. Lu Chen immediately washed himself and returned to the mirror. His height, which was originally 178 centimeters, seemed to have increased a lot, to at least 185 centimeters. In addition to being as handsome as before, his face has become much more three-dimensional, adding a sense of fortitude. The muscle contours of the whole body seem to have been carefully carved and fully presented before your eyes, and each muscle is full of explosive power. Lu Chen even had a feeling that if he punched out now, he would definitely be able to punch through the wall. This change made Lu Chen very happy, especially after he looked down, he was even more satisfied. So he went back to the bedroom. Angie, you've exercised early. The two woke up leisurely at noon the next day. Lu Chen was in high spirits, but Anchi seemed to be limping when she walked, which made Lu Chen laugh. You're still laughing. It's all your fault. Okay, it's my bad. Now I'll take you out to make up for it, and then I'll take you to see a surprise in the afternoon. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Anchi's cell phone rang. Hello, Mom. Oh, I finished something last night too late, so I stayed at my bestie's house for the night. Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Anchi shrugged helplessly. You heard it too. Mother has called me. I have to go back. Also, I may have to go on a business trip for a while in the next few days. It will probably take about a week. It seems that I have to save the surprise for when I return. You're going to be away for a week? Well, I'll take care of some of my own stuff during this week, so how about I take you back? No, I can go back by myself. You can rest for a while. Besides, I have to go back and prepare my mother mentally. She doesn't know that we are together. If she knew, she would be shocked. Okay, then go back and do some psychological work for my future mother-in-law. The two laughed and joked for a while, and then Chi went back. Chen rummaged through his clothes and finally found a set of casual sportswear that he had bought cheaply at a foreign trade store before. It was relatively loose. He took so many powerful pills that he had to buy new clothes, so he decided to go to Taifu Plaza to spend some money. Before leaving yesterday, Gao Jianli stuffed him with a supreme black card of Taifu Plaza. Only 3 cards were issued in the entire Jiangdu City except for him, so you can imagine how important this card is. With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases at Taifu Plaza. After all, it is a high-end property, and all 280 units here come with their own private enclosed garage. Each garage can accommodate 2 cars. This will make it convenient for Chen and others to take the car out of the space package later. If the car was released out of thin air outside and someone saw it on surveillance camera, wouldn't they be shocked? As soon as he thought about it, a cool purple carbon fiber supercar with gull-wing doors opened instantly appeared in front of him. Cool. After all, it is a supercar that is limited to one in the world. Even the car key is very exquisite. It is a scaled-down version of the Pagani supercar model. What made Chen even more satisfied was that the system was very thoughtful, and even all the supporting items such as the vehicle license plate and insurance were included. The license plate is Jiang A88888. I don't know whether such a license plate is expensive or not, but at least most people can't get it, and it's just a show when you drive it out. Boom. The moment Chen started the Pagani, an intoxicating roar sounded, like a sleeping beast waking up, one wave after another. Shift gears and lightly press the accelerator, the car moves like the wind and shoots out in an instant. The power is awesome. What kind of car was that just drove past? It's so cool. I didn't see it clearly, but the streamlined shape is really amazing. The purple color of the car makes it look even more noble. It must be expensive. Yes, it looks cooler than the Bugatti Veyron. It must be worth at least tens of millions. My God, it costs over 10 million. This car is called Pagani Yazzi, named after the 3 mythical beasts of our country Xia. The other 2 are called Baxia and Chiwen, both are limited editions that are the only ones in the world. This one costs over 40 million. It's equipped with a twin-turbocharged V12 engine with 730 horsepower and a top speed of 400 km per hour. I never thought I'd be able to see this amazing car with my own eyes. It's a beast that can blow up the streets. A car enthusiast looked at the missing taillights with envy in his eyes and began to do some scientific research. Wow, although I don't understand the professional data you're talking about, but the figure of over 40 million shocked me. It is known that this community is inhabited by white-collar workers and bosses, and no one would buy a car worth more than 40 million yuan, and many have never even heard of it. The Mitsui No. 7 elevated highway outside the development zone is a gathering place for speed racing enthusiasts. Because this is the only section of road in Jiangdu City where speeding is allowed, there is no speed limit here. A group of young men and women dressed in punk style were divided into 2 groups and confronted each other here. Little sister, with your pretty face and figure, why would you want to drive a car? If you follow me, Brother Wang, I guarantee you'll have a good life. One of the men, who had dyed yellow hair, teased with a lewd smile on his face. You yellow hair, you haven't even grown all your hair yet and you're already teasing your little sister. Stop talking nonsense, 100,000 per round, whoever finishes the 13 deadly bends of Highway 7 first will win. The woman called Little Ghost Sister shouted domineeringly. Okay, but there's a gamble. If I win, you have to stay with me all night. Get lost, get lost. Those who want to sleep with me are lining up from Jiangdu to Modu. Who do you think you are? If you can gamble, then gamble. If you can't, get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. The Little Ghost Sister is not a pushover either, so she won't respond to the yellow-haired guy's question. Boom boom boom. After a few words of argument, Wang Mao and Xiaguiji drove their own cars to the starting line. Come on, place your bets. Yellow-haired guy pays 0.7 to 1, little ghost girl pays 0.9 to 1, and a draw pays 2 to 1. At the same time, a young man with a broom head brought by the Little Ghost Sister started shouting and selling peripherals. I bet on Sister Xiaogui to win, 30,000. You're stupid. The Swift S driven by the yellow-haired guy has been modified several times, and his skills are slightly better than the little ghost sisters. Look at the odds, the yellow-haired guy has a higher chance of winning. The performance of little ghost sisters Hurt 7Z is not inferior to that of Huang Mao. Huang Mao's skills may be a little better, but since this guy became famous, he has been living a life of luxury. Who knows if his skills will decline? That's right. I'm also betting on little ghost sister to win, 20,000. It's a gamble, so I'll naturally go for the higher odds. Then why don't you just bet on a draw, 2-1? The two of them looked at this man as if he were an idiot, and after a long while they uttered a sentence. Only one car can pass through this fatal 13-turn exit. How can there be a tie? Ready. At this moment, the referee's red flag suddenly fell, and two sports cars sped out at the same time, rushing out in an instant with rolling dust and roaring into the sky. Mitsui No. 7 elevated road was entirely built with funds raised by racing enthusiasts. The entire route was designed based on the classic fusion of some devilish race tracks from all over the country, and it is extremely difficult. A normal experienced driver would sweat after driving slowly along this road, let alone speeding here. Huang Mao's skills were indeed amazing. He successfully secured a position right from the start and took the lead. But the little ghost sister is not bad either. She keeps pressing forward and tries to overtake from time to time, making the yellow-haired guy unable to let his guard down. The two sides are in a stalemate, with Gale S taking the lead for now. It looks like they will finally see who's better at the 13 turns. There are of course announcers for drag racing, who will inform you of the race schedule at any time. But suddenly, a scream was heard. Attention, there's a supercar speeding up at entrance B. I went there so fast that I couldn't see clearly what car it was. Oh my god, it's a purple Pagani. The speed must be over 400 m, right? Before everyone could react, the person at surveillance gate number 2 started shouting. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The monitoring point at entrance B and the monitoring point number 2 at the back were more than 1 kilometer, or 1,000 meters, apart. The two people reported their messages only 6 seconds apart. What does this mean? This means that the car only took 1 second to run nearly 200 meters, and the speed was far over 400 m/h, but this is not the key point. You have to know that this elevated track is full of curves. It's already difficult for you to sprint 200 meters in 1 second on a straight line, let alone on a curve. Don't you want to brake? A few minutes ago, Chen was very happy driving the Pagani Yazzie, but because he had not been able to buy a car after getting a driver's license, he didn't dare to drive fast and couldn't appreciate the pleasure of this car at all. How cheap would it be to have a luxury car but not have the skills to drive a Ferrari with one hand? So, Chen directly used the Skill Instant Mastery card, and chose to control the driving skills. Ding, the skill is used and the Instant Mastery card is successfully used. The host's driving skills are being improved. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the C-level racer skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the B-level racing driver skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering SSS-level racer skills. A series of system sounds rang out, and every time they rang, Chen felt as if something new had suddenly entered his mind. It was not until he had mastered the skills of an SSS-level racer that he looked at every part of the car differently. For a moment, it was as if man and car were one, and his body instantly adjusted to a state that was more in line with the Pagani's speed. Boom boom boom. As soon as the accelerator is stepped on, the Pagani Yazzie shoots out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. Just like that, driving happily all the way, Chen rushed directly onto the Mitsui No. 7 elevated highway. Everyone knows that this is a paradise for racing with no speed limit. Since I have SSS-level racing skills, I naturally want to come here to have some fun. The car rushed directly onto the elevated road's B entrance like a ghost and sped away. With just a slight adjustment, Pagani smoothly passed through several bends at the entrance. Instead of slowing down, it went a little faster. It seems like someone is competing here. Coming from the entrance, I saw an announcer with a walkie-talkie every few minutes. Not long after driving, I saw two sports cars competing with each other in front of me, and I realized that I was catching up with others in the race. I heard that many of the people here are professional racers. Now that I've met one, let's see how my SSS level skills stack up against theirs. This is a rare opportunity. Chen raised the corner of his mouth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom. A roar with a special rhythm sounded, and Pagani bit it madly like a purple lion. At this time, little ghost sister and yellow hair had already heard the announcer's announcement through their headphones and knew that a car was coming. But the two of them didn't care. With their speed, even if they came in through entrance B, they might not be able to catch up with them. But after a while, they saw a black dot appear in the rearview mirror. Then the black spot quickly enlarged and turned into a purple phantom, biting directly. Fuck, what the hell is this, so fast? Both of them were shocked. Humph, you want to surpass me? No way. When the little ghost sister saw the purple shadow behind her trying to overtake her from her left side, she turned the steering wheel and occupied the left lane. However, unexpectedly, Ziying just made a feint, moved in an S shape, and instantly passed by the right side of Hert 7Z without any unnecessary movements. What the hell? The little girl who was overtaken in an instant was completely stunned. The timing of overtaking and the control of the distance were simply amazing. The yellow-haired guy in front was shocked when he saw the little ghost sister being overtaken in the blink of an eye. The one coming was definitely a tough guy. It seemed that it was this nervousness that made the yellow-haired guy display his extraordinary skills. After all, he was a racing driver who had participated in international competitions before, and his ability to block positions was not a lie. For a moment, Chen's car could not overtake. Seeing that the entrance to the fatal 13 bends was right in front of them, the yellow-haired man became even more proud. Once you enter this gap, the track becomes narrower, making overtaking even more impossible. So whoever holds the entrance wins. Swoosh. Just as the yellow-haired man stepped on the brakes and prepared to turn, the purple phantom suddenly sprinted away. Fuck, you don't want to die. This scene frightened Huang Mao so much that he shouted and stepped on the brakes. You know, the entrance to the fatal 13 bends is a sharp turn. If Chen goes through it at that speed, the car will definitely be destroyed and people will die. He didn't want to follow in and get hit by an explosion. Then, a high-pitched sound of tires grinding on the ground was heard, like 100 ghosts parading at night, with 2 red tail lights. With a swish, the purple Pagani made a beautiful drift and turned perfectly. Chow. This can't be true. Can you make a turn so fast? Not only Huang Mao, but also the announcer who was stationed at the entrance to the bend and was responsible for broadcasting was dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally shouted, "Fuck! Is this still a human being?" The little ghost sister who rushed up from behind was so shocked that she was speechless. There is such a powerful person. I will find you sooner or later. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Since she was a child, she had admired the strong, so she naturally wanted to get to know such a person with extraordinary skills. Little ghost sister, what do you say about this plate? No matter how shocked you are, you still have to ask about the outcome of the gamble. What should we do? Let's call it a draw, said the little ghost sister with a shrug. Draw. If it weren't for this guy messing around, you would have to eat a piece of shit after me. It's impossible to predict what might happen during a race. If you participate in a race and the race is terminated due to this situation, will they still give you a trophy? Unless you continue to run the entire race. Huang Mao looked at the current position of the little ghost sister. She came over and drove the car directly to the bend. If they continued to compete, he would be the one to eat pee in the back. Well, let's just call it a draw. It's another wasted day. Huang Mao could only sigh helplessly and drive away. Xiaoyangzi, did you hear the yellow-haired man admitting the draw? After seeing the yellow-haired man leave, the little ghost sister took out the intercom and started talking. I heard you, sis. Then we'll call it a draw. Delhi. After Xiaoyangzi replied, he looked at the people around him who were placing bets. Everyone heard it, this round is a draw, no one made a draw, so it's a win. Thank you for your support, please come earlier next time. After saying that, Xiaoyangzi packed up his stall and left to meet up with Sister Xiaogui, with a smile on his face that looked like a flower blooming. This wave is really profitable. I bet on everything except a draw. I made millions in one go. I'm so happy. Fuck, it's all because of that bastard who showed up in the middle of the process. He made me lose 30,000 yuan. Who isn't? It's unlucky. A group of people couldn't help but shout and curse, but they were just venting their anger. Everyone who came here to play would abide by the rules here, accept the consequences if they lost, and could only admit their bad luck if they encountered force majeure. Chen had no idea what was happening behind him. 13 consecutive drifts made him so excited that he felt a little unsatisfied even after leaving the track. But after looking at the time, I decided to buy some clothes first and then go to take over my own big villa. He was also looking forward to the legendary Villa Number 1. Villa Number 3 of Zirwei Mansion. Sister Ling, today's game made a total of 3.27 million, hee. Look at how successful you are. You are so happy with over 3 million. I didn't see you this happy even when you made over 80 million from that order last month. That's different, this is exciting. The two people who were talking were the little ghost sister and Xiao Yangzi who were racing before. However, the attire and makeup of the two at this time were completely different from their previous images. Sister Xiao Gui, whose real name is Su Fuling, is the daughter of the Su Group, one of the top 10 families in Shanghai, and is also the current CEO of the Su Group. Not only is she naturally beautiful, but she is also a business genius. Many business tycoons have suffered losses at her hands. In addition, her character is a bit rebellious and domineering, so not many people dare to mess with her. This little Yangzi is called Qi Yang, a well-known retired Special Forces soldier. He is Su Fuling's assistant and personal bodyguard. Because Su Fuling likes to relieve stress by racing, she has developed extraordinary racing skills over time. Well, this time, after finishing a big deal, she brought Qi Yang here to relax and have a small gathering with some childhood besties. You stupid girl, you finally answered the phone, where are you? What? You're going on a business trip soon. Can you not go? It's a rare opportunity for me to come here, but you're on a business trip. That's really not nice of you. Okay, I know you are responsible at work, so I will play for a few more days and wait for you to come back. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling stretched, revealing her exquisite curves, which would make anyone who saw her praise her. Not only is she beautiful, but her whole body exudes fatal temptation from the inside out. Who would have thought that this was the little gangster from before? Sister Ling, have you contacted Sister Anqi? Well, it's a pity that she's in a hurry to go on a business trip. No matter what, I'll try to find the owner of the Pagani in the next few days. I want to see who he is. He's amazing. Also, since we're in Jiangdu, let's contact Pang Dalong. This old bastard has been playing Tai Chi and won't let go of the source of goods. The project over there has already started and can't be delayed for too long. I'll meet him in person this time. Okay. I'll do it right away. Where's Mr. Chen? Why isn't he at home? Oh, he just went out to practice boxing, that's his hobby. Okay, when you come back from work, bring over the 2 bottles of mitai that I have stored in the company. Mr. Chen loves this besides boxing. We're staying here for a while, so we have to satisfy his craving. Delhi. After Qi Yang finished speaking, he went out to do some work. Su Fuling wandered around for a while out of boredom and then went back to sleep. I rushed here from Shanghai early in the morning and raced with someone in a car. I was so sleepy. Wait until I wake up, then I'll go find out about your Chen's background. The reason I came here this time, in addition to what I said before, the main reason is to help my best friend Chen, whom she has been secretly in love with for several years. Yao Anqi and Su Fuling are true childhood best friends who can talk about anything. So she knew every detail between Anqi and Chen. She was naturally very happy to hear that her best friend finally got her wish and was with the man she loved. But while she was happy, she still planned to take a look at this man in person to find out more about him. Anqi just suddenly told her yesterday that she was together with Chen, and did not tell her that Chen had acquired Taifu Plaza, because she felt that these were not the point. So in Su Fuling's impression, Chen is still a salesperson of Hongfeng Real Estate. Her Su Group also has a real estate company in Jiangdu. If Chen is a good person, she doesn't mind giving him a hand. She doesn't want her best friend to suffer with others. But if the person's character is not good, then as a sister, you naturally have to find a way to stop it. On the other side, Taifu Plaza. Lu Chen parked the car and went directly to the third floor of the mall. This floor was all men's clothing, with all low, mid, and high-end brands available. This is also one of the reasons why Taifu Plaza is so popular. Here, anyone can choose the category that suits them. Lu Chen did not go directly to the high-end brand area, but first found a brand that he has always liked, Fila. The clothing of this store belongs to the sports series, the quality is slightly higher than Nike, Adidas and the like, and the styles are also more fashionable than theirs. But the price was not cheap for him before. A short-sleeved shirt would cost him 400 or 500 yuan, and a coat would cost him almost 1,000 yuan. So he had only been willing to buy 2 pieces in the past, but now he naturally didn't have to worry about that and could buy as many as he wanted. As long as he liked something, he would just buy it, which made the shopping guide beside him laugh and talk. Soon he had dozens of bags, big and small. "Hello, sir. Your total spending is 68,000. Would you like to pay by card or by scanning a QR code?" Swipe the card. Lu Chen first handed over the Supreme card that Gao Jianli had given him last time, and then handed over a bank card. When the clerk saw the Supreme card, his eyes were filled with shock and he couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. "I originally thought this guy was very handsome and rich, but I didn't expect he had such an identity. It's incredible." So I respectfully paid with a credit card and got the invoice, and the final settlement was 34,000. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. He chose one set to wear first, and asked the clerk to send the rest directly to his home later. When they saw the address left, everyone was shocked again. Zirue Mansion, Villa Number 1. Oh my god, the legendary villa that couldn't be bought for 3 billion. It would be great if I could marry him. Just keep dreaming. The chances of him liking us are negative. Let's get to work. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, a group of female shop assistants chattered and fantasized. Lu Chen continued shopping and bought Fila simply because he liked this brand. Now that I have a system, my wealth will surely increase in the future. Naturally, I have to prepare some high-end luxury brands. In case I need to attend any important occasions in the future, I have to be able to show them off, right? As for daily life, he thinks wearing Fila is just fine. When you walk down the street, not everyone will come to see what brand you are wearing. Isn't that crazy? So, a figure was walking around in brand stores such as Versace and Armani. It's true that clothes make the men, and gold makes the Buddha. There is a reason why they are expensive. When you put on these Versace and Armani clothes, your whole temperament is completely different. He is handsome in himself, and after taking the powerful muscle-building pills, he has become a perfect clothes hanger. Once you put on this famous brand, you will be more like a handsome young man. Just looking at the infatuated eyes of the shopping guides, you can tell how lethal this brand is. After going around in circles, Lu Chen made a lot of purchases at Taifu Plaza, including clothes, pants, belts, ties, hats, leather shoes, sneakers, even slippers, pajamas, etc. From inside out, from top to bottom, he bought everything that could be worn on the body. Just buying it all, with the discount from the Supreme card, the total cost was more than 3 million. It turns out that spending money is such a pleasant thing. Just when Lu Chen was immersed in the joy of shopping, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Lu Chen. Is it really you? Lu Chen." Seeing the person coming, Lu Chen was also a little surprised. Lu Chen was my childhood friend. I didn't separate from him until after the college entrance examination when I came to Jiangdu. Ha ha ha, I thought you looked like me from a distance, but I couldn't recognize you after seeing what you were wearing. It seems like you're doing pretty well. The two of them gave each other a bear hug, and Lu Chen said with a laugh. "That's all. It's okay. Why didn't you call me when you came to Jiangdu? I just got here too. Our company wants to open a branch in Jiangdu, and we finally chose Taifu Plaza." Having said this, his expression suddenly dimmed. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something else to do. If you are free tonight, can we have a meal together?" "Okay, then call me when the time comes, and you go ahead and get busy." Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be hiding something, Lu Chen did not ask any further questions. After they separated, Lu Chen shopped for a while and felt that he had bought enough. After instructing the store to deliver the items to his villa, he walked towards the parking lot and prepared to go to Zirui Mansion. Huding Yashuan is a pure villa community in Jiangdu. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I didn't do it well. At this time, Wan Mingliang was standing aside, his face covered in dust, and he lowered his head and said. An old man with white hair on his temples sat in the main seat in the hall. This man was Nguyen Mingliang's grandfather, Nguyen Huaying, the helmsman of the Nguyen group. One glance is enough to tell that this man must have been through a lot, and he is intimidating without even getting angry. Heh, I don't know who was bragging for so long before, and even made such a boast. Little brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but do what you are capable of, and be down to earth. Okay. There's no point in talking anymore, let's talk about how to solve the problem. Seeing Wan Mingliang's elder brother Wan Minghui taking advantage of the situation, the old man interrupted him directly. Grandpa, I have asked someone to arrange this matter. I believe there will be a reply soon. Well, Minghui, you know that this move into Taifu Plaza is very important to our Wan family. Ding ling ling. At this time, Wan Minghui's cell phone rang. Grandpa, let me take a call. After the old man nodded, Wan Minghui quickly answered the call. Hey, Master Hui, that Lu Cheng won't take any push. You useless bastards, what do you want to do? Just let him stay in the hospital for a while and go around him to find the person in charge. Do you need me to teach you this? Go and get it done. Okay, Mr. Hui, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, he saw the old man looking at him, smiled awkwardly and explained his actions. After listening, the old man frowned. Don't cause any trouble. You must handle it properly. Otherwise, if Gao Jianli finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Grandpa, I know that their company is a joint venture of 3 people. They were lucky to win the bid for the opportunity to move in this time. I have already negotiated the transfer details with the other 2 people, but Lu Cheng is stubborn. Otherwise, it would have been done long ago. Now I have no choice but to let him stay in the hospital for a while. As for Gao Jianli, he won't care about such a thing. He is not a relative. Subletting is not uncommon. It is a matter of mutual consent. The old man nodded, but we still have to handle it carefully and not make things complicated. It's never good to cause any consequences. I know, Grandpa. Mingliang, you don't have to be like this. You'll learn from your mistakes. Next time, be more careful and learn from your elder brother. Okay, Grandpa. Looking at his smug elder brother standing aside, Wan Mingliang felt so angry that his teeth were itching, and his hatred for Lu Chen became even deeper. You should report to the engineering department of Jiangdu Real Estate tomorrow and be a department manager first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. We are determined to get the land in Fengyang district in a few days. You should think about it carefully and cooperate with your brother to get it. Hongfeng Real Estate is also keeping a close eye on this land. This time, there are a total of 5 plots of land in that area. The others don't matter, but we must get plot 1. Yes. In the underground garage, just as Lu Chen was about to walk out, he saw a group of people squatting stealthily in a corner, as if they were ambushing someone. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes, Lu Cheng. Are these people planning to ambush Lu Cheng? Thinking of this, Lu Chen crouched over and leaned over there. Boss Lu. Suddenly, a man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features surrounded Lu Cheng with 9 other people. Manager He. What are you doing? Nothing, I just want Boss Lu to think about it again. Our master Hui gave a lot of transfer rent, and I hope you can help me. After all, it's always good to have more friends outside. And Master Hui also said that as long as you nod, we can add another 10 of the transfer fee. Manager He, I have made it very clear to you. Although our company is not big, this opportunity to join Taifu is of great significance to me. The price given by your Mr. Hui is good and much higher than the market, but I have my own plans. This is not a matter of money. Boss Lu, are you really not going to consider it anymore? Then I'll have to ask you to stay in the hospital for a while. It seemed that Manager He saw that Lu Cheng was unlikely to agree, so he glanced at the people behind him. What are you going to do? Seeing the people surrounding him, Lu Cheng was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that if the negotiation failed, they would resort to force. Bang. Ah. Just when several people were about to surround and beat Lu Cheng, a dull voice accompanied by a scream came from behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that manager Nahi had been kicked away and collapsed to the ground. A handsome man in Armani was standing in his place. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was very surprised to see the person coming. Let's talk later, let's deal with these people first. The thugs paused for a moment, then rushed up one after another. Lu Cheng was seen moving easily between several people. He would often raise his hand or chop down, causing a sound of broken bones. After just a few rounds, these tall and mighty fighters all fell to the ground wailing, and looked at Lu Cheng with fear in their eyes. These people are all good fighters. They are all tall and strong. Usually one of them can knock down 3 or 4 people. Now, all 10 people are taken care of by one rich young man. What's more, this attack is really ruthless, every move breaks bones and takes people's lives. Even Lu Chengdu, who was about to join the fight, was stunned. Oh my God, Lu Cheng, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're so awesome now. Tell me, what's going on? Who is that Master Hui? Seeing Lu Cheng staring at him, Lu Cheng smiled awkwardly and had to explain the whole story. Oh. The Yuan family again. So he walked over to manager He, who was still collapsed on the ground, and squatted down. Go back and tell that Mr. Hui that my name is Lu Cheng, and your Yuan family will never be welcome to settle in Taifu Plaza. Manager He thought to himself, you. Why? However, seeing that Lu Cheng had just dealt with all the people he brought with him cleanly and efficiently, he naturally decided not to suffer a loss and nodded frantically. Get out. Manager He and others ran away crawling on the ground. Lu Cheng, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to get involved in this matter. We are brothers, aren't you being too formal? No, you don't know that the Yuan group is not easy to mess with. Hey, I worked hard to build this company in my hometown, and now I finally have some achievements. I want to start a business in a big city. This time I am lucky to get the opportunity to move into Taifu Plaza. I have made many future plans for this. I didn't expect that Ruan's people found my 2 partners, bribed them, and wanted me to transfer the lease. I didn't agree, so they used soft and hard methods to make things difficult for me. If I really wanted money, I would have transferred it, but I also have my dreams. Brother, do you understand what I mean? When Lu Cheng said this, tears welled up in his eyes. It seemed that it had not been easy for him to work hard over the years. Lu Cheng also felt emotional. Life in today's society is not easy. If he hadn't activated the system, he might not be as successful as Lu Cheng. I understand. Okay, I believe that Yuan won't target you anymore. Why? Hearing Lu Cheng say this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but be stunned. To him, the Yuan family's people were like sticky candy. Even though they were chased away by Lu Cheng today, they would definitely not give up. Because his brother knows who I am. As long as I tell him that he is not welcome here, he won't be able to come in even if he gets your rental qualification. Huh? The more you talk, the more confused I get. Haha, this Taifu Plaza is mine now. Oh, What did you say? Taifu Plaza is yours. When Lu Cheng heard Lu Chen's words, he was dumbfounded. It's not that I don't believe it. Given their relationship, there's no need for Lu Cheng to lie to me. It's just that the news was too shocking and I couldn't accept it for the time being. Of course, Lu Cheng also proved all this with practical actions and took him to visit Gao Jianli. When signing the contract before, Lu Cheng met director Lin Jingmin, and at that time he had to nod and bow to flatter the director. Who would have thought that this time, not only director Lin, but even his boss, the legendary Gao Jianli, would be extremely fawning towards his brother. Before leaving, Gao Jianli even decided to waive his rent for 2 years and personally gave him all the decorations of his company. Lu Cheng was so flattered that he felt like he was dreaming. He himself didn't know how he walked out of the office building. Oh my God, brother, you are awesome. It's just SOSO, just keep a low profile. Lu Cheng said with a cheerful smile. By the way, do you still remember Kaohsiung Peak? The study committee member of high school. That's right. Many of our high school classmates are working and starting businesses in Jiangdu. This time he organized a dinner party and invited Li Xueting. Li Xueting is also in Jiangdu. Hearing this name, Lu Chen was a little surprised. Li Xueting was the class monitor in their high school. Not only was she a good student, she was also the school beauty. At the beginning, a lot of people had a crush on her, but later I heard that she went abroad. Yes, she said she returned to China and became a manager in a large company in Shanghai. But recently she was doing business in the branch here, so she happened to be in Jiangdu, so Kaohsiung Peak also invited her. Originally, Kaohsiung Feng also asked me to notify you to go, but I thought, hey, you also know the character of Kaohsiung Feng, and I was afraid that you would be disgusted if you went. But now, I think you should go and give that idiot a good slap in the face. I have been fed up with this kid for a long time. As soon as Lu Qing said this, Lu Chen knew what he meant. At school, Kaohsiung Feng always disliked me because he was more handsome and better at studying than him. So I relied on my family's nouveau riche background to get a position as a so-called study committee member to save face. The key point is that this boy has always liked Li Xueting, but every time he tried to show his affection, he was rejected. What's more, Li Xueting liked to stay with Lu Chen at that time, like a follower, which naturally made Kaohsiung Feng very angry. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would find fault with Lu Chen, and the few of them had many arguments over this. From Lu Cheng's words, I learned that Kaohsiung Feng seemed to have good luck in the past 2 years. His family business had expanded to Jiangdu and he had made some money. So, knowing that Li Xueting had arrived in Jiangdu, he became active again, and wanted to take this opportunity to see if there was another chance to pursue her. By the way, he learned that Lu Chen was actually working in real estate sales, and he was also planning to ask him to come over and take some steps. As a brother, Lu Qing naturally didn't want to inform Lu Chen when he first knew about this. However, after seeing Lu Chen's power today, he encouraged him to go over instead. Okay, I'll go with you the day after tomorrow. Unable to resist Lu Cheng's nagging, and thinking that it had been a long time since I last saw that follower, I decided to go and take a look, so I agreed. Then it's settled. The day after tomorrow at 6 p.m., Fuhai Restaurant. Lu Cheng was very happy to see that Lu Chen agreed, and he was looking forward to the dinner the day after tomorrow. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Lu Chen drove directly to Zirwei Mansion. What did you say? It went wrong. At this time, in the Wan family villa at Huting Yashuan, Wan Minghui was furious when he saw manager He returning. Master Hui, we were going to get it done, but who knew that a guy named Lu Chen suddenly showed up? He was very good at fighting, and we were defeated. At this point, his voice became quieter and his head lowered. What? All 10 of you can't beat that Lu Chen? Are you all just here to eat and do nothing? A bunch of losers. That guy was really good at fighting. All my brothers were in the hospital with broken bones. I didn't get maimed because he asked me to tell him something. Bring a message. What message? He said his name is Lu Chen, and Taifu Plaza will never welcome your Wan family to settle in. Huh, what a big tone, who is this person? Hearing this, not only Wan Minghui, but even the old man who had been sitting in the back without saying a word frowned, became angry, and shouted directly. Although the Wan family is no longer a top family in Jiangdu, it should not be underestimated and cannot be threatened by just anyone. Grandpa, this man really has the right. At this time, Wan Mingliang, who had been watching coldly, spoke. Grandpa, have you forgotten? The reason why I didn't get the right to move in this time was because of Lu Chen, and he is the new owner of Taifu Plaza. So, if he says that we are not allowed to move in, we really can't move in. At this time, Mr. Wan remembered what his grandson had said before. It turns out to be this Lu Chen again. Then put the plan of moving into Taifu Plaza on hold for now. It would be great if we could move into this place, but it would only be icing on the cake. If we can't move in, we won't force it. Now you two should focus on planning to acquire the land in Fengyang district. This is the top priority. Whether our Wan family can move to a higher level in the future depends on this. The old man was silent for a while and then spoke again. Okay, Grandpa. On the other side, Lu Chen had arrived at Ziruihao Mansion. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was shocked by the grandeur of the place. It is said that the door of a community is the signboard. The door frame of Ziruiho Mansion is actually made of the highest quality ivory stone, which is as white as jade. Every corner and joint has been carefully crafted and fits together perfectly. It's as if this gate is made entirely of nature and is very majestic. The security guards at the door are all tall men over 1.8 meters tall. They are all burly and average-looking. Not to mention, some of them are even more handsome than some fresh meat with low traffic. One can imagine what kind of price it would cost for them to come here as security guards. After registering the information with the gatekeeper, the security guard let you go, and arranged for a security guard to drive a battery car dedicated to the community to lead the way. After all, this villa area is very large, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Although there are road signs to guide you, aren't the services sold for such luxury properties? After all, it is the highest-end villa area. Every landscape along the way is presented just right, and greenery is planted according to the theme of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, truly achieving a new scene at every step. All the villas here are large single-family houses. In addition to having an indoor area of thousands of square meters, each villa also comes with a private garden of at least 10 acres. The further you go in, the more expensive the villas become. Especially starting from villa number 5, it can be described as a manor. Finally, Chen followed the security guard's guidance to the gate of villa number 1, where the general manager of Ziruiho Property Company and a large number of employees had been waiting. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Wang Qiming, the general manager of the property company. Welcome to officially move into Ziruiho Mansion." It was also Chen's first time to come to such a place, and he was still a little shocked to see such a grand ceremony. After a quick glance, I guess the general manager has called all the idle staff of the property company over. Nearly 100 people lined up in 2 rows at the door to welcome him. Was it necessary to make it so grand? This was actually because he underestimated the importance of villa number 1. As soon as Chen arrived at the door and completed the registration, the news had already been reported to Wang Qiming. So he put down all the work at hand, took all the employees he could, and rushed to the door of the villa as quickly as possible to line up and wait. Villa number 1 is the core of Ziruiho Mansion and the symbol of the strongest status in the entire Jiangdu City. How can it be a joke? However, when everyone saw the owner of the household, they were all shocked. After making various assumptions, everyone would think that the household owner is a respected person. Even if he does not have white hair, he is at least a successful person in middle age or above. They never expected that the person who appeared in front of them was such a young and handsome guy. The key point is that as management figures of such a luxurious mansion, they usually pay attention to the news of the famous families in Jiangdu City, and even the famous families in some surrounding cities will pay attention to it. Who knows whether they will come here across the city to buy a villa and become their customers. However, the Chen in front of him was really unfamiliar. Could it be a young master from a family in Demon City or Kyoto? Wang Qiming guessed in his heart that since they were not from a prominent local family, it seemed that only the young masters of prominent families in those 2 places had the ability to get villa number 1. Especially when they saw the Pagani Yazzie driven by Chen, everyone present's eyes sparkled. People who work here are very sensitive to famous brands and cars. Naturally, one could tell at a glance that this supercar was extraordinary, especially when he saw the dragon pattern on the car body. A series of numbers popped up in his mind, 40 million. After all, he is the owner of villa number 1, and the cars he drives cost more than 40 million. Moreover, this one and only Pagani Yazzie in the world cannot be bought with just money, just like the villa number 1 in front of you. This made everyone even more curious about Chen's identity and background. Accompanied by the general manager, Chen visited this legendary villa. The entrance door is the pinnacle of high-end technology. The smart locks out there all have fingerprint authentication plus keys and password locks. But here, in addition to these, there are also face recognition, pupil verification, voice authentication, and all the other functions you can think of and even unexpected are available. In particular, this system is connected to the entire house and is equipped with a powerful alarm system. If the homeowner encounters any problems or dangers, as long as the homeowner has an idea, the security office and the property company will know it at the first time, and will automatically choose whether to call the police directly based on the system's assessment of the danger level. So the whole house is full of a sense of technology. The entire villa has an area of 3,600 square meters, divided into 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. It also has a surround outdoor garden covering an area of 15 acres. Villa number 1 has 3 swimming pools, one is outdoors and is equipped with a water slide, one is on the roof and is an aerial pool, the third one is on the second underground floor and is an indoor swimming pool, all of which are kept at a constant temperature. This way, whenever you want to swim, you can enjoy it at any time, no matter it is spring, summer, autumn or winter, or in the rain or snow. The whole villa has 15 bedrooms, each of which is designed as a suite with its own dressing room and bathroom. Seriously, now I don't have to worry about too many people at home fighting over the toilet. There are 15 bathrooms, and you won't need to use them twice in half a month. There are also 4 study rooms, 1 Chinese kitchen and 1 Western kitchen, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 water bars and 2 laundry rooms. All the furniture and appliances in the house are the latest and most luxurious ones you can find on the market. In a word, expensive. Mr. Lu Chen, let me report to you. After the residents move in, we will arrange for a housekeeper to come for an interview. The salary will be decided by you after the interview. Do you have any requirements for the housekeeper? Forehead. Lu Chen was confused by this question. When had he ever used a housekeeper? Wasn't this the first time that the young lady was getting married? I don't have any requirements. I just want a woman who is single, about my age, and has strong execution ability. I'll set the monthly salary at 100,000 yuan. It's up to you. So he pretended to be calm and said. I thought to myself, luckily when I was working in real estate, I heard my colleagues talk about the monthly salary of housekeepers here, which seemed to range from 20,000 to 100,000. This is villa number 1, so it should cost at least 100,000 yuan a month, right? But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, all the employees who followed him turned green with envy. Even Wang Qiming thought that he was indeed a young master from a wealthy family. His approach was different. It is a great honor to be Mr. Lu's housekeeper. I will definitely choose carefully for you. I believe that the person who comes here will satisfy you at this price. What do you mean? Looking at everyone's strange expressions, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel confused. He found out later that the average monthly salary of a housekeeper here was only 20,000 yuan, and even the housekeeper of villa number 2 only earned 50,000 yuan at most. You know, as the general manager, Wang Qiming's monthly salary here is only 50,000. 100,000, naturally everyone looks at him with green eyes. Who doesn't want to have this job? There are special cleaning staff to take care of sanitation, which is included in the property fees. The housekeeper simply manages these people, provides some assistant services to the homeowner, and handles other chores. Besides, Lu Chen is handsome, young, rich, and looks single. Who wouldn't love such a guy? As a result, all the female employees who followed were interested, and as long as they were single, they were ready to go back and submit their information to see if they could be selected. I even fantasized that if I was chosen, maybe something would happen between me and Lu Chen in the future. Look, the eyes they looked at Lu Chen were even more hungry, and some of the bolder ones even started to flirt with him, which made Lu Chen shudder all over. Oh my God, why do they look so scary? Monsters, retreat, retreat, retreat. After seeing off Wang Qiming and the others, Lu Chen was finally able to stay in the room alone for a while. This house is really big. It's a bit lonely living alone here. I'll find time to bring my parents over later. But before that, I have to prepare them mentally. Otherwise, they'll be scared to death if they live in a house like this all of a sudden. Thinking of this, he picked up his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to his mother Gao Xiaolan's card. Not long after I turned around, my mother called. Chen, why did you transfer so much money to me? Did you win the lottery? Mom, the real estate market was good a while ago, so I sold a few more houses. I made some money and started a business with a friend. We made a lot of money. Oh, then you can keep it for yourself. Your dad and I don't spend much money at home. Big cities are expensive and you have to spend money everywhere. And what kind of business are you doing? Is it reliable? You have to be careful. Capitalists nowadays are ruthless. The old man Yang from the village next door was very successful in business a few years ago, but he was cheated a while ago and all his money ran away. You have to be more careful. Hearing his mother's long-winded words, Lu Chen was not annoyed at all. Instead, he felt very warmed. Don't you understand these principles? It's not that you don't understand, this is the heart of a parent. In the eyes of my parents, I am a child who will never grow up. They are always afraid that I will suffer in the outside world, so they keep nagging me. Mom, I get it. I'll be careful. Besides, your son's business is probably going to grow bigger and bigger. I'm going to buy a big house and ask you and Dad to live here together. Oh my, that's great, but now that you have money, don't think about buying a house for us to live in. You should buy a wedding house and get married to Xian as soon as possible. I'll be happy if you give birth to a big fat boy for us, hee hee. Mom, I forgot to tell you that Fang Zixuan and I broke up. What? Broke up? What happened? You've been together for 4 years. So, under his mother's questioning, Lu Chen told the truth, but he did not mention Chi for the time being. Otherwise, Lu Chen was also worried that changing girlfriends in the blink of an eye might be too exciting for them. But who would have thought that the mother would directly say domineeringly, "Humph, it's a good split. Such a woman is not worth having. She can only share wealth but not joy and sorrow. Sooner or later, something bad will happen to her. Son, I support you." Thank you, Mom. I chatted with my mother for a while, hung up the phone, and lay down on the sofa. When my eyes swept across the wine cabinet next to me, I suddenly remembered that I had drawn 6 boxes of wine before and had not taken them out yet. The wine cabinet happens to be empty, so it would be nice to take out some of the bottles and put them on display. After all, they are all Matai and Wuliangye. So he took out 6 boxes of wine simply by using his mind. Wuliangye from 1960. Wheelbrand Matai from 1953. Gujingongjio from 1979. Looking at the label above, Lu Chen was confused. It's simple, because Lu Chen doesn't understand wine. I also drink liquor when I have dinner with colleagues, but it's usually erguota, jiang xiaobai, etc. I did drink Matai, Wuliangye, and the like during celebration banquets. But to be honest, I have never paid attention to the year or the brand of wheels. But he didn't care and just gave up the idea of putting the wine in the wine cabinet. No, the appearance is just not that good. Take the Gujingongjio for example, it looks just like the Huadiao you buy outside, with a fat-bellied bottle. The outside of this wheel brand Matai is dark maroon in color, and the mouth of the bottle is covered with oilcloth, which looks very rustic. As for Wuliangye, the bottle is the same as the earliest Yonghe Daku. When such wine is placed there, it always feels out of tune with the decoration of the house. Especially the Matai, he was worried whether the wine in it was still drinkable, so he opened a bottle directly, put his nose close to it and smelled it. You know what, it smelled really good. Just as I was thinking about what to do with the wine, the doorbell rang. "Who are you, old man?" When I opened the door, I saw an old man with a youthful face and hair standing at the door. The first thing the old man did not do was to answer him. Instead, he closed his eyes, tilted his nose slightly forward, and sniffed hard. Then he suddenly opened his eyes with an intoxicated look on his face, and it was not difficult to see the heat in his eyes. "Hello, my friend. I live in Villa number 3 next to yours. We are your neighbor. You can call me Old Man Chen. Do you welcome me to visit you?" "Of course you are welcome. Neighbors should get along well with each other. But I just came here today and I haven't bought any tea. I can only drink boiled water. Please don't mind." After taking a look at the uninvited old man, who seemed to have a kind face, he welcomed him in with a smile. The security here is very strict. It is impossible for non-local residents to enter this community without the certification of the household owner. Ha ha ha, good, good. The old man also brought some small gifts to congratulate you on your new home. Old Man Chen was a little surprised to see that Lu Chen was so straightforward at such a young age. I thought that anyone who could live in Villa number 1 at this age would probably be very arrogant, even look down on others. "Mr. Chen, you are too polite. You said this is our first meeting, how dare I accept it?" It was just a polite remark, but before he could finish his words, Chen was dumbfounded. Is this the small gift you mentioned to congratulate me on my new home? 2 roast ducks. A bag of peanuts. And a plate of pig's head. Oh my God, the key point is that I've never seen this old man bring in so many things before. How come he filled the table in the blink of an eye? And, what is this doing? At this time, old Chen actually ran to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and wine cups, because these things were all given as a complete set when buying a villa. Judging from the situation, is this old man going to have a drink with me? Is the relationship between these neighbors warming up so quickly? Is this too hasty? My friend, we hit it off right away. You have wine and I have food. Why don't we clink glasses and talk about life? Looking at old man Chen's expectant expression, Chen was speechless. God damn, let's talk about life. Aren't you just here to cheat for drinks? The props and dishes are all ready. This is too obvious. How much of a drinker is this? But when I think about it, I haven't had lunch yet and I'm really hungry. Besides, the wine has been opened. Drinking it alone is definitely not as fun as drinking it with 2 people. By the way, you may also get to know the situation of this community from this old man. Especially since they are neighbors, you will see them every day in the future, so it is good to maintain a good relationship with them. Since Mr. Chen is in a good mood, why don't we have a couple of drinks? As soon as he finished speaking, old man Chen impatiently took the opened bottle of Matai and began to pour wine into 2 wine cups. My dear friend, congratulations on your new home. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. After taking a sip and finishing the whole bowl, the old man's face became more intoxicated and his eyes sparkled. Good wine, good wine. As he spoke, he filled the second cup. This second cup celebrates that we can be neighbors forever. After saying that, he drank another cup. God damn, forever, you old fool. This third cup. Wait, old man, let's take our time and eat some food first. Don't worry, I still have some wine. If it's not enough, I'll open another bottle later. Seeing the old man drinking 1 cup after another, Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Oh. Anything else? Old man Chen had been staring at the open bottle of Matai since he entered the room. It was not until then that he noticed the 6 boxes of wine piled up on the other side. Especially when he saw the Gujingongjio, he seemed to have discovered some treasure and couldn't take his eyes off it. Chen magically discovered that the old man who was sitting beside him holding the wine cup and drinking from it just a second ago, appeared next to the Gujingongjio in the blink of an eye, just like Shen Yi. This speed was totally not what an old man should have. 1, 2, 3, 10.11.12. You actually have 12 bottles. Old man Chen didn't notice Chen's shocked expression at all, but he looked even more shocked than Chen. Yes, it was given to me by a friend. I don't drink it when I'm alone, so I saved it. Do you like it, Mr. Chen? If you like it, I'll give you a bottle. What? You want to give this bottle of wine to the old man? Yeah, what's the matter? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Old man Chen was silent this time, staring at Chen's eyes seriously for a long time. I couldn't help but wonder, does this guy know my identity? Or does he have some other purpose? However, when he saw Chen's eyes were clear with some doubt, he felt relieved. Ha ha ha, my friend, do you know what kind of wine this is? Gujingongjio. Chen rolled his eyes. Isn't it written on the box? He wasn't drunk. Then do you know how much this wine is worth? How much? Over 1,000. It's over 1,000, yes, but it's only 13.57 million. Oh, 1357, what? There's another 10,000. Hearing the old man's words, Chen's heart skipped a beat. What kind of wine is this? 13.57 million for just 1 bottle. It seems that you really don't know much about wine. This bottle is Gujingongjio from 1979. The auction price is indeed 13.57 million. It is also known as the Wine King of Xiagua. The bottle we just drank was the 1953 Matai, which is worth 1.5 million yuan. As for the 1960s Wuliangye, it's about 980,000 yuan a bottle. Old Man Chen began to explain it to Lu Chen with a little interest. But Lu Chen was saying MMP 1,000 times in his heart and he didn't know whether to say it or not. Why didn't he open Baidu to search for information before? You just opened a bottle of Matai worth 1.5 million yuan and started drinking it. No wonder the old man kept drinking one glass after another, he must have drunk tens of thousands of dollars. So, do you still want to give this bottle of Gujing Gongjiu to the old man? Old Man Chen looked at Lu Chen with a smile, ready to see what he would say. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Since I said I would give it to Mr. Chen, I will give it to him. Besides, such good wine should be drunk by someone who understands it. It would be a waste if I drank it. The words sound nice, but Lu Chen feels miserable. He is a prodigal son. He gave away more than 10 million right away. But after thinking about it, I realized that now that I have a system, my wealth will only increase in the future. It is time to improve my vision and knowledge. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mentality changed, and his perspective changed unconsciously. Ding, the host's vision and mentality have been improved, and one instant kill opportunity is awarded. Ding, new products have been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase them. Product, Hongfeng Real Estate. Price, 1 yuan. Oh my god. When Lu Chen saw this product, he immediately felt that it was worth it. Although Hongfeng Real Estate is not the top real estate company in Jiangdu City, it is no worse than Jinmao Real Estate under the Yuan Group, and its market value exceeds 10 billion yuan. Besides, wasn't he going to go through the resignation procedures tomorrow? It was a good opportunity for him to meet Lu Dayong. If you don't seek revenge, you are not a gentleman. Since the ancient said so, we should naturally take good care of this fat man. At this time, hearing that Lu Chen decided to give him a bottle of Gujing Gongjiu as usual, Old Man Chen couldn't help but become even more curious about Lu Chen. However, anyone who can be so generous must be from a big family. But he looks unfamiliar no matter how I look at him. It seems that there is no such kid in those families. Last name Lu. Could it be that person? Impossible. Lu Chen was having fun there, and Old Chen was also here guessing on his own. But Mr. Chen confirmed it again, are you really sending it to me? It must be given. Lu Chen, who was in a good mood, had long forgotten what the 13.57 million for a bottle meant. As someone who could earn hundreds of billions of dollars in a matter of minutes, did he need to care about these things? Old man, you can continue to drink 2 cups. To be honest, I haven't had lunch yet and I'm really hungry. Oh. Ha ha ha, okay, keep drinking. Old Man Chen seemed to have not been so happy for a long time. He began to let himself go while eating and drinking with Lu Chen. Maybe because of taking the powerful muscle-building pills, Lu Chen found that his alcohol tolerance had increased. He opened 2 bottles of Matai and 2 bottles of Wuliangye without realizing it. After the 2 of them drank 5 bottles, he was still fine. But he also discovered that this Old Man Chen was the real amazing one. He had shaved his hair and cleansed his marrow, but this old man hadn't. He drank the same amount of wine and was still as strong as ever, but his face was a little redder. This old man really had a good alcohol tolerance. At this time, Lu Chen called and asked him about dinner in the evening. But seeing that Old Chen seemed to be enjoying his drink, he simply asked Lu Chen to come and eat at his place. When Lu Chen heard that Lu Chen lived in Zirwei Mansion, or the legendary Villa No. 1, he was naturally shocked again. Even after entering the house, I was still drowsy. I pinched myself from time to time and always felt like I was not awake yet. Lu Chen asked Wang Qiming to prepare some snacks in the community's own hotel and sent them all to the villa, ready to continue with dinner later. However, when Wang Qiming saw that Mr. Chen was also here and was chatting and laughing with Lu Chen regardless of age, he was obviously shocked. It was as if he had seen one of the 10 greatest wonders in the world, which made Lu Chen feel that this Old Chen's identity was not simple. It's no wonder that after drinking, Old Man Chen told him a lot of things he didn't know, which made him find it very interesting. For example, at some private auctions, some magical things often appear. For example, Mr. Chen knows all the stories about the rise of some great figures. As for whether they are true or not, it is most likely true, right? Lu Chen was also a straightforward person, and he gradually relaxed. It started with just 2 people drinking, and now it became 3 people drinking together, which was really lively. When all 12 bottles of Wuliangye were finished and only 7 bottles of Matai were left, Lu Cheng was the first to collapse to the ground and lose consciousness. Next came old Chen. He was really drunk this time and even pulled Lu Chen to become sworn brothers. If they really became sworn brothers, the world outside would probably be in chaos. Fortunately, the doorbell rang and Lu Chen escaped. When I opened the door, I saw a woman whose appearance was at least 96 points. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, is Grandpa Chen in there?" "I'm his granddaughter." The person who came was Su Fuling. At noon, old Chen went back for a while. Just when it was time to have lunch, the old man suddenly said that he wanted to go out for a drink. He took the roast duck, peanuts, and pork head on the table and ran away, saying don't wait for him. This is how old Chen sometimes does things, and Su Fuling is used to it. However, he went out at noon, and now it's almost 12 o'clock, and old Chen hasn't come back yet. This has never happened before. So, Su Fuling asked the property management and was planning to check the surveillance to find out where he was, but she was told that Mr. Chen was drinking with the owner in Villa No. 1 and was probably drunk. This shocked Su Fuling. Although old Chen was fond of drinking, he only drank top-grade wine, and the drinker had to have a good appetite before he would drink a few glasses. As for getting drunk, not to mention how many people outside are qualified to drink with the old man, just talk about his drinking capacity. Old Chen can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and he is also a picky drinker. How can there be so much good wine to make him drunk? So when she heard the news, she was very curious and came directly to knock on the door, and also wanted to see what the owner of the legendary Villa No. 1 looked like. As a result, after the door opened and he said this, she could really see Lu Chen's appearance. "Oh my God, it's you are Lu Chen. Do you know me?" When Lu Chen heard Su Fuling calling out his name, he was a little confused. After looking for a long time, apart from confirming once again that the person in front of me was definitely a great beauty, I had no idea who she was. Although we had met once before on the Mitsui Elevated Road, we were both in the car at that time and did not see each other. And even if he saw her, with Su Fuling's current makeup and appearance, Lu Chen would definitely not think that she was the racing girl from before. Well, it was Wang Qiming from the property management who told me that my old man was drinking at your place, and I asked him and found out that your name is Lu Chen. Su Fuling cursed inwardly and was almost exposed in her excitement. She had seen Lu Chen's photo from Enchi a long time ago, but Lu Chen didn't know that she was Enchi's best friend. This time, he wanted to observe Lu Chen secretly. If he was exposed and others were on guard, how could he observe him? So, when asked by Lu Chen, he immediately made up an excuse. "Oh, okay, nice to meet you. I'm Lu Chen." Su Fuling. "Come in, the old man seems drunk, I can help you carry him back." When Su Fuling came to the living room, she was even more surprised to see old man Chen hugging the back of a chair and talking to himself. He is really drunk, not pretending. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Lu Chen deeply. It's not easy. Old man Chen is a very picky person, especially when it comes to drinking buddies. Moreover, old man Chen was able to drink so much, while Lu Chen was still very sober. How good must his alcohol tolerance be? Secondly, it seems that Lu Chen, as described by Enchi, has a bright future. Isn't it said that he is just a property salesman under Hongfeng Real Estate? Then how come he has become the owner of Villa No. 1 in Zirwei Mansion? If old Chen wants to take over this villa, it will be very troublesome. Su Fuling was even more curious about Lu Chen at this time, and thought that she would go to Hongfeng Real Estate tomorrow to take a look around. She didn't want her best friend to be with someone whose background was unclear. No matter what she thought, the girl took out her cell phone and started taking photos in front of old man Chen. This opportunity is rare, and I don't know when I will be able to take such a photo next time. Normally this old man is the one who tells me what to do. Now that there is an ugly photo of old man Chen drunk, let's see if he will still be so arrogant in the future. Seeing Su Fuling taking pictures and laughing so evilly, Lu Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly. Both the old man and the young are troublesome people and are eccentric. Just as Su Fuling was helping old Chen back, She suddenly caught a glimpse of the Pagani Yazzie outside the house and raised her eyebrows. "Mr. Lu, is this car yours?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Did you drive this car to Mitsui No. 7 Elevated Road this morning?" "Ah. How did you know?" Lu Chen looked confused. When she got a positive answer, Su Fulling's eyes lit up. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. I didn't expect that the driving expert I was looking for was actually Lu Chen. However, this made Su Fulling even more puzzled. Various signs showed that Lu Chen was outstanding. Was he still the poor and destitute university student who was cheated on by his ex-girlfriend, as Chi mentioned? Based on what she has seen so far, would an average woman rush to show her affection to him? "Mr. Lu, you're so young and you've already bought Villa No. 1. I guess your business must be big, right?" "Well, I was just lucky and made some money from blind investments. I bought some properties and collected rent." "Real estate industry. That's good indeed. The real estate market is doing well recently." "Haha, it's okay, Miss Su, I'll just send you here and won't go in." Lu Chen laughed, handed old Qin to Su Fulling, said hello hurriedly and turned back. He really hasn't figured out how to explain his current income, because it all happened too suddenly. But he was not wrong. He was indeed collecting rent now, but the rent was from Taifu Plaza and the entire Hongyang mansion. As for real estate, there is only Hongfeng Real Estate. Looking at Lu Chen's unnatural expression and hurriedly leaving figure, Su Fulling narrowed her eyes. Interesting, it seems he has a lot of secrets. Anchi, wait for me to uncover them layer by layer and see if this man is worthy of your lifelong trust. After returning home, he helped the drunk Lu Cheng to the guest room. He looked at the messy dining table and didn't care about it. He just left it there and waited for the cleaning staff to come and clean it tomorrow. I looked at the time and it was almost time for the system mall to update, so I just went to take a shower first. Ding, the mall products have been updated, please check it yourself. Just as he came out of the shower, the system notification sounded, and Lu Chen opened the message. Product, Fuhai Restaurant, price, 1 yuan. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this the restaurant where Lu Cheng said his classmates were going to have a dinner party? Now we have something fun. Lu Chen smiled and chose to buy, and a set of acquisition and transfer agreements for Fuhai Restaurant appeared in the system space. Cao Shangfeng was a person who loved to show off when he was in high school. He always went against me and was quite annoying. It was obvious that he didn't have any good intentions when he called me to eat this time. He must have wanted to take the opportunity to scold me. It will depend on whether this guy knows his lesson then, otherwise he will definitely learn a lesson for himself. The next day, Lu Chen was awakened by a phone call. It turned out to be Zhou Zhaogang, the former chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, who called to ask when the handover would take place. Lu Chen thought about it and agreed to go directly to Chuanqiu Yue's sales office to handle the handover. Although Zhou Zhaogang was very confused about why he had to go to Chuanqiu Yue, he still nodded and agreed. After getting up and washing up, he found that Lu Chen had left a note and reminded him not to forget the dinner tomorrow night. After pressing the button for cleaning service, Lu Chen drove his Pagani Yazzie directly towards Chuanqiu Yue. Not long after his car drove out, a Hertz 7Z quietly followed it. At the entrance of Chuanqiu Yue's sales office. "Brother-in-law, why did the chairman suddenly come to our place?" Lu Dayong asked him and next to him in a flattering manner. "His name is Yuan Jinxiang. He is the general manager of the Chuanqiu Yue's sales office and also Lu Dayong's brother-in-law. I don't know the details, but they just said they were going to receive an important person. Anyway, you told them to keep an eye out and not make any mistakes." "No problem, you can rest assured that I will do the job." At this time, several Mercedes-Benz cars stopped at the door of the sales office. Yuan Jinxiang immediately ran up and opened the car door. "Chairman, welcome to Chuanqiu Yue for on-site guidance. Let's go up and talk." Zhou Zhaogang nodded and walked directly into the sales office, followed by several people. "Why are the legal department, HR, and finance department of the head office here too?" Yuan Jinxiang was a little surprised to see the person Zhou Zhaogang was leading, but he didn't ask any more questions and followed him consciously. He winked at Lu Dayong and followed the chairman to the second-floor office. Chairman, do you have any instructions this time? After entering the office, Yuan Jinxiang asked respectfully. Xiao Yuan, from now on you can just call me Mr. Zhou. You have to change the word dong. Ah. The sudden sentence made Yuan Jinxiang think he had heard it wrong, and it took him a long time to react. Is this because Hongfeng was acquired? Seeing Zhou Zhaogang nod, he was shocked and confused. Why did the chairman come to Chuanqiao to tell me this news? Although he is the biggest in this project, he is not an indispensable executive in Hongfeng Real Estate, nor is he Zhou Zhaogang's confidant. After all, there are quite a few such properties in Hongfeng Real Estate, and there are several project managers. As if seeing Yuan Jinxiang's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang said with a smile, I came here because the new chairman said he would come here to take over. Oh, Mr. Zhou seems to be in a good mood. After suddenly realizing it, Yuan Jinxiang asked his doubts again. Shouldn't Zhou Zhaogang be upset when his position as chairman was replaced? Why does he seem to be in a better mood? Of course. I was originally worried about the problems of those buildings outside Fengyang district. Now that a new chairman has arrived, can't I let him find a solution? Although there was a wave of dividends in the real estate industry some time ago, this is actually a turning point for Hongfeng Real Estate. The last plot of land in the outer area of Fengyang district that was auctioned was found to have a less than ideal foundation after on-site inspection, and it deviated from the original plan. If high-rise buildings are built according to the original plan, it will be difficult to achieve the required earthquake resistance level. This will require changing the nature of the house and replanning it. However, the preliminary foundation work has already started. If it is stopped, it will cost money every day, which may easily lead to a break in the capital chain. As for the Fengyang district land parcel that is about to be auctioned, the company does not have enough capital chain and thus has almost no chance of getting the core plot number 1. Old rival Jinmao Real Estate is determined to win this bid. It is conceivable that if they win, Hongfeng's market share will certainly shrink in the future. Outsiders may not know these things, but I know them clearly in my heart. Just when he was worrying about how to deal with the future, someone acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, which was actually a good thing for him. If the person who comes here is strong, then he can get some fat meat by taking over the core land. It doesn't matter if I don't get it. Anyway, I got my share of the money when Hongfeng was acquired, so I have nothing to worry about. So, Zhou Zhaogang was naturally in a good mood. Lu Chen. Why are you here? Lu Daiyong, who was waiting for instructions in the sales office lobby, saw Lu Chen swaggering out of the finance office and went to greet him. Resignation. Raising the information in his hand, Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards the second floor. It turned out that Lu Chen entered the sales office directly from the side door, which was closer to the finance and human resources departments. He completed the resignation procedures first and then prepared to go to the second floor to hand over to Zhou Zhaogang. Hey, now that you've completed your resignation, let's go. Is the second floor a place you can go to? Seeing Lu Chen walking towards the second floor, Lu Daiyong stopped him directly. Last time, Lu Chen interfered and in the end, the villa for Mr. Zhang and his wife was not sold. So Lu Daiyong was still holding back some anger about this. Get out of the way. Oh, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time, you. Bang. The loud sound of applause echoed in the sales office, causing the entire sales office to fall silent. Lu Daiyong was stunned by the slap in the face. Was he beaten? Oh my god, Lu Chen actually beat Lu Daiyong. It's fun to watch, but it's troublesome now. This guy is vindictive. You're still too young. Lu Chen's former colleagues began to discuss in low voices. Some were just watching, some were gloating, and some were worried about Lu Chen. You dare to hit me? Security guard. Get him out of here. For Lu Daiyong, he has always been in high spirits in this sales office and no one resists him. He is the supervisor himself, and the highest leader on the case site is his brother-in-law. Who would dare to contradict him? This time he met Lu Chen. Not only did he lose a profit because of his contradiction last time, but this time he actually attacked him, which made him furious instantly. Lu Daiyong, if you had behaved yourself today, I might not have done anything to you. But since you are so eager to die, I'm telling you now, you are fired. What? Fire me? Ha ha ha, just you. Security guard? Are they all dead? Get this guy out right now. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Dayong laughed angrily. This guy is simply talking nonsense. A fired salesperson is now saying that he wants to fire himself. How can this not make people laugh out loud? Why did Lu Chen say that? Fire Lu Dayong. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Isn't it because Lu Chen was fired and was upset? The onlookers were also confused by what they heard, and under Lu Dayong's roar, the security guards at the scene also rushed over. Although these security guards knew Lu Dayong's character, they had to obey his orders in order to make a living because he was their leader. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The way they looked at Lu Chen was filled with a hint of apology and questioning. What that means is, why did you mess with this bastard? Now it's making things difficult for us. Stop. Just when the security guard was about to take action, a loud shout rang out. Then, Zhou Zhaogang was seen rushing down first. With his bloated body, he actually did a 100-meter sprint, running from the upstairs directly to Lu Chen in 3 steps at a time. Are you all right? He greeted Lu Chen first, but when he saw that he didn't pay any attention to him, he turned to look at Lu Dayong. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing that Zhou Zhaogang was alarmed, Lu Dayong was shocked and thought about how to respond, and did not notice Zhou Zhaogang's attitude and expression towards Lu Chen just now. I'm sorry, Chairman. It's my fault. I encountered a fired employee who came here to cause trouble. I disturbed you. I will deal with it now. After saying that, he turned around and shouted to the security guard again, are you guys still standing there? Get Lu Chen out right now. Pa. Another slap sounded on Lu Dayong's face, but this time everyone was stunned. Because the person who made the move was actually Zhou Zhaogang. Asshole, who are you kicking out? Mr. Lu has already acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, and he is now the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. What? Zhou Zhaogang's words were like thunder, frightening Lu Dayong to the ground. Many employees around were also dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This colleague who I have worked with for more than a year has suddenly become the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. Oh my god, this is too dramatic, isn't it? Oh my god, after spending more than a year together, he turned out to be a hidden rich man. From the first day Lu Chen came here, I felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person, and I was right. Get lost, so why are you still ordering him to copy documents for you? Well, it's not that God has bestowed a great mission on this person, so first. You're a big liar. At this moment, Yuan Jinxiang, who had followed down from upstairs, also felt a jolt in his heart. He had heard about the feud between Lu Dayong and Lu Chen before, but because he was just a small employee, he ignored it and didn't take it seriously. As a result, this junior employee has become his immediate superior. This is the end. How is it possible? How could it be Lu Chen? At this time, Lu Dayong kept muttering to himself, and Lu Chen's previous words kept ringing in his mind, you are fired. No. With a scream, Lu Dayong rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Lu Chen, hugging his legs. Lu Chen, Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong. I was wrong before. I was blind and shameless. I shouldn't have used my power to snatch your orders. I will never dare to do that again. You must forgive me. Lu Dayong was such a big guy, but he collapsed on the ground with snot and tears all over his face, crying so miserably. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Lu Chen said this with a blank expression. Zhou Zhaogang next to him had already heard the whole story and anger was rising on his face. Asshole, as a leader, you don't set a good example and actually do such a dirty thing. You are fired. Get out now. Brother-in-law, please help me speak up. We can't let them fire me. After hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Lu Dayong collapsed and rushed to his brother-in-law for help. This time, Yuan Jinxiang hated this bastard to the core. This bastard didn't shout, it's okay, but once he shouted, Lu Chen and Zhou Zhaogang all looked at him. Isn't this just dragging himself into trouble? Security, just throw this guy out. He's really a black sheep. While speaking, he kicked Lu Dayong who was rushing towards him and shouted angrily. Director Lu, President Zhou, don't worry. When it comes to official matters, I will definitely put justice above personal interests. Yuan Jinxiang is now sweating profusely and is anxious to distance himself from Lu Daiyong. Humph. Without your tacit support, how can this fatty Lu make waves? You are also fired. Ah. Hearing Lu Chen's words, it was like a judgment from hell, and Yuan Jinxiang suddenly collapsed to the ground. I endured for many years and finally climbed to my current position. But I didn't expect that I would ruin my future because of taking a wrong step. It's all your fault. I'm going to fight you. Yuan Jinxiang, feeling both ashamed and angry, hated Lu Daiyong, who had brought him trouble, so he pounced on him and started fighting with him. Security, throw them both out. Yes. Seeing Zhou Zhaogang speak, a group of security guards surrounded them and quickly picked up the two men and threw them out with extremely heavy blows. You deserve it. Evil will be punished. That's right. These two colluded with each other and screwed over so many of our colleagues. They finally got their comeuppance. Life will be better in the future. I never thought that Lu Chen would become our chairman. Yes, it's amazing that the chairman got rid of harm to the people as soon as he arrived. Everyone felt very happy and vented their long-suppressed anger, and turned to praise Lu Chen. Lu Chen ignored all this and just perfunctorily followed Zhou Zhaogang upstairs to handle the handover. For him, there was also infinite emotion in his heart. These colleagues say nice things that make people bow their heads under their eaves. To put it bluntly, they are cowardly and selfish. They dare not face up to evil forces and only think about protecting themselves. But if I were to talk about these things myself with my current identity, maybe they would listen, but that's only because of their identity. He is not a saint, so there is no need for him to correct other people's values through words and deeds. Everyone has his own destiny, and you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Besides, his world and those of these people will no longer intersect in the future, so what's the point of saying more? Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the host eliminates the bad apple and gets a chance to kill instantly. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. Lu Chen was stunned. He found that every time he slapped someone in the face or completed certain events, the system would reward him with an instant kill opportunity. This is like looking for hidden tasks in a game, it's quite exciting. It seems that we need to develop in many aspects in the future to see if we can trigger more rewards like this. Thinking of this, I clicked on the panel. Product, 35 of Ponzi Group's shares, price, 1 yuan. It's actually the Ponzi Group. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised again. Pengshi is one of the strongest enterprises in Jiangdu City and the largest supplier of building materials in the province. It owns 5 docks and one of the largest local shipping companies. Its market value is more than double that of Taifuk Plaza, nearly 70 billion yuan. This gives me 35 of the shares. Doesn't that make me the largest shareholder? I remember reading in the news that Pang Dalong, the chairman of the Ponzi Group, seemed to own only 32 of the shares. Not to mention who holds controlling power, the annual dividends from these 35 of shares alone would be close to 20 billion, right? If the income from his own Taifu Plaza and Hongyang Mansion is added, his annual income will definitely exceed 20 billion. Upstairs, office. After Zhou Zhaogang handed over all the formalities, he also told Lu Chen in detail what Hongfeng Real Estate would currently be facing. You mean it would be best to take over the core land in Fengyang district? Yes, the land will be divided into 5 plots for bidding tomorrow. As everyone's financial situation improves now, they are starting to pay attention to products such as health and wellness vacations. This plot of land is right on the seaside. If high-end housing is built there, many people will definitely rush to buy it. Especially the core plot number 1, which has the best location and is the largest, but also the most expensive. I estimate that it is very likely that the price of the other 4 plots of land combined will not be as high as the price of plot number 1. Oh, I see. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling now? What's up? Chen, I want to tell you something. The cemetery where your grandpa was buried has been in disrepair for a long time. Your grandma has always wanted to change it, but she has never found a good place. It just so happens that there is a new cemetery in the town next to us. I used the 200,000 yuan you gave me to grab a shared grave and move your grandpa's grave there first. Oh, that's it. You can do it yourself. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. That's enough, I'm telling you this. Even if you're busy outside, you should make sure to eat on time and take care of your health. Got it, Mom. I'll transfer it to you later. No, keep the flowers for yourself. I'm still making money, right? If you leave too much with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to spend it all. You can keep it for a rainy day, or just save it for me. I'm still in a meeting, so I won't talk about it for now. I'll transfer it to you later. Well, okay then, Mom will save it for you. After hanging up the phone, Chen smiled and transferred another 500,000 yuan to his mother's account. When you have money, you naturally have to honor your parents first, mainly because you are afraid of scaring them by spending too much money. Even so, Gao Xiaolan was shocked when she saw 500,000 yuan arrive in her account. If my son hadn't just said he was in a meeting, he would have called again to ask about everything. But I was still happy in my heart because my son had grown up and made a lot of money. Dad, add some extra dishes tonight. After handing over his work to Zhou Zhaogang and making an appointment to go bidding together tomorrow, Chen left the sales office and went home. Just as he left, a figure appeared at the door of Chuanqiu Yue's sales office. It was Su Fuling who followed Chen. When she saw Zhou Zhaogang personally escorting him out and his attitude was very respectful, she was also very shocked. For the CEO who has been in charge of Su Group for 2 years, although Hongfeng Real Estate is not as good as Su Group, it is also a not small real estate group. The Su family itself is also involved in this industry, especially in recent years when the real estate market has been good, so naturally they have come into contact with these people at some bidding meetings and real estate industry cocktail parties. What exactly is Chen's identity? Why am I increasingly confused? Ding ling ling. At this time, the phone rang. Hello. Xiao Yangzi. Pang Dalong refused to meet. Okay, I got it. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling looked at the direction Chen left again, shook her head, and drove away. Ponzi Group, Chairman's office. Are you all just sitting there doing nothing? You didn't even know that someone had quietly acquired 35 of your shares. Pang Dalong was furious at the moment, and all the company executives stood there without daring to breathe. The less he spoke, the angrier Pang Dalong became. A bunch of useless people. Usually they are all eloquent and boastful. Now they are all mute. I only hold 32 of the shares. Now they are putting pressure on me. Why don't you think of a solution quickly? If I am finished, you will be gone too. Boss, I've never heard of Chen before, and I don't know where he came from, said an executive. I want to acquire your company, and I have to hand over my personal information to you. I want to acquire your company. Get lost. I think you are having an easy life. Boss, calm down. We are already trying to find a way to buy back the shares of those retail investors. Also, I think we should give him a call to test the waters and find out what his intention is in buying our shares. At this time, General Manager Wang Xiaochang spoke. As soon as Chen returned to the villa, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Chen, right? It's me, who are you? I am Pang Dalong from Ponzi Group. Today I learned that Mr. Chen has acquired 35 of the shares of Ponzi Group and has become the largest shareholder of Ponzi Group. So I would like to ask Mr. Liu if he has any instructions on the future business operations and management structure of Ponzi Group. At this time, Pang Dalong was very humble. There was nothing he could do about it, since he was the largest shareholder now. Oh, I don't have any instructions. The personnel structure doesn't need to be changed. It will remain the same as before. I will just put my name on it and share the profits. As long as it doesn't affect my income, I will do whatever you want and I will not participate in your decision-making. Okay, thank you for your trust, Mr. Liu. I will definitely work hard to get you the most benefit. Pang Dalong was in a good mood when he heard that Chen was only doing it for the dividends. As long as there is no power grab, distributing the 35 to several people for joint ownership is also a dividend. Giving it to one person is also a dividend. There is no difference. However, he was even more in awe of Lu Chen's identity. The Ponzi group was not small. If someone else controlled 35 of the shares, they would definitely hold a shareholders' meeting immediately to seize power. But Lu Chen doesn't seem to care much about it. He is just like those people who have spare money and look for a project to diversify their investments. You can imagine how high his vision is. But for Pang Dalong, this is a good thing. With such people investing, Ponzi will only become stronger. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. When did those big shots who used to be influential in Jiangdu become so cautious when talking to him? Everyone has vanity, and at this moment, Lu Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied. I had nothing to do today, and thinking about the 1 billion sound waves rewarded by the system, I lay on the sofa and listened to the long-lost funny music. I found in my follow list that a small anchor I used to watch often, Xiao Huachai, was broadcasting, so I clicked on it directly. Welcome, like the wind floating 8,000 miles away. Oh, it's Pia. It's been a long time since we last met. How come you have time to come and play today? Haha, hello Sister Chai, you've been busy lately. The two of them are old acquaintances. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he liked to watch some singing talent hosts and listen to their songs. Because of limited income, when I see something that suits my taste, I just join the fan club, like the post, and occasionally send flowers and beer. It's rare that I'll send a hot air balloon worth $52. Because of this, those big anchors completely look down on it and ignore it. Even most of the small and medium-sized anchors are indifferent. The anchor industry is still very realistic. You give a lot of gifts, and you get so many compliments that you doubt your life. But if you don't give a lot of gifts, who will know who you are? The only exception was this little matchstick, who always treated everyone equally and did not differentiate between them, even if he did not receive any gifts. So later on, Lu Chen would often come here to hang out and listen to music. However, because this girl is relatively Buddhist, although there are many players who support her, there are really not many powerful big brothers. Some big brothers give out all kinds of big gifts naturally for a purpose, otherwise who would give them to you? When it comes to appearance, Little Match Girl definitely scores over 95 points. In addition to his singing style and talent in painting, he has a group of loyal fans. So there were many big brothers who had intentions towards her, but she rejected all of their excessive requests. This also led to those people who felt that they could not achieve their goals and went to find other anchors. There were even some players with BT psychology who often ran to the other side to attack her when they were connected to the microphone. In Douyin, if you lose a PK, you will be punished. Although many fans are not happy with it and have even raised funds for a PK, they are unfortunately powerless to beat some of the big brothers. Lu Chen first turned on the light board, because it had been a long time since he came, and the light board had gone out. A few small pavilions were lit up casually. Douyin would reset the pavilion gifts every Monday, leaving it to the players to give gifts to the anchor. Thanks for the light sign, welcome home. Thanks again to Apia for sponsoring beer. Apia, did you get your salary today? Seeing Lu Chen light up 4 or 5 exhibition halls at once, although they were all small gifts, they amounted to nearly 100. As the host, Xiao Huachai naturally had to thank him. Yeah, I just got paid. Lu Chen laughed. Normally, he would give her a little bit of money after receiving his salary on Mondays. Then save some money. You said before that you would save money to buy a bag for your girlfriend, otherwise she will fight you to death. The little match girl laughed teasingly. Ah, no need to buy a bag. Why? Let's break up. People don't like me, a poor guy. Is this true or false? Let's not talk about her anymore. It's better to split it up. It saves money. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he ordered 10 pairs of sunglasses for her again and directly named the sunglasses exhibition hall. Yeah, thanks to Pia for naming the sunglasses. Are you starting to let yourself go? That's right, being single is good. Ha ha ha, brother, what you said is true. There are many beautiful women in the world. It's better not to have a materialistic woman. That's right. We are both in this world, and I am also a person who has been through this before. After hearing Lu Chen's words, some old fans in the room who also knew him spoke up. At this moment, a microphone was connected. Seeing the nickname of the other party, the entire public screen was silent. After a brief silence, everyone erupted. Damn, how come I can always connect to this guy randomly? It's really a narrow road for enemies. I ran into a ghost so early in the morning. The host's nickname on the other side is Wei Yu, a complete green tea bitch. According to some players who know the inside story, this anchor often engages in smuggling and is not a good person. But if a woman is willing to become bad, money will naturally come, especially on this internet full of LSPs. So naturally, Wei Yu has several LSP players with good strength, among whom is a player called God of War, who had once thought of Xiao Huachai. Ever since being rejected, he often beats her across the street. Moreover, this player seems to have some strength. Several crowdfunding counterattacks by Little Match Girl were crushed by him alone. After Wei Yu knew about this, she naturally tried every possible means to create opportunities to connect with Xiao Huachai. She even often opened a small account to watch over Xiao Huachai in order to win gifts from this big brother. Whenever she randomly PKs, Wei Yu will also click the matching button, so there is a high probability that she will be matched. Once the connection is established, she will naturally call on the God of War to come up and strike the little matchstick, taking the opportunity to receive a batch of gifts. Hey, isn't this little matchstick? What a coincidence, we're connected again. Our God of War brother has wanted to connect with you for a long time. A sarcastic voice was heard, causing another wave of angry comments from the players in Xiao Huachai's live broadcast room. Little matchstick, how are we going to play this one? Shall we decide on the punishment? The process will be shown on camera. If you lose, sing a song, right? The little match girl thought for a moment and said directly. Singing? That's so boring. There are a lot of certified singers on Douyin. If you want to listen to songs, you can go and listen to them, right? So what's the punishment? Little Matchstick was a little annoyed by Wei Yu's sarcastic words. Let's put it this way. Brother Aries said that if you lose, you'll have a big turtle painted on your face and, nobody wants you, written on your neck. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Hanging her up is too much, it's simply insulting. This batch does this every time. How shameless. She relies on these to attract the attention of the big brother, otherwise how can she make money? As if knowing that the player on the other side would say this, Wei Yu spoke again. What? You don't dare to answer. You are a bunch of poor losers, just wanting to take advantage of others. When it comes to PK, it's useless. You can only talk big. After saying that, he even pointed his little finger downward, which was full of provocation. Fuck, let's give her face. Fight. Brothers, go and recharge. There are so many people. I don't believe that I can't beat them. Yes, I just went to check on the other side. Although the God of War is there, there are only 5 people. The others are only level 20 at most. They should be able to defeat them. Okay, I'll donate 300 and go recharge now. My ability is limited, but I'll top up 300 yuan. At worst, I'll just have to eat instant noodles for the next few days. Inspired by Wei Yu, everyone was excited. This was exactly what she wanted to see. If there are too few tickets on Little Match Girl's side, then naturally the votes for Big Brother on his side won't be able to get in. As for herself, she would definitely not lose. She knew this player named God of War through private chat, and his family ran 2 factories. How could he possibly lose to this mob in Little Match Girl's family? PK starts, timer is 5 minutes. At the beginning, the God of War on Wei Yu's side reached 3,000 points, equivalent to 300 yuan, and the ratio of Douyin was 110. Little Matchstick's side was not bad either. With several players joining together, they directly got 3,500 points. Hurry and run. That's right, the Hob anchor, don't run away if you lose. Because the score exceeded that of the other team, Wei Yu was actually acting like a spoiled child and shouting for votes, and did not stand up and run on the spot in time. The players on Xiao Huachai's side started to clamor, and some even rushed directly to the opposite live broadcast room and shouted, "Hello, anchor." But after just a few shouts, the opposing God of War scored again, with a rocket, and the total score reached 13,000. What's the hurry? Didn't you see Brother Aries boarding the rocket? You bunch of country bumpkins, little matches, get up and run. Seeing that her family's score had surpassed others, Wei Yu was overjoyed and very proud. The little matchstick didn't say anything, he just stood up and ran away. Brothers, push forward. We have a large number of people and can catch up with this little bit of points. The brother who shouted was the first to swipe out a sports car worth 120. This time, a few more people followed and swiped the sports car. Seeing that the score was about to surpass the opponent, the God of War smiled disdainfully and clicked on the gift list again. Swish. The opponent's score instantly increased by another 10,000 points. Thanks for another rocket, Aries brother V587, I love you so much. Wei Yu also kept singing in a coquettish voice, and she was so happy. Damn it, I'm all in. A player directly spawned 300 planes and cleared the backpack sound waves. I'll come too. At this time, the players on Little Matchstick's side actually showed a wave of cohesion. Everyone started to take action, you used a sports car, he used a plane, and the score was caught up again. At this time, there is only 1 minute left in the PK time. Okay, I won't tease these poor bastards anymore. After the God of War typed a sentence in the live broadcast room, he quickly clicked on the gift list. Swish, 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 5 rockets were clicked at once, the score directly reached 73,000, and the health bar was crushed all of a sudden. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. The previous 23,000 points were all put together by everyone, and we were about to catch up, but now there are 50,000 more points. How can we catch up? After all, the players in Little Match Girl's family are mostly working-class people and students. The available funds are limited, so I dare not play like that. It's over, Sister Chai, I tried my best. I'm sorry, Matchstick Sister. My strength is limited. I can only go this far. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was heavy. Everyone was very unwilling but also helpless, because they had so little money in their pockets. It's okay, everyone. I'm very grateful for your support. If I lose, I lose. I'll punish you. You don't have to do this. The little matchstick ran on the spot while comforting the player. What's wrong? Are you no longer able to do it? Is that all your strength? Didn't you shout so loudly just now? Little match girl, you are running too casually, try harder. At this time, Wei Yu's roar sounded again. What are you so proud of? Have you never won before? That's right, look at that face, it's really disgusting. Everyone started cursing again. TSK, you guys are just sour grapes because you can't eat them. You can only make bubbles on your lips. Do you think you have the ability to get points? Compared to our God of War brother, you are nothing. You are a bunch of poor losers who are trying to imitate others by watching live broadcasts. No matter how unpleasant it sounds, Wei Yu's words are unacceptable, but when it comes to live streaming, whoever has the points is the boss. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have no right to speak if you don't have any points. The God of War was actually quite satisfied with Wei Yu's sarcasm. Seeing that there were only a few seconds left and the opponent seemed to have no ability to fight back, the God of War was ready to watch Little Match Girl splash himself with water. This woman is so ungrateful, she deserves it. However, at the last second, 20 rockets suddenly shot up in the live broadcast room. The score was instantly crushed, and the final score was fixed at 223215 to 73,000. The word victory flashed, and both live broadcast rooms fell into a sudden silence. The next second, Xiao Huachai's live broadcast room erupted with "Fuck, am I seeing this right? 20 carats. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Pia was the one who was so generous. You were so low-key before. This fight really showed the domineering power of our matchstick army. It's really awesome. Yeah, Pia, you're awesome. Everyone was shocked and cheered. The previous depressing atmosphere was swept away, and all the players in the room tagged Lu Chen. Thank you very much for the rocket rain. The little match girl was stunned by this scene and covered her mouth with her hands. She was extremely excited. This was the first time she had seen so many rockets since the live broadcast, and the rocket special effects were still playing on the public screen. Moreover, this was the first time she was able to defeat Wei Yu. No matter how Buddhist you are, after being constantly oppressed and bullied by Wei Yu, you still want to win once. Sister Chai, there's no need to be so formal. Lu Chen typed a sentence. That's right, Sister Chai and Brother Piao are all family, there's no need to be so formal. That's right, but Sister Chai, it's time to let that green tea girl over there perform the turtle trick. Yes, let her start the punishment quickly. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the punishment from the other side. After being oppressed for so long, they finally felt relieved. Some people even rushed directly to the live broadcast room on the other side and started shouting for punishment. Humph, since you don't dare to do it openly, you will do something sneaky and shady. How shameless. Wei Yu said dissatisfiedly. Don't make excuses. There's no rule against stealing towers in PK. You can steal towers after 10 votes. Are you blaming others for not defending the tower? That's right, you're useless, so you want to roll over after losing. Who's the one who's rolling the knife? I don't accept it. If you have the guts, just fight openly. What's the point of stealing the tower? Let's fight again if you have the guts. Ignoring the screen-sweeping messages from the players coming from Matchstick's house, Wei Yu continued to shout. The God of War was also annoyed about the tower being stolen just now. He had used his small account to take a look. Although there were more than 30 people in it, they were basically all levels 2 to 5, which are called farmer accounts in Douyin, or freeloaders. There are only 3 level 20, 2 level 25 and 1 highest level 27 accounts. On Douyin, it only costs 6,000 yuan to reach level 30, so for most accounts below level 30, the combat effectiveness can be ignored. So he didn't expect that even with a gap of 50,000 points, he could still have his tower stolen. At this time, the God of War also spoke. Wei Yu, let him play another game. Seeing the God of War say this, Wei Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed that the God of War was serious about it, so she would naturally be able to make a lot of money again. Okay, brother God of War. Little Matchstick, let's play another round. If you lose this time, you will still be punished as before. If I lose, in addition to the punishment just now, I will do 500 squats. Little Matchstick did not respond. In her understanding, Lu Chen used to stay idle when he came here, and almost never played PK. The most he had done was to give himself a 52-level hot air balloon. It was an unexpected surprise that I gave myself 20 rockets at once today. It might be because I saw myself being bullied and I acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. After all, when they were chatting before, they felt from Lu Chen's words that his conditions were average. She probably had an idea of the financial capabilities of her family members. After all, they had been with her for more than a year. Almost all the support was given in the last game. If I have to play it again, what should I use? What? You don't dare anymore? You only have the ability to steal a single blow. Don't let me look down on you. Where's that guy who stole the tower just now? Do you still want to fight? As Wei Yu shouted again, everyone's attention was focused on Pia. How about we stop playing? Family, just win one round and let's continue singing, shall we? Afraid that Lu Chen would feel uncomfortable due to everyone's pressure, Little Match Girl spoke first. Sister Chai, fight her. At this moment, Lu Chen typed a few words on the public screen, instantly lighting up the entire live broadcast room. Good job, Pia. You will be my big brother from now on. This is what a man should do. If you don't agree, just fight. Get started, fuck him. Are we really going to fight? Little Match Girl asked again with some concern. Hit. Lu Chen typed another word on the public screen to give his affirmation. Okay, let's play another round. With a long sigh, Little Match Girl submitted a PK application. Humph, let's see how you win this time. This time, the God of War launched 30 rockets at the beginning, and 300,000 points came directly. Wow, thanks to Aries' brother for the 30 rockets, I love you so much. The guy on the other side, hurry up. Wei Yu's disgusting clip sound suddenly became coquettish. Just when she was about to let Little Match Girl take the punishment, she was suddenly frightened by the opponent's score. Because, she was killed in seconds. Fuck, how many Chinese are these? 1.5 million points, 150,000, that's 50 Huazi. Oh my god. Everyone has been talking about Huaziyu. I only heard about him before, but today I actually saw him with my own eyes. It's amazing. I didn't expect that Pia is a hidden rich man. Anyone who can beat Huaziyu is definitely a hero. You can say he was just hot-headed in the first round, but he was defeated in the second round. It's not something that can be achieved by just being hot-headed. This shows real strength. That's right, Brother Piao, so handsome. Brother Apia, are you missing any accessories? My appearance is no worse than Sister Chai's, and I'm still a virgin. There is no doubt about the power of Huaziyu. Not only did Xiao Huachai's live broadcast room explode, but Wei Yu on the opposite side was also stunned. I originally thought it was just a bunch of poor losers trying to hold up the scene, but now that the seconds bar has appeared, it is obvious that he is a tough guy. Brother Aries, what should we do? What should we do? The punishment has been done, and then we can move on. I underestimated him just now and was not prepared. But I really don't believe he can continue to defeat him in seconds. Hearing the god of war say that they wanted to fight more, Wei Yu decided to go all out. For the sake of money, she would punish him. So she drew a big turtle on her face and wrote the words, "No one wants me," next to it. But she didn't do 500 squats. Let's play again, and then we'll do squats together. Don't worry, I won't default on my promise. Still fighting. Little match girl frowned. Is this going to never end? You want to beat me? If you want to beat me, just do the punishment first. That's right. The punishment was delayed all the time. She was even beaten up and hung up. The anchor is boring. Don't fight her. She just wants to stimulate GDP. What a scumbag. Seeing all the different opinions, Wei Yu gritted her teeth and started squatting. After a long while, he finally finished 500 squats, and then he said breathlessly, "Is this okay? Let's do it again." Having said that, he sent the PK directly without caring whether Huamatch agreed or not. "This ghost, are we still going to fight?" Little Matchstick asked weakly. She had received more than 170,000 gifts in the past 2 games today. After deducting the proceeds from the platform, she could get half of them. This was already a considerable income for her. Beat. Lu Chen still only deducted one word to give a positive reply. It's not that he has nothing to do, nor is it that he wants to randomly brush it just because he has 1 billion sound waves. Instead, he discovered that after he made a purchase on Douyin, the system's notification sound actually informed him that he would receive a 10-fold return for consuming the 1 billion sound waves. What does this mean? After 1 billion sound waves are used up, he will get 1 billion Xiagua currency. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Brother Pia is awesome. He has demonstrated the true meaning of fighting when you are not convinced. I admire you without even leaning on the wall. Brother Piao is my idol. Another round of compliments began to surround Lu Chen. At the same time, PK is turned on again. This time, the god of war directly launched 50 rockets, but was still killed instantly. What's going on? Does this guy really not treat money as money? I still don't believe it. Come again. Being killed in seconds again, the god of war was furious and went crazy. 1, 2, 3, 12 times, until the 14th time, the god of war was awakened by the discovery that the balance he had charged was insufficient. Fuck, how much did this guy recharge? At this time, Lu Chen's Douyin account also went directly from level 17 to level 52. Ding, this time I spent a total of 24.8 million sound waves, and got a 10-fold cashback. Ding, the host currently receives 10 times the cashback from the sound waves, with a cumulative amount of 24.8 million yuan. It's comfortable to make money this way, but the other side is a bit weak. Lu Chen was still thinking with great satisfaction, it felt so good to win every time. However, after half a day, the war god on the opposite side has stopped shouting, and it seems that this is all his strength. Oh my god, Brother Piao has reached level 52. Didn't they just spend over 2.4 million in one go? Oh my god, my heart. That's enough to buy an apartment. That's right, haha. Sister Chai is going to become rich overnight. I'm so envious. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very lively, and they were proud of the consecutive victories. At this time, Wei Yu on the opposite side was trembling all over, and the face with the big turtle painted on it had lost all color. 500 squats in the first round, and then 15 more rounds later, that's 7,500 squats in total. Although he made a lot of money from these 15, he was still so scared that his legs went weak and he fainted. Fuck, the lady on the other side fainted. I think he's just pretending. I'd have to pretend to do 7,500 squats if I were him. Usually very arrogant, but this is just the beginning. Our brother Piao has not even started to exert his strength, and he has already fainted, scum. Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant again in the future. I'll beat her to death. That god of war on the other side, your old lady lost and pretended to faint. It really makes you proud. Please stop insulting him. He is a pitiful person. He beat someone for a long time, but the other person made money and pretended to be dizzy, leaving him out in the cold. He is such a sucker. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wei Yu faint, more than 30 people in the live broadcast room started to attack her with verbal attacks. Some people even started to criticize this god of war, asking why he had come to deliberately hit little match girl several times before and made her the punishment. If Lu Chen had not taken action today, little match girl would have been doomed. Humph. I've been floating for 8,000 miles. I'll remember you. After saying this, the god of war immediately left the microphone and exited the live broadcast room. Oh, you can't win, but you're still imitating others to speak harshly. How despicable. Disdain +1. Disdain plus 10,086. Ah Piao is awesome. Ah Piao is awesome. Seeing that the god of war also ran away, the people in the live broadcast room began to refresh the screen in unison, constantly shouting that Pia was awesome. Brother Apia, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'll dedicate a song for you. The stars in the sky are not as good as you. The excited little matchstick started to sing with tears in his eyes. At this moment, her heart was extremely excited, and an inexplicable seed sprouted in her heart. In the Zhongliang courtyard of Mohai, in a villa. Bang. A wine glass was smashed to the ground. Chow, where did this ghost come from? Mr. Hu, don't get excited. What happened? Humph, I was originally planning to go and pick a fight with that little anchor who rejected me last time, but someone suddenly showed up at her house. I didn't even win the PK, and I was pissed off. Ding ling ling. Just then, the phone rang. I looked and it was Wei Yu. You still remember to call? You were really good just now, pretending to be unconscious and seducing me. Oh, Mr. Hu, I was really scared. How can I squat 7,500 times? Don't be angry. Didn't I come to apologize as soon as I woke up? Why do we need JC if an apology is effective? Don't be angry. Just tell me what you want me to do in exchange for your forgiveness. I'll do whatever you say. Oh. Then come to me now, and I'll think of how to punish you when we meet. Okay, I'll come over now, but Mr. Hu, you have to help me get back to Day's place. Humph, do you even need me to tell you that? When my brother comes back in the next 2 days, I will definitely get you back on track. Okay, I'll come over now, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Hu Xiao raised his lips and said, Xiaoli, go get the medicine I brought back from Beichen Country. I need to vent my anger tonight. Okay, Mr. Hu. The next day, Lu Chen got up early. He had an appointment with Zhou Zhaogang to participate in the bidding for the land in Fengyang district. Ding, today's products are on the shelves, please check whether to purchase them. Product, 20 equity of Ponzi Group, price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Is this a fight with Ponzi? He was given another 20 of the shares. Now, he owns a total of 55 of the shares of Ponzi Group. This means he is not only the first shareholder, but also has absolute control. He didn't care about it and was about to go out when Pang Dalong called him. Mr. Lu, have you acquired another 20 of the shares of the Ponzi Group? Ah. Yes, I haven't found anything suitable to invest in yet. And I'm also optimistic about Ponzi, so I just invested a little more. Oh, I thought you were dissatisfied with our work. How could that be? I'm still very optimistic about Mr. Pang. I've heard a lot about your self-made success, so naturally I want to get closer to you and learn more from you. Hearing this, Pang Dalong shuddered. When I started from scratch, I was very ruthless and did many shady things. Lu Chen said this was a warning to himself. To tell himself not to be so cunning. This must be the case, otherwise why would Lu Chen want to acquire another 20 of the shares? Originally, people have been arranged to continuously buy back stocks from retail investors so as to regain sovereignty as soon as possible. It was not easy to get 4, plus the 32 in his hands, which already exceeded the 35 equity in Lu Chen's hands. He was not happy for a few minutes before he received another 20 of the group's equity acquired by Lu Chen. This time, Lu Chen became the absolute controlling shareholder, and his idea of taking power was no longer viable. The more Pang Dalong thought about it, the more frightened he became. This Lu Chen was not a simple person. Although he looked like a young man according to his profile, he seemed to be ahead of him in every step. He would never have thought that this was just a casual remark by Lu Chen. No, I need to learn a lot from you, Mr. Lu. You have achieved so much at such a young age. In comparison, I am living a dog's life at my age. Mr. Pang is too modest. I still say the same thing. You can handle the group's affairs. If it does not harm my interests, I will not participate in management. I have something else to do, so I won't talk more. Okay, goodbye Mr. Lu, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. After hanging up the phone, Pang Dalong slumped in the chair, his back covered in sweat. Xiao Wang, send all the photos of Lu Chen to all the departments and inform them that he is the new chairman of our Ponzi group and I am the acting director now. They must be alert and must not offend this person. Boss Pang. Are we just giving up like that? What can I do if I don't give up? This person is not simple. How can an ordinary person take away 55 of our group's shares so quietly? Especially the 20 equity at the back. I asked you to run around and use so many connections, and you only received 4 these days. What about them? They get 20 in a matter of minutes, isn't that scary? But one thing that is certain now is that if we operate normally as before and protect our interests, he will not have any opinions. But once his interests are affected, we will probably be finished. Therefore, I must make sure that the people below remember Lu Chen's face and treat him with respect when they see him, and don't cause any trouble for me. Yes, Mr. Pang. Lu Chen had no idea that Pang Dalong was imagining himself and thought of himself as mysterious and terrifying. At this time, he had already arrived at the door of the bidding hall, waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to come out to pick him up. Hey, isn't this Lu Chen? Turning back, he saw that the person was Wan Mingliang. Mr. Lu is not at your Taifu Plaza, why is he here? What do you care about me? Seeing that it was him, Lu Chen just glanced at him and turned away. Are you Lu Chen, the owner of Taifu Plaza? At this time, Wan Minghui came out from behind. Mr. Lu, we are all businessmen. Why do we have to be so estranged because of a woman? Noisy. You. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen did not give him any face at all, and Wan Minghui was left feeling disappointed. Boss. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang came over. Boss. Hongfeng Real Estate is yours. Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Wan Minghui and the others were shocked, and then their faces turned cold. No wonder, I thought you were doing it for that stinky woman, but that's what's going on. Hongfeng and their Jin Mao have always been competitors. No wonder Lu Chen acted like this. Wan Minghui and the others started to imagine it on their own. Humph. In that case, there is nothing more to say. We will see the truth later. Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand in Taifu Plaza, but here, you are not qualified. So, Wan Minghui said something and took Wan Mingliang directly inside. Are you sick? Hearing Wan Minghui's inexplicable words, Lu Chen felt like he had met a moron. Boss, Jin Mao Real Estate, which has always been at odds with us, is the core enterprise of their Wan Group. They are also our biggest competitor this time. Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang stepped forward to explain. However, he was also very shocked at this time. He didn't expect that Lu Chen was the boss of Taifu Plaza. How big a background does he have? Oh. I see. Now, Lu Chen understood why Wan Minghui said that, but he just sneered. Boss, it's time to bid. Let's go in first. Lu Chen nodded, and walked in under the guidance of Zhou Zhaogang. Everyone, the land parcels up for auction right now are plots 1 to 5 in Fengyang district. I believe everyone has already received the relevant information, so without further ado, let's get straight to the auction. The first lot to be auctioned is plot 5, with a reserve price of 300 million yuan. Each bid must not be less than 10 million yuan. The bidding begins. As soon as the words fell, all parties began to raise their signs. 310 million. 350 million. 370 million. The price kept rising and soon reached 400 million. 500 million. At this time, Lu Chen directly called out the price. He was not shouting out the price randomly. After many calculations by the Hongfeng team, this price was already close to the upper limit of the price for this plot of land. If it was a little more, the profit would be too thin. Who is that person? He raised the price to 500 million all of a sudden. Is he crazy? I haven't seen it before. It looks unfamiliar, but the sign he is holding is from Hongfeng Real Estate. Naturally, these people didn't know Lu Chen, so they were confused when they saw him, especially when they saw that he directly quoted a price on the critical line. They started talking about it. 530 million. Seeing that everyone else had retreated, Wan Minghui suddenly spoke with a playful smile. Wan Minghui directly quoted the real maximum price. If it was any higher, he would almost lose money. 600 million. That's all I'll offer. If Mr. Wan continues to raise the price, I'll give it to you. Without even thinking, Lu Chen reported a number that no one could have imagined, and looked at Wan Minghui provocatively. Boss Lu, you're joking. I don't have that much money to fight with you. Seeing that Lu Chen actually quoted a price of 600 million, he chose to give up directly, even though he was provoking him. They are still too naive. It was a fight of egos. They spent 600 million to buy plot 5, but it's already a loss before it's even developed. I thought the person who could take over Taifu Plaza and control Hongfeng Real Estate would be a powerful figure, but he's just SOSO. Wan Minghui laughed disdainfully. 600 million for the first time. 600 million for the second time, 600 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to Hongfeng Real Estate for winning plot 5. Now we will start the auction of plot 4. The reserve price is also 300 million. Each bid must not be less than 10 million. The auction will begin now. 600 million. At the beginning, Lu Chen directly quoted 600 million, causing silence in the entire venue. Oh my god, is this guy crazy? Plot 5 is already losing money by offering 600 million. Plot 4 is actually a little smaller than plot 5. Why is he still offering 600 million? No one understood Lu Chen's behavior. After buying the land, people hope to make money. How could he lose money before developing it? Even Zhou Zhaogang frowned. Shouldn't the land parcel be the number 1 land parcel? Why did Lu Chen waste money on these subsidiary plots? However, every time he tried to speak, Lu Chen interrupted him, so he could only bear it. At the same time, Lu Chen looked at Wan Minghui again and said with a smile. Mr. Wan, do you want to fight for it? As long as it's over 600 million, I'll give it to you. Haha, Mr. Lu is generous, as long as you are happy. But in my heart I was thinking, why would I fight for your head when I know I will lose money? Idiot. But he frowned, thinking that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It doesn't make sense that he lost money twice to grab the land. Is it just out of spite? As expected, plot number 4 was successfully acquired by Lu Chen again. For the next plots 3 and 2, Lu Chen also directly bid 600 million and won them. It's not that others don't want to take it, but it's definitely a loss to take it at this price. What's wrong with this person? He has so much money but nowhere to spend it. He takes it even though he knows it's a loss. I just asked, and someone from the Wan family said that this person is Lu Chen, the new chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, and he also acquired Taifu Plaza. He must have a powerful background. Oh. They actually acquired Taifu Plaza, which has a market value of at least 30 billion. It seems they really have a lot of money. You can't spend a lot of money like this. I think he's just a second-generation rich kid and a spendthrift. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer sit still. In order to compete for the core plot number 1, he raised a total of 3 billion yuan. According to calculations, the maximum value of plot 1 is 2.8 billion, so there is hope of competing for it. But now Lu Chen has spent 2.4 billion on plots 2 to 5. Doesn't he want the last plot 1? Boss, this. Believe me. Before Zhou Zhaogang could finish speaking, Lu Chen interrupted him. Seeing this, Zhou Zhaogang gritted his teeth and sat back. Next, we have the highlight of this auction, plot number 1 in Fengyang district, which is the core of the entire plot. The total area is the sum of the areas of the other 4 plots of land. As for other values, they are all in the information page. Without further ado, the reserve price for plot 1 is 1.5 billion, and each bid must not be less than 30 million. The auction will begin now. 1.5 billion. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. At this point, all the participating companies were excited and the bidding sounds continued one after another. In just a short while, the price has increased from 1.5 billion to 2 billion. At this time, Wan Minghui stood up directly, 2.5 billion. When this price came out, many companies sat down dejectedly. Before bidding, Wan Minghui had actually already found out the budget that each company participating in the auction could offer for plot number 1. So he directly quoted 2.5 billion yuan, a price that was far beyond the budget of other companies, except for his old rival Hongfeng Real Estate. However, because Lu Chen had previously acquired plots 2 to 5, which directly cost him 2.4 billion, according to the information he obtained, Hongfeng had prepared a total of 3 billion this time, and now only 600 million is left. Of course, knowing that Lu Chen has acquired Taifu Plaza does not rule out the possibility that he has other preparations. But he was not worried if Lu Chen still bought plot number 1 at a price that was obviously at a loss in the end. Although the Wan family will suffer some losses, it will not be a big deal. But Lu Chen will definitely suffer a huge loss because of this. But he never expected that Lu Chen had a system. Ding! All bids for plots 2 to 5 in Fengyang district have been completed, and 1 yuan will be rewarded for exchange of 30 billion yuan. Hearing this prompt tone, Lu Chen smiled. The reason why he wanted to take over plots 2 to 5 even though he knew he would lose money was because the system gave him a task when he came in. As long as you bid for the 4 plots of land number 2 to 5, you can get a reward of 30 billion for 1 yuan. Only a fool would exchange 2.4 billion for 30 billion. Tenfold profit in a blink of an eye, wouldn't it be terrifying to tell people about it? 2.7 billion. After redeeming the reward, Lu Chen directly shouted out 2.7 billion. This guy is really rich. He has already spent 2.4 billion before, and now he is offering another 2.7 billion. It seems that Hongfeng came prepared. What are we fighting for? Let's just watch the show. I don't know who will win this time. When Wan Minghui heard Lu Chen's offer, his brows furrowed. Sure enough, this guy had some extra preparations. 2.8 billion. However, he still called out the maximum price, thinking that if Lu Chen exceeded this price, he would not add any more. Anyway, the worst that can happen is that I lose a project, and I don't suffer any loss. But as for Hongfeng, it is making a loss overall. 2.8 billion for the first time, 2.8 billion for the second time, 2.8 billion for the third time, deal. No additional information. Wan Minghui looked at Lu Chen with some confusion. But he found that he was looking at him and smiling calmly, but the smile was very strange and he couldn't tell what was wrong with it. However, the 2.8 billion yuan spent on plot 1 was within budget, and the group could still make a lot of money. It seems that Director Lu is still not well prepared. Thank you for letting me do so. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen shrugged and said nothing, but Zhou Zhaogang on the side looked dejected. Previously, they spent 2.4 billion yuan and acquired plots 2 to 5 at a loss. If they could have acquired plot 1, even at a small loss, there would still be a chance to turn losses into profits by developing the 5 plots as a whole. But now, if the core plot number 1 is not acquired, what is the point of acquiring the 4 surrounding plots? Are they just for others to use as supporting roles? Boss Lu, what on earth are you thinking? After Wan Minghui and others left, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer hold back and stepped forward to ask. You are going to change the land use now, not only plots 2 to 5, but also the outer plots of Fengyang district that we acquired before. Change of use. Well, turn all of these into cemeteries. What? A cemetery? Zhou Zhaogang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Are you kidding? All these plots of land are converted into cemeteries? Yes, real estate is being developed everywhere now, although the market seems good. However, many people do not live in the buildings they buy, causing many of them to become ghost buildings, and some cities are even called ghost markets. There are many houses, but no one lives in them. They are all empty. It can be seen that there are many places for the living to live, but there are fewer and fewer cemeteries left for the dead, and in some places it is even difficult to find a grave. Besides, come and see. As he spoke, he asked someone to take out the blueprint and started drawing on it. Looking around, it happened that the land surrounding the particularly prominent plot number 1 was all owned by them. However, Zhou Zhaogang still didn't understand what this meant. What do you think Jin Mao will do with this land? It will definitely be developed into a sea view luxury villa or a tourist destination. After all, one side of it is by the sea and there are many beautiful views. Then let me ask you, if I turn the surrounding area into a cemetery, will anyone still buy his ocean view mansion or tourist attraction? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaogang's eyes lit up, and Lu Chen continued. If I take over plot 1, Jin Mao will at most not do this project, which will have no impact on them. But after they take over, they will definitely obtain a mortgage from the bank, invest a large amount of money to start development directly, and will carry out heavy advertising to attract traffic. To go to their sales office, do we have to pass by our land? Isn't that the same as advertising for us? At this time, if we build a cemetery and sell it quickly at a low price, who doesn't have a few elderly people? Think about it, what will happen? Hiss, great. If this is the case, not only can we quickly recover our funds, but we can also build a certain reputation. There is also the free advertising provided by those idiots at Jin Mao, and once we succeed here, it will also be beneficial to our other projects. In contrast, Jin Mao invested a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources and owed a large amount of money to the bank. The final result is obvious, no one will buy a house in the cemetery complex. In this case, Jin Mao will be the victim, and they will be finished, ha 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 ha. After figuring it all out, Zhou Zhaogang burst into laughter. He admired Lu Chen even more in his heart. He couldn't help but feel excited as he saw his opponent of many years was about to be defeated. Zhou Zhaogang immediately went back and called a few high-level confidants to hold a meeting to arrange the work, which was all carried out in secret. Jin Mao seemed to cooperate with Lu Chen's plan and held a press conference in the afternoon of the same day, stating that Jin Mao Real Estate would invest 20 billion yuan to build Plot 1 into the most luxurious sea view resort in Jiangdu, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Lake Pavilion. Minghui, you did a great job this time. Not only did you win Plot 1, but you also forced Hongfeng to win Plots 2 to 5 at a loss. As one gains, the other loses. Now they're probably going to have a headache, ha ha ha. Wan Huaying was in a very good mood at this time, laughing and praising Wan Minghui. Grandpa, this is because Lu Chen lost his temper and got angry with us at this critical moment. He deserves it. Well, that's good. But you have to seize this opportunity and implement the project as soon as possible. It's best to start construction immediately. Only those who get ahead can get the first crack at it. I understand, Grandpa. I have already arranged it and ordered all the materials. The foundation will start tomorrow. I have also finalized the contract with the advertising company. We will continue to promote our Sea View Resort in the next month. Okay, we have to be quick anyway. We have borrowed so much from Gangshan Bank this time. Whether we can move to the next level depends on this order. Don't worry, Grandpa. Once the property is put on sale, it will be a huge hit. By then, we will be qualified to enter areas like Magic City and Kyoto. The father and son were still fantasizing about a better future, but they didn't know that a disaster was about to happen. 6 p.m., in front of Fu Hai restaurant. Lu Chen, where have you been? Lu Cheng, I'm at the door. Okay, I'll come down and pick you up. As soon as I hung up the phone, I saw a beautiful figure coming into view. Lu Chen, long time no see. Li Xueting. Seeing the person coming, Lu Chen felt a little surprised. After not seeing her for a few years, this girl has become even more beautiful. Why, you don't recognize me? I recognized you at first sight. Ah, isn't this our class leader's daughter who has changed so much that she is so beautiful that I can't recognize her? Tisk, you're the only one who can say that, you big liar. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Oh, isn't this our school beauty? At this time, Lu Cheng also arrived at the door. The three of them chatted for a while and then went into the hotel. Lu Chen looked around the Fu Hai Hotel as he walked. After all, this restaurant was now his own property. After all, it is a highly respected hotel in Jiangdu City. Needless to say, its decoration is definitely high-end and elegant. The waiters inside were all over 1.8 meters tall as males and over 1.7 meters tall as females. Each of them is a handsome man or a beautiful woman. It is no exaggeration to say that many young models and small stars are not as good-looking as them. And wherever they pass by, these waiters will all take the initiative to greet you and respond with a warm smile, giving you a friendly feeling like a spring breeze. Third floor, Peony Hall. Brother Feng, you are a big boss now, don't forget to help your old classmates. What big boss? I'm just lucky and got an order. Hey, Xueting, you're here. As he was speaking, Kaohsiung Feng saw Li Xueting coming in and went straight to greet her. Li Xueting smiled politely in response, but also unnoticeably avoided the pull from Kaohsiung Peak and came behind Lu Chen. Hey, isn't this Lu Chen, the top student? You're here too. Well, I've been standing here for quite some time, but you only see our squad leader. Lu Chen will not tolerate this guy. Since you are being sarcastic, I won't be polite either. Don't all stand there, take your seats, we're waiting for you. Squad leader, Brother Feng has reserved a seat for you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Li Hao just laughed and said. In response, Kaohsiung Feng gave an appreciative look, saying that this little brother was reliable. No need. It's Kaohsiung Feng's turn today. It doesn't make sense for me to sit in the upper seat. I'll just sit here. However, Li Xueting looked at that seat, shook her head, and randomly pulled Lu Chen to sit in the empty seat on the other side. This scene made Kaohsiung Feng frown and his face looked a little unhappy. However, he managed to conceal it well and took his seat directly. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke again, Brother Feng, you haven't finished talking just now. What kind of order did you take this time? Everyone is very curious. Oh, nothing much, just discussed a cooperation with the Ponzi Group and got a contract. What? Ponzi Group? My God, it would be amazing to be able to cooperate with Ponzi Group. Is it the Ponzi Group, the largest material supplier in Jiangdu? That's right. Wow, Brother Feng, you are awesome. I have to toast you. When the students heard about the Ponzi Group, they were all shocked. If you don't have some strength, the Ponzi Group will not look down on you. It's nothing, just a small project worth 30 million. Seemingly enjoying the compliments from his classmates, Kaohsiung Feng once again threw out a price that he thought was impressive. 30 million is still a small project. Brother Feng, you are being a bit too Versailles. Brother Feng, you have to drink a glass of wine. You should make several million from this project. And you still say it's too little. That's right, I may not be able to save millions even if I work for a lifetime. Okay, I was careless. I'll drink a glass as punishment. Having said that, Kaohsiung Feng drank the glass directly and then looked at Li Xueting. Li Xueting seemed to be completely unconcerned about their topic. She was whispering with Lu Chen and they were laughing from time to time. Seeing this, he frowned and suddenly felt that Lu Chen was even more annoying. Lu Chen, didn't I hear that you had a girlfriend in college? Are you getting married? Oh, we broke up. Break up? Why? They have high standards and think I don't have enough money. Hearing Kaohsiung Feng's question, Lu Chen responded casually. Is that so? It's okay, I'll introduce you to some good ones later. But having said that, these days, you still need to have some financial strength. Love without bread won't last long. Hearing this, Lu Chen just smiled. When Li Shiwedding heard that Lu Chen had broken up with her, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Lu Chen, where do you work now? Me. I just quit my job and stay at home. Oh. It's not easy to find a job nowadays. We are classmates. If you don't mind, my company still has a vacancy for a security guard. It comes with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a monthly salary of 5,000. Are you interested? Wow, Brother Feng, your company's security treatment is so good. I work so hard here and only get a little over 3,000 a month. How about you consider me? Yes, Brother Feng, you can consider me for such a good thing. Before Lu Chen could reply, several other students shouted out. Look, I think Lu Wei and Zhao Liang need this opportunity more. As for me, I'm too lazy and want to just sit there and do nothing. Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed in Cao Shengfeng's eyes, and he pretended not to care and dropped the key in his trouser pocket on the ground. Brother Feng, your keys fell off. Wow, did you buy a Porsche 718? Seeing the key on the ground, Li Hao exclaimed. Ah. Thank you. It's not a good thing, I'll use it first. After I finish this order, I'll get a 911. Oh my God, I'm so envious. My classmates are all ordinary office workers. To them, let alone Porsche 718 and 911, the ABB series is already very good. Brother Feng, you run a company and have a luxury car. I heard that your family even bought a villa in Jiangdu City. You are the only one in our class who can be said to have reached the pinnacle of life. Yes, it's very difficult to book a seat at the Fuhai Hotel. Last time our boss wanted to dine here, he couldn't get one. Eating here is also a symbol of status. That's right, we all rely on Brother Feng's blessing. At this time, the door of the box was opened and 2 waiters walked in. Hello, distinguished guests. This is the red wine our manager gave you for tasting. I wish you a pleasant meal. After saying that, he opened all 3 bottles of red wine, poured them into the decanter, and placed them on the dining table. Then he bowed deeply to everyone present and left with a smile. Oh my God, it's 85 Lafite, which costs tens of thousands per bottle, and they gave me 3 bottles at once. Brother Feng, you are so honored that even the manager of Fuhai Restaurant personally delivered wine to you. Yes, I heard that manager Sun Hai of Fuhai Restaurant would not necessarily meet with some group bosses even if they came. I didn't expect him to send us some wine. It's such an honor. Everyone became excited all of a sudden and started to compliment Cao Shengfeng again. Cao Shengfeng was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't even know Sun Hai, so why did he send him wine? The reason I was able to make a reservation here this time is because I had previously dined here with a manager of the Ponzi Group, and Ponzi is a regular customer here. This time, in order to show off, he begged and pleaded with the other party for a long time before he was able to order it through him. However, although I was confused in my heart, I still accepted the compliments from my classmates for the sake of appearance. Haha, it's nothing, we just met once and we got along well. I guess they sent me some wine because they saw me working with their big client Ponzi last time, so they just wanted to show their appreciation. He didn't say that the wine was given by him, which shows that he has some self-awareness. At this moment, the door of the box opened again. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Sun Hai from Fuhai Restaurant. Why didn't you say hello to me in advance when you came here? I am really neglectful. An imposing man entered the box, glanced around, walked straight to Lu Chen, and spoke enthusiastically. Oh, nothing, I'm just attending a class reunion. Hearing Sun Hai introduce himself, Lu Chen understood. This was also his first time here, so naturally he didn't know Sun Hai. However, after he acquired the ownership of Fuhai Restaurant that day, this man named Sun Hai called him and chatted with him for a few words. Sun Hai was able to build Fuhai Restaurant to its current scale, so naturally he is more meticulous in his work. As early as after Lu Chen acquired the restaurant, he immediately went through Lu Chen's information carefully and asked all employees to recognize his photo, so as to prevent any extraordinary incidents from happening when a flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. So, although Lu Chen did not notify him this time, as soon as he stepped into Fuhai restaurant, he was recognized by the employees here and reported to Sun Hai long ago. Just then, Sun Hai, who was still in the club with a client, immediately got up, said goodbye and rushed back, and asked his subordinates to deliver 3 bottles of Lafite in advance. "Mr. Lu, do you like this wine? I was entertaining a client and didn't know you were coming. Do you want me to change to a premium box for you?" "No, this place is fine too." The conversation, which was carried out without paying any attention to the people around, left everyone stunned. What's going on? Is this manager Sun Hai from Fuhai restaurant? Isn't this wine for Brother Feng? Is it for Lu Chen? This Sun Hai is so servile to Lu Chen and even calls him Mr. Lu. What is the identity of this Lu Chen? Everyone kept guessing, and the expression on Cao Shangfeng's face at this moment was extremely interesting. On the one hand, he was still bragging about knowing Sun Hai, and also tacitly acknowledged that the wine was a gift for him. I was still hot-headed when I said this, but was slapped in the face the next second. Sun Hai has arrived and made it clear that the wine was for Lu Chen. He also asked if he wanted to change to the Supreme box. This Supreme box is even more difficult to get, and you won't be able to use it even if you pay a lot of money. It is a box that only people with a certain status and position can enter. Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Even Li Xueting at the side opened her mouth slightly with a look of surprise. Just when Cao Shangfeng was feeling uncertain about what to do and felt like he was sitting on a wax candle, another group of people walked into the box. When Cao Shangfeng saw the leader, he stood up in surprise as if he had seen a life-saving straw and hurried to meet him. "Manager Wang, why are you here?" "Welcome, welcome. We are having a class reunion here. Who is the person behind you?" The person who came was Wang Jinghai, the purchasing manager of Ponzi Group, with whom he had discussed cooperation last time. "This is Mr. Pang Long Pang, the boss of our Ponzi Group." Wang Jinghai seemed a little surprised to see Cao Shangfeng, but he still smiled, nodded and introduced him. Gang Long. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. This was a big shot in Jiangdu City, the head of the Ponzi Group. Cao Shangfeng felt like he was almost fainted by happiness, as even Pang Dalong came to see him. "Oh, it's Mr. Pang's visit. It's such an honor." As he said this, he excitedly went forward to hold his hand, but the next second, Pang Dalong pushed him away with one hand and walked towards Lu Chen. "Boss, why don't you call Xiao Pang when you come here to eat? That's not very nice." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was confused again. "Boss. Xiao Pang. What does this have to do with that?" Pang Dalong is such a huge monster that with just one stomp of his foot, the entire Jiangdu City would shake 3 times. Now he actually called Lu Chen the boss. And he even called himself Xiao Pang. They all wondered if they had heard it wrong. Especially just now everyone thought they were here to see Kaohsiung Peak, but in the blink of an eye the old hen turned into a duck. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen differently. "Boss. Mr. Pang, what are you doing?" "Oh, it's Manager Sunday haha, let me introduce you. This is Lu Chen, the man I told you about last time who acquired our Ponzi Group. He is also the absolute controlling shareholder of our Ponzi Group. When our chairman comes to your place for dinner in the future, you have to be responsible and take good care of him." "Ah. You are the one who bought Ponzi, boss." Xiao, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. "What do you call our chairman?" "Boss." "Yes, Mr. Lu is also the owner of our Fuhai restaurant." This time, Pang Dalong almost dropped his jaw in shock. The students on the side had already fallen silent, staring at each other with turbulent thoughts in their hearts, constantly digesting the information on the field. But when the storm comes, it often becomes even more violent. "Boss, it's you. I guess that's your car downstairs. The more I look at it, the more I love it. When will you lend me your Pagani Yazzie?" "Ha ha ha. Lao Zhou, what a coincidence, are you here to eat too?" "Yeah, I just finished the work you assigned me." "Hey, Pang Dalong. Sun Hai. You guys are all here." The person who walked in was Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate, and the atmosphere in the venue became even more weird. "What did you call him?" Pang Dalong and Sun Hai asked at the same time. Boss, what's wrong? Mr. Lu bought my Hongfeng Real Estate, and now I work for him. Zhou Zhaogang shrugged and said with a smile. Damn. They both said at the same time, with surprise in their eyes. Hey, boss, are you eating here too? However, another shout of boss broke everyone's weak hearts. Gao Jinli. Damn it. Pang Dalong even swore. Hey Pang Dalong, why are you swearing? Also, why are you surrounding my boss? Gao Jinli walked in with a frown. As a fellow giant, he was not afraid of Pang Dalong, especially when he saw this posture. He even misunderstood whether Pang Dalong, who was usually domineering and unreasonable, had a grudge against his boss. What are you talking about surrounding your boss? This is my boss. Pang Dalong said speechlessly. What? Gao Jinli was stunned, and Zhou Zhaogang was also stunned. He's also my boss. Sun Hai also said with a wry smile at this time. At this moment, the four big guys looked at each other, and shock was seen in their eyes. Such a young boy is the owner of Fuhai Restaurant, Hongfeng Real Estate, Taifu Plaza, and Ponzi Group. How much power does this have? As for the students at the table in the box, they were so shocked that they began to doubt their lives. Especially Cao Shengfeng, he felt so ashamed that all the high and mighty figures who were beyond his reach were just Lu Chen's subordinates. What am I then? A clown. Thinking about what I did just now, I simply brought shame upon myself. After a while of greetings, all the big guys were sent away by Lu Chen. Eat now. Why are you standing there? Don't waste the kindness of our study committee member. As he said this, he picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it on Li Xueting's plate, then started eating. Yes, eat. Lu Cheng had been holding back his laughter from the moment he came in, so he was naturally enjoying the meal now. The other students also smiled awkwardly and shamelessly began to compliment Lu Chen in various ways. In the entire private room, Cao Shengfeng was the only one who was in a dilemma. He stood there stiffly as if he was sitting on a wax candle and could only drink and eat in silence. Ding. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, ding, face slapping is successful, reward 1 yuan flash sale product opportunity. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to purchase it. Product, Xingyao Entertainment, price, 1 yuan. Are you asking me to enter the entertainment industry? Seeing the goods, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Xingyao Entertainment is a large film and television entertainment company worth 5 billion in Shanghai. It has branches in various places, countless artists under its banner, and spans multiple national markets. In Jiangdu City, there is a branch of Xingyao Entertainment. The dinner ended with compliments from classmates and Cao Shengfeng's loneliness. Lu Chen, can you give me a ride? Li Xueting took the initiative to walk over and spoke. Well, I'll leave first. I won't hinder your reminiscing. Lu Chen, call me later. Seeing this, Lu Cheng blinked and left tactfully. I just drank a little and can't drive. If this is called a designated driver, my car only has 2 seats and there is no room for both. Then let's walk. We haven't seen each other for many years, so we can chat for a while. Okay. After all, Li Xueting was the school belle at that time, and the relationship between the two was pretty good at that time. However, because they were both relatively naive at that time, they did not develop into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Now that a beautiful woman has invited me, I have nothing to do, so I will naturally be happy to accept. By the way, Miss Li, didn't I hear that you went abroad for further studies? It seems like the time hasn't come yet, so why did you return home early? Do you remember I said before that I have a dream of becoming a star? Hearing this, Lu Chen recalled that it seemed to be the case, so he nodded. Since childhood, Li Xueting is not only beautiful, but also good at singing and dancing. Her singing talent is especially outstanding, and she is also more interested in performing arts. So, she has always wanted to work in the entertainment industry. But my parents are very traditional and think that being a star is not the right way to go as it means being in the spotlight all day long, so they strongly opposed it. Later, in order to end her dream of becoming a star, she was sent abroad to study. I stayed abroad for a year, but I finally made up my mind to pursue my dream. So, I came back and joined Xingyao Entertainment based on my talent. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Xingyao Entertainment. What a coincidence. Isn't this the company he just won in a flash sale? But maybe my parents are right. The entertainment industry is too complicated. Having said this, her eyes dimmed a little, and even tears welled up in her eyes. Li Xueting raised her head and took a deep breath, then suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, can you help me? As she spoke, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and burst into tears, leaving Lu Chen at a loss. Then, Li Xueting told an experience that made Lu Chen feel heartbroken. It turned out that Li Xueting returned to Shanghai with her dream and successfully entered Xingyao Entertainment with her talent. But the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry also fell upon her, and Li Hengli, the operations director of Xingyao Entertainment headquarters, took a fancy to her. She was harassed every day and constantly threatened and lured, which made Li Xueting physically and mentally exhausted every time. If it weren't for the help of her agent, Sister Li, she would have been almost cheated several times. Because of this, Sister Li offended Li Hengli and was fired. She once reported the case to a higher level, but the result was that she was hidden away. Because Li Hengli is the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of Xingyao Entertainment, the report was directly blocked. She was also sent directly to Jiangdu City to work as an office clerk. She also thought about leaving, but the 3-year contract had not yet expired and the terms in it tied her down tightly. If she resigned, she would have to pay a considerable amount of liquidated damages. For her, there was nothing she could do about this number. She originally thought that the matter would be over if she just endured it, but she received news yesterday that Li Hengli would be temporarily assigned to Jiangdu City and would arrive tomorrow. Originally, I attended the class reunion to change my mood. She had no intention of telling Lu Chen or anyone else about these things, because she felt that her classmates did not have the energy to help her. But at the dinner just now, when she saw the big guys around Lu Chen, she felt that she still had a glimmer of hope. Okay, I'll help you. After listening to Li Xueting's narration, Lu Chen was also filled with anger. Naturally, the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry have not been forgotten in the gossips outside. But as an outsider, it's just what I heard. Maybe you will feel pity for the poor people involved in the incident, but most people will just treat it as a joke, and some may even say that those little stars have fallen into depravity in order to get to the top. However, today, such a thing happened to him, especially in his own company, so he naturally could not ignore it. Real. At this moment, Li Xueting's eyes burst into bright light, as if she had found a ray of light in the darkness. Seeing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Li Xueting couldn't help it anymore and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. The helplessness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out at this moment, and Li Xueting burst into tears. Lu Chen let her vent as much as she wanted and gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. When Lu Chen returned home, it was almost 12 o'clock. After finally calming Li Xueting down and sending her back home, he took a taxi back to the community. As for his car, he notified Wang Qiming and asked him to arrange for someone to get the keys and drive it back for him. Unexpectedly, when I called, it was Wang Qiming himself who came and enthusiastically drove the car back to me. He handed me a bunch of information, all of which were candidates who had recently applied for the position of butler, and the best ones had already been screened out. However, when Lu Chen saw that there were still nearly 200 pieces of information after screening, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The price is too high, and there are a lot of competitors. Ding, the mall products have been updated, please check in time. Product, Weilong Security Company, price, 1 yuan. Oh my god, this is fine. The Weilong Security Company mainly provides personal bodyguards for wealthy people and politicians, as well as on-site security for some large-scale events. Weilong Security Company is currently the most famous security company in Jiangdu City, and it also charges the highest service fees. Because all the employees here are retired special forces, each of them can fight 10 people at the same time, and each of them has his own personal talents. Lu Chen made a direct phone call and asked Weilong's general manager Hong Tianlong to arrange 2 bodyguards to protect Li Xueting. According to her, this man was omnipresent and his methods were extremely sinister and shameless. Who knows if this guy will come early and find Li Xueting's house to harass her. In addition, he also asked Hong Tianlong to arrange 4 bodyguards to report to him tomorrow. After making the arrangements and informing Li Shueting, he turned on Douyin. As soon as I opened it, I saw that the private chat messages had been flooded. Most of them were those anchors who came to tease Hua Ziyu last time. Lu Chen ignored all this kind of news, thinking that they were all from green tea lovers who were only interested in money. After cleaning up, he clicked into Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room again. But at this moment, there seemed to be a strong smell of gunpowder inside. When he looked up, he saw Wei Yu again. "What's the matter? You don't dare to fight today because your elder brother is not here?" Wei Yu challenged with a sarcastic look on her face. "She doesn't learn her lesson. Didn't she squat long enough last time?" "That's right, give her some face, Sister Chai, hang her up. You only come here to make noise when Brother Piao is not around. How shameless." The players in the live broadcast room started cursing. "What? You don't dare to fight him when he's not here? Besides, who does he think he is? My brothers have to wait for him to come before we can fight him. I'm going to fight you today, do you dare to accept it?" Seeing what the players at Little Match Girl's house said, Wei Yu curled her lips in disdain and said arrogantly, "Brother Piao is here." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player saw Lu Chen entering the live broadcast. "Welcome, Pia." Little Match Girl was also very excited when she saw Lu Chen coming in. Just now when she was randomly matched, she connected with Wei Yu, who had been waiting for her to PK with her, and had been holding her over the fire. As a host, you cannot just hang up during a PK session, as this will reduce your weight on the platform. But if he doesn't hang up, it's obvious that his family's conditions are not good enough and he will definitely be punished. If it was a punishment from other anchors, she wouldn't mind it. If she lost, she lost. It was just a punishment. But every punishment Wei Yu gave was very insulting. Hearing that the ghost was coming, the god of war on the opposite side went straight to the microphone. "A ghost, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Want to play a few games?" The god of war suffered a loss last time and was very upset. Today, he called up a few brothers and prepared to get back at them. "How do you want to fight?" Lu Chen also went straight to the microphone. "Win or lose in one go, there's no upper limit. If you lose, let Little Matchstick come and stay with me for 3 days." The god of war spoke directly. "What? How could this bastard say that? How shameless. This LSP has been lusting after Sister Chai's body for a long time. Shameless. Kill him for blaspheming our goddess. Sister Chai, don't bother with this kind of PK. They are well prepared. I saw several characters above level 50, and 2 above level 60. What? There are 2 more level 61s. In Douyin, level 60 means that the consumption has reached 20 million, which is a symbol of strength. If we come prepared, this battle will definitely be difficult. Especially since people have already said that there is no upper limit, there is no second bar, and surpassing the opponent by 150,000 is not the end. Seeing so many big players on the opposite side, even though they had witnessed Lu Chen's generosity last time, they still felt a little unsure. For a level 60 player, it is not difficult to win millions in one go. What if you lose? Just when Little Match Girl was about to refuse, Lu Chen spoke. Lose? How could we lose? The god of war said arrogantly that he came well prepared this time, and among these friends, there were several who were worth hundreds of millions. Although this ghost looked quite powerful last time, he only bet over 2 million, and that was also because I was not prepared. Today, he can earn 2 or 3 million by himself, not to mention these good brothers. If I win 10 million in this round, that's no problem. In Douyin, there are many players with a net worth of over 100 million, but there are almost no ones who can make tens of millions in one go. After all, being worth over 100 million does not mean that one has over 100 million in liquid funds. If you lose, not only will everyone on the other side have to do 1,000 squats, but all the profits from this round must be transferred to Little Matchstick, including the last one. And all of you need to apologize and say, Little Matchstick Grandma, we won't dare to do it again next time. Say it 10 times. Lu Chen spoke directly. He didn't want to fight for a long time and end up letting the green tea bitch on the other side take advantage. Hearing this, Wei Yu shouted, "How can that be possible? How can we hand over the profits? Isn't the purpose of organizing a game to make money? Although I lost last time and did a lot of squats, I was exhausted, but at least I gained a lot. How is it possible to ask her to spit it out now?" "Shut up." The God of War scolded directly, very dissatisfied with Wei Yu's words. "If we lose with this lineup today, I can even eat shit on live broadcast. It's not impossible. Since you want to play, I have to change the requirements. If you lose, you have to stay with me for a week and obey my orders without any resistance." Then, the God of War stated his request. "Can you ensure that Wei Yu will spit out the money if you lose?" Lu Chen said slowly. "Of course, but can you be the master of Little Matchstick?" At this moment, Lu Chen saw Little Match's hesitation and typed a sentence directly on the public screen, "Do you believe me?" Originally, Little Match Girl would never agree to such a bet even if he died. But for some reason, after seeing Lu Chen's words, he nodded as if possessed by a ghost, "I believe you." The God of War on the opposite side smiled happily when he saw that Little Match Girl agreed. The look he gave the Little Match Girl became even more ardent, as if she was already in his pocket. "I was already thinking about how I would enjoy this beauty for a week after I won." The PK started, and this time it was set to 10 minutes, so there was enough time for them to vote. At the beginning, the opponent obviously wanted to show off his muscles, and directly used 100 huazi, and the score reached 3 million points in one go. Lu Chen smiled, and 200 huazi followed, directly surpassing him in score. Brother Pia is awesome. He is a ghost after all. He orders 200 huazi like he orders 200 little hearts. He doesn't even blink an eye. All the players were very excited and started to dial 666. When Wei Yu saw the score suddenly increased, her heart was in her throat. Can't lose, can't lose. She was praying in her heart that if she lost, not only would her work be in vain, but she would also have to do 1,000 squats, which would be so exhausting. The God of War sneered and said, "Brothers, the crush begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Huaziyu from Wei Yu's live broadcast room was seen falling. 100, 200, 300, 1,500. The score reached 48 million at this moment, and Wei Yu jumped up excitedly. "Thanks to my brother War God, thank you to my brother De Tianwei Long, thank you to my brother Jian Dan, thank you to my brother De Yuan." Whenever Huazi came, Wei Yu would thank him in a trembling voice. This time, 4.8 million in cash flow came out directly, and he made a profit of 2.4 million all at once. What's wrong? Are you scared, you ghost? With your strength, you dare to arm wrestle with my brother, the God of War? You really have no idea what you are doing. Seeing that the opponent's score did not change, Wei Yu became even more arrogant and started to confront him directly. When Xiao Wuchai saw that the other side had scored 4.8 million in one go, the live broadcast room fell silent. After all, he is a level 60 big brother, this is too powerful. What should I do? Is there still hope? Although they all thought that Lu Chen was very capable, they still felt insecure when they saw so many points. Although Lu Chen won last time, he only won about 2.4 million in total. But now, it has directly reached 4.8 million, doubling. In particular, after seeing the opponent's score, Lu Chen remained silent. When Little Match Girl saw that Lu Chen didn't move for a long time, she started biting her lips nervously. "Brother Apia, the opponent is too strong. You don't have to be embarrassed. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. You still have to spend rationally." Although she was extremely unwilling in her heart, she didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Chen. "This is my own choice, I can't blame anyone else." "Haha. That's it. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a piece of cake." Seeing that the opponent had not gained any points and there was only 1 minute left, the God of War laughed wantonly, and his eyes looked at the little matchstick with even more passion. This beauty was about to be his. Wei Yu was even more delighted with the smile on her face, she had made a fortune this time. But at this moment, Lu Chen moved. "Sorry, I just got a call." After saying that, just click on the gift column. Boom. The next second, all the players in the live broadcast room were so excited that they burst. The health bar of Little Matchstick was crushed in an instant, and the 48 million points on the other side were like a small boat in the raging waves, and were directly hit into a black spot. Oh my God, am I dreaming? How much is this? 99,999 Huazi. Oh my God, this is not going to allow people to survive. All the players in the live broadcast room went crazy. They had never seen such a magical scene. Little Match Girl was shaking all over and couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Compared to the madness here, everyone on the God of War's side was stunned. 9,999 Huazi. Nearly 30 million. Even if they came prepared this time, they only prepared more than 10 million in total. To them, they felt that they had overestimated Lu Chen. But now, they found out that they were wrong. This person didn't seem to treat money as money at all. 30 million for one bet. Even someone worth over 10 billion wouldn't dare to play like this. It's not that they can't afford it. Most people with this wealth are very rational. What can't they do with 30 million? Give gifts to female anchors. How many young models and celebrities can you play with for this price? Besides, how many of those so-called big brothers who keep mentioning Huaziyu in the live broadcast rooms of big anchors are real? Most of the tickets are return tickets, actor lists, and e-commerce tickets. The first two are intended to encourage retail investors in the live broadcast room to give gifts, while the latter e-commerce tickets are given to these popular anchors in order for the latter anchors to bring profits to their own products. Otherwise, how could we invest so much in them? But now, someone can make more than 30 million from this small anchor, which can only mean one thing. If this person is not mentally ill, then he must be either very rich or extremely rich. Obviously, this person is the latter. Mr. Hu, this can't help you. Sorry, the opponent is too strong. The brothers who were called by the God of War smiled bitterly, said hello, and left the live broadcast room. A group of people came to provoke with great momentum but were crushed by one person. They were too embarrassed to stay. And because of this 99.99 Huazi reign, the popularity of Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room instantly reached the top of the entire platform. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased from more than 30 at the beginning to more than 50,000, and more people were coming in. Every player who came in was shocked by the score in front of them. Oh my God, is this data fake? More than 300 million points. Where did this talent come from? I've learned a lot. Where is the rich man? Hug me, I can sing, dance and keep you warm. Don't miss me if you pass by me. After asking each other, they roughly understood the whole story and everyone was very excited. Now they would have to watch the other side apologize, squat and call grandma. Wei Yu was slumped in the chair at this time, her face pale and her mind blank. It's over. When the last second countdown of the PK ended, the word victory floated up. The entire live broadcast room of Little Match Girl was once again greeted with cheers. Come on, please start your performance. Sister Chai, please send your account number to the other anchor first and transfer the money in real time. Lu Chen spoke calmly, but to Wei Yu, this voice sounded like a death warrant. Brother Aries, do you really want to give it to me? Give. How dare you cheat with so many people watching? Do you still want to survive? Wei Yu had a sad face and had to transfer the money. She was trembling all over and her heart was bleeding. It's your turn. After asking Little Match Girl and confirming that the money had arrived, Lu Chen spoke again and looked at the God of War. Apia, we lost this time. I admit defeat. I can apologize. As for calling her grandma, forget it. I'll give Little Match a compensation of 1 million. What do you think? It doesn't matter. I'm a man and I have to do what I say. Lu Chen refused directly. Do you have to be so aggressive? When you were being aggressive, did you ever think about Little Match's feelings? Seeing Lu Chen say this, the players in the live broadcast room also echoed him. That's right. You're usually so arrogant, forcing Sister Chai to punish you this and that, but now it's your turn, you're cheating. That's right, don't roll the knife, spit and dice, don't let us look down on you. Hurry up and apologize and call grandma, I'm using data to surf the internet, and data is expensive. These players are even more excited to have the opportunity to see those who are usually high and mighty being humiliated. Some players who hate the rich even started recording the screen, preparing to post a video later to criticize them in depth. Mrs. Matchstick, I'm sorry. We won't do it again next time. Is that okay? The god of war gritted his teeth and spoke quickly. 10 times, 9 more to go. Lu Chen refused to give in. This kind of person should be punished. After shouting it 10 times in front of so many people, I didn't have the face to think about little match girl anymore. Little matchstick grandma. At this moment, his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were digging into the flesh. If ice could kill, Lu Chen would probably be riddled with holes by now. Restraining his anger and frustration, the god of war shouted 10 times and then logged off directly. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Now you. At this time Lu Chen looked at Wei Yu. Ah. Brother Piao, it's my fault. You see, I gave all the profits to Little Matchstick. Can you forgive me? It's not easy for me. Look, how about we change the punishment, or I can do it to you in private. Wei Yu started to act like a spoiled child and kept winking at Lu Chen. Oh my god, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. I've never seen anything like this before. There are monsters everywhere. I don't know how the elder brother could bear to eat such a funny guy. My eldest brother has good teeth, so don't be envious. To be honest, her figure is still okay when the lights are turned off. At this moment, all the players in the live broadcast room started to complain. I usually dislike Wei Yu's face, but she comes from a well-off family, so I can't beat her. Now that the wall has fallen, everyone is pushing it down. Why don't you step on it a few more times? Stop talking nonsense and do it. Lu Chen had no good feelings towards such a woman and could not feel any sympathy for her. Under the pressure of the crowd, Wei Yu had to start a long journey of squatting. Just watch her finish. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Lu Chen didn't have time to keep watching the punishment. He didn't know how long these 1,000 people would have to stay there. He just said goodbye and left. Thank you, Brother Piao. Can we add AV? Oh, okay. Hearing little match girl say this, Lu Chen was stunned at first, but he didn't refuse. Oh, Sister Chai, you who never add V, broke your rules for Brother Piao. Damn money, I'm so envious. Brother Piao is really awesome. He made Sister Chai wise up. These players just think that the big deal is not a big deal. When they see 2 people wanting to add V, they are jealous and start a commotion. Lu Chen ignored him and V went offline immediately. However, the little matchstick's head on the V started flashing. Brother Apia, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. You should not be short of money. Give me your address and I will send you some local specialties later. I hope you don't mind. Oh, okay. Lu Chen did not hesitate and simply accepted little match girl's kindness. Having watched her for more than a year, although he gave her gifts for the purpose of cashback rewards, he also knew that this girl was a contented and grateful person, and her family conditions didn't seem to be that good, so he helped her play these games. Not only can you help out, but you can also get a generous cashback reward. Why not do it? Look, tonight I got myself more than 300 million in cash back, I feel so good. After sending the address to Xiao Huachai, the two chatted for a few more words and then Lu Chen went to wash up. He planned to go to bed after receiving the system reward at 12 o'clock, because he had to help his old squad leader solve a problem tomorrow. Just after 12 o'clock, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding, ding, the product has been updated, please check whether to purchase it. Product, Xianlong Acupuncture, price, 1 yuan. What is this? When Lu Chen saw the products this time, he was a little overwhelmed. Xianlong Acupuncture, a magical acupuncture method that encompasses all kinds of acupuncture methods from heaven to earth, from ancient times to the present, which can bring the dead back to life and cure all diseases. Oh my God, this is going against the will of heaven. After seeing this introduction, Lu Chen decided to buy it. The product has been purchased successfully. Do you want to learn now? Study. Shua. A faint golden light radiated from Lu Chen's entire body, and a warm current radiated to his limbs and bones, finally converging in his brain. Boo. Instantly, it felt like a bubble in my brain was punctured, making a slight sound. At the same time, Chen felt that his senses were suddenly several times sharper than before, and there was a lot of inexplicable information in his mind. After a long time, after digesting the information in his mind, Chen opened his eyes, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. This is incredible. This set of acupuncture techniques is incredible. It can be said that with this set of acupuncture techniques, some diseases that cannot be cured by current medicine can be easily solved. It seems that I have to go back after I finish the work at hand. Dad's old cold legs and Mom's rheumatoid arthritis can be treated. Thinking about how his parents worked hard in the fields and did part-time work on construction sites to support his college education, he developed some lesions that can now be cured. The next day, when Chen woke up, he received a morning greeting from Little Match Girl. After chatting for a while, they found out that Little Match Girl's name was Wu Ying, and she was from Shanghai. They also agreed that if she went to the Magic City in the future, she would treat him to a meal, and Chen agreed with a smile. Soon after, the bodyguards sent by the Weilong Security Company also arrived, a total of 4 people. Upon inquiry, it was found that the employees of this security company had signed contracts similar to those of mercenaries and their personal information was kept confidential. So the names are all numerical codes. The 4 people who came this time are also the 4 ace men of the security company, namely number 1 to number 4. Chen didn't say much, so it would be easier for him to remember. These 4 men were not the tall and mighty type as imagined. Instead, they looked leaner and even ordinary. However, after taking the powerful muscle-enhancing pills, Chen's senses are 10 times stronger than those of ordinary people. With the help of Xianlong acupuncture, one can get more feedback on the human body's bones, meridians, flesh and even the energy contained in the body. Therefore, with just one glance, one can see that these 4 seemingly ordinary people all possess explosive power far beyond that of ordinary people. He was also very satisfied with this. At 10 o'clock, after arranging the work for the 4 people, he took them to the Jiangdu branch of Xingyao Entertainment. Before I even entered the door, I saw a woman about 30 years old being pushed out by 7 or 8 people. Later, Li Xueting also chased out and instantly protected the woman. Li Hengli, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Xiaomei has already been fired from the company. Who allowed her to be here? The man in the lead spoke, and one could tell at a glance that he was extremely dissolute and frivolous. She came to see me, why are you chasing her away? Although Sister Li was fired, Li Xueting kept in touch with her. Afterwards, Li Xueting was exiled to the Jiangdu branch. Coincidentally, Sister Li was from Jiangdu, so they met often. And today, Sister Li was called by Li Xueting to give her courage. She had an inexplicable fear of Li Hengli. Unexpectedly, Li Hengli became furious when he saw Sister Li and had someone kick her out. It's nothing, it was all because of Sister Li who ruined his good fortune. Otherwise, Li Xueting would have been taken by her long ago. Unexpectedly, when he came this time, he saw Sister Li again and directly called the security guard to take action against her, which led to the current scene. Just because I'm the operations director here, does the company let anyone in casually? Li Xueting, you've been exiled here, but you still don't want to make progress. You always hang out with such idiot friends. When will you wake up? Is the company owned by your family? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chen. The moment she saw Chen, Li Xueting seemed to have found her backbone. Her voice was filled with excitement, and she pulled Sister Li directly to Chen's side. Chen smiled at her and reached out to touch her head lovingly. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Li Xueting's cheeks flushed when she was touched, and she nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Li Hengli narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, who are you, Excellency? Seeing that Chen was wearing Armani and was followed by 4 people, Li Hengli did not get angry on the spot. Li Xueting is my classmate. Hearing this, Li Xueting felt a little disappointed for some reason. Are they just classmates? Classmate. Then I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is our company's internal affairs. When Li Hengli heard that this person was just Li Xueting's classmate, his face turned cold. Especially when I saw how close the 2 of them were just now, I felt even worse. In his heart, Li Xueting could not escape from his grasp. He had long regarded her as his forbidden fruit and would not allow other men to touch her. Her business is my business, and I'm still going to take care of it. What do you think? Oh, how can a dog catching a mouse be nosy? Security guard, chase them away from me. Seeing that Lu Chen was ungrateful, Li Hingli didn't bother to say anything more and directly asked the security guard to take action. Just as the 8 security guards rushed over, a figure flashed out from behind Lu Chen. Then, a few muffled bang, bang, bang sounds were heard, accompanied by the screams of the security guards, and all 8 people were kicked out. Looking at the sudden scene in front of him, Li Hingli was stunned. Each of their security guards is very strong and has extraordinary fighting power. After all, emergencies often occur in amusement parks, so the security guards hired must be extremely skilled. But now, someone just came out and took care of these security guards in an instant. Looking at the security guards lying on the ground unconscious, Li Hingli shuddered all over. You guys, what are you going to do? This is a society ruled by law. Seeing Lu Chen walking towards him, Li Hingli felt inexplicably frightened, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Li Xueting, do you still want to do this? Tell your classmates to stop immediately, or you will suffer the consequences in the future. Helpless, he actually threatened Li Xueting. After all, in his impression, Li Xueting has always been a cowardly person who only knows how to dodge under his tyranny. Lu Chen came in front of him and raised his right hand. No. This is a society ruled by law. Li Hingli shouted in horror. When his right hand fell, Li Hingli screamed in surprise, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen just slapped him a few times and retracted his right hand without hitting him. That's right, this is a society ruled by law, I won't do anything to you. Humph, you are quite reasonable. I will not pursue what happened today. Get out of here right now. Li Xueting, get back to work. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Li Hingli jumped up from the ground, shouted at Li Xueting, and wanted to leave here first. These people are terrifying to look at. Just look, 8 security guards died after just one encounter. It's you who should get out, Li Hingli, you are fired. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the company. He was Zhaoan, the general manager of the Xingyao entertainment branch. Long before Lu Chen arrived, he had called the headquarters and Zhaoan. Just you? What right do you have to fire me? Seeing the person coming, Li Hingli shouted disdainfully. I'm here to do business with the head office, and it's not Zhaoan's turn to take care of it. In terms of level, as an operations director of a headquarters, his authority is greater than that of the general manager of this branch. I don't have the power, but the chairman does. Chairman. When Li Hingli was confused, he saw Zhaoan walking in front of Lu Chen. This is Lu Chen, the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment, who just acquired it. What? 2 exclamations rang out at the same time, from Li Hingli and Li Xueting. Li Xueting thought that Lu Chen might be able to help her through the difficulties through the social influence of Pang Dalong, Gao Jianli, and others, but she never expected that Lu Chen was actually the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment. Li Hingli felt that a disaster was imminent. Even though he was the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of the head office, he was nothing in front of the chairman. Bang. Thinking of this, Li Hingli knelt down directly. Chairman, I was blind and I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Li Xueting like this. I will never do that again. Please forgive me for the sake of my brother-in-law Wang Shoufa. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that you were so bold and reckless, and your brother-in-law must have helped a lot. Zhaoan, notify the headquarters directly and fire Wang Shoufa as well. In addition. Having said that, he glanced at Sister Li, who was still in shock, and spoke again. Let Sister Li take on the position of operations director. The last time Li Xueting recounted how Sister Li helped her, he also got to know this person from the side. Sister Li is a kind person, has rich experience in coaching artists, and has strong operational capabilities. It's just that he has a straightforward personality and a strong sense of justice. For the sake of the innocence and welfare of his artists, he has offended his superiors many times, which is why he has never been able to get promoted. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to let her be the operations director. In the entertainment industry where unspoken rules are everywhere, only such a clear stream can allow employees to work with greater peace of mind. Okay, Chairman. Mr. Lu, At this time, Sister Li came to Lu Chen excitedly and was about to say something. You don't have to say anything. I have high hopes for you and hope you can stick to your usual style and keep a close eye on things for me. Besides, Xueting is in your hands. Lu Chen didn't let her continue and made the final decision. Chairman, please forgive me. I really won't do it again. You can go now, throw it out. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, number one behind him stepped forward, picked up Li Hingli and threw him out. Ouch. Li Hingli fell flat on his face and screamed in pain. Lu Chen didn't even look at them, and walked into the company surrounded by the crowd. Director Lu, Li Hingli has poisoned many artists during his tenure. Isn't this too easy for him? Should the entire industry be informed of his evil deeds? He and his brother-in-law have built their own circle in the entertainment industry for so many years. After being fired, it is not difficult for them to find a new employer. With his character, if he goes to another entertainment company, I am afraid that many artists will suffer. At this time, Sister Li said worriedly, because she had fought with Li Hingli and others many times and was too familiar with them. Don't worry, he will never do evil again. Outside the door, Li Hingli stood up cursing. Let's wait and see. Do you think I can't survive if I leave Xingyao Entertainment? Being in a bad mood, he naturally looked for a place to vent, so he contacted a lover directly and booked a room in a hotel. Honey, why did you get off work so early today? Don't say so much. I'm very angry today. Please calm me down. Oh, you're so impatient. Slow down. Seeing his lover coming, Li Hingli quickly took off his armor and picked up his sword to go into battle. But half a day later. What's wrong with you? You haven't responded for a long time. Hey, I don't know what the hell, I was totally unconscious. At this moment, Li Hingli became anxious and had no intention to continue. He just put on his clothes and rushed to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor gave him a desperate answer: the corpus cavernosum is comminuted and ruptured, and it cannot be treated. This news was like a bolt from the blue, which devastated Li Hingli and made him lose the will to live. Now he has become the last eunuch of Xia Kingdom. No. The miserable roar echoed in the hospital corridor, attracting countless people's attention. Xingyao Entertainment Branch, General Manager's Office. At this time, Zhaowen and others left, making room for Lu Chen and Li Xueting. I didn't realize it, you are so bad. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Li Xueting's face turned red. It turned out that Lu Chen's slapping of Li Hingli before was not aimless, but he used the techniques of Xianlong acupuncture to directly destroy Li Hingli's corpus cavernosum, making him impotent for life. Just because it is called the Xianlong acupuncture method, it does not mean that everything requires the use of silver needles. With little tricks like this, you can achieve the desired effect by tapping some meridians and acupoints of the human body with special techniques. Moreover, this method will not reveal any clues at all. The most important thing is that no one will believe you if you tell them about this magical technique. From this we can see how mysterious the Xianlong acupuncture method is. Lu Chen, why didn't you tell me that you were the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment? Well, I've also been following the entertainment industry, and I feel like this industry is quite profitable. It just so happens that I have the opportunity to acquire Xingyao Entertainment. What a coincidence. Lu Chen laughed. He couldn't say that the system just happened to give it to him, right? But when Li Xueting heard this, she wondered if Lu Chen acquired Xingyao Entertainment because he listened to her complaints. Otherwise, why didn't he acquire Xingyao Entertainment when there were so many entertainment companies out there? Or was it after she asked Lu Chen for help? Lu Chen, thank you. Li Xueting said seriously, then moved closer and kissed Lu Chen on the lips, then ran out quickly with a red face. Ah, this girl. Feeling the remaining warmth between his lips, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Zirwei Mansion, Villa Number 3. At this time, the room was crowded with people. A group of people in white coats were coming in and out, their foreheads were covered with sweat, and it was obvious that they were very anxious. Su Fuling rubbed her hands and paced back and forth anxiously outside Mr. Qin's bedroom door. The bedroom door opened, and I could vaguely see that the room was filled with various medical equipment. A middle-aged man in a white coat walked out. If you look closely, you can see that there is actually a military uniform under the white coat. Dr. Lin, how is Mr. Chen? It's stable for now, but it depends on tonight. Alas, I can only blame my poor medical skills. Lin Tianqing, Lieutenant General of the Tiannan Army of the Xia Kingdom, is also a great master of the Xia Kingdom with superb medical skills. But he actually said that his medical skills were not very good, which shows how bad Mr. Chen's condition was. And a lieutenant general, who is also a great master, could actually come in person to treat old Chen. This shows how terrifying old Chen's identity is. Old Chen, I came to have a drink with you today. At this time, Lu Chen's voice sounded outside the door. Su Fuling opened the door, and the haggardness and sadness on her pretty face were clearly visible. Mr. Chen is ill. Please come back another day. Is it sick? Lu Chen frowned as he caught a glimpse of people in white coats busying around inside through the crack in the door. With his keen senses, he naturally saw the military uniforms under those white coats. It seems that this old man Chen is not an ordinary person. Do you want me to help you? So Lu Chen asked. It's not that he likes to meddle in other people's business. It's just that the last time he drank with old man Chen, they developed a deep affection for each other. Moreover, this old man Chen's unrestrained and uninhibited style always gives him a feeling of a hermit in a novel. You. How can you help? Don't make things worse. At this time, Su Fuling was obviously a little annoyed, and waved her hand impatiently to send him away. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen pushed her aside and walked in. Hey, what are you doing? Unprepared for a moment, Lu Chen slipped in. Su Fuling was a little angry and shouted at him. Young man, Mr. Chen is not in good health. It is not appropriate to disturb him at this time. At this time, Lin Tianqing, who heard the voice, turned around and looked at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen ignored it and walked straight towards the room. As soon as he came in, he felt the oppression in the room and the anxiety of everyone. It was obvious that Mr. Chen was seriously ill. Moreover, after inheriting the Xianlong acupuncture technique, Lu Chen sometimes saw different things. Just now, he actually felt a sense of death in the bedroom. Seeing Lu Chen like this, everyone frowned, wondering how could this guy be so rude. Lu Chen, you're going too far. Seeing Lu Chen breaking through everyone's obstruction and walking into the bedroom, Su Fuling changed her outward dignity and yelled directly. He even chased after him and tried to drag him out. Stop it. Lu Chen pointed casually, and the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Su Fuling seemed to be frozen in time, maintaining the posture of moving forward to drag, with her mouth slightly open, stiff in place. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and ran to check out what was happening. This scene was too weird. But no matter how you look at it, Su Fuling is now completely still except for her eyeballs, which can move slightly. She can't even make a sound. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Tianqing and others who were about to step forward to stop him all stopped, gasped, and looked at Lu Chen in shock. So weird. Su Fuling was even more shocked. What happened to her? After being touched by Lu Chen, he couldn't move anymore. What on earth did this bastard do to him? Lu Chen had already arrived at the head of Mr. Chen's bed. He opened his eyelids, carefully observed his eyeballs, then pinched his right pulse and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tianqing. Old man Chen's lungs were severely injured, and the meridians on his left side have been blocked for more than 20 years, right? They are almost necrotic. Due to the long-term failure to dredge the heart meridians, they have become blocked and almost necrotic. Hello, there is a faint aura in his body that seems to be warming his meridians. Interesting. But this aura is too weak, and the speed of warming it up cannot keep up with the speed of the meridians drying up. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. If I didn't have sufficient skills, I would never be able to point out Mr. Chen's problem in such a short time. Moreover, he could even feel the aura that nourished Chen's meridians. This was a bit terrifying. My name is Lin Tianqing, what is your name? Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, you are absolutely right. This is a disease that old Chen has inherited from the past. We cannot revive the dead meridians, but can only slow down the necrosis. But as you can see, it has been delayed for more than 20 years, and it seems to have come to an end. Having said this, Lin Tianqing's eyes dimmed a little. Although Lin Tianqing was very shocked after seeing Lu Chen's previous methods, he thought that although he could see the lesion, there was no solution to such a problem with the current medical capabilities. Well, it is indeed impossible to reverse it with modern medicine, but I think I can try. What? You said you can reverse meridian necrosis. Lu Chen's words were like thunder, causing Lin Tianqing to jump up. This is completely anti-scientific behavior. If the necrotic meridians can be reversed, what kind of miraculous method would that be? But now this Lu Chen, who looks to be in his early 20s, actually said that he could give it a try. In shock, he couldn't help but look at Su Fuling. Lu Chen took a glance and seemed to realize that some decisions needed to be made by Su Fuling, so he walked in front of Su Fuling. I can remove your restraints now, but you need to speak properly, don't make trouble, and blink if you agree. When Su Fuling heard Lu Chen say this, she started cursing in her heart. What do you mean you told me to talk nicely? What do you mean you told me not to make trouble? Are you the one making trouble? You are such a jerk. However, I have been trapped here like this, and I have no idea what this method is, and I feel inexplicably uneasy. Never mind, let me move first. Then she quickly blinked her big, Cazalan eyes. No need to keep blinking. I'm not blind. After saying that, he tapped again and then Su Fuling collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Chen, you bastard, how dare you treat me like this, She was just about to vent her anger, but when she saw Lu Chen smiling and shaking his right index finger at her, she immediately shut up. Well, that's right. I want to treat Mr. Chen now. Do you have any objection? Su Fuling glared at him and looked at Lin Tianqing for advice. Ms. Su, I can't cure Mr. Chen with my ability. I can only delay his recovery. If he gets sick again next time, it may be too late to save him. But you have to make the decision on Mr. Lu Chen's side. Seeing that Lin Tianqing did not say that Lu Chen could not be allowed to treat him, it meant that Lin Tianqing also agreed with the previous moves. But after all, it is unheard of that this condition can be cured. Therefore, Lin Tianqing did not dare to say that he could just leave it to Lu Chen to treat. Su Fuling has been the CEO of Su Group for many years, so she naturally understood the whole story. Since there is no way to save him and he is just delaying it, he will die sooner or later. It's better to give it a try and give it a try. Thinking that Mr. Chen was a straightforward and unrestrained person who took pleasure in repaying his debts and taking revenge, he did not want to live like this. So she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chen. Can you really cure it? That should be possible. How sure are you? 50%. Good. Su Fuling was able to become the CEO because she is not a procrastinating person and makes decisions directly. Mr. Lin, can you lend me a pair of silver needles? No problem. Lin Tianqing quickly took out a set of silver needles and handed it over. Anything else you need? No, those who are not involved can leave. Don't disturb me during the treatment. Otherwise, if anything happens to Mr. Chen, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Lu Chen, can I watch and learn from the sidelines? Can. Lu Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement. I'll stay too. Su Fuling shouted hurriedly. Okay, everyone else get out. Thinking of the relationship between Su Fuling and old Chen, Lu Chen did not object. So, except for Lin Tianqing and Su Fuling, everyone else was asked to leave and the door was closed. Lu Chen disinfected the silver needle, and the following scene shocked Su Fuling and the others again. The silver needle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly emitted a faint fluorescence, and the next second it began to jump along with Lu Chen's fingers. Lu Chen calmed his mind and kept rehearsing the treatment route he had already locked onto in his mind. After all, this was the first time that he used the Xianlong acupuncture technique in the true sense. Take the left Zisanli, the left Xiangu, and penetrate the Yongquan, the right Diji, the right Gongsuan, the right Weiguan, and penetrate the Neiguan. Among them, Zisanli and Xiangu are used with the tonifying method, Diji and Gongsuan are used with the purging method, and Weiguan and Neiguan are used for equal tonifying and purging. The needles are left in place for 20 minutes. If the patient feels heat in the waist, Feilong Tongdu acupointment massage is performed. Suddenly, Lu Chen made a move in an instant, and the silver needle moved according to his thoughts, quickly passing through old Qin's body. It was visible to the naked eye that heat began to rise from old Qin's body, and his skin gradually turned red starting from his feet. Slowly, the redness spread all over the body. Swish. Lu Chen stopped at this moment, observed Qin Lao's condition, and nodded. At present, Mr. Qin's physical reaction is consistent with what is described in the Qianlong acupuncture method, so it seems that there is no deviation. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen began to disinfect the second silver needle. Lin Tianqing standing next to him didn't even dare to make a sound. What he just saw was like a dream. Can this needle be used like this? Is that all? Lin Tianqing could hold it in, but Su Fuling couldn't. How is that possible? This is just the first step. This method is called the 5 Qis returning to the origin. Old Qin is in poor health, so I will first activate his physical potential to help him regain his vitality. Next, I have to strengthen his body. After all, his body has been in poor condition for too long. Oh. Su Fuling nodded blankly. Although she didn't understand, she felt it was very cool. Looking at Lu Chen's eyes, countless little stars appeared. She saw the acupuncture treatment altogether and it felt like she was watching a fantasy movie. The silver needles could actually move in mid-air along with the fingers. It was simply unbelievable. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen checked Mr. Qin's condition again and then withdrew the needle. Then, the second shot. The fantasy scene was played out again, and Lin Tianqing felt like he was in a dream and almost drooled. For this great master, what could be more attractive than this magical needle technique? He stared with his originally small eyes, watching Lu Chen perform without blinking. A few minutes later, Lu Chen withdrew the needle again. Next, I'm going to help Qin Laodong return to heaven. You two must not make any noise to disturb me. The last step was very crucial. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless and reminded in a deep voice. Lin Tianqing and Su Fuling, at this moment, were like students being taught. They nodded obediently and squatted silently aside. Swish. The third shot starts. This time, old Qin's body began to shake violently, and a painful expression appeared on his face. All the blue veins on his limbs and forehead suddenly bulged, and slowly turned from the initial purple-black color to light blue. Wow! Suddenly, old Qin sat up and spit out several mouthfuls of black blood. This sudden scene would have frightened Su Fuling to the point of screaming if Lin Tianqing had not covered Su Fuling's mouth in advance. Because it was like a zombie just now. Lu Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. The moment old Qin sat up, he raised the needle and pressed it a few times. Wow! Another mouthful of blood was spat out. If you look closely, you can see that the color of this mouthful of blood has changed from the previous dark black to normal red. Huh! Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately withdrew the needle, helped old Qin lie down, and let out a long breath. All right. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen smiled. However, at this time, his physical and mental strength were overexhausted, and his feet seemed a little weak. Seeing myself in this condition, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the system had not instilled mental strength and some magical powers when I inherited the Qianlong acupuncture technique, I would have found it difficult to complete this treatment. It seems that to treat such a serious disease, it takes a long time to recover. He could feel the loss of his energy and spirit due to this treatment, and it would take at least a week to recover. Really? Su Fuling stared at Lu Chen in amazement, feeling as if she were in a dream. In just less than an hour, the fatal disease that had plagued Mr. Qin for decades and for which he had been unable to find any medical treatment was cured. Lin Tianqing walked quickly to the bedside and examined Mr. Qin. After checking everything, he was shocked. There is no blockage in Mr. Qin's meridians anymore, and they are as if reborn, better than those of ordinary young men. It can be described as unlimited vitality. Moreover, he discovered that all the other minor ailments that Mr. Qin had previously suffered seemed to have been cured in this treatment. In particular, the scar on Mr. Qin's back when he was young has also disappeared, and his skin is as intact as before. Is there any beauty effect after this treatment? Lin Tianqing's heart was like a storm, unable to describe it. this is simply a miracle." With a bang, Lin Tianqing knelt on one knee in front of Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu Chen, Lin Tianqing has always loved medicine. I was amazed by your skills just now. Please accept me as your apprentice." Seeing Lin Tianqing like this, Su Fuling was completely stunned. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Tianqing looks gentle, but in terms of medical skills, he is an absolute authority not only in Xia Country, but also in the world. He had never submitted to anyone in this regard, but now he actually knelt in front of Lu Chen and begged to be his disciple. What's more, Lin Tianqing is a lieutenant general. If this news gets out, wouldn't it scare people to death? Well, that's not possible. If Mr. Lin is interested, you can come sit with me when you are free and have more exchanges. It's not impossible. The first to succeed comes first. Please help me, sir. Seeing Lin Tianqing being so persistent, Lu Chen was overwhelmed. Lu Chen, Mr. Lin is a man of character, and soldiers are very straightforward. They obey you. You are a grown man, so there is no need to be shy. Do you have the nerve to make a lieutenant general and a great general kneel all the time? Su Fuling has always had no taboos, otherwise she wouldn't be so unrestrained as to become a little gangster and race cars. Lieutenant General. A great general. After hearing what Su Fuling said, Lu Chen was stunned for a long time. It seems that having a lieutenant general and a great master as his apprentice is pretty awesome, right? I couldn't help but fantasize about it in my heart, and finally agreed to Lin Tianqing's request. This made Old Man Lin very happy, and he looked at Su Fuling with gratitude. "Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." After saying that, he kowtowed to Lu Chen respectfully. Although it felt great, Lu Chen still felt a little embarrassed. Apart from anything else, it just felt a bit weird that Lin Tianqing was already very old and he kowtowed to me. However, Su Fuling was imaginatively thinking, this Old Man Lin has Lu Chen as his master. If I seduce Lu Chen, won't he call me his master's wife? This seems very interesting. But then her face turned red. Fuck, what am I thinking? This is my best friend's man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. The more she got to know Lu Chen, the more mysterious he became. He was totally different from what Chi said. She had been investigating and tracking Lu Chen a lot in the past few days, and some of the things she had learned were already shocking. How many secrets does he have? At this moment, old Chen slowly opened his eyes and woke up. "Grandpa Chen, you're finally awake." "Yeah." Old Chen nodded. Just as he was about to sit up, he suddenly saw Lin Tianqing kneeling on one knee. He was stunned. "Fuck, Lao Lin, what are you doing? Are you suffering from cold legs?" Looking again, Lu Chen was also here, and Lin Tianqing seemed to be kneeling in front of Lu Chen. Did I miss something here? "Old Ghost Chen, you are suffering from the cold leg. I am here to become your disciple." "You know nothing. Become a disciple." After hearing what Lin Tianqing said, old Chen was confused for a moment. "Why are you worshipping this little ghost? Did you take the wrong medicine? Or am I too sick to wake up and am I hallucinating?" "Yes, it must be an illusion." Old Man Chen was thinking about it and slapped himself. "Oh my god, that hurts." Naturally, the others didn't know what old Chen was thinking, they just saw him slap himself. "Master, will your treatment damage his brain?" In the past, this Old Man Chen was sometimes unreliable, but he would never slap himself in the mouth. Lin Tianqing couldn't help but ask quietly. "You're the one with the broken brain. What the hell is going on?" Old Chen felt like he had come to the wrong time and space. Why couldn't he understand? Seeing this, Su Fuling stepped forward and told him what had happened in detail. After hearing this, Old Man Chen jumped off the bed and started performing a set of military boxing moves. Then he looked at Lu Chen in shock, then looked at himself, and then looked at Lu Chen again. "Yes, it was you who cured me." Pointing at himself, Old Man Chen asked. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Oh my god, you are really good. I have been treating this illness for more than 20 years, but it got worse and worse. I didn't expect that you could cure it. Hey, it seems my prostate has recovered. I feel like I can find a few mothers to give birth to a few babies, ha 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 ha." Old Man Chen laughed heartily. Old Chen, I'm still here. Su Fuling blushed when she heard this, spat and ran out. This old man was too dirty. Lin Tianqing, who was standing by, also held his forehead and closed his eyes. This old man was still so shameless. Having regained a new life and cured the fatal disease that had troubled him for decades, Old Man Chen was extremely happy and pulled Lu Chen to go for a drink. Today, we two will have a good drink together to thank you for saving my life. But today we will drink the wine I have stored. Although it is not more expensive than your bottles, it tastes just as good as yours. The key is that it is more powerful. Okay. That Lin. For a moment, Lu Chen didn't know what to call Lin Tianqing. It felt a bit weird to call him disciple, and he really couldn't bring himself to say that. Master, you called me Tianqing. Lin Tianqing seemed to understand Lu Chen's dilemma and spoke directly. Well, Tianqing, go get my wine collection later so the three of us can drink it together. You know where it is, right? Before Lu Chen could say anything, Old Man Chen started shouting first. Hey, my friend, you said you accepted this old ghost Lin as your apprentice, what should he call me? Go away, let's talk about our own affairs. Don't try to take advantage of me. Hearing what Old Man Chen said, Lin Tianqing started cursing. As the two old men bickered with each other, the house became lively. After drinking a few glasses of liquor, Lu Chen also knew the identity of this Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen, whose name is Chen Tianlong, is the god of war of the Xia Kingdom, nicknamed Dragon God. His status in the Xia Kingdom is extremely honorable. In terms of rank, he is above the generals and has more prestige than the founding fathers. There was no other reason. When he was young, he had smashed the enemy's attacks many times, and the number of high-ranking officials he had annihilated was so many that he couldn't even write them down in a notebook. And he is known as the #1 master of Xia Country. However, during an operation more than 20 years ago, they were ambushed and gradually retreated. Decades have passed, and although countries are fighting openly and secretly, the kind of fighting that happened in the past has rarely occurred. Most of them are about comparing financial resources, allies, and means. In today's society, who would use fists when money can get things done? After this incident, Chen Tianlong insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Lu Chen, and would not let go unless Lu Chen agreed. This old man was really acting like a spoiled brat, and Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. After finishing the job, Old Man Chen was so proud that he immediately started teasing Lin Tianqing and called him his nephew. Lin Tianqing was so angry that he chased him and played with him for a long time. In the end, both of them were drunk. They even bickered in their sleep. The key point was that they could still talk to each other, which made Lu Chen amazed. At 12 o'clock, Lu Chen returned to his villa and the system prompt sounded. Ding, the product has been updated and put on the shelves. Please decide whether to purchase it. Product, R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Edition, price, 1 yuan. R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Edition, taking it can help you remember everything you see and draw inferences from it, and can greatly improve your brain and mental strength. What a good thing. This time, the use of Xianlong acupuncture made him deeply realize the insufficiency of his mental strength. His head was still a little swollen after it was done, and he asked the system about it at that time. The system indicated that this was because his brain area was not enough, so the amount of mental energy that could be stored was limited. Once too much mental energy was consumed, he would experience symptoms of dizziness and general weakness. Unexpectedly, I got this potion today, and suddenly I felt that this system is very considerate. With a thought, the R-Type Wisdom Potion appeared in his hand. This is a bottle of dark blue liquid medicine. I opened the bottle cap and smelled it, but there was no smell, so I drank it all. Suddenly, a cool feeling ran through my forehead and my whole body felt a chill. After a few minutes, the cool feeling disappeared, and Lu Chen felt that his eyes were not only brighter, but also seemed to be able to see things farther. Moreover, my hearing and sense of smell seemed to have been greatly improved. He picked up a magazine and flipped through it quickly before closing it. It was like a movie playing in his mind, with every word and sentence in the magazine reappearing. He really had a photographic memory. Lu Chen was thinking, if he had this thing while he was still in school, wouldn't he be a top student? After a tiring day, Lu Chen decided not to watch the live broadcast anymore. He just washed up and lay down directly. Villa number 3. Xiaoyangzi, what time is the appointment tomorrow? Sister Ling, Pang Dalong said we'll meet at Tongqing Building at 11 o'clock tomorrow to discuss the contract. Tongqing Building. Okay, then prepare the information and see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling frowned. She had an important matter to attend to when she came to Jiangdu this time, which was to finalize the contract with the Ponzi Group. The project in Shanghai was about to start. Due to the specific requirements of the client, several materials were relatively scarce. She had looked in many places but they were out of stock, except for Ponzi. But Pang Dalong, the old fox, knew that Su Fuling was in urgent need of these materials, so he raised the price and wanted to rip her off. During several negotiations, this guy was playing Tai Chi, relying on the rare goods and refusing to give in. But I didn't have much time to delay, so I made an appointment with Pang Dalong to finalize the contract tomorrow. I don't know if this old fox will compromise tomorrow, Su Fuling fell asleep slowly with worry. The next day at noon, in the 515 box of Tongqing Building. Boss Pang, what have you thought about what I told you last time? Boss Su, I didn't raise the price on purpose. You see, my old friend has come to me several times and he also wants this batch of materials. There is only this batch of goods. If I give him the quantity you want, he won't be able to meet your requirements. From a business perspective, it is true that you want a larger quantity. It is also because of this that I will give you priority. Otherwise, the price my old friend will offer you will be higher than the price I give you now. Su Fuling frowned when she heard that. This old fox was trying the same trick again. God knows what price your old friend gave, or even whether you have this old friend or not. Anyway, she doesn't believe it. But if you don't believe it, they have a hold on the supply of goods and you can't do anything about it. The key point is that Party A was also very persistent. She negotiated with them whether other materials could be replaced, but the reply was no, which made her very depressed. At this time, the door of the box was opened and a middle-aged man with a big belly came in. Brother Pang, this is really unfair of you. I've already told you that I'll pay a high price for this batch of materials. Why are you negotiating with them again? If Shaoli hadn't let it slip, I wouldn't have known that you were going to sign a contract with them here. As soon as he entered the door, the man started complaining and turned back to look at a young man who followed him in. This person was none other than the Shaoli he mentioned, a department manager under Pang Dalong. Pang Dalong glared at Shaoli, expressing his dissatisfaction, then put on a smiling face and said, Brother Zhang, you should also understand my difficulties. The quantity you want is neither too big nor too small. This batch of goods has only so much for now, and it will be impossible to restock in the near future. If you only take a part, it will be difficult for me to deal with the rest. Look, what President Su wants is just right, so I came to discuss it. You can't just give it to her because she wants more. There has to be a first come first served. I can give you a higher price. I'll increase it by 10 on the price we agreed on last time. What do you think? Old Zhang said hurriedly after hearing this. Mr. Zhang, you are raising the price arbitrarily, which is a bit of vicious competition. Besides, it's first come first served, and we contacted Mr. Pang first. Hearing this, Su Fuling said immediately. Seeing this man rushing in, she listened for a while and thought, is there really someone who wants to ask Pang Dalong to buy this batch of materials? Although she still felt that this matter was a bit strange, she couldn't afford to take the risk. If the materials were taken away by this person, her project would be ruined. So, we must fight for it. Hearing this, Lao Zhang looked at Pang Dalong. Brother Zhang, it was indeed this Mr. Su who contacted me first. Pang Dalong said truthfully. She came first. Did Miss Su sign the contract? That's not the case. That's it. If it's not signed, it's not settled. If that's the case, I need it urgently. If she doesn't sign, I'll sign. I've brought the deposit with me. As he said that, Lao Zhang placed the password box he brought with him on the table and opened it. Inside was a box full of money. Who said I won't sign? Sign. Mr. Pang, let's sign the contract now. Seeing this, Su Fuling became anxious and made a decision. She took the contract prepared by Pang Dalong and signed and stamped it. Although Pang Dalong's price is much higher, it has greatly compressed its profit margin. But at least I can still make some money by getting this batch of materials. The key is that if this project is completed, there will be more follow-up cooperation, and I can also make my company famous in Hong Kong. Hong Kong was originally the market that their Su group wanted to attack next, so they had to win this project as a stepping stone. But she didn't notice that Pang Dalong and Lao Zhang exchanged glances when she wasn't paying attention. Brother Zhang, look, they have already signed. I'm really sorry, but we still have to be honest when doing business. First come, first served. Pang Dalong saw that Su Fuling had completed the signature and seal, and said to Lao Zhang apologetically, "Oh, what a pity, Brother Pang, can you help me find out if there is any way to get more stock during this period? I will also go out to look for it. I really need it urgently." Old Zhang said with a look of regret. "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you." Then, Lao Zhang left. Mr. Su, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you, Su Fuling said reluctantly. This time, he was severely slaughtered by this old fox, and he naturally felt uncomfortable. How about having dinner together? No, I have an appointment with a friend to discuss something here. Maybe next time. Please ship it earlier, Mr. Pang. Don't worry, I'll do it when I get back. It could be heard that Su Fuling seemed to be trying to get rid of him, but Pang Dalong didn't care. Having made a huge profit, Pang Dalong was in a good mood and agreed with a smile. As Pang Dalong walked to the lobby of the restaurant downstairs, he met a man walking towards him. "Boss, why are you here?" "Lao Pang. You are here too. My friend asked me to come here for dinner, saying he has something to discuss." "Your friend?" "Well, it's box 515. Which floor is this box 515 on?" Excuse me, boss, is it Miss Su Fuling who invited you to dinner?" "Yeah, how did you know?" Hearing this, Pang Dalong shuddered all over. "Boss, my stomach hurts a little, I have to go to the bathroom urgently, sorry." After saying that, he turned around and ran upstairs without even taking the elevator. Aren't you in a hurry? Isn't there a toilet downstairs?" Chen looked at the WC sign hanging in the lobby with a confused look on his face. The door of box 515 was opened with a bang, which scared Su Fuling. When I looked back, I saw that it was Pang Dalong who came back again, and he locked the door of the box as soon as he came in. "What are you doing? Why are you back again?" "Ms. Su, I just received a call from the purchasing department saying that the previous purchase price list for this batch of materials was wrong. After calculation, the price you mentioned before can be reduced by 10 points, so I rushed over to sign a new contract with you." There is such a good thing. After hearing Pang Dalong's words, Su Fuling suddenly felt that her brain was not enough and she couldn't react for a while. "Look at this contract. The price has been changed." Pang Dalong directly took out 2 blank contracts, filled in the latest price, and handed them to Su Fuling with an anxious look on his face. Su Fuling looked at the price and found that it was 10 points lower than her original offer. "Really give me this price?" Yes. When doing business, we should be honest. Whatever the price is, it's what it is. Do you think this price is satisfactory? If you are satisfied, shall we sign it now? I have something urgent to do after we sign it. Although he had many doubts in his mind, the price on the contract was definitely in his favor. So Su Fuling didn't care what Pang Dalong was doing and just signed and stamped the document, fearing that Pang Dalong would go back on his word. Little did he know that Pang Dalong was afraid that Su Fuling would not sign. If Chen knew that he had cheated his friend, wouldn't he be in trouble? Both parties signed and sealed the contract and tore up the old contract. "Mr. Pang, it's a pleasure working with you." Su Fuling was really happy this time, with a happy smile on her face. Happy, as long as Miss Su is satisfied with this cooperation. Then I will leave first." After saying that, he ran away, and when he opened the door, he looked left and right like a thief. This series of operations left Su Fuling completely confused, but she didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the result was good. So she hummed a little tune happily. "Hey! What makes Miss Su so happy? At this time, Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in, complaining, "This hotel's private room is like a maze, it's hard for me to find it." "Lu Chen, you're here?" Seeing Lu Chen, Su Fuling, in a good mood, greeted him with a smile. "What's the big news?" "Nothing much, I just signed a contract with the Ponzi Group and made some money." "Oh. Ponzi." "Yeah, don't you know Ponzi? It's the largest material supplier in Jiangdu City, much stronger than your Hongfeng Real Estate." "Huh? How do you know Hongfeng Real Estate is mine?" Seeing Lu Chen staring at her, Su Fuling avoided his gaze and let the secret slip out of her mouth in happiness. "Well, last time I went to look at a house, I happened to see what you were doing at Chuanqiuing Yue." "Oh, that's it." Lu Chen nodded and didn't care. If he was discovered, he was discovered. There was nothing to hide. "But there's something strange about the contract signed today." "Oh. How do you mean?" "Before, Pang Dalong raised the price very high. I had no choice but to sign it. But not long after he left, he suddenly came back and said that he had made a mistake in the previous price. He gave me a new contract to sign. The price this time was so affordable that it seemed unreal. I made 10 points more profit than I originally expected for no reason. I don't know what happened, but I finally signed it smoothly." Hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood why Pang Dalong suddenly became flustered after knowing that he came to the 515 box for dinner. This old fox. Lu Chen thought to himself and couldn't help laughing. But with this old wily guy around, the business is not afraid of losses, and it is quite sound. And it's a good thing that you are afraid of me, otherwise you don't know what he might do behind my back. Of course Lu Chen also knew that this series of changes was also due to the last encounter at Fuhai restaurant. This is done to let them know that their industry is not limited to just theirs. "Then why did you call me here today? It's not just for dinner, right? I do need your help with this." Seeing Su Fuling hesitating, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. So President Su also has his moments of shyness as a little girl. Just say it if you have anything to say. "Tisk, I'm a woman too." After being teased by Lu Chen, she actually relaxed. "It's like this. There's a very annoying person who has been pestering me. In addition to discussing cooperation with Ponzi, I came here for another reason, which is to avoid this person. But unfortunately, this person followed me here. So. Stop, don't be so unreasonable. You don't want me to be your shield, do you? If you don't like it, can't you just refuse directly?" When Lu Chen heard this, he interrupted her directly and asked, "Isn't this an old plot from TV dramas? Do you think I don't want to? He is the prince of the NI group in Modu, and he has some business cooperation with our group, so there are some things that are inconvenient for me to do. And my family has always wanted to promote us, which is the so-called business marriage, you understand." Lu Chen rolled his eyes, it was indeed the same old routine. Ignoring his rolling eyes, Su Fuling continued, "If I just pull someone randomly, they won't believe it, and by then the news will definitely get to my parents, and they won't agree. If you drag me there, will people believe it? Will your parents agree? At least you are handsome and have your own business. You are so young and yet you have been able to acquire Villa No. 1 in Zirwei Mansion. You must have more than one Hongfeng Real Estate, right? Plus your superb skills yesterday, this is your capital. And old Manchin admires you very much, and they have sworn brotherhood, and you have a lieutenant general apprentice like Lin Tiancheng. My parents will definitely have no objection if you show your identity to others." At this time, Su Fuling's analytical ability was demonstrated. She was right. If a normal person only owned one Hongfeng Real Estate, how could he possibly afford Villa No. 1 in Zirwei Mansion? If it was possible to get it, people would have taken it long ago. Why would they wait to give it to Lu Chen? Now that you put it that way, I feel like I'm pretty good. Lu Chen laughed. Look at you, you're so conceited. Do you agree or not? Why would I do such a thankless task? Besides, you've praised me so highly, what if your parents really fall in love with me? If you like me, then you like me. What's the matter? Am I not worthy of you? Besides, you are my best friend's man. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be disgusted, Su Fuling was a little annoyed. I'm not bad looking, am I? There are a lot of people who want to pursue me in Shanghai, but this guy still rejects them. Your best friend? Yao Anqi is your best friend. Hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Chen was stunned, and then asked. Oh, yes, Yao Anqi is my best friend who I grew up with, so don't worry, if we really want to do that, she's older too. Lu Chen made her angry and she let the cat out of the bag, so Su Fuling said the wrong thing again in a fit of anger. As soon as I said this, I regretted it. What was I saying? But Lu Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Oh my God, what does this girl mean? She's willing to be the mistress. Sisters. That seems pretty good. Men always have fantasies sometimes, let alone a beauty like Su Fuling. But thinking is one thing, and doing is another. After thinking about it in his mind, he finally nodded and agreed. The most important thing is that this girl called Anqi in front of him and told her everything. Not only did Anqi not object, she also hoped that Lu Chen would try his best to help her best friend without making things difficult for herself. This made Lu Chen a little amused. He lamented that the relationship between these two people was so good that even her boyfriend was willing to lend it to her. After several contacts, the relationship between the two of them is not bad. Now that Anqi has said so, I might as well help her out. Afterwards, Anqi apologized to Lu Chen on the phone, saying that her business trip might have to be extended this time because the project there was stuck at a bottleneck and she couldn't come back until it was dealt with, which might take more than a week. She was originally planning to call Lu Chen today, but Su Fuling called her just in time, so she told him directly. The two of them expressed their longing for each other for a while, and then hung up the phone as Su Fuling continued to roll her eyes. Then, the two of them got down to business, speaking in unison while eating. Finally, after Lu Chen's constant complaints, Su Fuling worked out a plan that she thought was satisfactory. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Boss, I'm Zhou Zhaogang. All the funds from Jiangdu Real Estate have been invested, and the foundation has already started. Well, let's proceed as planned. It's time to close the net. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. You should pay me back what you owe me. Fengyang District Flower Expo Exhibition Hall. Hurry up, the press conference is about to start. Wan Minghui was directing his subordinates busy at the meeting venue. In order to build Plot 1 in Fengyang District, they directly booked the Flower Expo Hall here to hold a press conference. Soon, everyone arrived. Wan Minghui adjusted his suit and hairstyle, walked into the venue with his head held high, and sat down on the podium. Because he made the greatest contribution this time, the old man gave him the leading role. This made him feel that he was already at the pinnacle of his life. After the completion of this development project, the Wan Group would reach a new level and be comparable to the large groups in Shanghai and Kyoto. Everyone, welcome to the press conference for our Wan Group's Fengyang District Plot 1 development project. We, the Wan family, are planning to turn this plot of land into the most luxurious sea view tourist resort in Jiangdu City and even the whole country. Here. Wan Minghui talked freely and answered questions from reporters. It can be seen that everyone is very interested in this project. This also made Wan Minghui feel that the future was bright. This time, the Wan family was really going to take off. Just when Wan Mingliang was halfway through his introduction, reporters' phones suddenly started ringing. Hello. I'm at the press conference at Ruan's. What? Are you serious? I'll be right there. What did you say? Is this true? It's big news. Grab a spot for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The reporters simply hung up the phone, said a few words to the photographer, and quickly left with their equipment. At this moment, the reporters present seemed to be infected and turned away one after another. Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Seeing the media people leaving one after another, Wan Minghui was stunned. What's going on? He didn't care about his image anymore and went straight off the stage and grabbed a reporter and asked. Hey, don't hold me back. I'm in a hurry to do an interview at Hongfeng Real Estate next door. The reporter who was pulled back frowned and said, won't this guy delay my interview by pulling me back? It was already late to get the news, and if you get any later you won't even be able to drink soup. Isn't this cutting off your own source of income? So, without caring that Wan Minghui was the prince of the Wan family, he pushed him away and ran out quickly. What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me? Seeing the venue empty in an instant, Wan Minghui collapsed. Mr. Wan, something bad has happened. Hongfeng Real Estate has held a press conference. Tell me, tell me. At this time, a subordinate ran in panting. What? Just tell me. Seeing that he couldn't explain it for a long time, Wan Minghui rushed over, grabbed him and shouted. They said they wanted to convert all the plots 2 to 5 here, as well as the outer plots in Fengyang district that they had previously acquired, into cemeteries. And they wanted to divide them into 3 grades, high, medium and low, based on the market's ability to take on the cemetery, to meet the needs of all economic levels. What? Upon hearing the news, Wan Minghui collapsed to the ground. As long as he thought about it for a while, he understood the seriousness of the situation. This time, the Wan group was finished. They started leveling and excavating the foundation the day after they got the land. Because they were in a hurry, they used 4 times the amount of labor than normal construction, just to occupy the market earlier. In order to grab the best resources, their advertising investment was paid in full, and it is completely impossible to refund it now. Secondly, in order to speed up the process, they had already ordered the materials in full from the Ponzi group, and also made a big profit from Pang Long, the head of the Ponzi group. After all, the Ponzi group is the largest supplier of materials, and no other small company can meet the demand for such a large amount of engineering work. Finally, a large part of this money is borrowed. Now that Hongfeng has done this, no matter how luxurious and high-end it is, who would be willing to live in a place surrounded by a cemetery? So, are you living in this sea view room to see the sea or to see ghosts? Isn't it creepy? Grandpa, we're done. Frustrated, Wan Minghui called the old man's cell phone. Brother, come to the people's hospital quickly. Grandpa, after seeing the news about Hongfeng, his blood vessels burst and he is being treated now. However, Wan Mingliang's anxious voice came from the phone. Brother, brother. Why don't you say something? Speak, I say you are the real bastard. It's all because of you that you are so lustful. Why did you have to mess with Lu Chen? Now the Wan family is finished. After a moment of silence, Wan Minghui exploded. By now, he naturally understood why Lu Chen would rather lose money when bidding for all the surrounding plots of land, but only refuse to compete for plot number 1. This is digging a hole to bury the Wan group. Lu Chen, you are too cruel. At this time, Lu Chen was watching the Jiangdu news report on TV at home. The press conference of Hongfeng Real Estate was being broadcasted inside. Zhou Zhaogang was giving a speech with saliva flying all over the place, and the scene was very lively. Their plan immediately gained the support of the general public. At the same time, he also received a video taken by his subordinates, which was the scene of the press conference of the Wan group. All I could see was a scene of desolation and dejection. After turning off the TV, Lu Chen stretched and looked at the garden outside the window. A ray of sunlight fell and the scenery was intoxicating. Hongfeng Real Estate became an instant success. Under Lu Chen's suggestion, Hongfeng's team planned the best 3 levels of price and construction style. This has greatly satisfied all kinds of people in the market. What Zhou Zhaogang did not expect was that he thought these lands would lose money, but the result was unexpected. After the pre-sale statistics were completed, it was found that the cemetery sales not only did not lose money, but instead made more than 1 billion yuan, which made Zhou Zhaogang very happy. Lu Chen even gave high bonuses to all employees of this project, which attracted cheers and support from the employees. Since then, the Wan group has never recovered and is heavily in debt. The old man, who was finally rescued in the hospital, opened his eyes and found out that the Ponzi group was actually Lu Chen's company. What's more, Pang Dalong actually used the money he earned from the Wan group to directly acquire the Wan group at a low price. He didn't even have time to catch his breath and passed away. The 2 young masters of the Wan family were also made miserable by the debt collectors and lost everything overnight. Because the money from the auction of the Wan group was not even enough to pay the bank interest. A few days later, as agreed, Lu Chen drove Su Fuling to Hongyuan Hotel to attend a cocktail party. When did you buy this McLaren? I saw you bought a lot of Bentleys and Ferraris these days. Why? Are you going to open a luxury car club or a car rental company? Su Fuling asked doubtfully. Men all love cars, Southwest they drive as many cars as they want. This is not Lu Chen's fault. Several products have been put on the system in the past few days. Among them were a fleet of Bentleys, 10 cars, and Ferraris. Not to mention Su Fuling's confusion, even Lu Chen himself wondered if this system was allowing him to open a luxury car club or a wedding car rental company. Lingling, long time no see. As the two were talking, a slightly gloomy voice sounded. Seeing the person coming, Su Fuling's smile faded and her face turned cold. This person was none other than the prince of the Ni family whom she hated, Ni Tianhao. Won't you introduce me to it? As if he was used to Su Fuling's cold stare, Ni Tianhao still spoke with a smile, but his voice sounded sinister. Lu Chen, my boyfriend. Su Fuling introduced them coldly, then looked at Lu Chen and took his arm, then smiled. Chen, this is Ni Tianhao from the Ni group in Modu. He's a very annoying person. Oh. The fact that I can make you hate me at least means that you have me in your heart. Ni Tianhao said calmly, ignoring Su Fuling's affectionate gesture. You are really shameless. A good dog doesn't block the road. Please move aside. Su Fuling said bluntly that although the Ni group had cooperation with her family, the parents of both parties were also interested in bringing the two families together. She couldn't fall out with him, but there was no need to be nice to him either. She also made it clear that she did not like Ni Tianhao and that a marriage was impossible. What your parents think is their business, you have to find love for yourself. Lingling, it's okay to tease a pretty boy for fun, but today's cocktail party is not open to everyone. Upon hearing this, instead of moving aside, he took a step forward, completely ignoring Lu Chen beside him, and reached out to pull Su Fuling's wrist. Lu Chen frowned. He was the kind of person who would not offend others unless they offended him. He didn't care that the men ignored him, but he didn't like to hear these words. What a damn pretty boy. When the two of them stand together, Ni Tianhao looks more like a pretty boy. He doesn't have any masculinity at all, and his voice is so sinister. Now he is even reaching out to pull Su Fuling unscrupulously. Does he really think he is dead? Bang. So, Lu Chen directly slapped away the hand that Ni Tianhao extended. My woman said, a good dog doesn't block the road, please make way, are you deaf or dumb? His hand was slapped away, and Ni Tianhao looked at Lu Chen for the first time. Who are you? How dare you? Without saying anything, Lu Chen took Su Fuling and walked straight over, knocking him to stagger and almost fall. Linger, be more careful when making friends in the future. Don't hang out with those who are neither male nor female. They speak in a sarcastic way. If they were in ancient times, they would be eunuchs. Don't you feel disgusted? Yeah, I see. The two men ignored Ni Tianhao and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped by the 4 bodyguards behind Ni Tianhao. Boy, I think you are tired of living, beat me up. Ni Tianhao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was the only one who played with others. How could he have been treated like this? He was so angry that he no longer maintained his previous, gentlemanly demeanor, and ordered his bodyguard to take action. But suddenly, his throat seemed to be stuck and he swallowed the rest of the words. There was no other reason, because his 4 bodyguards were already lying on the ground. In contrast, Lu Chen's clothes were not wrinkled at all. The scene before them not only shocked Ni Tianhao, but even Su Fuling felt very depressed. This was also the first time she saw Lu Chen take action, and she couldn't help but think, it turns out that he is not only good at racing and medical skills, but he is also so good at fighting. Su Fuling always followed old Man Qin and visited many military troops, especially some top elite troops. She has admired the strong since she was a child, and has a bit of a martial arts dream and a heroic complex, which is why she has developed her usual domineering side. Now seeing Lu Chen taking action, there were only little stars of admiration in his eyes besides surprise. Wow, you're amazing. It's just SOSO. What trick did you use just now? Oh, this is called the dog beating palm technique. As he spoke, Lu Chen gestured. Isn't there only the dog beating stick method? That's a novel. Would you beat up a beggar if you saw him outside? What about the 18 dragon subduing palms? You've read too many novels. You don't know the 18 dragon subduing palms, but you do know the divine dragon grabbing hand. Hate. The two of them completely ignored Ni Tianhao, who was still in shock behind them, and walked into the Hongyuanda hotel talking and laughing. Ni Tianhao looked at the two men's backs grimly and did not try to stop them. He is arrogant, but he is not a fool. The 4 bodyguards he brought with him were all carefully selected, and one of them could easily be worth 10 people outside. Even if you encounter masters from elite troops, you can still fight for dozens of rounds. But just now, before he could even react, he was knocked down by Lu Chen in an instant. At this time, if I go up to find trouble again, I will definitely be the one who suffers. Humph. If fighting doesn't work, then let's fight with words. Just wait and see. How long are you going to lie on the ground, you useless bastards? Get up, you are such a disgrace. Having said that, he ignored them and walked straight towards the Hongyuan Hotel. In the banquet hall, all the guests were business celebrities from Jiangdu City. Usually, business associations would organize such activities every once in a while to give these business giants a chance to communicate and get to know each other. These giants also like to attend such cocktail parties. Firstly, being able to attend this cocktail party itself represents a certain status. Secondly, some business is facilitated at such cocktail parties. Thirdly, many canaries, young models, and peripheral celebrities all want to hook up with rich men and find opportunities to get rich. So once there is such a cocktail party, we will try every possible way to attend it. Little do they know that while they are looking for a target, they themselves are also the target of others. Some business tycoons like to find some women like this and enjoy them. The so-called life of decadence and luxury is a matter of mutual consent, and everyone just gets what they need. Lu Chen came here and walked straight to the buffet counter. He didn't like such occasions very much. They were too hypocritical. It would be better for him to satisfy his own hunger. So, the buffet table was his target. Su Fuling had no choice. As the acting CEO of Su Group, she still had to attend the necessary social events. Moreover, he came to this cocktail party only because his parents asked him to come. Because there will be a charity auction at the end of the cocktail party, which is also a time for major corporate groups to flex their muscles. As the Su Group, we naturally have to participate. Sometimes people spend millions or tens of millions. Do you think they really like that auction item? No, it's just to gain fame. Then you eat here first, and I'll go over to go through the formalities. Okay, you're busy, don't worry about me. Lu Chen stuffed 2 slices of thick-cut salmon into his mouth and nodded. It's true that the ingredients at Hongyuan Hotel are fresh. After all, it is a 5-star hotel. While he was eating, he heard a group of people walking towards him. One of the 2 leaders was Ni Tianhao. Manager Tong, this person doesn't have an invitation. I think you should review whether he is eligible to attend the cocktail party here. Sir, this is a private cocktail party of the business association. Please show me your invitation. The man called Manager Tong spoke to Lu Chen. I don't have an invitation. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ni Tianhao sneered and Manager Tong also frowned. The security here is pretty good. How could they let someone in without an invitation for no reason? May I ask who brought you in, sir? Su Fuling. Oh, it turned out to be brought by the daughter of the Su Group. That's fine. When Manager Tong heard that it was Su Fuling who brought him in, he suddenly realized that this made sense. Wait, he said Su Fuling brought it, so she brought it. Where's the evidence? Ni Tianhao said relentlessly. I was the one who brought him in. What? Do you have any objection? The commotion here had already attracted the attention of others, and Su Fuling naturally saw it as well. So, he came over immediately. You can't bring just anyone in here. Who is he to you? Ni Tianhao asked the question knowing the answer, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. He is my boyfriend, Ni Tianhao, what do you want to do? Su Fuling looked at him impatiently. Your boyfriend? I wonder what company this brother works for. To be Miss Su's boyfriend, he must be a successful man. Forgive my ignorance, can you tell me? After hearing this, Su Fuling and Lu Chen both understood what this guy meant. That's right, Tianhao didn't pull Manager Tong here to chase people away, but wanted to make Lu Chen look bad in front of everyone, and then make Su Fuling embarrassed as well. As a result, Su Fuling would naturally hate herself and Lu Chen. But he didn't care, because she had never liked him anyway. As long as he gets rid of this hateful warrior, he has plenty of ways to slowly consume him. Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you? Lu Chen said impatiently. Miss Su is a celebrity and the goddess of many of us. Now that you have become her boyfriend, naturally we, her suitors, should have some right to know. When it comes to being thick-skinned and shameless, Lu Chen feels that Tianhao can definitely be ranked at the top. Can this be considered a reason? Or are you just an ordinary worker, or a gigolo? Lingling, you have to open your eyes and look carefully. Although this pretty boy looks very handsome, you have to know that they make a living by their looks. Don't. Pa. A loud slap was heard, which startled Lu Chen, who was about to take action. The slap was not given by him, but by Su Fuling. Tianhao, don't go too far. You keep calling me a gigolo. What kind of person are you? You are neither man nor woman. You can't catch up with me, so you are jealous of me. Listen to me, my boyfriend is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. Is he qualified to come here? At this moment, Su Fuling regained her domineering attitude and scolded directly. Hongfeng Real Estate. Is it the most popular real estate developer these days? Yes, brother, you are from another place, right? Hongfeng is now the leader in the real estate industry in Jiangdu. It has just acquired and merged Jinmao Real Estate. It is even stronger than me, old Sunday. Oh. Then he must be qualified to be here, otherwise if he is not qualified, then what are we? Who said no? But that person is the Prince of Ni's family in Magic City. I heard that he has been pursuing Su Fuling of Su Group, but he has never been welcomed. Today, it seems that it is true. Well, it seems like he is deliberately trying to embarrass others. Hush, let's just watch the show. Ni and Su are both giants with a market value of nearly 100 billion. We can't afford to offend them. Everyone at the scene was whispering, and most of them were just watching the fun. The anger in Tianhao's eyes seemed to be about to burst out, but he suppressed it forcefully. If you say so, then so. Where's the evidence? Tianhao simply didn't believe that Lu Chen had his own business because he had been observing him in the corner for a while. If you are really doing business, you will not fight for the buffet counter when you come to this bar. You will definitely seize the opportunity to socialize here, expand your network and attract more business. That's why he thought of using Manager Tong to introduce the current situation. You want evidence, right? I'm Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate. I can prove that what Miss Su said is true. Mr. Lu Chen is my boss and the real boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang walked out from the other side, stood beside Lu Chen, and said with a smile, "Boss, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the cocktail party? I'll pick you up." I'm just here to keep Su and Linger company." Lu Chen was surprised that Zhou Zhaogang was also here, and he almost called her Miss Su in a daze. "Oh, so you're the boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. You're quite successful. It's not bad to have such a small company." Although Tianhao was a little surprised, he still said it with disdain. He had heard a little about how popular Hongfeng Real Estate was recently, but its market value was less than 10 billion yuan, which was completely incomparable to the giant Ni Group. When Zhou Zhaogang heard Tianhao say this, he was about to step forward. "Oh. Master Ni is blessed by his ancestors, so naturally he would not look down upon our small fortune." At this time, another person came out and spoke sarcastically, which made everyone smile. But what this person said was right. The Ni Group was indeed very powerful, but those were all created by the previous generation and had nothing to do with Tianhao. "Boss, you are here too, ha ha ha." As he spoke, he stood beside Lu Chen. "Isn't this Sun Hai from Fu Hai restaurant?" He actually calls Lu Chen the boss. It's incredible. At such a young age, he actually took over Hongfeng Real Estate and Fu Hai restaurant. He's quite capable. That's right. Although the market value of Fu Hai restaurant is not high, its network of contacts is very developed. The crowd started another heated discussion, and their eyes changed again when they looked at Lu Chen. As the owner of a shabby restaurant, you are not qualified to mock my Ni family. Upon hearing that it was just a popular local restaurant, Ni Tianhao was even more disdainful. No matter how great you are only great in Jiangdu City. You are not good enough in Moda City. He didn't care about the connections here at all. If it weren't for Su Fuling, he wouldn't even bother to come to such a cocktail party. When you look down on others, look at yourself first. If you just rely on your parents, you won't be able to say that. At this time, another voice sounded. Wow, this is Mr. Gao Jianli from Taifu Plaza. He actually speaks for Lu Chen. Naturally, everyone present knew Gao Jianli. Taifu Plaza is a commercial core with a market value of over 30 billion. Even a boss worth hundreds of billions would be respectful to him when he comes here. But the next second, everyone saw Gao Jianli also walk to Lu Chen's side and called him boss. This really shocked everyone. To say that the first two, Fu Hai Restaurant and Hongfeng Real Estate, both belong to Lu Chen, has already amazed everyone. But this Taifu Plaza is a giant in Jiangdu City and is completely on a different level. He is actually the mysterious boss who acquired Taifu Plaza. My God, I never realized that heroes emerge from youth. At this time, Ni Tianhao's face turned blue and red. The turn of events was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that Lu Chen would have such great power. Although the combined value of these industries still cannot compare with that of Ni's, the gap is not too far. They also talked about their own shortcomings. They were indeed second-generation entrepreneurs and could not be compared with Lu Chen, who started his own business. But sometimes, no matter how rational you are, you will still pretend to be rich. Humph, nothing special. Oh. You are really shameless, what about adding me? At this time, another person walked out. This time, the whole audience was in an uproar. Pang Dalong walked in slowly from the door with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was a man who was good at both the black and white worlds and had a deterrent effect. Everyone made way and looked at him in shock as he walked in front of Lu Chen. Boss, hey, Lao Pang is late. At this moment, more than 90% of the guests at the party opened their mouths wide in astonishment. The shock in my heart was like a huge wave, out of control. Holy crap. Is this true? Even the giant dragon was tamed. Oh my God, this is probably the biggest news this year. Oh my God, how powerful does Lu Chen have to be to recruit these big guys quietly? Is this acting? It doesn't seem real. Acting. How can you invite so many big guys? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. This guy from the Ni family is going to suffer a setback. All of these guys together are much more terrifying than the Ni family. Who said it wasn't? There's something interesting to watch. This girl from the Su family has really good taste. The whole audience was in an uproar. The business tycoons who were originally well-mannered and elegant could not help but swear at this moment, simply because the lineup in front of them was too powerful. And Ni Tianhao became the focus of everyone. Everyone had heard of his arrogance, and even some of the bosses present had been bullied by him. However, the Ni group was very powerful, with assets worth nearly 100 billion yuan, so it could only swallow its anger. But now, this Lu Chen who suddenly appeared had assets worth over 100 billion, directly surpassing the Ni group. The key point is that you, Ni Tianhao, are just the second generation, while Lu Chen is the one who holds real power. There is no comparison at all. On the other hand, Su Fuling was also shocked beyond words at this moment. She had guessed that Lu Chen must have had more than one Hongfeng Real Estate to acquire Zirwei No. 1, but when everything was laid out in front of her, she was stunned. Based on what this guy has shown before his eyes, he has definitely surpassed the Su and Ni families. But she still knew that Lu Chen was on friendly terms with the former god of war, and even accepted Lin Tiancheng, a lieutenant general of the Xia Kingdom and a national treasure-level master, as his disciple. If these two are thrown out again, won't everyone present be scared to death? I originally planned to rely on the reputation of Old Man Qin and Old Man Lin to dispel the pressure from Ni and my parents to force me to get married, but now it seems that there is no need for the two elders to do anything. With the power that Lu Chen has demonstrated now, he has already crushed his peers except for those truly top chaebol families. She found that the longer she spent with Lu Chen, the more she felt that he was extraordinary, and the more she doubted that this was really all he had. At this moment, she had even more expectations for Lu Chen. What secrets do you have? Kid, I think you'd better leave here. It's obvious that you are not welcome here. Pang Dalong spoke without any taboos and upset his boss. Can I make it easy for you? No matter how powerful your NI group is, it is still in Shanghai. Even before, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. If someone comes to your side and takes your land, it's unclear who will suffer. What's more, now, I find what my boss shows me terrifying. Others don't know that he is involved in both the black and white worlds and in various industries. I had previously hired a small celebrity, and I accidentally learned from her that Xingyao Entertainment had been acquired. After asking in detail, I found out that the new boss's name was Lu Chen. Fearing that it was someone with the same name, he made a special investigation and found out that this Lu Chen was his boss. This made him admire Lu Chen even more. Xingyao Entertainment did not have as many assets as the Ponzi Group. But they are asset-light and have countless artists under their management, so the wealth generated from this is an astronomical figure. Especially those first-line artists, who can earn tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in pay for filming a film or TV show or endorsing an advertisement. Lu Chen, I admit that you are better than me in business, but that is not my ambition. I have no interest in business. My field is in the racing world. If you are capable, let's have a race, and I will respect you. Now that things have come to this, I've lost all my face and have done whatever I have to find a way to earn back some of my reputation. As long as Lu Chen refused, he could at least say that everyone had different areas of expertise, which would give himself some room to save face. Tisk, why don't you say that you can compete with my workers in moving cement? Ha ha ha. Pang Dalong sneered and showed disdain, causing everyone to laugh wildly. Didn't you look down on our small businesses just now? Now that you can't compete, you're going to use a racing car to compete with our boss. Zhou Zhaogang of Hongfeng Real Estate also sneered. Just now, this guy criticized Hongfeng Real Estate, which he founded, as a small company. He still remembers this grudge, so why not take the opportunity to criticize it a few more times? Haha, you see, you agree with my point of view. Lu Chen is strong in business, and I am strong in racing. Since he doesn't even dare to race with me, what's the point of you bringing these up? Seeing that Pang Dalong and the other men responded as he had guessed, Ni Tianhao smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Hey, my brain, you are really good at making nonsense. I, old Pang, can talk nonsense, but compared with you, I am just a small witch compared to a big witch. I admire you. Seeing Ni Tianhao being so shameless, Pang Dalong was so angry that he laughed. You want to have a car race? It's not impossible, but what if you lose? But someone just didn't follow his script, and at this time Lu Chen spoke. Will I lose to you? Do you know that I am the number one in the international F1 Formula 1 racing in Xia Country, or? Okay, stop talking, and just tell me what you'll do if you lose. Lu Chen didn't have time to listen to this guy's bragging, so he interrupted him directly. It's up to you if you lose. Okay, you lose. Don't harass Su Fuling anymore, and don't appear in front of her again. If you happen to run into her, take a detour. The original purpose of this trip was to solve this problem. Lu Chen proposed it directly. Su Fuling was still immersed in her own imagination, but when she heard this, her body trembled and she looked at Lu Chen with gratitude. Okay, but what if you lose? It's up to you. Boss, don't be impulsive. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Pang Dalong and others wanted to stop him. However, Lu Chen stopped him by waving his hand. Okay, that's great. If you lose, leave Su Fuling and write me a word of submission. Ni Tianhao regained his confidence at this moment. In the field of racing, he has never been afraid of anyone. If we really have to compete, I will definitely win. Okay, I hope you'll do what you say, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The same as you. Tell me, where are we going to compete? After finalizing the bet, Lu Chen spoke directly. I heard that there is an S-Class drag racing track in Jiangdu City, on the Sanjing No. 7 elevated road outside the development zone. Let's go there. A fierce look flashed in Ni Tianhao's eyes. This track is said to be S-Class, but in fact it is Super S-Class. The horror of the deadly 13 turns is not something that ordinary people can handle. Moreover, if we compete there, if any accident happens during the competition, there will be no complaints. Even professional drivers can suffer casualties there, let alone Lu Chen. However, when Lu Chen and Su Fuling heard the track chosen by Ni Tianhao, they both showed very strange expressions, as if they were looking at an idiot. Others didn't know, but Su Fuling didn't know. Wasn't the first encounter between her and Lu Chen just there? That amazing driving skill is unheard of, is it Ni Tianhao? Even if he is the number one in Formula 1 racing in Xia Country, Su Fuling is confident that Lu Chen will win. Then, several people moved the battlefield directly and drove to Mitsui No. 7 elevated road to prepare for the competition. After this incident, these business tycoons had no intention of attending the cocktail party anymore. There are cocktail parties every year, but you may not be able to see such a big show until a few times in your lifetime. So everyone rushed in their cars to catch up. The organizers of the cocktail party were in a state of confusion, and the subsequent charity auction was obviously a failure. Outside the Jiangdu development zone, Mitsui No. 7 elevated road. At this time, a group of supercars and luxury cars drove over. What was even more surprising was that the people who usually came here were those racers wearing punk or motorcycle clothes. But now there is a group of middle-aged uncles with big bellies, thick waists, and round legs, adding a unique landscape here. Let's start from entrance A, whoever finishes this elevated section first wins, said Ni Tianhao. No problem. Lu Chen replied. Although you drive a McLaren, it cannot outrun my Ferrari without any modifications. Ni Tianhao said arrogantly that although the price of his car was not as expensive as the McLaren, he spent a lot of money on the later modifications, and the total price was only higher than that of the McLaren. So, in order to save his face as much as possible, he got directly into another sports car driven by his subordinates, the GTR. I'll use this one to compete with you. When it comes to racing, Ni Tianhao is really confident in himself. After all, his first place in the Formula 1 International Championship is well-deserved. When Su Fuling kept rejecting Ni Tianhao's harassment, he said, as long as you beat me in racing, I won't appear in front of you. It is also because of this that Su Fuling has been practicing racing. Although her level is still far from Ni Tianhao, she is also a rare master out there. However, looking at the scene in front of her, Su Fuling still felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, it was the same bet, but this time it was Lu Chen who completed it on her behalf. Then I'll use this one. Seeing that Ni Tianhao obviously looked down on his driving skills, Lu Chen, since he had decided to crush him, naturally could not give him the opportunity to show off. You choose GTR, then I choose 86. Choose the area where the opponent thinks he is the strongest and crush him, so that he will never be able to raise his head and realize his own insignificance and powerlessness. Seeing that Lu Chen actually chose 86, everyone exclaimed. No way. How could you use the 86 to compete with the GTR? The power is not enough. That's right. We lost right from the start. Besides, Ni Tianhao is a professional racing driver. How could Lu Chen make such a low-level mistake when he has achieved such great business success? Although it's unreliable, have you noticed that this scene seems familiar? Now that you mention it, it really is. Isn't this the racing scene in Initial D? It's true. Wow, it's really scary when you think about it. Same car, same track. Yes, this elevated track number 7 is said to have been designed and built by an Initial D fan, except that the original Aquina Mountain 3 consecutive hairpin turns were changed to the fatal 13 turns. More than that, this fatal 13 turns is narrower than the 3 hairpin turns inside. Even if Fujiwara Takumi is possessed, he may not be able to play like that. That's why it is called the Super S track. The crowd that came to watch were talking excitedly. Pang Dalong, the owner of the 86, was inexplicably excited. That's right, this car actually belongs to Pang Dalong, which surprised many people. Such a big boss actually drives this car. In fact, he is also an initial D enthusiast and is crazy about the 86 that Takumi Fujiwara owns in his tofu shop. That's why we got one like this and modified it. Both the interior and exterior are made to be almost exactly the same as the 86 in the anime. But he doesn't have the driving skills of Fujiwara Takumi, so he just drives himself every day to satisfy his addiction. Now, there is a chance to revive the classic 86 vs GTR. But while I was excited, I was also very worried. Although his boss's background and strength are very mysterious, he has no idea how good this racing car is. What if his beloved 86 was damaged? Where would he cry? Tianhao couldn't help but sneer when seeing this. It takes real skill to downgrade and choose a car. But this Lu Chen actually chose an 86 which has much lower power than the GTR. Is he trying to show off? Some people should not pretend to be cool but end up being stupid, that would be a tragedy. After making a sarcastic remark, Tianhao got into the car directly. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Lu Chen didn't say anything. He just patted Pang Dehai's shoulder, who had a worried look on his face, and got in the car and started the car. The two drove the car to the starting point and waited for the designated track monitoring announcers to arrive before the race began. At the command, the two cars rushed out directly. As expected, in terms of starting power, the 86 is far inferior to the GTR, and the 86 lags far behind from the beginning. However, Lu Chen was not worried. This track could be said to be the king of curves, and there were only a few sections where one could drive in a straight line. It seemed to evoke the childhood memories of these middle-aged men and women, and a group of older people were all shouting and cheering excitedly. It is completely impossible to tell that these people are actually business tycoons from various industries. Looking at the 86 getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, Tianhao raised the corners of his mouth and showed disdain on his face. With your level, you still dare to compete with me? Eat your ass. It was as if all the depression and frustration from the previous cocktail party were vented at this moment. With my right foot pressing on the accelerator, the GTR draws a beautiful arc and passes the first turn in an instant. The curves on this track become steeper towards the finish line, so with Tianhao's level, he can turn at full speed in the first few curves. It turns out that the 86 is still no match for the GTR. Lu Chen was too impulsive. He was competing with a professional player, but he chose a weaker car. What a mistake. Listening to the discussions of the crowd and seeing 86 lagging far behind on the big screen, Pang Dalong and others became extremely anxious. As the game went on, Lu Chen hung leisurely at the back without a trace of anxiety. Squeak. Suddenly, he heard the sound of tires scratching the ground in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It looks like this guy has reached the 5th turn. It's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car soared, shortening the distance between them like an arrow shot from a bow. After passing 2 more bends, the originally leisurely Tianhao discovered something was wrong. The sound of air waves behind me was getting closer and closer, and a black dot kept getting bigger in my rearview mirror. Fuck, they caught up with me. This scared Tianhao. Although he did relax after pulling away from the opponent by a considerable distance, he did not step on the accelerator fully. But in his mind, he had already won the game. But I didn't expect that when the 7th turn was over, Lu Chen actually caught up in the 86. How can this be possible? If the GTR is overtaken by the 86, where will I put my face? So, he stepped on the pedal with his right foot and his speed soared again. In an instant, he had left the 86 behind for a distance. However, the nightmare began. Every time I pass a bend, the 86 will catch up again and I can't get rid of it no matter what I do. What made Tianhao even more terrified was that when he was about to pass the 10th bend, the 86 almost overtook him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. As a racing driver, he had naturally watched Initial D. These scenes made him feel that the two of them were recreating the classic duel in the movie. Tianhao doesn't want this to happen. In the original book, GTR lost. Things don't go as planned. Sometimes the result you fear the most is likely to happen to you. Sure enough, when the 13th turn was about to enter the fatal 13th turn, 86 rushed up. Because during the sharp turn, even Ni Tianhao couldn't perfectly control the car to stop Lu Chen. Schwa. With a sideways move, 86 passed by. No. Ni Tianhao never thought that he would be overtaken by Lu Chen. How could it be possible? The fatal 13 bends are right in front of us. Once Lu Chen overtakes him and enters the bend first, it will be difficult to overtake him again. Let's fight. Ni Tianhao clenched his teeth, engaged the clutch with his left foot, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and quickly changed gears several times with his right hand. Boom. The GTR made a graceful S-swing and shot out in an instant, with the front of the car taking the lead again. Swoosh. In an instant, the GTR rushed directly into the fatal 13 bends, and a smile appeared on Ni Tianhao's face again. Once you enter here, the road becomes narrower and the curves become sharper. Even with his skills, it would be extremely difficult to overtake here. It's over. Pang Dalong and others were about to cheer when they saw Lu Chen overtake perfectly, but the next second he was overtaken by Ni Tianhao, who was the first to rush into the fatal 13 bends. Their mood immediately fell to the bottom. They also knew that once someone entered this level first, it would be very difficult to overtake later, not to mention that Ni Tianhao was a professional top driver after all. Even Su Fuling was in a low mood at this time. Although he knew that Lu Chen was an excellent driver, he was overtaken by Lu Chen before entering the checkpoint last time. Look. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up and saw that the 86 driven by Lu Chen had made a huge sideways drift at an angle no one expected, and overtook again at lightning speed. The taillights of the 86 drew a beautiful arc, as if announcing to the GTR behind it that the race was over and it was leading again. Impossible. Ni Tianhao was furious. He could not accept the result before him. It is not difficult to drift, even in these fatal 13 turns, Ni Tianhao can do it. But my car was stuck in the front, and the track was very narrow, only allowing 2 cars to run side by side. In such an environment, it is very difficult to overtake when the car is so close to the vehicle body, which requires extremely precise control of speed and distance. Not only did Lu Chen overtake, he also used extremely difficult technical skills to drift sideways with a large span, which was simply amazing. It appeared. When Pang Dalong saw this scene, he jumped up excitedly like a child. The initial D-style large span extreme drift is exactly the same. Boss is awesome, boss is mighty, boss I love you. He shouted excitedly, without any image at all. At this moment, he no longer looked like an old fox who dominated both the black and white worlds. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that the boss also has a cute side. On the track, Ni Tianhao's eyes gradually became sinister, and he seemed to have made a decision. Buzz. The sound of an explosion was heard, and the GTR's speed suddenly soared, crashing into the rear body of the 86 that was turning sharply. The rearview mirror noticed something and Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Release the clutch, step on the accelerator, shift gears, and drift with the handbrake, all in one go. A double S drift that is beyond magical skills easily avoids the car behind. Bang. Ni Tianhao hit the air and reversed the steering wheel in fear. He used both the foot brake and the hand brake, but the car was going too fast and was on this dangerous turn. The GTR was completely out of control, crashing through the elevated guardrail and rushing out. No. Boom. Amid screams, the GTR fell from the overpass, exploded directly, and caught fire. What the hell? Everyone was scared. This was a life-threatening situation. Because the whole process was broadcast live, everyone saw what happened just now. It was obvious that Ni Tianhao saw that he was overtaken by Lu Chen and was ready to make a move. Who knew that Lu Chen's driving skills were so amazing that he dodged the collision in an instant, and Ni Tianhao suffered the consequences? You deserve it. This bastard is simply courting his own death. No one felt sympathy or regret for Ni Tianhao's death. On the contrary, they felt that his death was not a pity. This shows what a bad person Ni Tianhao was. Ding, Su Fuling's favorability towards the host has risen to 100, and the reward product will be given a chance to win in seconds. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. 100% favorability. What does that mean? Lu Chen was stunned when he heard the prompt tone. Does this absolutely mean that this girl likes him? 100% favorability means the host can do whatever he wants with her. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly said this, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes. System, ULSP. With a thought, the products on the shelves are displayed. Product, Jiqiang Law Firm, price, 1 yuan. Jiqiang Law Firm. Lu Chen checked it online and was shocked. This Jiqiang Law Firm is actually the best in the country and one of the top 10 law firms in the world. They have never lost a case here. Moreover, his business is spread all over the world, not just limited to Xia Country. The service fees of this law firm are ridiculously high, ranging from hundreds of millions to tens of millions, and sometimes even exceeding 100 million. But even so, it is still sought after by many countries. It can be said that there is no case that their law firm cannot win. Great. With this law firm, there will be less trouble in the future. Besides, he now has more and more businesses, but he also found that most of the legal staff in these businesses are just idling around. It's time to find a decent law firm to manage them all. Lu Chen, this might be troublesome. Tianhao got into an accident, and his father won't let it go. When I drove back to Su Fuling, I saw her running over and saying this anxiously. What are you afraid of? He brought this upon himself. What does it have to do with us? Let's go. We'll talk about this later. After explaining to Pang Dalong and others that a new legal officer would be assigned to the company in the near future, he took Su Fuling back. Magic City, the headquarters of NI Group. Xiao Tian, you have to avenge our son. At this time, Ni Tianhao's mother Su Huiying cried bitterly and shouted to her husband Ni Xiao Tian that the pain of losing her son almost made her collapse. Revenge must be taken, but not now. Ni Xiao Tian said bitterly that the two of them had a son in their later years, so they naturally doted on Ni Tianhao very much. They were both grief-stricken and angry when they suddenly learned that their beloved son had died in a car accident. However, when he knew the whole story, no matter how much he hated it, he had to hold it in. First of all, from the video footage obtained, it seemed that his son wanted to kill the other person, but the other person dodged him and fell off the viaduct and died. If you tell anyone about this, it's your own fault. It has nothing to do with them. I hope they don't come to you for explanation. Secondly, this Lu Chen who suddenly appeared was so young, yet he actually controlled so many industries, and his strength even surpassed his own NI Group. It is not easy to take revenge on an enemy of this level. Not now. Then when should we wait? We can't let Howard die with regrets. What do you know? I wish I could tear that Lu Chen into pieces right now, but he's not a simple man. I'll have to get in touch with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong and ask him for help before I can be sure. The Lu family in Hong Kong is a large family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Its assets amount to hundreds of billions, which is several times that of the NI family. The key is that their family has made friends with a lot of bigwigs and strange people. When the time comes, as long as he is asked for help, even if Lu Chen has assets worth hundreds of billions, it will not be enough in front of the Lu family. Just let you jump around for a few days and we'll see. I say, don't keep wandering around, okay? A few days passed and there was no sign of any action from the NI Group, which made Su Fuling more and more anxious. Look, these past few days this girl has been running to Lu Chen's house every day, feeling restless. Ni Xiao Tian and his wife had a son in their old age, and they doted on Ni Tianhao, which is why he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone. Now that Ni Tianhao is dead, they didn't do anything at all. It's too abnormal. Maybe they are afraid of me. I am very powerful. Lu Chen made a joke disapprovingly. Don't be so conceited. If you have to be afraid, you should be afraid of Master Qin and Master Lin. But that's not right. The outside world doesn't know about your relationship with them, and he probably doesn't know either. Anyway, I feel like this is the calm before the storm. You have to be more careful these days. Okay, I get it. You can say whatever you want, but can you please stop blocking me from watching TV? Look, what's so good about this woman? You've been watching this channel a lot these days. Are you interested in this woman? These days, Chen would watch a variety show on this channel at this time every day. If you look closely, you will see that the woman with outstanding appearance and good singing and dancing skills is Chen's high school classmate, Li Xueting. After helping Li Xueting deal with Li Hingli's affairs, the company also knew about Li Xueting's relationship with Chen, so they naturally supported her a lot. In addition, Li Xueting herself possesses excellent abilities, and she became famous in just a few days. Now, because of her lark-like singing voice, she has captured a large number of fans and frequently appears in the variety shows of this station. She is my high school classmate. Hey, do you really think of yourself as your girlfriend? Do you want to control everything? Chen rolled his eyes and said that this girl's attitude towards him seemed to have completely changed since the cocktail party incident a few days ago. She was originally very domineering, but now she often acted like a little bird towards him. And he always wears a vest and shorts and runs towards me. Does this mean he trusts me too much, or does he not consider himself a man? After all, I am still at the age of full vigor and vitality. This girl is so beautiful and sexy. She wears so little every day and walks around in front of me with her long legs lifted up and her butt raised. Aren't you afraid that I will lose control one day? Also, whenever I look at other women for a few more times, I always feel that this girl will become jealous, and now she is arguing with Li Xueting on TV. Who told you to be so high profile at the cocktail party? Now my parents are urging me to bring you back to meet them every day. Don't you have to take responsibility? I say, you are blackmailing me, right? Why? There are a lot of people who want to pursue me. If someone sees me serving you and staying by your side every day, they will be envious. How can you still despise me? You serve me. I think I serve you, right? You come to my place every day to eat and drink for free. Brother, I'm here to eat for free, ha ha ha. What delicious food did you cook today? At this time, old man Chen outside the door shouted loudly, and soon he ran in. Hey, another one coming for free food. Chen was speechless looking at the old man and the young. The System Mall released a product called Cooking Master Boy a few days ago. Chen was interested in it, so he prepared a table of dishes and asked Grandpa Chen and Su Fuling to taste them. As a result, I was addicted to it after trying it. So, whenever Chen was at home, she would pester him to cook. As soon as it was time for dinner, these two people came. But think about it, how can the system's products be bad? It's just that Chen was careless at the beginning and shouldn't have let them taste the food. 12 o'clock at night. I said Old Man Chen has gone back, why aren't you leaving yet? Let's leave after watching this episode. Why are you rushing me? Su Fuling was eating potato chips while watching TV. Chen glanced at the TV and rolled his eyes. He could not help but watch cartoons with such relish. Hey, how about we go out somewhere tomorrow? Where do you think we should go? Su Fuling asked as she ate potato chips and watched anime. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the product has been refreshed, please check whether to purchase it. Product, Tianlong Club, price, 1 yuan. Tianlong Club. Chen muttered. What? Tianlong Club. Sure, I haven't played tennis in a long time, so let's go there. Because the two of them were sitting very close to each other, Su Fuling mistook Chen's whisper as a question about her opinion and agreed immediately, causing Chen to roll his eyes again. But think about it, I haven't exercised for a long time, so it would be nice to play tennis. I remember playing it for a while when I was in college, and I miss it a little. It's a good opportunity to go and check out my own Tianlong Club. Okay, let's play tennis tomorrow. The next afternoon, Chen brought Su Fuling to the Tianlong Club. This venue is currently the most comprehensive and luxurious sports and competitive club in Jiangdu City. It covers all sports including football, basketball, tennis, badminton, table tennis, volleyball, golf, swimming, etc. The two of them directly took a VIP room and started their tennis battle. I can't believe you're such a good tennis player. Just kidding. I used to be on the school team. You know how good I am, right? Come and watch the game. You know what, this girl is really good at playing tennis, Chen really can't beat her. Of course, that's because he can control his body functions. Otherwise, with the help of the powerful muscle-enhancing pills and R-type wisdom potion, his physical strength, speed, and judgment are absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. Seriously speaking, as long as Lu Chen wanted to, it would be extremely easy for him to win the Olympic all-around championship. Just fight this girl and control her to the point where she looks like a normal person. Lu Chen and his friends were outside the VIP area. Manager Zhao, why is there someone else using our frequently used VIP room? Sister Zhang, I didn't know you were coming today, so I opened this private room. Manager Zhao said with a smile, but he was grumbling in his heart. This VIP is not something you buy or pay for long-term rental. If someone comes to consume, the vacant seat will naturally be given to them. How can you not do business? It's a coincidence that although there are not many rooms in the VIP area, not many people use them on a normal day. But for some reason, several VIP areas were open today. Then Sister Zhang didn't make a reservation in advance and arrived late, so all the ball areas in the VIP area were taken. Then you think of a way. We need it today. Why don't you wait in the lounge area for a while? Someone should be scheduled to arrive soon, and I can arrange it for you then. How can that be? Our Dayuan doesn't have that much time to wait. We came here today to do some homework for our Dayuan's new movie and get familiar with the location. You know, the crew can use your location this time, all thanks to our Dayuan. Yes, I really have to thank Brother Dayuan for making this happen. That's all I need to know. Just think of a solution. You don't have to ask me to call Vice President Gu for such a small matter, right? Sister Zhang said with a frown. The Dayuan that Sister Zhang mentioned is the cute boy who is 173 centimeters tall and wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses, sitting next to her, Tong Dayuan. With his cute face that looks like the one in the anime Prince of Tennis, he suddenly has more than 30 million fans. Because of this, and his huge popularity, he was spotted by a director under Xingyao, who planned to have him play the role of the live-action version of the Prince of Tennis. Now, the project is about to start filming, so come here to familiarize yourself with the location first. Then Sister Zhang, please wait a moment. I will go and communicate with the guests inside first. Go quickly. Sister Zhang was a little impatient. Hello, sir. I am Zhao Tianda, the manager of the Tianlong Club. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Lu Chen asked when he saw Zhao Tianda suddenly coming over. It's like this. The place you are using now is a regular room for one of our VIP clients. She happened to come today, so she wants to ask if you can give this room to her. I will arrange another room for you, but it may not be a VIP room. Of course, the fee will be refunded to you in full, so today is free. Zhao Tianda asked, rubbing his hands a little embarrassedly. We're about to finish the fight, let her wait for a while. Seeing this, Su Fuling spoke first. They have been playing for quite a while and will leave after a few more rounds. Wait. Our time is very valuable. How about this? Not only will I pay your fees today, but I will also give you another 500. Please return the place to us immediately. At some point, Sister Zhang and Tong Dayuan walked in, looking impatient. As he said that, he took out 500 and threw it on the table next to Su Fuling. Is a little bit of stinky money a big deal? Sister Zhang's actions made Su Fuling so angry that she laughed. This woman actually threw money at her. Yes, it's really great to be rich. Sister Zhang said arrogantly that she had also looked at the registration record at the front desk before coming, and that the two of them only booked the room for 1 hour. People who have money to play VIP usually buy a pack for half a day or a pack for a day. Those who only book a 1-hour package are mostly poor commoners who want to show off their nobility, so they are not polite at all and are even more arrogant. It seems that you have a lot of money. At this time, Lu Chen squinted his eyes and walked over. In the spirit of a good man not fighting with a woman, he was just watching. But seeing this woman being so arrogant and domineering, he couldn't stand it anymore. Sister Zhang, stop arguing. At this time, Dayuan walked up to stop her, and then looked at Lu Chen. Well, I'll give you another 500 and you can change the venue. After saying that, he took out another 500 yuan and put it on the table beside him. He also gave Su Fuling a smile that he thought was very handsome, which made Su Fuling get goosebumps all over her body. Excuse me, please take this money and leave, and don't disturb us from playing. Lu Chen didn't even look at Tong Deyuan and said this coldly. Sir, I think sometimes you should quit while you are ahead, otherwise you might end up embarrassing yourself later. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't give him any face at all, Deyuan's voice gradually became colder. With more than 30 million fans and having enjoyed various benefits, he has long developed a sense of self-superiority. At this moment, she was ignored by the men in front of her, so she was naturally in a very bad mood. Roll. You're fine, you're great, so don't blame me. Sister Zhang, call Vice President Sun and ask him to handle it. Tong Deyuan didn't expect Lu Chen to scold him like that. His face turned blue and purple, and anger almost burst out of his eyes. Mr. Sun, I'm Sister Zhang. Are you free to come to the VIP room in the tennis area? There are two rude losers here, occupying this VIP room that we usually use, and speaking rudely to us. You coming right away? Okay, we'll wait for you here. After a few simple words, Sister Zhang hung up the phone. You two still have time to leave now. If it's too late. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Then I'll teach you how to get out of here. Without giving Sister Zhang a chance to speak, Lu Chen threw the two people out of the VIP billiard room one by one. What a noise! As if he had touched something dirty, Lu Chen said as he wiped his hands with a look of disgust. Asshole! Just you wait. You rude dick. The two people who were thrown out still had shock and anger on their faces. But just now they saw that Lu Chen was able to throw them out one by one with one hand. It was obvious that his strength was not something they could resist. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I'll just curse you at the door instead of going in. Let's see what you can do. But just when they were about to start cursing again, Lu Chen glanced over. The two of them seemed to have something stuck in their necks, and they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Silly bubble. Lu Chen didn't have time to pay attention to these two idiots and continued playing tennis with Su Fuling. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran over. Hey, Mr. Sun, you're here. We've been bullied to death by them. You must help us. Seeing that it was Vice President Sun who came, Sister Zhang immediately went to greet him and even started to act coquettishly in a sweet voice. While saying this, she rubbed Vice President Sun's arm with her plump body, which made Vice President Sun, who came rushing over, feel itchy and distracted. You little slut, I'll deal with you later. Then, he leaned over and whispered something in Sister Zhang's ear, and at the same time, he pinched the part that was raised at her back. You bastard. Sister Zhang responded with a seductive smile. Ahem. After coughing twice, Vice President Sun straightened his clothes, opened the door and walked in. You two stop for a moment. The usage time here is over. You can leave now. Without saying anything more, Vice President Sun started to order them to leave. What time is over? There are still 25 minutes left. Su Fuling said angrily. Seeing that this man was followed by the two arrogant sisters Zhang, she naturally knew that the fat man in front of her was the helper they had found. When I say the time is up, it means the time is up. Please leave. Vice President Sun said directly and firmly. Is this how the Tianlong Club treats its guests? Lu Chen asked coldly. Who are you? How can you tell us what to do? Vice President Sun said arrogantly. That's right, who do you think you are? Vice President Sun has the final say here, so get out of here right now. Sister Zhang also echoed the curse. She was still holding a grudge against this guy for what he had done to her just now. Ever since Tong Deyuan became famous, he has also become very successful and entered the upper-class circle. But I didn't expect to be treated so rudely by a loser today. I was so angry that my lungs almost exploded. Vice President Sun. Haha, your words don't count here. Now, you are fired. Hearing this, Lu Chen sneered. Fire me. Ha ha ha, kid, you're probably still asleep, aren't you? What qualifications do you have to say you want to fire me? Not wanting to argue with these idiots, Lu Chen just made a phone call. Lu Zhenming, I'll give you 5 minutes to come to VIP room number 1 in the tennis area immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked coldly at the stupid people in front of him. Oh, you're quite good at pretending. You even know Mr. Lu's name. It seems like you're a repeat offender and you've put in a lot of effort. Sister Zhang said sarcastically. However, Vice President Sun frowned at this time, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. If he was pretending, the man in front of him was so calm that it was odd. So he called over the former manager Zhao and asked him about the situation in a low voice. After knowing the whole story, his brows furrowed even deeper. It was a bit too much to tell Sister Zhang about this matter. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of the billiard room was opened again and a man rushed in. Mr. Lu. When they saw the person coming, Sister Zhang and others were very surprised. How come Mr. Lu really came? Vice President Sun's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lu Zhenming running towards Lu Chen in panic. Broken. Vice President Sun cursed inwardly, and suddenly remembered that Lu Zhenming had lamented to him before, saying that the Tianlong Club had been acquired by someone. He didn't tell him the name, but he knew that it was a young and promising man. Now looking at the Lu Chen in front of him, he is indeed young, and he was so calm when he said he wanted to fire him after what happened just now. He instantly guessed a possibility. So he made a decision immediately, turned around and slapped Sister Zhang in the face. A bright red palm print appeared on Sister Zhang's face. She covered her face and looked at Vice President Sun in confusion. Bitch, it's obviously you who was wrong. You exaggerated and slandered this gentleman on the phone just now, and I almost got into trouble with you. Sun Dexing, what are you crazy about? You. Pa. Without giving Sister Zhang time to finish her words, he slapped her again. How dare you talk nonsense? Get out of here now. As he said this, he trotted over to Lu Chen with a flattering look on his face. Sir, it was my mistake before. I only listened to this bitch's one-sided words, which caused you unhappiness. I apologize to you here. They are our VIP customers, and we usually try our best to meet their requirements. I am really sorry. Lu Chen didn't say anything and glanced at Lu Zhenming next to him. Anyone who can reach this position is a smart person. After looking at the atmosphere on the scene and listening to Sun Dexing's words, he instantly understood the general idea. Humph. Sun Dexing, after seeing the good things you have done, you dare to act wild in front of the chairman. Lu Zhenming shouted directly, then looked at Sister Zhang. You too, you can leave now. You are not welcome here anymore. When he learned that Lu Chen was the boss who acquired the Tianlong Club, he was shocked for a long time. Not many people in the middle and lower classes may know Lu Chen's name, but at the top of Jiangdu's business circle, everyone knows him. The cocktail party incident has long been no secret in this circle. How could these random people offend a young tycoon who controls assets worth hundreds of billions? Mr. Lu, this is not a good decision. If we leave, how will you explain to Xingyao Entertainment? You signed a contract. If you drive us away, we will take away Xingyao Entertainment's business. Moreover, because of you, we will have to compensate Xingyao Entertainment for its losses. You must think carefully. Although Sister Zhang was shocked when she heard that Lu Chen in front of her was actually the owner of the Tianlong Club, she knew that she was in trouble. However, the reason why she was able to bring up Tong Deyuan was not just because of her arrogance and disdain. Lu Zhenming was stunned when he heard this and frowned. He almost forgot about this and felt a little frustrated for a moment. Xingyao Entertainment. Lu Zhenming, what's going on? Lu Chen was also stunned. What do these two idiots have to do with Xingyao Entertainment? So, Lu Zhenming informed Lu Chen that Xingyao Entertainment had signed a venue rental contract with them and was going to use Tong Deyuan as the protagonist to shoot the live-action version of Prince of Tennis. Oh, I see. Lu Chen nodded and made another call. Hello, this is Lu Chen. Tell Wang Antai that someone named Tong Deyuan has bad behavior. Terminate the contract immediately. Be more careful about the character of the artists you choose to work with next time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When the people who were listening were confused, Sister Zhang's cell phone rang. Hey, Director Lu, what? You want to terminate the contract? Why? Was it an order from President Wang? Then the other party hung up the phone directly. No, you can't do this. You are operating in secret. Why do you want to terminate the contract? No, RWN is a live streamer with 30 million fans on the Shark platform. If you do this, I will expose you. Sister Zhang broke down and screamed hysterically. Shark platform. The expression on Lu Chen's face was extremely strange. A few days ago, among the products put on the system's shelves was 100 of the shares of Shark platform. He was puzzled at the time. He was using Douyin, so why were they not given shares in Douyin but shares in the Shark platform? It seemed like they were waiting for these two idiots. Sure enough, if you don't do it, you won't die. So he made another call. Chen Xiaojia, I'm Lu Chen. When Sister Zhang heard Lu Chen making another call, she collapsed to the ground. It's over, the sky is falling. Tong Deyuan was very panicked at this moment, he felt like he had hit a wall. Ding dee. A few seconds after Lu Chen hung up the phone, Tong Deyuan's phone message alert sounded. Your account on the Shark platform has been permanently blocked due to violations. Bah. The phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. But Tong Deyuan no longer cares about these things. The more than 30 million fans he had accumulated with great difficulty were all gone because of the account being blocked. Lu, Mr. Lu, please be magnanimous and forgive me. I am the one who doesn't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Please don't block my account. Tong Deyuan experienced firsthand the feeling of going from heaven to hell. Mr. Lu, we know we were wrong and we will definitely change our ways in the future. Just treat us like shit and let it go. At this time, Sister Zhang, who was slumped on the ground, crawled to Lu Chen and begged bitterly. Lu Chen ignored them and just glanced at Lu Zhenming beside him. Take them out. Lu Zhenming understood and ordered his men to drag the two men who were howling like ghosts and wolves out. Everyone present at this moment was extremely shocked. Every call from Lu Chen refreshed their cognition. Especially Su Fuling's senses were more direct. She never expected that in addition to the power Lu Chen showed at the previous cocktail party, he also owned the Tianlong Club, Xingyao Entertainment and even the Shark platform. Except for the Tianlong Club, any other one of them is worth over 10 billion yuan. The key is still soft assets. The benefits generated by fission are immeasurable. In her heart, the more she interacted with Lu Chen, the more she felt that he was unfathomable. How many secrets does this man have? But the stronger Lu Chen became, the happier she felt for him. What was wrong with her? Thinking of this, her cheeks turned red. Sun Dexing, who was standing aside, was already trembling all over. He never expected that the men in front of him would have such great power. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. It was Sister Zhang who misled me. Please give me another chance. I promise that this won't happen again. Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, Sun Dexing trembled all over. It was his turn now, so he quickly opened his mouth and tried to make a final struggle. Do you think I will believe it? Although this guy's on-the-spot change was quite timely, Lu Chen was not someone who could be easily fooled. And that's the nature of human beings. A dog will always eat shit. Keeping such people will only be a bad apple in the company. Boss Lu, just fire this person. After saying that, he stopped looking at them and pulled Su Fuling away. Behind him, Sun Dexing's desperate cry was heard. At his age, with the title of being fired, who would hire him? The miserable life that followed was self-evident. In the following days, Lu Chen lived a very leisurely life. Only Lin Tianqing came over a few times and asked him about the uses of acupuncture. Whenever Lu Chen gave him a little guidance, Lin Tianqing would quickly understand, which surprised Lu Chen a little. After all, he is a great master of the Xia Country, and his knowledge and comprehension of medicine are indeed extraordinary. Of course, what Lu Chen taught was also a simplified version of the Xianlong acupuncture method, which mainly inspired him to learn some uses of acupoints and meridians that could not be found in books. If it really was taught exactly the same way, Lin Tianqing would not be able to learn it even if he was a genius. He did not have the system to enlighten him, nor did he have the R-type wisdom potion given by the system to replenish his mental strength and broaden his brain area. But even so, Lin Tianqing felt that he benefited a lot and was even more convinced of Lu Chen's methods. Naturally, Lu Chen had a new wave of gains in the past few days. What he found interesting was that this system seemed to have predictive ability. Every time a product is refreshed, it foreshadows your future direction. Just as the system gave me, product, Hongfeng Capital, price, 1 yuan, which I bought instantly, Su Fuling came to invite me to go to the Magic City with her, saying that her parents had been questioning me after they found out about Lu Chen. If the two of them were acting, they would be afraid that their parents would force them to get married or something, so they had no choice but to drag him back to act out a tough show. Lu Chen did not refuse. He believed that one should help others to the end. This girl had taken such good care of him these past few days, treating him to meals and buying him clothes to dress up. She even sent away the housekeeper recommended by the property management and insisted on taking charge of the housekeeping duties in Lu Chen's home herself, making Lu Chen feel that this girl had taken the wrong medicine. But think about it, having a beautiful CEO of a company worth nearly 100 billion as your housekeeper seems to be a good feeling. Hongfeng Capital, headquartered in Shanghai, is a large-scale venture capital company engaged in outstanding industries across all fields. The companies he has invested in are all among the best in the local area, the country, and even the world. As a result, the market value of Hongfeng Capital has reached over 400 billion, making it a true giant. In front of him, the previous Ni family was completely insignificant. After getting this company, Lu Chen was also very moved. Unexpectedly, in just a month or so, his assets have far exceeded 500 billion. It seems that it won't be long before his net worth exceeds 1 trillion. Before leaving, Lu Chen transferred another 1 million yuan to his parents, which scared his mother Gao Xiaolan, who called to inquire. "Son, what are you doing? Is it so easy to make money now?" "Mom, haven't you heard that money makes money? Didn't I tell you a while ago that I made money by doing business with a friend? Then I had capital, and I could invest in more things. Plus, your son and I were lucky, so all the projects I invested in made money." "Oh, is that so? That's great, but since money can make money, you should keep it as capital." "I'm fine here, you and Dad can keep these and buy some good food and clothes. You and Dad don't have to go out to work. I'm doing well now and I can make money. You two should enjoy your life. By the way, I found a famous doctor for Dad's old cold legs. I have to go on a business trip to the Magic City for a while these days. When I come back, I will bring him here to cure Dad." It is not convenient for Lu Chen to help at his parents' place for the time being, so he plans to bring Lin Tiancheng with him when the time comes. With what old man Lin has learned now, it should be no problem to cure the old man's rheumatoid arthritis. "Oh, that's great. Your dad has this old problem that makes him feel uncomfortable when it's cloudy and rainy. It would be great if he could be cured. Don't get tired outside and eat on time. The kid from the Zhang family next door is working outside. He has ruined his health in order to make more money. Don't do that to me." "Don't worry, Mom." Just as Lu Chen was about to hang up, Gao Xiaolan said again, "You just said you were going to Shanghai. If you are free, why don't you go visit your second uncle's family on our behalf?" "Okay, send me the current address of my second uncle's house later." "Well, remember not to go empty-handed. Your second uncle and his family helped our family a lot back then." "I know, Mom." As soon as I hung up the phone, Su Fuling came. So, after packing up a bit, the two of them set off for the Magic City. The Magic City was one of the most prosperous cities in Xia Country. There are opportunities everywhere here, but it is also the largest screening pool. It fully demonstrates the law of survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. Ziyuan, one of the top 3 luxury villa areas in Shanghai, is located on the south side of Shisha Mountain. It adheres to the international living concept and integrates multiple natural landscapes such as mountain views, water views, bird views, garden views, and forest views, providing owners with an extremely comfortable living environment. In Villa A03, a man and a woman were sitting opposite Lu Chen. The man is steady and reserved, while the woman is graceful and elegant. These two people are Su Fuling's father Su Dawei and mother Lin Shi. "Xiao Lu, when did you and Linger meet?" Lin Shi spoke first. "We have known each other for more than a year, but we only communicated through text messages before." Before Lu Chen could speak, Su Fuling spoke first. Lin Shi glared at Su Fuling, smiled at Lu Chen and asked again, "One of you is in Jiangdu and the other is in Modu, how did you know each other?" "We met at the beach when we were traveling in Nanhai province." Coincidentally, he was Yao Anqi's classmate. Su Fuling answered again. Su Fuling, I'm asking him, not you, shut up. Lin Shi scolded directly. Ah. Seeing that her mother seemed really angry, Su Fuling obediently shut her mouth and sat aside. But he still winked at Lu Chen, which made Lu Chen laugh. Xiao Lu, do your parents know that you two are dating? What do your parents do? I don't know yet, Auntie. I came from a small county town. My parents are ordinary people. We farm at home and do odd jobs. Lu Chen said calmly that Su Fuling's parents must have checked these things, so there was no need to lie. Xiao Lu, don't be offended. Your aunt and uncle have a question that they want to ask you. We just want to clarify your doubts. We don't mean to blaspheme or insult you. Do you mind? At this time, Lin Shi looked at Lu Chen and asked sincerely. Seeing her expression, Lu Chen roughly guessed what she wanted to ask. So, he said directly, Uncle and Aunt, you want to know how I can earn all these businesses since my family conditions are very ordinary, right? Mr. and Mrs. Su smiled apologetically and nodded. I made some money from stock investment, and then by chance I was able to do something, and then I slowly got to this point. As for the specifics, it's not convenient to say, but it's definitely legal income. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Su Fuling's parents looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets. If someone doesn't want to tell you, even if you keep asking, the reasons they give you may not be true. In fact, after they found out about Su Fuling and Lu Chen, they immediately investigated Lu Chen through some means. After all, the cocktail party incident at the Hongda Hotel also shocked the couple. For such a young man, he actually possesses unimaginable strength. The key is that his previous generation was really ordinary, and could even be described as poor. Under such circumstances, it is very scary to be able to start from scratch and reach this point in such a short time. When they met this time, she found that Lu Chen was not only handsome but also masculine. Facing the questions from the two of them, he remained calm and composed, speaking neither arrogantly nor humbly. This mentality is countless times stronger than that of people of the same age, especially Su's mother, who fell in love with him at first sight. However, due to his status, he did not show too much enthusiasm. In fact, she had already accepted this son-in-law in her heart and wished her daughter could marry him as soon as possible. If Su Fuling knew Lin Shi's thoughts, she would probably be shocked. In her impression, her mother is a very strong person and is very strict with her finding a boyfriend. Part of the reason why she was able to arbitrarily refuse the marriage before was because Su's mother opposed Ni Tianhao becoming her son-in-law. But because the two businesses are too closely intertwined, there is no way to refuse directly. However, after knowing Lu Chen's strength, there is no need to worry about this. If my daughter is really with Lu Chen. Exchanging Lu Chen for Ni's is a win-win deal in every way, and it may even help his family move to a higher level. That's why she hurriedly summoned her daughter to bring Lu Chen over to see her. Now, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is. Especially when she saw her daughter, she always considered Lu Chen and even looked at him differently. You have to know that Su Fuling's personality is very similar to Lin Shi's. She has been a domineering and overbearing strong woman since she was a child. In addition, she had often followed Grandpa Qin Tianlong to the army since she was a child, which made her develop a character of worshipping the strong and looking down on others. There are many people pursuing him, including handsome ones, capable ones, and those with outstanding talents. But she just doesn't like it, and the most important thing is that no one can subdue her. But now, it is obvious that Lu Chen can do it. Xiao Lu, this girl of ours has a bad temper. You will have to bear with her in the future. Mom, what are you talking about? How is it that I have a bad temper? Su Fuling became anxious when she heard her mother say this. Oh my, you're getting anxious. Only Lu Chen can handle you. I'm going to hand you and the company over to Lu Chen, and then plan with your father where to travel for the two of us in the future. What are you talking about? Su Fuling's face turned red and she was extremely surprised. My mother is even more picky than I am, and few people can catch her eye. This is the first time we met today, and you're already attracted to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was also embarrassed by what Su's mother said. Where was this going? Was she going to entrust her daughter to him? Does this mean that Sue's mother is too kind? Or does this mean that Su Fuling is so bad that Sue's mother doesn't like her and wants to get rid of her? Humph. I knew you two were just pretending. Didn't you say you two loved each other? After hearing that I agreed, you two still acted coyly. Are you putting on an act for us? Suddenly, Sue's mother slammed the table and scolded sternly. This gave Lu Chen and Su Fuling a fright. No, we're not pretending. We are a good couple. Su Fuling said directly. Yes, Auntie, we are not pretending. Lu Chen also agreed. Oh. You're not pretending. You two are sitting so far apart. How distant are you two? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and questioned. The two of them subconsciously sat together immediately, and Lu Chen even hugged Su Fuling, and Su Fuling also hugged Lu Chen's waist. That's it. Is there any other evidence that you two are really together? Before, you said you would not marry anyone else but him, and you also said Lu Chen would not marry anyone else but you. After saying this, Lu Chen was stunned and looked at Su Fuling, asking with his eyes. You said this. Su Fuling responded with her eyes, did I? She didn't seem to have said that. Since you two are so good to each other, kiss me and let me see. Ah. Hearing Sue's mother's sudden words, the two were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Sue's mother just stared at the two of them, leaving Lu Chen and the others at a loss. Kiss. Or not. Ahem. Mr. Su standing by couldn't bear to watch it anymore. All right, you're making Lu Chen feel so embarrassed. When they sleep together at night, are you afraid you won't be able to kiss them? After hearing the first half of Sue's father's words, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the second half, they were dumbfounded again. What's going on? Is this what a billionaire boss should say? What about two people sleeping together at night? Are they going to share a room? Dad, what are you talking about? We have so many guest rooms. The guest room is for guests. Lu Chen is my future son-in-law, a family member. How can he sleep in the guest room? What do you think? At this time, Sue's mother interrupted Su Fuling again. Lu Chen could see that these two people were determined to have them sleep together. Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. We can talk about it tomorrow if there's anything else. Sue's mother began to urge the two to go upstairs to bed. Lu Chen looked out the window at the sky, which was not yet completely dark, and was speechless. What's more, it seemed that he hadn't had dinner yet. Is this because Su Fuling doesn't like him, or is it because he is too popular? Is he so eager to marry his daughter off? Mom, we haven't had dinner yet. Su Fuling also said speechlessly, holding her forehead. Really? Haha, look, I forgot about that. Well, eat first, and then go to bed quickly after eating. You have to develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Su Fuling's face turned red during the meal, and Lu Chen was even more embarrassed. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. While Sue's father and mother were eating, they brought in several bottles and jars, all of which were wine. Lu Chen drank some bull whip wine, deer whip wine, tiger whip wine, and anything else that could increase a man's fighting power. Lu Chen was beaten so badly. Finally, after the meal, the two were hurriedly pushed into the room by Sue's mother and the door was closed. Looking at the big bed in the room, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became extremely awkward. Lu Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect my parents to be like this, they are not like this usually. Su Fuling said embarrassedly, twisting her hands together, not knowing where to put them. It's okay, it just opened my eyes a little. So I sleep on the floor tonight. Lu Chen glanced around the room. Apart from the cabinet, there was a big bed, a sofa, and some other things in the room. What should we do? How about we both sleep on the bed? One of us can sleep on one side. For the first time, Su Fuling felt that speaking was so difficult. Her voice became lower and lower, and in the end her head was buried in her chest. Seeing that Su Fuling didn't mind, Lu Chen naturally didn't refuse. Just as the two were about to sit down, the door opened with a bang, scaring the two to jump up. Here are 2 sets of pajamas. You can wear them after you take a shower. Oh. Su Fuling took the clothes with a blushing face. After seeing Sue's mother off, the two looked at each other and Su Fuling ran into the bathroom first. The sound of rushing water made Lu Chen distracted. He is not Lu Xiaohui, so it is impossible for him to have no reaction at all. Hey, just bear with it. Half an hour later, Su Fuling finished washing up and walked out in her pajamas. Her face was so red that it looked like water was dripping. What Sue's mother actually gave her was a lace translucent pajamas, and her graceful figure was looming. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out and he was stunned for a long time. When he felt a hot stream coming out of his nose, he reacted and rushed into the bathroom. Only when he got inside did he take a deep breath to calm his restlessness. Just now when they were having dinner, he was forced to drink a lot of tonic wine by Sue's father, and he almost couldn't control himself. Outside the bathroom door, Su Fuling's face was blushing, but the corners of her mouth were raised. He just kept staring at me. It seems I'm not completely unattractive after all. Before, in Lu Chen's villa in Jiangdu, no matter how openly she dressed, Lu Chen was like an old monk in meditation. He seemed to have no interest in her at all, which made Su Fuling wonder if she had no charm. Today, this does not seem to be the case. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen came out after taking a shower. The pajamas that Sue's mother prepared for him were almost translucent, which made Lu Chen laugh and cry. But it doesn't matter to men. When they go swimming, they just wear shorts, right? This was the first time that Su Fuling was alone with a man in such a situation. Especially after Lu Chen took the powerful muscle-building pills, his body proportions were almost perfect. The muscle lines all over his body constantly stimulated Su Fuling's eyes and made her heart beat wildly. The two of them said nothing, got into bed, and each occupied one side of the big bed. Shall we go to bed then? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen broke the awkwardness. Su Fuling made a mosquito-like sound. Bang. At this time, the door was opened again, and Su Fuling was so frightened that she screamed. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing that it was Sue's mother again, Su Fuling was a little angry. Haha, it hasn't started yet. Am I being anxious? What the hell? It turns out that Sue's mother has been eavesdropping on what's going on in the room. Get out of here. Su Fuling couldn't bear it anymore. Why didn't she think of her mother as such a person before? It was so embarrassing. Okay, I'll go out, you two, do your best. After saying that, Su Fuling threw a pillow over, and Sue's mother quickly closed the door and ran away. Your mother is really cute. It seems that if we don't do something tonight, we won't be able to get past your parents. Lu Chen said with a helpless smile. Ah. Su Fuling, who was originally angry, froze when she heard Lu Chen say that. What does Lu Chen mean by this? Is this about to begin? Su Fuling shyly looked at Lu Chen approaching her, her breathing becoming rapid. Is this going to be too fast? A voice as low as a mosquito came out of Su Fuling's mouth, and her face was as red as a cooked shrimp. What are you thinking about? Get out of bed. Ah. Without Su Fuling knowing what was going on, Lu Chen pulled her off the bed. Then I saw Lu Chen and started pushing the bed. Bang, bang, bang. The head of the bed hit the wall rhythmically, making a sound. Then the movements became faster and faster. At this moment, Su Fuling finally understood what Lu Chen was doing, and she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So he went forward to help, and the two of them took turns working. In the next room, Sue's mother put her ear against the wall and listened. Suddenly, I heard the sound of bang 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 and I burst into laughter. Honey, it started over there. Just stop struggling, we can go to sleep now. What's the hurry? Listen for a while. Su Dawei rolled his eyes. His wife was sometimes weird, but that was also what made her cute. This son-in-law is not only handsome and has strong entrepreneurial abilities, but he is also physically strong. I've been listening to it for quite a while, and the banging sound has continued without stopping. This person's physical strength is really good. Sue's mother couldn't help but feel happier. Many people start dating but don't try out marriage before getting married. After getting the marriage certificate, they find out that their partner is not good in some aspects, which leads to a boring and dull married life. Seeing that her son-in-law is so strong, as a mother-in-law, she is naturally happy for her daughter's future sexual happiness. But she didn't know that Lu Chen and Su Fuling next door were seriously banging their beds to deal with her. When we got to the back, we were chatting while bumping into each other, and I no longer felt sleepy. We were even so amused by the conversation that I didn't notice that we had been chatting almost all night. As a result, the bed was bumped into almost all night, which made Su's mother suffer. It was almost dawn. Mother Su had dark circles under her eyes. She looked at Father Su, who was drowsy, and suddenly said worriedly, "Honey, isn't our son-in-law a little too aggressive? It's been a whole night, isn't he too majestic?" The next day, at the dining table, the four of them ate breakfast with dark circles under their eyes. "Xiao Lu, this is your first time in the Magic City. Let Linger take you around these few days." Su's mother broke the awkward atmosphere. "No need, Auntie. Linger just came back from Jiangdu a while ago, and there are still many things to deal with in the company. I just happened to be going to my second uncle's house to do some things. Let's go out and play together after everyone is done." Lu Chen refused with a smile. Su Fuling had also told him before how important the project was. Otherwise, she would not have personally gone to Jiangdu City to handle Ponzi's contract. Not only did he plan to visit his second uncle's house, he also planned to take time out in the next 2 days to visit Hongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. Just last night, the system products were updated and a new product, Tinglong Securities, was put on the shelves, with its headquarters also in Shanghai. Tinglong Securities is one of the leading large-scale securities trading companies in Shanghai, and it has many very professional stock fund investment managers. Because this company has a good reputation and strong strength, any stock fund entrusted to them for investment can be said to be almost guaranteed to make a profit. Of course, the commission they receive is also the highest in the entire industry in Shanghai. However, despite the high service fees, there are still many bosses with spare money in Shanghai who will do some investment and financial management through their managers. "Oh, I almost forgot about that." "That's fine, but if you need anything, feel free to tell Linger or uncle and aunt. Don't hesitate." Mother Su nodded and said, "You really don't need me to accompany you." At the subway station entrance, Su Fuling drove him here at Lu Chen's request. "No, you go do your thing, I'll go shopping by myself." "Okay, let's call each other then." Su Fuling was also a person who did things decisively. After they exchanged a few words, they went their separate ways. At this time, Lu Chen took out the text messages on his mobile phone, looked at the address sent by his mother, and walked towards the subway station. "I've been driving luxury cars and supercars lately, so it feels different to occasionally experience the subway and bus." Sitting on the subway, watching the hustle and bustle of people struggling for their lives, Lu Chen was deeply moved. "Not long ago, I was one of them. Minhang District, Xinzhuang Village 2. Lu Chen stood here with a bunch of gifts in his hands, his brows slightly frowned. This place can be described as dirty, messy, and poor. It is completely different from the environment near Su Fuling's home. As you walk along, you can find that the most common places here are chess and card rooms, with all kinds of shouting and cursing coming from them. He couldn't even imagine that in such a prosperous city like Shanghai, there were still people using old-fashioned wooden toilets. Lu Chen, dressed in Armani clothes and carrying bags of gifts, attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Room 402, Unit C, Building 4. If you don't pay the rent today, you will move out. At this time, a fat old lady with curling irons all over her head and wearing a floral dress was standing with her hands on her waist and yelling at Lu Jingyuan's family. "Landlord, please give us 2 more days. We were also deceived and our money was taken away from us." Lu Jingyuan pleaded, his eyes revealing fatigue and helplessness. This Lu Jingyuan is Lu Chen's second uncle. A while ago, a co-worker with whom he had a good relationship suddenly made a fortune and treated everyone to a luxurious dinner. Because we all have a good relationship, after asking, I learned that he knew a fund manager named Du Guo from Tinglong Securities. Through this manager, he invested the 200,000 yuan he had saved and made 30,000 yuan a week later. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for those workers. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jingyuan and others also became interested and asked this co-worker to introduce him to Du Guo, preparing to invest as well. But after all, this was their first time dealing with this, and they were using their hard-earned money that they had saved over the years, so naturally they were still a little worried. But this Duguo is very eloquent. In view of their concerns, we told him that he was only operating conservative funds and that even if the situation got worse, he would be able to preserve his capital and would not suffer losses. Therefore, with the mentality of giving it a try, everyone contributed 23,000 yuan each to raise funds and did it once. As a result, I really made money. At this point, the workers were all excited and gradually increased their investment amount. From the original 20,000 or 30,000 to the later 50,000 or 100,000, I received investment dividends within a week each time. After many attempts, they saw that it was indeed as safe and reliable as Duguo said. At a dinner party where Duguo was invited, they learned that there was a fund that might have a big increase in value soon, and Duguo suggested that they make a big one. Upon hearing the news, the workers who had cooperated with him many times and made profits were undoubtedly including him, and they took out all their savings and prepared to take action. Everyone hopes to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But this time's investment left them dumbfounded. Because 7 days later, they were told that all their money had been lost. This news was like a bolt from the blue for all the workers. They had been clearly told that they could break even no matter how big the loss was, but now it had turned out like this, so everyone went to him to ask for an explanation. But the result was that even if they later filed a class action lawsuit, it had no effect. Because the contract they signed with Duguo clearly stated that they would not bear the consequences of losses. As workers at the bottom of society, they had little cultural knowledge and signed the contract based on mutual trust without understanding the rules and regulations involved. Secondly, investment itself is risky, and gains and losses are normal, so I lost the case directly. Some workers were even beaten for constantly looking for Duguo. Lu Jingyuan was also one of the people who were deceived. Now he can't even pay the rent. He still owes 1 month's rent and has been evicted by the landlord. Grace. I've already given you grace for more than a month. I'm not a philanthropist. I have to make a living, too. The landlady refused to give in. His eyes scanned the house, finally looking back and forth at their TV, washing machine, and refrigerator. If you really can't pay, you can use your TV, refrigerator, and washing machine to pay the rent. The rent is only 1,200 a month, and I only owe you 1 month. Plus this month, it's only 2,400. Any one of these 3 items costs more than that. You're really cheating me. At this time, a young girl behind Lu Jingmin started yelling and cursing. She is Lu Chen's cousin, Lu Shuai. These were all purchased for the family when we made a profit before, and they are the only valuable things in the house now. I'm a bad person. How much are these things worth if I sell them? It costs money to hire someone to move them. Do you think I care? Then pay me. If you don't, get out. You. Seeing the landlord being so tough, Lu Shuai was furious. How much is it in total? I'll give it to you. A cold voice came from the door. Lu Chen. Elder brother. Lu Jingyuan was very surprised to see the visitor, but Lu Shuai was very happy. The brother and sister grew up together in their hometown and had a very good relationship. It was after Lu Chen was admitted to a prestigious university in the college entrance examination that Lu Jingyuan brought his family to Shanghai to make a living. When the landlady saw Lu Chen, a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Even though she didn't recognize the brand of Lu Chen's clothes, she could tell that they were expensive. Especially the gifts in his hands, big and small, none of them are cheap. I didn't expect you had such a rich relative. Couldn't you have just called him earlier? Seeing that there was no chance of getting those appliances at a bargain, the landlady pouted and muttered to herself. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to force Lu Jingyuan to pay the rent and let him use these new appliances to pay for it, so that she could make a profit. 2,400 has been transferred to you. Besides, this house will not be rented next month. Lu Chen ignored the landlady's nagging and simply scanned the code to pay. Hey, Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Where will we live if we don't rent it? Lu Jingyuan asked puzzledly. Uncle, don't worry, there is a place to live. Then he looked at the landlady and said, why aren't you leaving yet? Oh, then you can leave. But if you don't want to rent it, then I won't return the deposit. When the landlady saw Lu Chen say that he would not rent the house next month, her eyes immediately rolled and she said as a matter of course, "Why not withdraw? Our contract is for 1 year, and this month happens to be the last month." At this time, Lu Chen's second aunt Lu Huimei became anxious and stepped forward to argue with the landlord, saying that the deposit was 1 month's rent. Given their current circumstances, 1,200 can be of great use. I have already transferred the rent to you. My second uncle and his family have not violated the contract. You have to return the deposit. If you plan to refuse to pay, you will bear the consequences. You can leave now. Lu Chen stopped his second aunt and spoke directly. There's no need to waste time on such a person. If he really doesn't give you the money, your Jiqiang law firm is not just for show. There are 1,000 ways to make the landlady regret it. The landlord saw that Lu Chen had an extraordinary temperament and was wearing high-end clothes, so he didn't say much. He just left while muttering to himself. Lu Chen, why are you here? You didn't even call me in advance. I'm making a fool of yourself. At this time, Lu Jingyuan stepped forward and asked, with a little embarrassment on his face. I just happened to be in Shanghai for some business, so I came to see you guys. Uncle, let's not talk about this for now. I'll make a phone call first, and then we'll go look at the house. As he spoke, he greeted his second aunt and cousin Lu Shuwei with a smile, then dialed Su Fuling's number. What? You missed me right after we separated. Su Fuling teased on the other end of the phone. Don't be ridiculous. Where in Shanghai are the houses that are fully furnished and ready for you to move in today? Lu Chen asked straight to the point. Why are you asking this? Don't even think about living out here. It's only been 1 day, you can't leave. Su Fuling misunderstood and thought that Lu Chen wanted to move out by himself. She didn't know why she became anxious. No, I bought it for my second uncle and his family. Something happened to them. Oh. Then just let your second uncle live in my house. I have several vacant villas, I'll give you one. Su Fuling said very generously. No, they are not used to living in a villa. Why don't you go to Thompson first class? Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen took his second uncle's family into a taxi and headed straight to the Thompson Epine sales office. Inside the sales office of Thompson 1. Honey, this set looks good, how about we take it? A heavily made-up woman hugged the man beside her and acted coquettishly. Mrs. Luo, you have a good eye. This apartment is 525 square meters and is on the 15th floor. The lighting is great, and there is a promotion right now. This package is discounted at a total of only 140 million yuan. It is very cost-effective in the entire building. The sales lady at the side introduced it with a professional smile. The man couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. This only was used very well. 140 million, and it's very cost-effective. Is there anything with a better value for money? The man asked. Mr. Luo, this unit is already the most cost-effective one among the 525 square meter ones. If the price is lower, you can only choose the 434 square meter one. The sales lady said apologetically. At this time, Lu Chen and his second uncle's family also walked into the sales office. Wow, the decoration here is so luxurious. Lu Shuwei was amazed by the decoration style as soon as she came in. After all, Thompson 1 is the top luxury residence in Shanghai, so the specifications of the sales office are naturally higher. Lu Jingyuan and his wife seemed very embarrassed. It was their first time in such a high-end place and they were a little overwhelmed. Lu Chen, you said you would arrange a place for us to live. Are you going to live in this residential area? It's too high-end. We are not used to it. Uncle Lu Chen was an honest man from a poor family. When he saw that the residence Lu Chen was going to arrange was here, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. What's there to get used to? You'll get used to it once you live here. Look how much Shuwei likes this place. Lu Chen said with a smile that he was very grateful to his second uncle's family. My family was very poor at the time. If it weren't for the financial support from my second uncle's family, I'm not sure I would have been able to go to college. I also borrowed money from my second uncle to renovate the old house in my hometown, and he didn't charge any interest over the years. It's really good for my family. Now that I am better off, I naturally want to repay this kindness. It cannot be measured by money. On the other side, when Mr. Luo saw Lu Chen and others coming in, especially when he saw that Lu Jingyuan's family were wearing patched clothes, he immediately frowned. I say, your building is so high-end, why do you still let people like this in? It has lost its class. Seeing this, the sales lady just maintained a professional smile and apologized. She didn't say anything, but there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. This couple has been here for quite some time, looking at this and that and acting all cocky, but when it comes to the price, they start finding fault with everything. Their quality is not very high either, and they look down on others. The sales office is opened here, and customers come here. Naturally, they will not judge people like them who have received high-end training by their appearance. Lu Chen, why don't we go? Because Mr. Luo's voice was very loud, Lu Chen and the others also heard it. Lu Jingyuan felt a little aggrieved when he heard it, but as he came from a poor family, he would naturally feel inferior in such situations. Although he felt angry and aggrieved when he heard it, his body dodged unconsciously and he wanted to leave here. Humph! Who the hell are you? If you can't speak, just shut up. Lu Chen, however, walked straight forward and glared at him. Second uncle's family is the closest people to Lu Chen besides his parents, so naturally he cannot allow outsiders to bully them. Hey, you little bastard, are you still excited? Is this a place you can come to? Can you afford a house here? When Mr. Luo saw Lu Jingyuan dodging and trying to leave, he felt even more disdainful in his heart. After all, he was a low-class person with no future. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen jumped out. Is he a resident of your community? At this time, Lu Chen looked at the sales lady beside him and asked. Hello sir, they haven't purchased the house in our community yet, not yet. The sales lady answered truthfully. Oh. So that means they haven't bought the house they're looking at now. Yes, sir. Oh, I want that set. Swipe the card. After saying that, Lu Chen handed the card directly to the stunned sales lady beside him. In an instant, the entire sales office fell silent. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the sales office. But at this moment, everyone felt dazzled by Lu Chen's operation. This is buying a house, not buying cabbages. You just buy it without even looking at the house and asking the price. This was the thought of all those present. Ah. Sir, you mean you want the house at 1501? If the set he's looking at is 1501, then it's 1501. Well, the price of this house is 140 million. The sales lady tried to remind. Oh, swipe the card. Okay, sir. Seeing Lu Chen still saying this, the sales lady suddenly became excited. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? This is 140 million, not 140 million. If you can't get it, I'll see how you can pretend. Mr. Luo recovered from his astonishment and his first feeling was that this boy was teasing him. Is there such a way to buy a house? I would never believe it even if I kill him. But not long after, the sales lady came over, handed over the card with both hands, and said respectfully with a look of joy on her face, Mr. Lu, please follow me to the VIP room to sign the contract. Okay. Lu Chen ignored the Luo couple and went to the VIP room with his second uncle's family, who were all shocked. How is that possible? Mr. Luo looked dazed as he watched Lu Chen and others leave. TSK, that guy is really rich. He paid for a house worth over 100 million yuan without even looking at it. That's what luxury is. Look at that couple. They were there when we got here. They looked around for a long time and were picky, but they still haven't made a move. Haha, maybe they just came in to have a look and have no intention of buying a house at all. It's possible. I saw his wife taking pictures there. I think she was just a loser who took some pictures to show off. At this moment, other customers in the sales office started talking about it, and looked at the Luo couple with disdain and mockery in their eyes. Finally, the couple left in disgrace, feeling too embarrassed to stay. Because it is a ready-made house, I got the keys on the day I signed the contract. The property title deed was also handled by the sales office and handed over to the owner after it was completed. The moment they opened the door, my second uncle and his family were shocked by the luxurious decoration and facilities in the house. The interior is decorated with top-tier building materials and the home appliances are international top-tier brands. Especially the bed in the bedroom, it is so comfortable that you don't want to get up. Lu Shui felt like she had arrived in heaven. She looked around the room and touched things everywhere, having no desire to leave. Lu Chen, this is too luxurious. Is it inappropriate for us to live here? What's inappropriate? You're my second uncle, so if I say it's appropriate, then it's appropriate. Also, you and second aunt should quit your current jobs. Here's a card with 100,000 yuan in it. Use it first, and I'll find you an easier job later. Knowing that his uncle and aunt were the kind of people who could not sit still, Lu Chen did not say that he would take care of their lives in the future. This would instead make everyone feel distant from each other. I don't have any education, and I can't do anything well. I can only do some manual labor. I think I shouldn't change my job. Lu Jingyuan politely declined. The gift from Lu Chen was already too big, and he felt embarrassed to ask him to change his job. Uncle, just listen to me. I happen to have 2 companies here. You can decide for yourself where you want to go when the time comes. Brother, you also opened a company in Shanghai. You are so awesome. Lu Shui ran over after walking around the house for a few times. It's not bad. There's only Hongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. By the way, Shui, you studied film and television post-production, right? Do you want to work at my Tinglong Game Company? It happens that I'm not here sometimes, and if you're here, you can help me keep an eye on the company. Ah. Tamrin Games is yours. Lu Shui was stunned when she heard Lu Chen's words. She and several of her classmates had dreamed of joining Tinglong Game Company, but the company was very strict in recruiting and selecting people, and they were not chosen at all. Now that I heard that this company actually belongs to my cousin, I was suddenly very excited. Yes, it's mine. Do you want to go? Can I? Of course, as long as you want. Lu Chen affirmed. Okay, I dream of joining Tamrin, thank you brother. So, Lu Chen didn't delay and directly called Tinglong Game Company, asking the general manager Wu Jichuan to personally arrange for Lu Shui to go to work in the company. Of course, at Lu Shui's own request, we should start from the grassroots level. For a rookie like her who just graduated, if she were given a high-level position, she would not be able to handle it. Lu Chen did not object. One still needs to hone himself. At this time, Lu Jingyuan hesitated and said, Xiaochen, is Hongfeng Capital your industry? Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. Then uncle has something to tell you. So Lu Jingyuan told him how he had been deceived. Is that true? After hearing this, Lu Chen was a little annoyed. How could this Duguo deceive his relatives? So he picked up the phone again and called Chu Zhanpeng, the general manager of Hongfeng Capital. Boss, any instructions? Check for me, is there an employee named Duguo in our company? Lu Chen said straight to the point. Okay, boss. Wait a moment. Chu Zhanpeng on the other end of the phone called HR over and started looking for someone named Duguo in the company. It turned out that there was no such person. Later, it was found that there was a person named Duguo in a small company with the same registered company name as Hongfeng Asset. Uncle, we found the person. He is not from my company. However, this company seems to have been using the Hongfeng name of Hongfeng Capital to deceive people everywhere. Then is there any hope of getting this money back? Lu Jingyuan didn't have much hope at first, but when he heard that Lu Chen was actually the boss of Hongfeng Capital, he gave it a try. Of course, if he doesn't give it to me, well, it's almost noon now, let's finish our meal and I'll take you there to get the money. Oh yeah. Time to eat. I haven't even had breakfast yet and I'm starving. Bro, where are we going to eat? Lu Shui was a little foodie. When she heard that it was time to eat, she happily jumped to Lu Chen, grabbed his hand and started shaking it. Let's find a restaurant nearby and take care of your dad's business first. I'll find a good restaurant to treat you to a meal later. Good. Hongfeng Consulting Company. Duguo, you've made a lot of money this month, so you have to treat us. Brother Zhang, I'm just lucky. I met some stupid migrant workers and made a fortune. I'm not as stable as you. I can't compare with you, but I have to treat you. The two of them were bragging about each other's business. If others heard this conversation, they would be shocked, as it seemed like this was a scam company. That's right, this company used the name of Hongfeng and impersonated others to deceive some people into investing and make profits from it. However, every time they committed a crime, they would not leave any evidence, and they would even have prepared a backup plan during the deception process. This also means that victims cannot be prosecuted even if they file a lawsuit. Bang! The office door was kicked open and two people walked in. Who among you is Du Guo? The two people in the room were stunned when they saw the person coming. He is Du Guo. Lu Jingyuan pointed at one of them and said. The people who came were Lu Chen and Lu Jingyuan. Oh, it's old Lu. How come the lesson we taught him last time wasn't enough? Du Guo sneered when he saw that it was Lu Jingyuan. Hearing Du Guo's words, Lu Jingyuan looked a little unnatural. When he accompanied those co-workers to collect debts, he was beaten up by the people called by Du Guo, and he still has some trauma at this moment. Do it. Lu Chen just glanced at Du Guo and spoke in a cold voice. As soon as Du Guo finished speaking, when he was wondering what Lu Chen meant by taking action, he saw two men in black rushing in from outside the door. One of them took action without saying a word. This person was the #1 personal bodyguard arranged by Lu Chen from the Weilong Security Company. He kicked Du Guo down in one go and then beat him up. Ah, who the hell are you? Asshole, Lu Jingyuan, you are looking for death. Ouch. He hit someone, ah. Help, brother Zhang. Stop hitting me, ouch. Du Guo was totally unable to react and was beaten to the point of doubting his life. At the beginning he was arrogant and cursing, but in the end he could only beg for mercy. Brother Zhang, who was standing aside, didn't dare to move at this moment as he was being stared at by another man in black, #2. Seeing that Du Guo was almost beaten, Lu Chen waved his hand and asked #1 to stop. I took a chair and sat in front of him. Do you know where you went wrong? Lu Chen looked down at Du Guo and asked. If you dare to go against Hongfeng, our boss will not let you go. Du Guo took a breath, and although there was still fear in his eyes, he still shouted. Hongfeng. What a joke. Pa. Lu Chen clapped his hands 3 times, and saw another man in black appear outside the door. It was bodyguard #3. I saw that #3 was holding someone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was his boss Sun Guichuan. Bang. Sun Guichuan was thrown directly by the men in black and fell not far from Du Guo, letting out a scream. Judging from the appearance, he had obviously been educated before this. Boss. Du Guo's heart trembled inexplicably when he saw the person coming. His boss has connections in both the black and white worlds, and his company has been using the Hongfeng name for so long, but no one from Hongfeng has come to cause trouble. This is because his boss has a close relationship with the vice president of Hongfeng. However, now, his backer was thrown in like a chicken. So it's you. Aren't you afraid of offending Hongfeng Capital by doing this? I work for Hongfeng Capital's vice president Lu Jigang. Sun Guichuan also shouted loudly at this time, feeling extremely shocked and angry. Just now, he was chatting with his secretary in the office about the meaning of life. Suddenly a man broke in, beat me up for no apparent reason, and carried me over. When he was brought here and saw Du Guo, who had also been beaten up, and Lu Jingyuan standing next to him, he roughly understood what had happened. After all, Du Guo was his henchman, so he naturally knew about Lu Jingyuan's vote. So they directly called out Hongfeng Capital, because in Shanghai, Hongfeng Capital is a real giant, a real player in both the black and white worlds. Thanks to his relationship with Lu Jigang, all the problems he encountered in the past were easily solved. Therefore, they will act more unscrupulously in the future. Hey, Lu Jigang. Lu Chen clapped his hands again, and a few people appeared outside the door again. When he saw one of them, Sun Guichuan was stunned. Isn't this his big backer, Vice President Lu Jigang of Hongfeng Capital? At this moment, he was also being carried by another man in black, just like himself just now. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he had also been beaten up. The third person shocked Sun Guichuan even more. This person was none other than the helmsman of Hongfeng capital, Chu Jianping. He had been fortunate enough to have met him from afar twice before. To him, this person was a mythical figure. Because Chu Jianping's story of making a fortune is truly comparable to a myth, it is also one of the reasons why both the black and white worlds respect him. The next scene surprised him even more. "Boss, I'm really sorry for making you laugh." At this time, Chu Jianping, the legendary figure who was high and mighty in Sun Guichuan's eyes, actually humbly called the young man in front of him boss. At this moment, he felt a chill all over his body and cried out that something was wrong. Lu Chen nodded and looked at Duguo again. "Do you know what's wrong now?" Before coming, Chu Jianping had already figured out the whole story and informed Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen asked his bodyguard number 4 to go directly to Hongfeng capital to capture Lu Jigang. He came here first with 3 other bodyguards and his second uncle. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated Lao Lu out of his hard-earned money." At this time, Duguo no longer dared to be arrogant. "What should we do? What should we do?" Duguo looked directly at Sun Guichuan standing aside. Seeing this, Sun Guichuan wanted to slap him twice. He was usually so smart, how could he be so stupid now? So he quickly shouted, "Give us back the money. We will give it back. Not only that, I will also compensate Lao Lu for his mental damages." "Yes, yes, yes, we will pay, we will pay." Duguo also nodded suddenly and agreed. "Then pay for it." Sun Guichuan jumped up, ran to the office, opened the safe, picked up a box and ran over, afraid that he would be too slow. Even Lu Jigang has been captured, and Chu Jianping is accompanying him. Even if he has 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to escape now. He obediently put the box on the table and opened it. "Here is 1 million, all for Mr. Lu." As he said that, he pushed the box in front of Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan felt a little embarrassed at this moment, as he had never seen such a scene before. "Take it, uncle." At Lu Chen's signal, Lu Jingyuan shyly accepted it. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Chu Jianping and spoke again. "Lu Jigang should be fired. I don't want to see this person's company still hanging the name of our Hongfeng. That's it." "Yes, boss." Chu Jianping accepted the order respectfully. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Jigang and Sun Guichuan were relieved. Although if one of them was fired, the other company would definitely not be able to open. But apart from a little frustration, they were mostly grateful. Otherwise, with Chu Jianping's methods, the consequences for these two people would be even more horrific. Otherwise, how could Chu Jianping become a man respected by both the black and white worlds? "Oh, right." Lu Chen, who had walked to the door, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Duguo. This glance scared him so much that he almost urinated incontinently. "You hit my second uncle's leg before, and he stayed in the hospital for a week. I know what to do." Without waiting for Lu Chen to finish speaking, Duguo jumped up. He picked up the chair leg next to him, gritted his teeth, and hit his right leg hard. Click. Ah. The sound of breaking bones and his screams were heard at the same time. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this?" Even though it hurt, Duguo endured it and said, "Take care of yourself." Lu Chen said, turned around and left. "Did you hear what the boss said? Don't be lucky or think about revenge, otherwise." At this time, Chu Jianping spoke. We dare not," the 3 of them said almost in unison. "Humph." With a cold snort, Chu Jianping also left. At this moment, the 3 of them collapsed on the ground, smiling bitterly, but in their hearts they were grateful for having survived the disaster. The face of Lu Chen was unforgettable to the 3 of them, and they all prayed that they would never run into this killing god again. After solving the problem that worried his second uncle, Lu Chen found that Lu Jingyuan was much more relaxed, with a long-lost smile on his face. Lu Chen also felt a little touched, and the journey back to his hometown moved forward. After sending his second uncle home, Lu Chen took Lu Shui to the mall to buy some things. "Brother, your Porsche 911 is so beautiful. When did you buy it?" "Oh, Chu Jianping gave it to me. It's just right for transportation." "Brother, is Hongfeng capital really yours?" "How could it be false? But it's enough for you to know these, and don't tell my parents." Lu Chen warned. I understand. You want to give your uncle and aunt a surprise, right? Hee hee. But when I found out about this, I was shocked. Brother, you are really awesome. As the girl was talking, she was still observing the Porsche 911, and it was obvious that she liked this car very much. Well, a classmate of mine bought this car and took me for a ride. I liked it very much at that time. Then this car is for you. Ah. What? You already have a driver's license. If you don't drive, then you've wasted your time. It's too expensive. I can't take it. Besides, with my current salary, I can't afford to drive or maintain this car. You earn your own gas money, and you don't have to worry about maintenance and insurance. I'll tell old Chu about it and he'll take care of it. When the time comes, you just need to drive the car to the designated place to go through the annual inspection and maintenance procedures. And you don't have to worry about your family's water, electricity, and property fees. Old Chu will take care of it and use the company's account. Lu Chen smiled and said that since he had decided to help his second uncle's family, he would naturally not help half of it. Isn't the ultimate goal of making money to allow your loved ones to live a good life? Brother, does this count as me supporting you? Puff. Lu Shui's sudden words startled Lu Chen so much that he almost crashed the car. He had to turn the steering wheel sharply to stabilize the car. What are you thinking, you little bitch? Hee hee. Lu Shui stuck out her tongue, smiled mischievously, her eyes filled with happiness. Yaoan, the #1 department store in Shanghai. I came here because this was the 1 yuan item that was on flash sale last night. So, I brought Lu Shui here today to have a look and buy some things for the home. It's no wonder that the entire Yaoan store has a wide variety of products and its decoration is also luxurious and grand. The little girl was very happy as she kept shopping along the way. In the little girl's words, she finally satisfied her shopping addiction. That's right. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the packages of varying sizes. Sure enough, every woman has a background of being a shopaholic. As soon as he went shopping, it seemed like he gained the bonus of unlimited physical strength buff, which made Lu Chen laugh and cry. We have bought all the daily necessities, brother, shall we go back? No hurry, I'll buy you some clothes. No need, I just bought 2 pieces a while ago, they are enough for me to wear. She has already spent a lot of money on daily necessities here today, all paid for by Lu Chen. She feels a little embarrassed. How can that be? You are my precious sister. Now that I am rich, how can I treat you unfairly? Besides, you have a mission later. Pick out some clothes for your parents. You know their sizes, right? Lu Chen didn't care about her. He just pulled her towards the brand clothing store. Lu Shui was held by him, and the emotion in her eyes was clearly visible. Brother, if you weren't my cousin, I would definitely marry you. Can you stop thinking about these things? Hearing this girl saying these things again, Lu Chen directly knocked her on the forehead. Welcome, light. Hey, isn't this our poor school beauty Lu Shui? How did you get rich? Are you shopping at Chanel? Before the salesperson at the entrance of the Chanel store could finish her words, a sarcastic voice rang out from inside. Everyone in the store couldn't help but look at Lu Shui and the other person, and Lu Chen also frowned. Go Lily, can't I just come here to shop? Seeing the person who spoke, Lu Shui's anger was suddenly ignited. Go Lily, her college classmate, holds a grudge against her because the men she liked pursued Lu Shui, and she targets her everywhere. Although his family was not well off at the time, Go Lily's family ran a fairly large company, making her a rich second generation. So most of the time, she just swallowed her anger and tried to avoid trouble as much as possible, until she graduated, when she finally had some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, I met her here today. What surprised Lu Shui even more was that the man carrying a lot of bags next to Go Lily was the man who Go Lily confessed to her even though she couldn't pursue him before. As if she saw Lu Shui's surprised look, Go Lily couldn't help but feel upset. You don't recognize him? Oh, I almost forgot, you broke up not long ago, and he is my boyfriend now. Go Lily looked at Lu Shui, who was about to go berserk, with amusement, her eyes filled with the joy of victory. Chen Hao, you broke up just because of her. Lu Shui finally exploded. Chen Hao, however, dodged aside and did not dare to face her. Although the two did not develop further substantive contact at the beginning, they made a vow to each other and decided to work together to create a better future. But not long ago, Chen Hao suddenly broke up with him, which made Lu Shui sad for a while. Judging from the current situation, Chen Hao's breakup has something to do with Gu Lili. In the end, the so-called love was defeated by corrupt money, and Lu Shui felt very uncomfortable. What? You eat and wear my clothes, but you don't even say hello to your old lover when you see him. Seeing that Chen Hao remained silent, Gu Lili did not intend to let him go. I had made such a big fuss at school to pursue Chen Hao, but unexpectedly he would choose Lu Shui in the end. This made her feel very embarrassed, so in addition to targeting Lu Shui, she also continued to use sugar-coated bullets to corrupt Chen Hao. During the school period, everyone maintained their innocence and perhaps even protected each other's pure love. But once I entered society, everything changed. I became involved in the daily necessities of life and realized how hard it is to make money. Under Gu Lili's constant traps and inducements, Chen Hao finally compromised and succumbed to reality. However, at this moment, Gu Lili's feelings for him were no longer the love she had before, but just a kind of revenge. So Chen Hao didn't have a good life following her. He was like a servant who came when he was called and left when he was dismissed. This time, I finally met Lu Shui, so naturally I have to show off. Let's go. Lu Shui was in a bad mood at the moment, so she said to Lu Chen. Hey, you caught another handsome guy. You are really shameless. You hooked up with Chen Hao at school, and just after breaking up, you turned around and hooked up with another one. But this time you have some vision. At least he looks better than Chen Hao. Lu Shui wanted to turn a blind eye to everything, but there were people who didn't want her to have an easy life, and every word Gu Lili said was heartbreaking. Pa. The applause broke out, and Gu Lili looked at the men in front of her with shock and anger. You dare to hit me? You're just spewing shit right out of your mouth. Who else should I hit if not you? Do you think you can bully my sister? Lu Chen looked at Gu Lili with disgust and scolded her. Lu Shui covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised. She didn't expect Lu Chen to suddenly attack. Just wait, I want you to see what happens. Gu Lili was furious. It was the first time she had been slapped in the face since she was a child. How could she bear it? The call was quickly connected. I called someone. Ask the security to come to the Chanel store. Lu Shui, you two are done for today. Brother, let's go quickly. Gu Lili's father is the vice president here. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. At this time, Lu Shui anxiously grabbed Lu Chen's hand and was about to drag him away. Want to leave now? It's too late. Chen Hao, stop them for me. Gu Lili was shouting angrily at this time, but Chen Hao actually walked to the door of the Chanel hall obediently and made a blocking gesture. Get out of the way. Seeing her ex-boyfriend acting like this, Lu Shui yelled angrily. Shui, don't make things difficult for me. Chen Hao said in a low voice, not worrying about her at all because they had been together before. I was so blind before, how could I fall in love with you? People say that first love is unforgettable. At this time, Lu Shui had completely given up on him. Lu Chen looked at everything in front of him coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Da-da-da. A group of people rushed in from outside the door, led by the vice president of Yaoan, Gu Lili's father Gu Mingtao. After receiving the call and hearing that his precious daughter was bullied in his own territory, Gu Mingtao rushed down with a team of security guards. Get out of the way, who dares to bully my daughter, Gu Mingtao? Gu Mingtao pushed aside the crowd of onlookers outside, rushed directly into the Chanel hall, and shouted domineeringly. Dad, whoa, I'm so miserable. This couple beat me up. Look, my face is swollen from the beating. Seeing her father coming, Jelalai immediately ran over to complain. You bastards, you guys beat up my daughter, Gu Mingtao. I think you don't want to live, Chairman. When Gu Mingtao saw the 5-finger marks on his daughter's face, he instantly became furious and turned around to scold her. But when he saw Lu Chen folding his arms and looking at him coldly, he could no longer curse. He trembled all over as if he had been electrocuted and screamed. Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Gumingtao spoke again with gritted teeth. At this moment, he was cursing in his heart. This prodigal daughter would pick on anyone else but the newly appointed chairman. He was doomed. If I hadn't read the information and seen Lu Chen's photo before, I would have been doomed if I had fought him. Just this morning, he received the news that Yawen had changed its owner, and he was even more surprised when he saw the information. Because Lu Chen was too young, and the related information suffix attached at the end made him more shocked the more he read on. He holds a series of corporate chairmanships, each of which is as powerful as Yawen, especially Hongfeng Capital and Tinglong Games Company. He may not have heard of some of the other industries, but he knows exactly how strong these two local companies are. Do you recognize me? Lu Chen looked at him and said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. Your information has been sent to our management today. Oh. Lu Chen nodded. Dad, what are you doing? Beat him up, he hit me. You. Pa. Without waiting for his daughter to finish speaking, Gumingtao slapped her with a big slap, leaving 5 finger marks on the other side of Go Lily's face. Dad, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Go Lily was stunned by the blow and started crying. You still have the nerve to cry. It must be you, this evil creature, who did something wrong here, that provoked the chairman to attack. Well done, you just need to be taught a lesson. Chairman. He is the chairman. He is just the brother of my poor classmate and a loser. Go Lily would never believe that Lu Xue's brother would be the chairman of Yawen. Her father must have made a mistake. Loser. You loser. I can't kill you. Seeing that his daughter still hasn't understood the situation, Gumingtao wanted to strangle her to death. How could I have such a stupid daughter? I should have shot her against the wall. Thinking of this, he started spanking his daughter with both hands. I have to draw this, because Lu Chen is staring at me. If I can't pass this level, I'm afraid I'm really finished. Just like that, the Chanel store was filled with the sound of slaps and Gogon's screams. It was not until Go Lily was beaten so hard that her head became swollen like a pig that Lu Chen's voice was heard. Okay, take good care of your daughter from now on and don't let her cause trouble for herself. Also, your daughter's vision in finding a boyfriend is really blind. After saying that, he looked at Lu Xue who was still in shock and said with a smile, Are you relieved? If you are, leave now. Ah. Oh, let's go. Lu Xue was still a little unresponsive at this time. How come his cousin became the chairman of Yawen again? The originally high-handed Gumingtao had to kowtow and beat his precious daughter madly in order to avoid being blamed by Lu Chen. This scene change was so shocking that it took her a long time to calm down. At the same time, I also sighed that my cousin was so awesome and it was so satisfying. Thus, all the previous unhappiness disappeared, and she continued shopping happily while pulling Lu Chen. In the Chanel store. You, get out of here right now. Don't let me see you interacting with my daughter again, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. Gumingtao shouted directly at Chen Hao. Gumingtao survived the disaster and was glad that he showed his loyalty in time, otherwise he would have lost his job. You, stay at home for a month, go back and reflect on your actions, and don't provoke Lu Xue again, you can't afford it. Looking at his precious daughter, Gumingtao felt a headache. It seemed that his overindulgence had harmed her. After buying things and having them all deliver the goods to her door, Lu Xue received a call from her best friend and went to attend a dinner party near Yawen. So Lu Chen drove back by himself. Just as he was about to turn the corner out of the underground garage, a figure suddenly jumped out, scaring Lu Chen. Fortunately, he had good driving skills and braked in time, otherwise there would have been an accident. Even so, the figure seemed to be frightened and fell to the ground. Are you going to die? Lu Chen was a little annoyed. He opened the car door and cursed, and was about to get out to check the situation. But at this moment, the figure jumped up from the ground. He quickly opened Lu Chen's passenger door, got in, and lowered his body, as if he was avoiding something. Help me, there are bad guys chasing me, take me away quickly. At this time, an anxious female voice was heard, which sounded quite nice at first glance. Lu Chen looked and saw that indeed, a large group of men in black suits and sunglasses rushed out from the direction where the woman had just run. So he closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Not until they had driven quite a distance did the woman sit up and begin to look around. When he found that no one was chasing him, he patted his chest and let out a deep breath. "Thank you, my name is Chu Zi, you helped me a lot." At this time, she took off the secret cover, scarf, mask and hat that were previously wrapped around her head, and said to Lu Chen with a smile. Just one glance and Lu Chen was amazed. This woman is so beautiful, elegant and otherworldly. Her cheeks are not made up, but the color is like the morning glow reflecting on the snow. She has the grace of Benji who continues the history, and the demeanor of Xia Ting who sings about the snow. This was the first impression Chu Zi gave to Lu Chen, which really stunned him for a few seconds. However, Chu Zi found that the men didn't seem to recognize her. She felt a little disappointed, but also relieved in her heart. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. "Hello. Lu Chen. Okay, I'm nearby and I'm getting ready to eat. I'll come over now." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Lu Chen was urged by his family to go on a blind date, and was introduced to a girl who happened to be in Shanghai. Originally he was determined to reject this blind date, but when his family sent him a photo of this girl, he fell in love with her at first sight. So, he came over. But this girl is a typical young lady getting married for the first time. She has never been in a relationship and is very nervous. Therefore, thinking that Lu Chen was in the Magic City, he wanted to take him along to help him build up his courage and to give him some advice. "Well, I'm right in front of you, you." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen said to Chu Zi, "You haven't told me your name yet. That's very rude." My name is Lu Chen." Unexpectedly, Chu Zi would ask this. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. "Oh, Lu Chen. I just heard you say that you are going to accompany someone on a blind date. I have never seen what a blind date is like. How about taking me with you to see it?" After repeating Lu Chen's name, Chu Zi said with anticipation. "Ah." This shocked Lu Chen so much that he couldn't help but look at Chu Zi strangely. He seemed to be escaping from someone's pursuit just a second ago, but now he actually asked to follow a stranger like me to watch a blind date. She still looks expectant. How crazy is this girl? This is the first time we meet. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Besides, I can see that you are not a bad person. Chu Zi said seriously. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thank you, this girl is too trusting. However, most people would not refuse this kind of unexpected good fortune. Besides, the girls don't mind, so what should I be afraid of as a grown man? So Lu Chen did not refuse and took her to the place where he had agreed to meet with Lu Chen. "Brother Chen, you are here, this is..." Seeing Lu Chen and the other two coming, Lu Chen asked with some surprise. "Oh, this is Alan Chu." Lu Chen introduced speechlessly, because as soon as Chu Zi got off the car, she armed herself instantly. He said he was fleeing and couldn't let anyone recognize him. So, I put on a hat, big sunglasses, a mask, and a scarf. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Miss, it's early October now. Aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat if you dress like this? Besides, wouldn't it attract more attention if you walked down the street like this?" Chu Zi nodded to Lu Chen. "Hello, I'm Chu Zi." "Oh, hello, hello." Lu Chen didn't say much. He looked at Lu Chen and started chatting. Several people came to a nearby Western restaurant and booked 2 tables as agreed outside the door. Lu Chen and Chu Zi sat at a table not far away, and their sight lines were just right to see what was happening at Lu Chen's table. "Since you're here, why not have something to eat? But can you please take off your armor? You're too conspicuous and you'll be easily exposed later." "Okay." Chu Zi seemed to be looking forward to what was to come. Even through the armored, Lu Chen could feel that she was very excited and looking forward to it. As expected, women love to participate in such gossip. The next second, Lu Chen was speechless again. What this girl called disarmament was nothing more than taking off her scarf. "Miss, are you going to wear a mask when you eat?" "Oh, that's right. Chu Zi seemed to react at this time and took off her mask. But he never took off the hat and big sunglasses. But Lu Chen is too lazy to care, as long as you like it. Lu Chen was not the pretentious person, so he handed her the menu and asked her to order. Chu Zi didn't seem to have any intention of being polite. She ordered dishes like crazy and seemed even happier. I say, what are you so happy about? And, can you eat all this? When Lu Chen saw the dishes Chu Zi ordered, he was surprised. This amount of food was almost enough for 10 people. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, Miss, are you a glutton? You ordered so much, and if you don't know, you would think you are a starving ghost reincarnated. Oh, I can't eat these things normally because they are too high in calories. Today I can indulge myself for a while, so of course I have to taste them carefully. Don't worry, I'll treat you later. This is a good opportunity to thank you for your help just now. She seemed to know that she had ordered too much, so she quickly said that she would treat the meal. After a while, the dishes came up, and Chu Zi's eyes lit up. I'm starting. The next scene made Lu Chen realize how much a woman's belly could hold. Although he didn't eat like a wolf, his speed in cleaning the food was still amazing. The dishes on the table were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Lu Chen didn't know where to start. But to be honest, there is a saying that makes sense, appearance is justice. If a middle-aged woman saw such a crazy scene of cleaning vegetables, it would definitely be an eyesore. But on Chu Zi, it has a different flavor. At this time, there was movement at Lu Cheng's table. He stood up and smiled towards the door. Coming towards me was a woman who was estimated to be about 1.73 meters tall and had a pretty face. Looking closely, her long straight black hair, light-colored lace dress, and long white legs are particularly eye-catching. Hello, I'm Fang Yi, and you must be Lu Cheng, right? Fang Yi introduced herself gracefully and extended her right hand. Ah, yes, I'm Lu Cheng. Hello, hello. Lu Cheng was now hurriedly holding Fang Yi's hand, his words began to stutter, and a blush unexpectedly appeared on his dark cheeks. Can I sit down then? Fang Yi asked a little shyly, looking at Lu Cheng holding her hands tightly, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Ah. Sorry, you, please sit down, ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Cheng, who was awakened by the shock, withdrew his hands awkwardly, scratched his head and smiled apologetically. He didn't expect that she was more beautiful in person than in the photo. She was pure and shy but still had graceful manners, and her voice was particularly gentle. He is now very satisfied with this. So, the two of them sat down and started talking about the topic. From the initial shyness, they gradually became more natural and laughter could be heard from time to time. This one by Lu Chen. So this is what blind dating is like. This girl is pretty good looking. It looks like there's a chance between us two. Chu Zi stuffed a flame chicken wing into her mouth and spoke while eating. Lu Chen smiled when he saw this, and was happy for his brother. However, everything that happened next surprised them. Seeing Lu Cheng and Fang Yi chatting happily, Lu Chen was also happy for his brother. But when I wanted to pick up a prawn, I found the plate was empty. Chu Zi, who was sitting opposite, happened to burp at this moment and touched her bloated stomach. How it feels so good. I haven't eaten so much in a long time. This made Lu Chen hold his forehead with his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I couldn't help but wonder how this girl, who has such a well-proportioned figure, could eat so much. I ate too much. I need to go to the bathroom. Chu Zi greeted him and stood up. At this time, Fang Yi also said hello to Lu Cheng and walked towards the bathroom. Brother, how about this? After seeing Fang Yi leave, Lu Cheng couldn't wait to run to Lu Chen and ask. It looks good at the moment, how about you? How do you feel about it after chatting with me? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Well, she also asked some basic questions, asking about my income, whether I had a house here, what job I did, and what car I drove. Is that all? Anything else? Not yet. She just mentioned that we were getting married in her hometown, and the gift money had to be 800,000 yuan, and asked me if I minded. Brother, do you think she is very satisfied with me since she directly asked for the gift money? Hearing Lu Cheng say this, Lu Chen frowned. Although my brother is not a big boss, he at least has a good company in Shanghai and a branch in Jiangdu. The income is not as good as others, but better than some, so he has no problem making a living. But for blind dates, there is nothing wrong with getting to know the basic information first. You are all adults, and there is too little pure love, so practicality is the most important thing. But it's a bit far-fetched to ask directly for the gift money for the first time. Moreover, recently I have often heard about a group of gold diggers who dress quietly and rely on blind dates and other activities to defraud men of their wealth. You'd better learn more about it. Don't rush to agree to anything. Just take a closer look. It seemed that Lu Chen was a little bit dizzy, so Lu Chen couldn't help but remind him. Okay, I'll ask later. After saying that, he looked at the time and returned to his seat. In the bathroom, Fang Yi took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and made a phone call. Hey, Xiaolu, how are things going over there? Fang Yi asked. I'm an old man, I run a small processing factory, I don't have much money, I can make a few 100,000 at most, what about you? A woman's voice came from the phone. My proposal sounds good. He is relatively young, looks good, has a car and a house, and 2 companies. He has a Shanghai hukou. I mentioned a gift of 800,000 yuan, and he doesn't look too stressed. That's great, you can get it, a long-term meal ticket, better than what I have. Is this a long-term meal ticket? It's okay to tease him for a while. It seems that he is very satisfied with me. I will give him some sweet treats and see how he gets some first. My target is someone with a net worth of over 100 million. I won't say more. After I deal with them, I have 2 more people to meet in the afternoon. I will see which one I will deal with first then. You have so many jobs. For now, I'm the only one who can do this. There's no comparison. Okay, I heard that the guy this afternoon is worth tens of millions. If you like him, I'll introduce him to you now. I won't say how much, but it must be worth several million. That's what you said. Thank you in advance. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi took 2 deep puffs of the cigarette, put it out, sprayed it with breath freshener, then sprayed some perfume, fixed her makeup, and left the bathroom. After she walked out, a door in the corner opened and Chu Zi walked out with a shocked look on her face and turned off the recording on her phone. Dining room. I thought you fell into the toilet. You haven't come out for such a long time. I wanted to rescue you. Seeing Chu Zi running back in a hurry, Lu Chen couldn't help but tease her. Sure, let me play something for you. Without saying a word, Chu Zi plugged the earphones into her phone, put them on Lu Chen, and turned on the recording. The more he listened, the tighter Lu Chen's brows furrowed, and in the end his eyes almost spit fire. Unexpectedly, everyone was mistaken. Fang Yi, who seemed quiet, dignified and polite, was actually pretending. This idea has been put on my brother's head. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine. But now that he knows about it, I naturally can't ignore it. So he secretly took a photo of Zhang Fangyi and sent it to Chu Zhanping. Check this woman's background for me. A message was sent instantly. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. As soon as the message was sent, Chu Zhanping's reply was received. As the former boss of Hongfeng Capital, Chu Zhanping has connections in both the black and white worlds, so naturally his network of contacts is huge, so it is no problem for him to find out a person's background. Sure enough, not long after, sets of information were sent to Lu Chen's mobile phone. Looking at the photos sent to him, Lu Chen was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be so horrible. This woman has been wandering around various blind date venues for years, and paid a high membership fee on the Deep Love Matching network and registered as a premium member. Deep Love Matching is a website that specializes in matchmaking services. As long as you are a senior member, you will enjoy the priority recommendation of high-quality singles of the opposite sex by the website. Fang Yi used her high-level membership status to specifically target high-quality men who were of marriageable age and had a certain amount of wealth. She would defraud them of their wealth under the pretext of dating them. After draining each target dry, she would immediately break up with them and move on to the next one. Judging from the information sent, this woman has had sex with at least 100 men. She's like a bus. Send your recording file to her. Lu Chen didn't care whether Chu Zi agreed to add WeChat or not. He directly scanned her QR code, added it, and then forwarded the file and saved it. Chu Zi couldn't help but roll her eyes cutely, thinking that Lu Chen was really rude and didn't even ask if she was willing to add WeChat. You know, no matter how many people outside want to add your WeChat, they can't. Since he helped me and he's so handsome, I won't care about it. Chu Zi comforted herself. Can you organize this information and make it enough to put this woman in jail? Is that okay? Lu Chen sent another message to Chu Zhanpeng. No problem. The message came back quickly. Well, I'll give you the address, and after you sort it out, call the police directly and have the people from the Justice Bureau come over to handle it. How long will it take? Lu Chen asked again and sent the address. It will take 5 minutes to sort it out. With my connections, it will take another 10 minutes to notify the law enforcement officers to come over. It will take about 15 minutes in total. Looking at Lu Cheng's table, it seemed that they had already talked about making a living, and Fang Yi was about to leave. Get there as soon as possible within 10 minutes, that's it. Okay. Seeing Chu Zhanpeng's reply, Lu Chen looked at Chu Zi. Wait for me here. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards Lu Cheng's table. Lu Cheng, nice to meet you. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. I'll send you a message later. Don't think I'm annoying. Fang Yi said with a chuckle. How could that be? Haha, then I'll wait for your news. Lu Cheng seemed very happy. Lu Cheng, what a coincidence, why are you here? Suddenly, Lu Chen walked over, which surprised Lu Cheng. Why are you here? Lu Cheng asked with his eyes. Lu Chen smiled and did not answer but looked at Fang Yi. Who is this beautiful lady? Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Fang Yi's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Chen. This boy is so handsome, has a great temperament, and a 99-point figure. Especially this Armani outfit, it's not cheap. As she has been in the circle of successful men for many years, she can naturally recognize brands at a glance. Why don't you introduce such a beautiful friend to her? Lu Chen looked at the confused Lu Cheng with a reproachful look and teased. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chen, Lu Cheng's classmate. Hongfeng capital is mine. Do you mind if I sit down and talk? Pretty girl. Having said that, without caring what Lu Cheng thought, he pushed him to sit in the seat inside, and then he sat down calmly. Of course I don't mind. Since Lu Cheng's classmate is here, let's chat together. Lu Cheng, you actually have such an amazing classmate. When Fang Yi heard the words, Hongfeng capital, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed across her eyes. I didn't expect that Lu Cheng was not that great, but his classmate actually had this identity. Almost everyone in Shanghai knows what Hongfeng capital represents, and she is no exception. Ah. Oh, yes, my classmate is not ordinary. But didn't you just say you were going to class? Although Lu Cheng didn't know what Lu Chen was talking about, he still started talking when Fang Yi asked. He was inexperienced, and Fang Yi was very excited at the moment, so he naturally told her everything he knew. In his mind, he and Fang Yi were very engaged in the conversation just now, and they even began to outline their future married life. Then naturally, I would introduce this good brother to this future wife candidate. Oh, don't waste a moment. What's so special about your classmate? Fang Yi evaded the question, seeming to be interested. Lu Cheng was naturally happy to see Fang Yi not leaving, and he also wanted to stay with her for a while longer. Then he glanced at Lu Chen and saw that he had no intention of objecting, so he introduced him. My classmate is a business genius. Hongfeng Assets is just one of his businesses. He is a big shot in Jiangdu City. Oh. Hearing this, Fang Yi's eyes became even more excited. And when she saw Lu Chen staring at her and smiling, she responded with a charming look. I don't know if you know Jiangdu well. The Fuhai restaurant there is his. The Taifu Plaza, the commercial center of Jiangdu, is also his. He directly bought a building in Hongyang Mansion. Even the largest building material supplier, Ponzi Group, is his. Lu Cheng talked here eloquently and kept praising Lu Chen. Lu Chen was his best friend. The higher his achievements, the more proud he, as a brother, would be. Fang Yi, who was standing aside, became more and more frightened the more she listened, her eyes became more and more fiery, and she wished she could pounce on Lu Chen immediately and deal with him. If you can get a man like this, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Why would you still need to serve those men? Seeing Lu Chen talking with saliva flying everywhere, Fang Yi listened with great interest. Lu Chen had no intention of stopping him, but just checked the time on his phone from time to time. You are so capable, you are really a legendary figure. It is my honor to be your friend. Nice to meet you again. My name is Fang Yi. After listening to Lu Chen's introduction, Fang Yi generously extended her right hand and wanted to shake hands with Lu Chen. Oh, you want to be my friend? You're not worthy. The sudden turn of events made Fang Yi stunned, and Lu Chen next to her also wondered if he had heard it wrong. What do you mean? Fang Yi asked with a frown. Literally. As soon as she finished speaking, before Fang Yi could say anything, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. In an instant, Fang Yi was directly detained by two female law enforcement officers. Fang Yi, you are now accused of multiple frauds and are under arrest. You can remain silent, but what you say will be used as evidence in court. Take me away. What are you doing? Did you arrest the wrong person? I want to sue you. I am being wrongly accused. Fang Yi, who was detained, roared angrily. Lu Chen, save me. Seeing that these law enforcement officers were indifferent, Fang Yi began to ask Lu Chen for help. Fang Yi. The sudden scene made Lu Chen completely dumbfounded. Seeing Fang Yi being captured, he was about to step forward excitedly, but was stopped by Lu Chen directly. Listen to this first. Lu Chen turned on the recording. After hearing what was in the recording, Lu Chen was completely stunned, and then he looked at Fang Yi angrily. Take another look at this. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and pulled out the information Chu Zhanpeng gave him. Seeing this, Lu Chengdu felt his heart bleeding. Fang Yi was still shouting, Lu Chen, please save me. They must have made a mistake. Your friend is so capable, he will definitely be able to save me. Humph. Bitch, so you are that kind of person. I was blind. Finally, Lu Chen couldn't help cursing. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Especially when he just experienced the feeling of love at first sight and found out that it was all just a deception, it was even more unacceptable. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the people from the law enforcement department took Fang Yi away. What awaited her was naturally imprisonment. She deserved it and should not have deceived Lu Chen's brother. Okay, you've learned a lesson. Don't be so depressed. There are still more good women. I can only say that I was unlucky this time. Fortunately, I didn't fall into the trap. You also have to thank Chu Zi. She discovered it by accident. Lu Chen patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and comforted him. Thank you. Lu Chen looked at Chu Zi who was walking over and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then he looked at Lu Chen, brother, thank you. Tisk, I'm really not used to your serious look. Okay, I'll take you to the club to have fun tonight. Come to think of it, I haven't been there before, but tonight is the night. I'll risk my life to accompany you. Lu Chen laughed and said directly and generously. Come on, you're acting like I've been there. Fine, whether she's a woman or not is another matter, but brotherhood is most important. Let's have a good drink tonight, ha 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 ha. Lu Chen also laughed. Chu Zi on the side, however, curled her lips and said, 2 LSPs, actually went to that kind of place. She looked full of disgust. The previous perfect image of Lu Chen collapsed in an instant. And at this moment, another burst of hurried footsteps sounded. So you are here, come back with me. As soon as the words fell, a group of people in black surrounded Chu Zi in an instant. The leader was a woman wearing an OL suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, she said with a cold face, come back with me. I don't want it. Chu Zi said and hid behind Lu Chen. Take her away. As if she had expected Chu Zi to say this, the woman's expression did not change at all. Get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black stepped forward and tried to grab Chu Zi, and shouted at Lu Chen. Roll. Lu Chen attacked instantly and punched the man in black. Snort. The men in black showed disdain in his eyes and punched out at the same time. Bang. Deng deng deng. The two fists collided, and the man in black was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize his body, with surprise and doubt in his eyes. The leading woman's expression also changed for the first time. You have to know that the man who threw the punch was called Mu Bai, and he was a master that he had hired with great difficulty and at a huge price. With this man's strength, even the top special forces elites are no match for him. His strength is comparable to that of a soldier king. But now, after a boxing match, Mu Bai actually lost. At this time, Lu Chen's face also became serious. After taking the powerful muscle-enhancing pills, my overall strength has increased tenfold. Although he managed to suppress his opponent in this fist fight, the numbness and pain in his hands made him realize that the man in black was very strong. This was also the first time that he encountered such an opponent, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. However, he was more excited and expectant at this moment. Ever since his physical abilities had been improved tenfold in all aspects, he always felt that he had no room to perform. Even if he was the top soldier at this moment, he was no match for them, let alone these ordinary people in the real world. I finally met someone who could be considered my rival, so naturally I didn't want to miss it. I'll use you to try out the new moves I've learned. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with heat. Without waiting for Mu Bai to react, Lu Chen took the lead in attacking this time. Seeing this, Mu Bai, who was in shock and doubt, also became eager to fight and rushed forward with a loud shout. However, the imagined fist bump did not happen, and just when the two fists were about to collide again, Lu Chen instantly turned his fist into a claw, grabbing, pulling and twisting. Crack! Hiss! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Mu Bai's gasps of pain, and he retreated, dragging his limp right arm. Awesome, it turns out that this, dragon-capturing and bone-splitting hand, is so useful. Lu Chen defeated the enemy with one move and was extremely excited. Sure enough, the system's products are extraordinary. A while ago, the system refreshed the set of 9,981 moves of the dragon-capturing and bone-splitting hand. After Lu Chen learned it, he has never had a suitable person to practice with. Now I use it for the first time, the effect is amazing. Stop. Seeing that Mu Bai was defeated, the woman's face became extremely solemn. She quickly stopped the other men in black who were about to surround him. She knew very well how strong Mu Bai was, and her previous defeat in the fight had already surprised her. But the battle in the next second made her even more frightened. This young and handsome man in front of him could win so easily with just one move. Not only that, it seems that Mu Bai has even lost his fighting ability at this moment. Mu Bai was seen with his teeth clenched, his face pale, his right arm hanging limply and even twisted abnormally. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his forehead. All of this shows how much pain Mu Bai is enduring now. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you told them? Chu Zi, look at what you have done. Although she was shocked, the woman could naturally see that Lu Chen was obviously protecting Chu Zi. So he directly stopped the further conflict between the two sides and shouted at Chu Zi, who was standing there with her eyes wide open and in a daze. Sister Qin, this is not my fault. I rarely have 2 days of free time. Who told you not to let me come out for some fresh air? So I had no choice but to sneak out on my own. At this time, Chu Zi also knew that if she didn't say anything, the misunderstanding might get even bigger. So, she stuck out her tongue, made a face, and walked forward cutely. This made Lu Chen a little confused. It turned out that the reason why these men in black were chasing Chu Zi was not what he thought. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was speechless. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our Zi is too naughty and caused us to have a misunderstanding. After glaring at Chu Zi, Sister Qin took 2 steps forward and apologized sincerely to Lu Chen. Oh, it's okay. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Lu Chen has no grudge against them, and they are apologizing so sincerely, so there is naturally no need for him to be angry. However, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. After finally meeting some decent opponents, he was itching to try out his skills, but he didn't expect that the result would be over after just one move. Who could he try the next 80 moves on? As he spoke with unsatisfied feeling, he kept sweeping over Mu Bai and the other men in black. For some reason, the people who were swept suddenly felt a chill. "Brother Mu Bai, I'm sorry, shall I take you to the hospital?" At this moment, Chu Zi looked like a child who had done something wrong. She came to Mu Bai with an apologetic look on her face and said, "No, I'll do it." Lu Chen walked up at this time, and under the puzzled gaze of everyone, he lifted up Mu Bai's drooping right arm, pulling, twisting and pushing. Ah! This time, Xiao was the one with great endurance, Mu Bai, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. But then his eyes were filled with shock. He shook his right arm, clenched his fist, and looked incredulous. "Thank you, sir, for your help." Mu Bai bowed respectfully, and there was a hint of reverence in his eyes when he looked at Lu Chen. For people like them, they only worship the strong and never submit easily. But Lu Chen, who could defeat him so easily, was simply ridiculously strong. He had never seen such a strong person in his life, so he naturally felt respect for him. Chu Zi, who was standing by, ran to Sister Qin and whispered a few words in her ear. Sister Qin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen, nodded, and took out a few tickets from her bag and gave them to her. "Lu Chen, I have to go back. Take this and you can go play with it later." As if he had thought of something, he took out a small piece of paper from his waist bag and wrote a few words on it. "Here, this is my personal phone number. If you want to see me, you can call me, hee." After a series of interactions, Chu Zi now had an inexplicable liking for Lu Chen, so she handed over her personal phone number. This scene made Sister Qin feel a little dissatisfied, but she was relieved immediately. The two hands that Lu Chen showed just now made her realize that he was not an ordinary person. She could also see that the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Zi was very clear, unlike those people who had wanted to get close to this girl with a purpose in the past. "Concert tickets? I don't care about these things. They will definitely be crowded and noisy, which is annoying," Lu Chen said casually as he looked at the 3 concert tickets stuffed into his hands. These words made Chu Zi roll her eyes. What a straight man. Sister Qin behind couldn't help but find it a little funny. It seemed that Lu Chen didn't recognize who Chu Zi was, which made her feel a little more favorable towards Lu Chen. "I won't say any more, you big idiot. Just remember to come when the time comes." Chu Zi spat, turned around and ran to Sister Qin, took her hand, turned back and made a big face at Lu Chen. "Oh. Got it," Lu Chen responded. "But I was thinking in my heart that my sister seemed to like these things, so I could just let her watch them when the time comes. As for myself, forget it." If Chu Zi knew what he was thinking, she would probably go crazy. Sister Qin and Mu Bai also bowed solemnly to Lu Chen, then left with Chu Zi. "Brother, this girl seems to be of a special status." Lu Chen, who also didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, came over and said something. "It seems so. Never mind. Let's go to the club tonight." "Let's go, who's afraid of who? How about I call Zhang Hui and the others to come along?" Zhang Hui and his friends were busy and missed the last class reunion, mainly because they didn't know you would go. Now that they know you didn't inform them in advance, they've been slandering me. "We're all in Shanghai, how about we come along? They miss you a lot, too." Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts drifted away. The Zhang Hui and others Lu Chen mentioned are Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, Yi Yang, and Su Yimin. He was my roommate with Lu Chen in college and we were close friends. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and we haven't seen each other for a long time. "Okay, let's go together." Lu Chen nodded happily. "Which club should we go to tonight?" Lu Chen asked. "This." Lu Chen was stumped by his question. He had only heard that the club was a place of debauchery and extravagance, but he had never been there. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the favor of the top star Chu Zi. You are rewarded with a chance to buy a product in seconds. It is being distributed now. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. Chu Zi. A big star." In addition to being very satisfied with the system's consistent thoughtfulness, Lu Chen was also suddenly enlightened by Chu Zi's message. His status as a big star made him suddenly understand everything that had happened before and after. No wonder they have to be fully armed to go out. It seems that celebrities don't have an easy life either. It's hard for them to even go out and have fun. Chen couldn't help but sigh, then looked towards the mall. Product, Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club, price, 1 yuan. You notify them that we will go to Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club tonight. So, Chen said directly. What? Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club? Oh my goodness, sure, Chen. If you're willing to spend enough, I won't be polite. I've heard of this place many times. It's the top club in the entire Demon City. Okay, let's inform them and have dinner there. Okay. Chen happily began to notify his old roommates. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in front of the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club. Ha ha ha, Boss Chen, long time no see. Boss Chen, you are so mean. You made a fortune but you didn't invite your brothers to Jiangdu to explore together. When Zhang Hui and his companions saw Chen, they came up to him, punched him, and cursed him with a smile. They had known about Fu Hai restaurant from their university classmates group a long time ago. Besides admiring Chen's achievements, they felt so happy. Kaohsiung Feng not only has a problem with Chen, but all the brothers in his dormitory dislike him. This was also one of the main reasons why they didn't want to go at that time. A few people chatted and laughed as they walked into the club. Welcome to Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club. As soon as we entered the door, 2 rows of beauties in beautiful cheongsams gave us the warmest welcome. At a glance, every beauty is absolutely more beautiful than more than 85 of the women out there, and is very pleasing to the eyes. This almost made the guy's eyes pop out. After all, except Chen, the others are all wage earners. Although their salaries are decent, they would not come to this kind of place to spend money. It's too expensive. The starting price for an ordinary private room here is 5,000 yuan. Add in the minimum consumption of princesses, young masters and drinks required in each private room, and the cost will be over 10,000 yuan. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? At this time, the front desk manager ran over. No reservation. There are 6 of us. Give me the best private room you have. Chen said. They are all good brothers. They were young and frivolous when they were students. They went to the bathhouse together, had group fights, and it was common for several people to share a cigarette. It's not a life-or-death friendship, but at least it's precious and genuine. Okay sir, my last name is Wang, and I'm the account manager here. The best room here is the Lanyue Hall, which is a supreme VIP room. The room fee is 100,000 yuan, and it also requires a princess and a young master, totaling 10,000 yuan. The minimum cost of 3 boxes of wine is 3,000 yuan, and the cost of beauties is not included. If you think it's okay, I'll book a room for you now. When manager Wang heard that Chen was going to open the best private room, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly introduced himself, handed over his business card, and repeated the basic consumption requirements of the Supreme Hall according to the procedures. If this were a regular hall, there would be no need for such an introduction. After all, the Supreme Hall is very expensive, and the cost of each item in it starts at least 1,000 yuan. Therefore, you must inform them in detail before booking a room. Otherwise, when the room is available and you ask about the price and find out you can't afford it, it will be embarrassing for everyone. No problem, let's go. Chen nodded. Okay, then please follow me and I'll take you there. After getting the confirmation, Manager Wang's attitude became even more enthusiastic. After all, once this box was opened, his commission income would increase significantly. As soon as you enter the box, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. After all, it is the Supreme Box, and the indoor area is probably about 800 square meters. In addition to the KTV luxury booth area, the box also includes a dining table, mahjong room, billiard room, 2 bedrooms and 2 separate bathrooms. The decoration style and color of the entire box exude luxury everywhere, especially the 2 bathrooms, which can be used for bathing and are equipped with massage beds for massage. The bathtub is so big that 2 or 3 people can dance in it. Everything was an eye-opener for them. There was really everything here, except what you would never have thought of. Please prepare a dinner for us. Okay, sir, depending on the number of people you have, you can choose our set meal for 5 to 10 people. We offer 3 sets of dinner today, namely Set A for 5,888 yuan, Set B for 18,888 yuan, and Set C for 58,888 yuan. Which one would you like, sir? Let's go for Set C and open 6 bottles of Matai. Chen thought about it and said directly. Okay, sir, our Matai here costs 7,000 yuan per bottle. Is that okay with you? Okay, hurry up. Yes, sir. Manager Wang ran out happily and placed an order for Chen and the others. He would get a lot of commission tonight. However, Chen was sighing that the price of Matai, which is more than 2,000 yuan outside, has tripled here, and this industry is truly a highly profitable industry. Soon, the wine and food arrived. After taking a look, they were nothing more than a seafood feast including shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, belly, king crab, etc. In other words, the food presentation should be better looking and the service should be more attentive. For example, if you want to eat crabs or shrimps, you don't have to peel them yourself. There will be a waitress next to each customer. They will peel all the shelled food before giving it to you. Food with thorns and bones will be completely deboned and removed before being served to you. Chen didn't think this kind of place would be very delicious. To put it bluntly, what matters is the environment and the service. Look, these waiters who are peeling crabs and shrimps are all very pretty and very pleasing to the eyes. After finishing the meal, everyone sat in the KTV booth area, ready to turn on the microphone mode. Of course, this is also the main moment of the club. The door of the private room was opened, and Manager Wang walked in with a smile. Dear guests, please choose your female companion for tonight. After saying that, he clapped his hands, and then dozens of beautiful women, wearing short skirt uniforms exclusive to royal entertainment, walked in. The moment these women came in, Zhang Hui and others' eyes widened, and their breathing became heavier. They are all estimated to be around 175 centimeters tall, with skin as delicate and smooth as fat, and a fair complexion, and they are very graceful. It turns out that it's not that there are fewer beauties in the outside world, it's that all the beauties have come here. Seeing this group of beauties, Chen and others couldn't help but sigh. With their looks, they can easily beat those young models when they go out. Dear bosses, these beauties will now present you with a hot dance to open the show. Then, after these beauties introduced themselves one by one, Manager Wang spoke again. The opening dance is a show here. These beauties, wearing miniskirts, started dancing the popular Ace of Spades dance. Their perfect and attractive bodies swayed to the rhythm of the music, which made Zhang Hui and others very excited. After the song was over, Chen and others began to choose female companions. These old classmates and roommates really acted like Zhu Beiji choosing a wife. They all liked each other and didn't know where to start. Hey guys, are you guys planning to spend the whole night? Finally, under Chen's laughter and scolding, the few of them reluctantly chose a female companion who was more pleasing to their eyes and sat next to them. Have fun tonight, bosses. Seeing that everyone had chosen their female companions, Manager Wang greeted them with a smile, then waved his hand and walked out with the remaining beauties. Boss, let me toast you. Boss, what song do you want to listen to? I'll go order it for you. Boss, do you want to play some dice? Shall we play bragging or bullfighting? At this time, these beauties were greeting Chen and his companions enthusiastically, making these novices so happy that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. After a few drinks, the atmosphere reached a climax. Even Yang and Su Yimin were already hugging their female companions and dancing with Chen who was singing. As for Zhang Hui and Chen Tao, both of them had several red lipstick marks on their faces, and they looked very elated. Bang! At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open violently, shocking everyone. Mr. Lin, Lingling is on duty. It's not in accordance with the rules for you to do this. Get out of the way, rules. I am the rules. With a bang, Manager Wang, who was trying his best to stop Lin Xiao and his men, was kicked flying in with a scream. At this moment, the female companion next to Chen suddenly tensed up, her face showed a hint of unnaturalness, and more of it was fear. She was exactly the Lingling that Manager Wang had just mentioned. Do you think you can escape from my grasp like this? The men called Mr. Lin completely ignored Lu Chen and others in the box and walked straight towards Lingling. "Mr. Lin, please let me go. I really am just here to accompany you and cannot go out on stage." It turned out that Master Lin had long taken a fancy to this beauty named Lingling, and had been thinking of taking her out to have a good taste of her every time he came over. However, not all of these beauties will perform on stage. Many of them start doing this job because of family poverty or other helpless reasons. After all, it makes money quickly. Therefore, unless these people are desperate, they will just accompany people drinking and sitting together and will never go out to accompany people overnight. Coincidentally, Lingling is like that. But Mr. Lin didn't care about all that. After being polite for a few times, he saw that Lingling didn't appreciate his courtesy, so he called her yesterday and made a harsh statement, saying that if she didn't perform, she would bear the consequences. Lingling could only agree reluctantly, but she said she had to go to the toilet and ran away, standing up Lin Xiao. She thought that at worst, she could just say hello to the manager, and once she saw Mr. Lin coming, she would just say she was not there and avoid his presence. Originally, the Jiangdu Royal Entertainment Club had considerable power, and ordinary people did not dare to cause trouble. Anyone who opened such a place must have some background. Moreover, the club owner never forces them to do things they don't want to do, it's all voluntary. So Lingling didn't take it seriously. But unexpectedly, Master Lin didn't care about all this today. After being stood up yesterday, he came back again today. When he heard that Lingling had been called out, he barged in without caring, being extremely domineering. So, the scene just now happened. Lu Chen and his companions finally understood the situation after some time and frowned. Lu Chen was even more angry. He was already very unhappy when he met a gold digger during the day. "My brother came to me to entertain me at night, but now this happened again. Am I so unlucky?" So, all of a sudden, I got angry. "Get lost, this is our private room. Can't you see Lingling is my female companion now?" Seeing Lin Xiao coming, Lu Chen stood up and shouted angrily. "Gangzi, throw this idiot out." Lin Xiao completely ignored Lu Chen, shouted something to someone behind him, and then walked around Lu Chen and grabbed Lingling. "Fuck, you're looking for death." This time, not only Lu Chen exploded, but Zhang Hui and others also jumped up. In an instant, he started fighting with Gangzi, who came forward. Speaking of Lu Chen and his friends, they were quite fierce in group fights when they were in school. But now that we have started fighting, we find that the opponent is not easy to deal with. Faced with a beating from 5 men, Gangzi seemed to not care at all and even fended off the attack with great ease. Although the 5 people did not suffer any loss, they did not gain any advantage either. Instead, they were all held back by Gangzi. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of Lingling and grabbed her. "You stinky bitch, you dare to stand me up without even asking around. Who am I, young Master Lin? Even Ni Tianhao, the former head of the Ni clan, calls me brother when he sees me. Wait and see how I ravage you." Just when he was about to catch Lingling, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and then he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and the whole person flew backwards. "Young master." Seeing this, Gangzi shouted anxiously, then took out a sharp knife from his waist and was about to attack Lu Chen and others. Roll. But suddenly, a low shout rang in my ears, and before I could see who was coming, he was kicked away in an instant. At this moment, the people who came with Lin Xiao were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and Gangzi were both kicked away. Especially Gangzi, who was kicked unconscious, and the arm holding the sharp knife was bent irregularly. Obviously, this arm is useless. Since someone dared to threaten his brother with a knife, Lu Chen would naturally not hold back. "Asshole, who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am?" Lin Xiao climbed up with difficulty, took a look at Gangzi, who had fainted, and shouted angrily, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. However, his long-term arrogance and domineering behavior made him lose his composure in an instant. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to disrespect our boss, you deserve to die. Come on, throw them out." As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a domineering voice sounded from behind him. The person who came was Hao Yulin, the general manager of Jiangdu Royal Entertainment Club. "Boss. I'm late. Hao Yulin, who rushed over after hearing the news, came to Lu Chen and saluted respectfully. Then, he turned around and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Throw them out. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Lin Xiaotian from the Lin Group, and my grandfather is a major general. You dare to touch me? Today, I will shut down your Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Company." Although Lin Xiaotian is used to being arrogant and domineering, he is not a fool. The boss of the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club is a man who has connections in both the black and white worlds. So, he directly brought up the name of his own grandfather. That's right, his grandfather is Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the Lingnan region of Xia State. Over the years, it was also under this banner that the Lin family was able to make their business flourish and reach a position slightly better than that of the NI Group. When he heard the word Lin Group, Hao Yulin's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. As the general manager of the top entertainment club in Shanghai, he naturally has some knowledge of the information of major leading companies. The Lin Group is very powerful, especially with that person behind it. It is not someone he can afford to offend. Then he looked at the new boss worriedly, asking for advice. Throw it out. However, Lu Chen didn't care about what Lin Xiaotian said at all. Boss, there is a major general behind Lin. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. Because he had read the boss Lu Chen's information and found out that he was not a native of Shanghai, Hao Yulin was afraid that Lu Chen didn't know the background behind Lin, so he wanted to give him a hint. I said, throw it out. Before Hao Yulin could finish, Lu Chen said again, and at the same time looked at Hao Yulin with his eyes slightly narrowed. Yes. When Hao Yulin was looked at like this by Lu Chen, his heart skipped a beat for no reason and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His boss was so imposing and intimidating. After all, he had been in the world for a long time, but he still felt frightened by Lu Chen's look. Immediately, Hao Yulin waved his hand and a group of security guards rushed forward. Assholes, you dare to do this to me, you are finished. Lin Xiaotian looked at the other party who was indifferent and kept cursing. But since the boss had spoken, the security guards didn't care who you were. They just threw Lin Xiaotian and his group out, including Gangzi who was already unconscious. Boss, I don't think Lin Xiaotian will give up. It doesn't matter. If he dares to come, I will make sure he never returns. Although Lu Chen has a good temper, he also understands one thing: good people are often bullied. I won't actively seek trouble, but if trouble comes, I will naturally put an end to it. Outside the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaotian and others were thrown out and fell to the ground in the mud. You are dead. Lin Xiaotian was furious. He got up from the ground cursing and took out his phone. Director Hua, I'm Lin Xiaotian. I was beaten by the boss of Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club. The store is bullying the customers. Will you handle this? What? Is this true? Wait, I'll bring someone over right away. The person on the other end of the phone said directly. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian was still furious. He glanced at Gangzi who was still lying on the ground and kicked him a few times. What's the point of raising you? You're nothing when the time comes. Seeing this, the other subordinates all frowned, but due to their status, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. Not long after, more than a dozen cars arrived outside the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club, and a group of uniformed men got out. Uncle Hua, you are finally here. When Lin Xiaotian saw the leader, he went straight to him. Well, let's go in. Then he took the lead and walked into the club. The security guards and staff of the club saw that they were in uniform and did not dare to stop them, but they also notified Hao Yulin immediately. In the supreme box of Lan Yue Hall. Boss, Lin Xiaotian brought someone here. The one who came is Hua Tingxian, the director of the law enforcement department. Hearing the announcement at the door, Hao Yulin anxiously reported to Lu Chen. Although I am well connected in both the black and white worlds, I am just a middle to lower level operator. Although I have met this top leader several times, I cannot say how good their relationship is. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Chen calmly took out his phone and said, I'm at the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club. I need you to take care of something. Okay, boss. I'm nearby and will be there in 5 minutes. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen calmly sat down on the sofa and motioned Lu Cheng and others who were a little flustered to sit down as well. When they heard that Lin Xiaotian had actually called the director of the law enforcement department, they would be lying if they said they were not scared. If we guys just have a normal fight in a group, we won't be afraid. But it depends on the person. Some people really cannot be offended. However, things have come to this point, and Lu Cheng and his friends have given it their all. As brothers, they can share both happiness and hardships. So, a few people sat next to Lu Chen with determination, ready to face it together with him. Bang! The door of the box was violently pushed open again. Hu Tingxian and Lin Xiaotian took the lead and walked in. Their followers rushed in instantly and surrounded everyone in the box. Are you the boss here? Hu Tingxian glanced at everyone in the box and finally looked at Lu Chen in the middle. It's me. Lu Chen still sat calmly on the sofa and nodded. As his wealth grows and he comes into contact with higher and higher levels, Lu Chen's state of mind and vision are no longer the same as Amon in the past. Even though he now knew that the person standing opposite him was the director of the law enforcement department of Magic City, he remained calm. Someone reported that you beat someone up here, causing someone's hand bones to be shattered and falling into a coma. What do you have to say? It was surprising to see that Lu Chen was so calm. After seeing his group of people coming in, not only did his expression remain normal, but even his eyes didn't fluctuate at all. Hu Tingxian frowned slightly at this time. This person didn't look simple. So, his tone became heavier again, and he released his pressure on Lu Chen and others again. Yes, I beat them, but don't you want to understand why I beat them first? Lu Chen picked up the tea he had brewed earlier, took a sip, and looked at Hu Tingxian with a little interest. I have already asked the victim about the reason. Not only is your place bullying customers and endangering the personal safety of citizens, but you are also openly providing pornographic services. Just for these 2 reasons, your place should be closed down. You say to block it. Haha, victim. Is this how you become a director? Do you deserve this outfit? Lu Chen showed no fear when he heard this. Instead, he looked at Hu Tingxian sarcastically. How dare you? I think you are really so bold. Someone, take him and his accomplices away, check their IDs and collect evidence, and seal this place off. Being ridiculed by a young man who seemed to have 2 or 3 fewer wheels than himself, Hu Tingxian, who had been in a high position for a long time, became furious instantly. I wonder who dares to touch our boss. At this moment, an angry shout was heard from outside the door. Everyone turned around and looked at the sound, and their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Chu Zhanping. Hu Tingxian exclaimed in surprise. In his position, he was naturally very familiar with each of these giants in the Magic City. At this moment, his heart was deeply shocked because he seemed to have heard something incredible. Is this man your boss? Yes, let me introduce you to the real boss of Hongfeng capital, Lu Chen, Mr. Lu. As he spoke, Chu Zhanping walked to Lu Chen's right side and stood still. Hao Yulin was inexplicably shocked at this moment. His boss actually had such an identity. No wonder he was so calm just now. Who in Shanghai doesn't know about Hongfeng capital? Chu Zhanping is even more of a great man, a man who can do both black and white. Compared to him, I am nothing. I can't help but become more curious about the identity of this new boss. What kind of person can subdue Chu Zhanping? Except for Lu Cheng, Zhang Hui, and the others also knew for the first time that Lu Chen actually had this identity. They were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. However, despite the shock, they were still very excited in their hearts. They are naturally proud of their brother's achievements. On the other hand, Hu Tingxian's face was more embarrassed than shocked. Lin Xiaotian said that Lu Chen was the boss of Tiandihui Royal Entertainment, but he didn't know that Lu Chen was also the boss of Hongfeng capital. If he had known, he would definitely not have rushed over so rashly to accuse him. Hey, Boss Lu, look at the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. We are all one family. This is all a misunderstanding. After all, after so many years in society, you have to be thick-skinned. So, Hu Tingxian changed his smiling face and said enthusiastically. Uncle Hua, you. Shut up, look at what you've done, why don't you apologize to Boss Lu? Seeing Lin Xiaotian, who was still looking for trouble, Hua Tingxian immediately stopped him and greeted his grandson's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. No, it was the 17th generation ancestor. He didn't dare to scold Lin Xiaotian's grandfather. If Lu Chen was just the boss of Tiandihui Emperor Entertainment before, Hua Tingxian would naturally not be so polite. Hao Yulin is quite popular outside, but compared with Hua Tingxian, he is still several levels behind. But Chu Zhanpeng is completely different. Hongfeng capital is not only a giant in Shanghai, but also plays an important role in other provinces and cities, and even in the whole country. Even though he is the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department, he still has to give some face. I apologize. Why? What happened to Hongfeng capital? My grandfather only needs one word and Hongfeng capital won't work. Lin Xiaotian ignored it and remained arrogant. In his opinion, there is nothing that cannot be solved by his status as a grandfather. Oh. Really? Who is your grandfather? At this time, Lu Chen spoke. My grandfather is Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the Lingnan region. He holds the rank of Major General. You can't afford to offend him. Boy, I advise you to hand Lingling over to me. Then I can forgive the past. He naturally knew that Hongfeng capital was quite powerful, but his grandfather's identity was there, so he was not afraid at all. But now that Uncle Hua didn't seem to want to make things worse, he decided to give in and just get Lingling, which was his original goal. Moreover, he felt that being able to give in was already the greatest face he could give to Lu Chen. Boss Lu, this child has been the only son in 3 generations and has been spoiled by his family since he was young. You are a magnanimous person and should not bother with him. Besides, it is unwise to make enemies with Mr. Lin for a prostitute. Seeing Lin Xiaotian say this, Hua Tingxian secretly said that it was bad. However, Lin Xiaotian's grandfather had once helped him, so he had no choice but to go forward. What's wrong with a prostitute? Does she deserve this bad luck? She was forced into this line of work, and he was the one who forced Lingling to perform. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally frowned. But, Lin Xiaobei. Major General. Humph. What a great prestige. Lu Chen sneered and made the second call. Hello. Brother Chen, are you looking for the old man to drink? No, let's drink and talk about it after I get back. Old Chen, do you know Lin Xiaobei? Lin Xiaobei. Oh, I remember now. He was the commander of the Lingnan military region, but he retired a long time ago. What happened? Oh, his grandson Lin Xiaobei forced women of good families into prostitution, and I couldn't stand it so I beat him up. Now he is using his grandfather Lin Xiaobei to pressure me to submit, and he wants to close my place. What? Is this true? Wait, I'll call that grandson. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Lu Chen speechless as he hadn't even finished speaking. However, Hua Tingxian, who was standing next to him, was sweating profusely and his face turned pale instantly. Because they were standing close to each other, Lu Chen didn't try to avoid him. So he heard everything that was said on the phone clearly. Especially this voice, which made him inexplicably panic. Boss Lu, I'd like to ask you something. Is it Mr. Qin Tianlong, the old man on the other end of the phone just now? Oh. You know him. Ouch. After getting Lu Chen's affirmation, Hua Tingxian exclaimed and almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not know him? Among the old people in the organization, who didn't know Qin Tianlong? He was the myth of Xia Country, the only god of war. In front of him, let alone a major general, even if you are a general, you have to squat like a grandson. He heard clearly on the phone that old Qin called the person in front of him a brother. The ages of the old and the young made him wonder why they could be so close, but their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Because in addition to the title of god of war, Qin Lao was also known as the god of wine and was addicted to alcohol. But he doesn't drink with others easily. Anyone who can sit and drink with him is definitely someone he recognizes. Thinking of this, Hua Tingxian's legs and feet trembled again. What the hell was his bad luck today? How did he offend this great god? he hated Lin Xiaotian even more in his heart. This idiot second-generation rich kid always gets himself into trouble, and now it's all over. All he had left in his heart was a prayer, hoping that he would not be implicated later. He even thought that his attitude change just now seemed to be timely, right? Should Lu Chen be able to bypass him? Mr. Chen is the idol of all of us who have served in the military. I didn't expect that you actually know him. As he said that, Hua Tingxian knelt down directly. Boss Lu, I was blinded by my own greed and listened to this kid's one-sided story. After all, his grandfather was very kind to me. Please forgive me, Boss Lu. I will make amends in the future. I beg you to give me a chance. Hua Tingxian lowered his attitude to the lowest level, which pleased the people around him. This is the director of the law enforcement department of the Demon City. In some provinces, his rank is equivalent to that of a provincial governor. Now, he actually knelt down to a young man in his early 20s with such a sincere attitude. Everyone was stunned. Even the experienced Chu Zhanping had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hua Tingxian, you are a traitor, Lin Xiaotian became furious when he saw this scene, and just as he was about to yell, his cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, it was his grandfather Lin Xiaobei. He was overjoyed. My grandpa called, you're dead. After saying that, he answered the phone. Fuck you, how could I give birth to a beast like you? Suddenly, an angry voice came from the phone. Grandpa, did you take the wrong medicine? After being scolded by Lin Xiaobei, Lin Xiaotian was stunned. Eat your sister, eat her. Hurry up and apologize to me and beg Lu Chen for forgiveness, or you'll get out of the Lin family. I don't have a grandson as stupid as you. Lin Xiaobei's roar was heard again from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian panicked. As the only son of the Lin family for 3 generations, he was the one who made the decisions and everyone in the family did what he wanted. Because of this, he almost always walks sideways when he goes out. He got into a lot of trouble over the years, but it was always his family who cleaned up the mess for him. But today, the grandfather who had always doted on me the most, acted out of character and even threatened to sever ties with me. Brother Lu, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person. Do you think I am a fart? Although Lin Xiaotian didn't know the reason, he knew from his grandfather's roar that the old man was really angry. So, he simply knelt down in front of Lu Chen and kowtowed for mercy. The phone was not hung up. After hearing his grandson begging for mercy, Lu Chen seemed to be silent, and Lin Xiaobei became anxious. You idiot, give the phone to Lu Chen. Lin Xiaotian did as he was told and handed over the phone. Hello, this is Lin Xiaobei, the boss just called me and scolded me. Brother Lu Chen, please be merciful and help me with this matter today. This bastard has been spoiled since childhood. It's my fault that I didn't teach him well. I will definitely lock him up at home and educate him well. I also ask Brother Lu Chen to be kind enough to say a few good words for me in front of the boss. Although I am retired, I still have some connections and relationships. If you have any needs in the future, just let me know and my whole Lin family will support you without hesitation. Wait a minute, Brother Chen is calling. At this time, Chen Tianlong called. Okay, I'll wait. You talk to the boss first. I'll wait. Lin Xiaobei said respectfully. Hey, little brother, I called that old guy and learned about the situation. It should be that his grandson is relying on his grandfather's reputation to do evil things outside. The old guy probably doesn't know a lot of things. This time, if you don't do it for your brother's sake, you can forgive him once. This old guy has been through life and death with me several times before, just give your brother some face. Brother, since you have already spoken, there will be no problem. Lu Chen laughed. Ha ha ha, then come back early after you're done over there. It's boring because there's no one to drink with me when you're not around. I see you're missing my bottles of wine, right? Ah. Ha ha ha, you still understand me, little brother. Old Man Chen laughed. Okay, I'll go back when I'm done. I also have to go back to my hometown later, so I have to go back and prepare some things to bring back. Okay, then the old man will wait for you to come back. After a few words, Lu Chen hung up the phone and picked up Lin Xiaoyan's phone again. Hey, you heard what Brother Chen said. For his sake, I'll let it go this time. But I hope you, my grandson, will take care of yourself in the future. Okay, thank you then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaobei was already sweating all over. Not long ago, he received a call from Qin Tianlong and was so happy at first. As soon as the call was connected, he was scolded. Later he found out that it was his grandson who caused trouble for the Qin Tianlong brothers. How could this be tolerated? So after Lin Xiaobei begged Qin Tianlong for mercy, he immediately called and scolded his grandson. But just now, he heard clearly the content of the conversation between Qin Tianlong and Lu Chen through the phone that was still on. The relationship between Boss Qin and Lu Chen is not as simple as what Qin Tianlong said before, that they are just brothers. One can even hear Boss Qin's humility towards Lu Chen in his tone. Who is Boss Qin? The god of war of the Xia kingdom, an arrogant person with his eyes high above the others. Apart from your relatives and a few brothers who have been through thick and thin with you, who else can you look up to? Even if I like someone, I wouldn't have this attitude. This guy named Lu Chen is definitely not a simple person, otherwise he wouldn't be treated like this by Boss Qin. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobei immediately made a few phone calls, informing everyone in the Lin family that they must never mess with this person in the future, and that they must help Lu Chen whenever he needed help. Lu Chen didn't know all this yet. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiaotian who was kneeling on the ground and handed him the phone. Get up, your grandfather pleads for you. Let it go this time, but I don't want it to happen again, otherwise. Of course, Brother Lu, don't worry, you will be my big brother from now on. If you say go east, I will never go west. I was scolded by my old man just now, and then I heard what my grandfather said on the phone. In addition, he has been with his grandfather for quite some time, so he naturally knows who the boss his grandfather is talking about. That is the god of war of the Xia kingdom. Can you dare to mess with the brother of the god of war? It's true that he is a second-generation rich man and it's true that he is arrogant and domineering, but he is not completely brainless. In this situation, if he still can't figure it out, then he can just die. He also knew that thanks to his grandfather and the god of war's pleading for mercy, he had escaped this time. In fact, this might be a chance for two people to get to know each other, so he immediately knelt down and started to lick her. Seeing this guy's transformation so quickly, Lu Chen couldn't help but be speechless. As expected, those who write novels are all liars, and not every second-generation rich kid is brainless and desperately seeking death. Lu Chen nodded without saying anything more and looked at Hua Tingxian beside him. Boss Lu, what do you want me to do? Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, Hua Tingxian was shocked and asked guiltily. I hope you can do what you need to do in this position and not bring shame to this suit. Okay, I will keep your words in mind and won't do it again. Hearing this, Hua Tingxian was not angry but happy, which meant that he had escaped a disaster. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, wondering when a boy in his early 20s would lecture me like this. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Such a farce was resolved so easily that Hao Yulin, Lu Cheng, and others were dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen as if he was looking at a monster. Not only was the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department shocked, even Major General Lin Xiaobei was so servile on the phone. The arrogant second-generation rich man kept on fawning until the end, thinking about becoming Lu Chen's younger brother. All of this is simply unbelievable. After the rain, the sky cleared up. Everyone played for a while and then dispersed happily. The main thing is that Lu Chen has to stay at Su Fuling's place for the next few days and can't go back too late. When he arrived at the Su's house, he received another extremely enthusiastic consolation from Su's mother, which made Lu Chen run back to his room, wash up and go to bed. Because Su Fuling has not returned from overtime, and the time for refreshing the system mall has not yet arrived. So Lu Chen lay on the bed and opened a certain cat novel app out of boredom. Suddenly, I saw a novel titled, Sorry, I Will Stop Broadcasting When I Make 200 Yuan, on the recommendation, and I clicked on it. Wow, this is well written. I unexpectedly discovered that the writing of this novel is very smooth, the plot is rich, and the face-slapping scenes are very enjoyable to read, which is very much to my taste. So, I began to watch it with great interest. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding, ding, today's products have been refreshed. Please decide whether to purchase them. Product, 60 equity of Warren Group, price, 1 yuan. Oh my god. Seeing this, Chen almost jumped out of the bed. The Warren Group is one of the top 4 chaebol groups in Xia Country, with total assets exceeding 10 trillion. It firmly occupies the top 100 position in the world, even eclipsing South Korea's 4-star group. Its headquarters is located in Hong Kong, and its industries include electricity, medicine, building materials, and other fields. His current CEO Huang Xiangmin is also a legendary figure. Chen was very surprised that the system gave him such a product this time. With the Warren Group, his net worth increased dozens of times in an instant. This time, Chen has truly stepped into the top financial circle of Xia Country. Ding dee. A message came. Chen opened it and saw that it was from Little Match Girl. Brother Apia, you are still in Shanghai, right? I want to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Chen's generous support on Douyin in the past few times made her a fortune, and she had always wanted to treat him to a good meal. When the two were chatting these days, Little Match Girl Wooing also learned that Chen was in the Magic City, so naturally she had to do her part as a good host. Okay, I'm free tomorrow, where are we going to eat? Chen was in a good mood and thought that he had nothing to do in the next 2 days. It would be nice to meet this anchor whom he had been watching for more than a year, so he agreed directly. Then I'll treat you to Tan's cuisine at noon tomorrow. That's the official Tan family cuisine, in Chongning district. Wooing thought about it and came up with a plan. Tan's cuisine. No problem. See you tomorrow at noon. After sending the message, Wooing put the phone aside, her cheeks slightly red. She was a relatively introverted girl, the type who would blush if she talked a few more words to the opposite sex face to face. Fortunately, the live broadcast was just a chat across the screen, otherwise she might not be able to stick to it. In fact, she has always been very conflicted about asking Chen out for dinner. Out of gratitude, she felt she should treat him to at least a meal to express her gratitude. However, the messy stories about the big brother and the anchor that happened on the internet also made her retreat for a while. Although Chen has been in her live broadcast room for more than a year, he seldom chats in normal times. He just hangs there silently and rarely says a few words. It was only a while ago that Chen suddenly appeared like a rich man from heaven and favored me, and I became familiar with him. But what kind of person is Chen? Before, her best friend had always said that this Chen might be the low-income old man mentioned in the internet legends. When they met him, they would find that he was old enough to be her father, which would be extremely embarrassing. This made Wooing confused for a long time. If he was really a low-income old man, then Chen must have a purpose for her by doing this. But later on, I became calm about it. I just had to keep my heart to myself. You treat me well and I treat you well. It's a very simple thing. It's not like going on a blind date or finding a godfather. There's no need to think too much about it. If the other party really has any bad intentions, in today's rule of law society, the worst that can happen is that you just leave. While Wooing was daydreaming, Su Fuling had already returned to her bedroom at home. She looked tired, and felt a little listless. What's wrong? You look tired. Are you so busy? Chen asked when he saw this. Hey, have a drink with me. Su Fuling did not explain, but went out and moved 2 boxes of red wine and returned to the room. My dear aunt, you need so much. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk? Seeing that she actually brought 2 boxes of red wine, Chen couldn't help but frown. This girl was obviously looking for a chance to get drunk. It seemed that she had a lot of troubles. It's best to be drunk. Come on, let's go. Su Fuling opened 2 bottles and didn't even use the cup. She directly handed 1 bottle to Chen, touched the bottle mouth, and drank it all first. Oh my god, you are drinking red wine as if it were beer. Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Oh, I'm in a bad mood. Can't you stop nagging and drink with me? When she is with Chen, she doesn't try to maintain the reserve and composure of a president. She is just the bold, overbearing, and casual Su Fuling. Chen smiled and said nothing more. He just drank a sip of red wine. At times like this, it is better to communicate with her than to persuade her, so that she has an outlet to vent. After drinking 3 bottles, Su Fuling's cheeks turned red and she started to talk more. It turned out that she had recently been working on a design plan for the previous Hong Kong project, but the other party kept finding faults and refused to allow the plan to be approved. If it's because her design is not good or she didn't do her job well, then she has nothing to say. But all this was because Song Yuanchang, the party in charge of this project, had always been coveting her beauty. She had rejected all my previous invitations, so she was deliberately making things difficult for me. The Xiangjiang project is a hurdle that the Su Group must overcome this time, and it will play a decisive role in the development of the Su Group in the next 10 years. So she had been patient and had to deal with it. If it were any other project, she would simply refuse to serve. But today, Song Yuanchang gave himself a deadline. He must come up with a satisfactory plan within 3 days, otherwise the cooperation will be cancelled. Unless she can go on a date with him alone, then everything will be fine. Su Fuling refused on the spot and had a quarrel, which was equivalent to breaking up with each other. She understood that as long as she did not agree to the other party's unreasonable demands, no matter how hard she tried, this project would probably be a failure. But if this happens, all my previous efforts will be wasted, and my parents will probably be disappointed. Moreover, once this news gets out, it will have a huge impact on the stock price of Su Group. Come on, let's drink it. Su Fuling picked up another bottle of red wine and started drinking it. Stop drinking. There is always a way to solve it. Chen snatched the bottle and stopped him. Solve. That's the Warren Group. Even though our Su Group is considered to have some weight in the Magic City, it's nothing compared to them. It's great to be able to establish a relationship with them, but now. When Chen heard the name Warren Group, he was stunned and laughed in his heart. It seems that every time a product is put on the shelves by this system, it is not without purpose. I have just gained absolute control of the Warren Group, and now this is what happened. Don't worry, there must be a way. Besides, you can also skip that Song Yuanchang and contact the upper management of their company directly. Upper level. The highest official in the Magic City is this rubbish Song. It's impossible to skip him. Who in the upper level would care about me? Give me the wine. As she said that, Su Fuling was about to snatch the red wine from Chen's hand. However, she had drunk no less than 5 bottles of red wine and was already quite drunk, feeling limp all over. With a stumble, she fell directly on Chen. What's even more coincidental is that the two of them kissed. So soft. The drunken Su Fuling smiled and tapped Chen's lips with her finger, saying in a daze. Chen was shocked all over and was at a loss for what to do by the sudden scene. Hey, Chen. Why are you here? Do you know that I was bullied by that Song Go? He has been bullying me all the time. I am so sad. This girl was really drunk and started talking nonsense, which made Chen sober up from the kiss just now. It was just an accident. Chen, that dog Song just wants to sleep with me, do you know that? Bah, him. He's not even worthy of licking my feet. Chen, do you know? I like you so much. I want to save my first time for you. Su Fuling was mumbling in a daze, but her words one after another shocked Chen continuously. This girl likes me. Is this true? Just when Chen was confused and surprised, Su Fuling pounced on him. I don't dare to cross the line in reality, so what should I be afraid of in my dreams? Chen, just obey me. As he spoke, before Chen had time to react, he pounced on him. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the bedroom. Good morning, Chen. Su Fuling opened her eyes dazedly, looked at Chen who was speechless beside her, and whispered softly with a smile. Ah. Su Fuling stretched and sat up. The next second, the air seemed to freeze, and Su Fuling, who was still in a bad mood after waking up, suddenly woke up with a start. Where are my clothes, yours, and ours? Looking at the messy room and the many red wine bottles lying around, Su Fuling was upset. We. Bewildered, she pointed at herself, then at Chen who was rolling his eyes beside her, as if she understood something. Ah. With a scream, he shrank into the quilt. Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl's startled expression. Last night, he really broadened his horizons. This girl is so fierce after drinking. If I hadn't confirmed that this was her first time, I would have really doubted whether this girl was a seasoned expert. That night, he really enjoyed a different kind of atmosphere. It's all your fault. I'm screwed now. How am I going to explain this to Chi? Suddenly, Su Fuling sat on him and started beating him with her pink little fists. Why do you blame me? You forced me to do this, okay? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and argued. I don't care, it's you. Who told you to seduce me? Sis, when did I ever seduce you? Your existence is a temptation to me. No, I'm going to die anyway, I can't suffer any loss. I don't know what's wrong with Su Fuling, she suddenly said this. Afterwards, Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief and he was knocked down by Su Fuling again. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud crashing sound coming from the wall of Su's mother's bedroom. Honey, are these two going too far? It's been a whole night, and they finally calmed down for a while, but now they're starting over again. Mother Su asked speechlessly with dark circles under her eyes. Last night, hearing the noise next door, Su's mother naturally started another round of happy eavesdropping. However, as time went on, this happiness made her feel very sleepy. It finally calmed down at daybreak, but not long after, it started again. Young people are full of energy, so just get used to it. Father Su said with a smile. Why weren't you so vigorous when you were young? Su's mother suddenly asked. Hey, you demon, you dare to criticize me, the king. This is intolerable. Take it. This sentence seemed to touch Su's father. How could a man be criticized by his own woman in this regard? So, he turned over with dark circles under his eyes. Ah, damn it. So, a wall-banging competition took place between the two rooms. Lu Chen, how am I going to tell Chi about this later? After the passion, Su Fuling leaned on Lu Chen and became worried. Why didn't you think of this question when you were so energetic just now? Lu Chen couldn't help but tease her, but he was also thinking about how to explain to Chi later. When Anchi and I were little, she told me that she would marry the same person as me in the future. She also said that I would be the older one and she would be the younger one. I thought it was just a joke, but now. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. These two girls actually had such a story. Based on Anchi's personality, this is really possible. I've decided. When she comes back, I'll be honest with her. If she's willing, I'll be your mistress. After all, she's your first woman. If she's not willing, I don't want any official status. I just want her to forgive me. Su Fuling was talking to herself on the side, which made Lu Chen laugh. I didn't expect that Su Fuling, who was capable and domineering in her work outside, had such a side. I couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the forehead. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, I will treat you well. Well, oops. It's so late now, I have to hurry to the company and try to think of a solution within these 3 days. You're right, I can't just sit there and wait for death, I have to see if I can bypass that Song guy and talk directly to the people at the Warren Group headquarters. No, you should have a good rest. You didn't sleep well all night. Leave this to me. Lu Chen said seriously while holding down Su Fuling who was about to get up. You. Lu Chen, that's the Warren Group. Although Chu Zhanping and his people are very powerful, they are still not as good as Warren. Su Fuling thought that Lu Chen wanted to handle these matters through Chu Zhanping, and then shook her head. Not Chu Zhanping. Are you planning to go through Grandpa Qin? That's even worse. Grandpa Qin never asks about worldly matters. Otherwise, with my relationship with him, he would also help me. It's not him either. Oh, don't ask, you will know when the time comes. Don't you believe me? Lu Chen stopped her from thinking about it. Okay, then I'll continue sleeping for a while. Looking at Lu Chen's serious look, Su Fuling felt inexplicably trusting him. Go to sleep. I'll go out and do something. You can rest at home. Don't worry about Warren's matter. I will give you a satisfactory answer the day after tomorrow. Well. It's great to have you. Su Fuling was surprisingly well behaved. She nodded and gradually fell asleep. She was indeed very tired from the whole night. Tan's official cuisine is located in Chongning district of Mohai. If you want to eat here, you have to make a reservation a month in advance, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy the delicious food if you go there on the day. Wu Ying was able to make a reservation because her brother Wu Donglai worked as a chef here. Originally, her brother was not qualified to queue up for a reservation. It just so happened that the head chef here, Zhang Daguang, took a liking to Wu Donglai and accepted him as his last disciple, and then he opened a back door and reserved a position for him. So, Wu Ying was afraid that something might happen, so she came here early and sat at the table waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. And the reason why he chose this place was because it was the first time he met Lu Chen. In case anything unexpected happened, his brother would be here to take care of him. After all, gratitude is one thing, and emotions and personal safety are another, so it is still necessary to be on guard. You have to know that there are many cases where those innocent internet celebrities have encountered accidents after meeting the big brother offline privately. However, as a stay-at-home girl, besides live streaming, I also read those female-oriented novels about domineering CEOs and princes. Therefore, she also imagined that Piao was a young and handsome guy. To say that she was feeling quite excited at the moment, it was like winning a prize. Time passed by little, and there was only 1 minute left before the agreed time of 11:30. Wu Ying became more nervous because the answer to the mystery was about to be revealed. "Hello, you are the little matchstick Wu Ying, right? I am Lu Chen." A cheerful voice sounded, and a handsome figure appeared in front of her, which made her eyes brighten. "Hello, I'm Wu Ying, nice to meet you." Wu Ying was extremely surprised by Lu Chen's appearance. She didn't expect that Brother Pia was so handsome. While Wu Ying was looking at Lu Chen, he was also looking at the other person. Judging from his height of 176 centimeters, his body shape can no longer be described as symmetrical, but has an absolute golden ratio. These lines show that she is either practicing dancing or doing yoga. She is the typical goddess who can still look like a goddess even when the lights are turned off. Lu Chen was even more amazed by her appearance. The anchor who he had been watching for more than a year must have excellent appearance. But after all, that was through the screen, and the live streaming software also has an unparalleled beauty function. Who knows what it looks like behind the scenes? But now, Wu Ying's appearance far exceeds that during the live broadcast, and Lu Chen even thinks that it is Douyin's beauty software that has lowered Wu Ying's appearance. "I didn't expect you to be so much more beautiful in person than on camera. I almost thought I was in the wrong box just now." Lu Chen praised naturally. "You are also better than I thought." Wu Ying, who suffers from social phobia, didn't know what to say for a moment. "I didn't expect you to have a bit of social phobia." Seeing this, Lu Chen made a joke. Previously in the live broadcast room, little matchstick Wu Ying also said that she had social phobia. It was because the live broadcast did not require her to face the players directly, and she only needed to interact with the subtitles scrolling on the screen, which made her feel a little more at ease. Even so, when she usually broadcasts live, she mainly sings and rarely interacts. If she didn't sing really well and her appearance was at least 90, she might not have so many fans staying with her. Of course, most of the time it's because she is very Buddhist and doesn't spend every few sentences asking for gifts like other anchors do. However, for the industry of anchor, Lu Chen felt that she was not a qualified anchor. That's right, as far as the industry is concerned, can a host who doesn't ask for gifts be considered a good host? "Yes, I do have social anxiety. Please don't mind it," Wu Ying said in a low voice with a red face. "Do you come to this shop often? It looks really nice, but why didn't I see a lobby when I came in? Are all the rooms private?" Lu Chen was afraid that she was too shy and the atmosphere would become awkward, so he deliberately changed the subject. "No, this is my first time here too, but this restaurant is very famous in Shanghai and even in the whole country. You have to make a reservation a month in advance to eat here. And they only serve high-end dishes, so they only have private rooms." When talking about this, Wu Ying suddenly perked up and wasn't so shy anymore. He even talked about the origin of Tan's cuisine, which really gave Lu Chen a lot of knowledge. It turns out that this Tan family official cuisine was created by Tan Zhongjuan and his son, officials in the late Qing dynasty and early Ming dynasty, and it has a history of 100 years. Tan's cuisine is also the most famous private cuisine in the Xia kingdom. However, it is not a folk private cuisine. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the private cuisine of the imperial palace. In fact, it can be said to be of the same origin as the Manchu Han banquet. However, because common people were not allowed to serve the emperor together, the standard of the Manchu Han banquet was lowered by one level. Combined with some other means, it gradually evolved into today's Tan family cuisine. The cuisine of the Tan family was the most popular among all the high officials at that time, especially the braised shark's fin and the secret-made soft-boiled abalone. The shark fins used in authentic Tan family cuisine are all Luzon yellow, and the abalones are all purple abalone, so the taste has always maintained a first-class standard. We have to reserve a seat a month in advance. The business here must be really good. Chen couldn't help but be amazed. So today we are. Oh, it's my brother who works here. He happened to be accepted as the last disciple by the chef here, so I was able to make a reservation here through a back door. Seeing Chen's confusion, Wu Ying explained. Oh, I see. It's thanks to your brother that I can enjoy this delicious meal today. Just as Chen finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open and the waiter pushed the dishes up and placed them on the table. Looking around, Chen was dazzled. There are of course braised shark's fin and secret recipe soft-boiled abalone, as well as dim sum that are the four delicacies of Beijing, which also make Chen's eyes light up. Each dish is beautifully shaped, fragrant, and the color of the soup is just right. Even though he possesses the abilities of the Chinese chef boy, after tasting the dishes here, he spoke highly of the color, aroma, taste, and shape of the dishes. If I have to point out any shortcomings, it would be that the cooking temperature was not high enough today, and the edge of the dish seemed a little perfunctory. Of course, if there is no special guest visiting, the work of arranging the dishes and surrounding the edges is usually done by the kitchen staff, and naturally the cooking will be lacking. But for ordinary foodies, they don't care about these at all. Just then, a noise came from outside. How dare you call this authentic Tan's cuisine? It's simply discrediting Tan's cuisine. Along with the shouting, it seemed that the dining table over there was also overturned, immediately attracting the attention of all the diners. Chen and Wu Ying also opened the door of the box and walked over. Sir, we have been open for decades, and no one has ever said that our Tan family dishes are not authentic. Please don't talk nonsense and damage the reputation of our restaurant. At this time, the lobby manager of the restaurant saw that these people had overturned all the tables, and the two people sitting next to them were obviously the Koreans who wanted to forcibly buy his store a few days ago. He frowned and said in a cold voice. Reputation. You guys cook with such a perfunctory attitude, and you still have a reputation. That's ridiculous. The leader sneered and shouted with disdain. Dong Tianhao, you shameless bastard, get out of here, you are not welcome here. At this time, Zhang Daguang, the owner and chef of Tan's official cuisine, came out and started yelling when he saw this man. You say you are not welcome, so you are not welcome. You used dirty means to seize the ownership of this place from the master, and you still have the nerve to talk about me here. Dong Tianhao became even more arrogant when he saw the real boss coming. I used dirty tricks. Bullshit. You traitor, you still have the nerve to say that. If you hadn't stolen the recipe for the competition and sold it to the Koreans, how could the master lose to the Koreans in that competition and lose the main store in Kyoto? As a result, he died in depression and hatred, and you still have the nerve to come back. I'll chop you to death. As he said that, Zhang Daguang was about to beat Dong Tianhao but was stopped by the waiter. It was obvious that the other party was trying to tempt him to take action. If a fight really broke out, the law enforcement department would definitely hold the party that started the fight first accountable. Who knows what conspiracy these Koreans might be planning for us? Tisk, that's because he was blind to choose you as his successor. As for losing the competition, it's because he didn't learn the skills well enough. Also, I came here today to give you a challenge. The Korean food master Jin Shanzhong challenges you to cook Tan's cuisine. Do you dare to accept it? Why not? Zhang Daguang also has a bad temper and is easily irritated, so he accepted the challenge immediately. Very good, then we will let Yi Tianyu, who is known as the Golden Tongue, be the judge. He will give you 3 dishes. If you lose, you will hand over this restaurant and you will no longer be allowed to call yourself a disciple of Tan's cuisine. If I lose, I will give you the restaurant in Kyoto, and I will never step into this circle again. At this time, Kim Sun-young, who had been sitting in the back, stood up. Okay. No. Just when Zhang Daguang agreed to the bet, an anxious voice sounded. When she saw the person coming, Wu Ying covered her mouth in surprise, because this person was her brother Wu Donglai. Master, you can't agree to them, your hand. When Wu Donglai said this, he seemed to have thought of something, turned around and glared at Dong Tianhao and others. It must be you. Yesterday, the master got his hand scratched by a car that suddenly rushed out. Today, you came to gamble with me. Do you have any shame? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers glared at him angrily. How shameless of you to do such a thing. They are from the Korean country after all. They are shameless. They always say that some of our Xia Country's martyrs are from their country for no apparent reason. It's not just the Korean country. Look at that Dong Tianhao, a traitor who sold out his master for fame. He will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Faced with everyone's accusations and scolding, Dong Tianhao and Jin Shanzhong remained indifferent. Kid, you have to provide evidence when you speak, otherwise it's slander and rumor-mongering. Can you produce evidence? Someone, call the law enforcement department and take this kid away. Dong Tianhao said this with disdain, and was the first to complain. Stop. You just want to force me to bet with you. I agree. Zhang Daguang shouted angrily. Master, how can you compete with this skill? Don't be fooled. Yes, you are going too far. You know that Chef Zhang is not good at cooking, but you still want to compete with him in cooking skills. I know why the soup and dishes tasted a little off today. It should be because Master Zhang was injured, so he asked his apprentice to do it for him, so there was a little deviation, and these people took the opportunity to find fault. Oh my God, it's true. How shameless. This statement awakened everyone, and everyone suddenly realized what was going on, because it was all too coincidental and it was obviously a premeditated plan. If your hand is injured, you can ask for help. I don't say you have to do it all yourself. If you don't dare, just admit defeat. Don't forget that you have agreed to the competition. At this time, Jin Shanzhong stood with his chest crossed, waiting calmly, with a playful smile on his face. As the saying goes, once you understand one thing, you will understand everything. Once this sentence was uttered, Wu Donglai became even more furious. No wonder the eldest and second brothers didn't come today. You guys picked the right time to come. Didn't come. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that your eldest and second brothers have signed contracts with us and will serve our 10 family cuisine in the future. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and then 2 people slowly walked in from outside. It was Wu Donglai's senior brother Li Xiaowei and second senior brother Huang Xiaodong. Big brother, second brother, how could you do this? Wu Donglai shouted in disbelief when he saw the 2 of them. Humph. It's all because of you. We have followed this old man for so many years, and as soon as you came, he taught you all his skills and even wanted you to inherit his legacy. Why? Unexpectedly, the 2 men showed no shame at all. Instead, they gritted their teeth and yelled at Wu Donglai, expressing their great dissatisfaction with Zhang Daguang. Traitor, I am blind. It is misfortune for our sect. Zhang Daguang was also filled with grief at this time. He didn't expect that his master's generation had a traitor named Dong Tianhao, and in his own generation, there were 2 more rebels named Li Xiaowei and Huang Xiaodong. Don't waste time, Master Yi, please come out and host the competition. Dong Tianhao was too lazy to waste time with Zhang Daguang and directly invited the golden tongue Yi Tianyu to come out. This time, both parties agreed to have a cooking competition to determine the ownership of the Tan family cuisine. The content of this competition is braised shark's fin, secret-made soft-boiled abalone, and knife-cut pork. 2 dishes are the foundation of Tan family cuisine, and the other is a competition of knife skills. Wait a minute. Zhang Daguang suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyu. As expected, our secret recipe has been stolen. To be fair, why don't you choose 2 dishes to compete in cooking skills? I have no objection to Dao Zhang. When Dong Tianhao betrayed the company, he took away part of the recipe for braised shark's fin. This time he instigated his 2 apprentices to rebel, so he might have also obtained the secret recipe for soft-boiled abalone, otherwise he wouldn't have come to gamble with such a large force. The most important thing is that when I opened the door to cook in the morning, I found that the secret sauce and some ingredients I had prepared were all severely destroyed. That's why today's dishes are not up to standard. These are the sauces that were made at the last minute. Fortunately, this place is custom-made and the number of tables every day is not too many. We have always focused on quality rather than quantity, so we can barely cope with it. Therefore, under such circumstances, the chances of winning the knife seal event were slim because of my injury. After all, Wu Donglai had only been learning from me for a short time, and his usual cooking skills were nothing special, but if we really wanted to compete, this knife seal would not be good enough. As for the competition of the other two dishes, the secret recipes cannot be made in a short time, and all the available ones in the store have been used up, which means he will not have enough time to restock. Obviously, this step was also calculated by Jin Shanzhong and others. So if we agree to compete with other dishes, we might be able to win by surprise. Haha, what a joke, a competition for Tan's cuisine without cooking Tan's cuisine. You people from Xia Country are really ridiculous. At this time, Jin Shanzhong couldn't help but sneer. How could he easily escape from the trap he had set up? Who told you that the Tan family only knows how to make these two dishes? Xia Country's food culture is extensive and profound. How can a Korean like you understand it? Asshole, when it comes to food, my country of Korea is no worse than your country of Xia. The cooking methods of shark fin and abalone are the essence of Tan family cuisine. I don't agree to change other ingredients. The two men argued and didn't want to give in at all. Okay, if that's the case, then we have to compete with the braised shark's fin and the sea cucumber. For the other dish, you can only choose abalone as the main ingredient. At this time Yi Tianyu spoke. Finally, both parties nodded in agreement and began to prepare materials. In the first round, the competition was about braised shark's fin. This dish not only requires the proportion of soup and ingredients and the cooking time, but also has very strict requirements on the processing of ingredients. But now Zhang Daguang's hands were seriously injured, so he could only guide Wu Donglai from the side. After all, he had not been studying for long, and the stakes of this competition were too much pressure for him, which led to mistakes along the way. In the end, as expected, Kim Sun-young's side won. Master, Wu Donglai felt guilty and wanted to cry. It was his incompetence that led to the disastrous defeat in the first round. It's not your fault. They had already set up a trap. It was also because I was impulsive that I rashly agreed to the competition. Alas. At this moment, Zhang Daguang seemed to have aged a lot. It turns out that the dishes made by the so-called authentic descendants of Tan's cuisine are so substandard that even the thickening broth has a fishy smell. How ridiculous. It seems that Tan's cuisine still needs to rely on our country to flourish, ha 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 ha. Jin Shanzhong laughed loudly at this time, causing everyone present to glare at him angrily. This Korean was too arrogant. Even Yi Tianyu, who was invited, frowned and a look of disgust appeared on his face. The first match is won by Kim Sun-young, the next match is a sword fight, the competition begins. So, Yi Tianyu quickly announced the results of the first round and started the second round. Wait a minute, I'll take care of this. At this time, Chen walked out across the crowd. Who are you? Jin Shanzhong and others frowned and looked at Chen. Brother. Wu Ying also ran to Wu Donglai. Ying. Is that your friend? Wu Donglai asked. Yes. He is the ghost brother I told you about before, Chen. Wu Ying nodded and said. Don't worry about who I am. I'll compete in this round. Chen said directly. What qualifications do you have to participate in this competition? Are you worthy enough to fight with me? Jin Sun-young couldn't help but sneer. Chen ignored what the Korean said and came to Zhang Daguang. Master Zhang, this competition is about knife skills. Your hands are not good enough. As for your apprentice, I think his current state and level will make him unable to beat the opponent. After all, he is well prepared. And from what you said before, it seems that they have mastered the recipe of your Tan family cuisine. If you want to win, you can only win by surprise. For you and your apprentice, I don't think you are sure whether Tan family cuisine can rival the secret soft-boiled abalone. Why don't you leave it to me and try your best? Originally, with the help of Chen's Xianlong acupuncture technique, he could completely heal Zhang Daguang's injured hand. But after watching for a while, he gave up the idea. Even if Zhang Daguang's hand is healed now, the recipe of his best 10 family cuisine has already fallen into the hands of the other party. Since the other party dares to come and challenge him for a bet, he must be confident that he can win, even if Zhang Daguang's hand is intact. If they were not sure, Jin Shanzhong and others would not have invited Yi Tianyu, the Golden Tongue, and would not have contacted so many media outlets to pretend to be diners and wait here early for the live broadcast of this game. Moreover, the Korean on the opposite side is too arrogant. Xia Kingdom is a great country, how can it allow such shameless villains to come here and act so presumptuously? So, he decided to take action himself. Lu Chen, first of all, thank you very much for helping my sister, and thank you for standing up at this time. But cooking is a technical job, not everyone can do it. It requires years of accumulated skills, so don't mess around. Upon hearing this, Wu Donglai stepped forward to dissuade him. In his opinion, Lu Chen must be well off and a rich man, otherwise he would not have spent so much money on his sister. When Wu Ying told him this, he was shocked for a long time. Just by giving gifts twice, Wu Ying made tens of millions easily. At the same time, he was also worried that Lu Chen had some intentions towards his sister. If a wealthy man who could spend tens of millions in an instant really had any bad intentions towards his sister, then with the power on his side, he would have no room for resistance. However, through the several text messages between Wu Ying and Lu Chen's appointment today, Wu Donglai actually saw that Lu Chen was a gentleman, so he put his mind at ease. And Lu Chen standing up at this time proved that he was not wrong about him. But now, what they are competing in is cooking, and he would not think that Lu Chen has any superb skills in cooking. Maybe rich people like to prepare delicious food and drinks at home, but compared with the real traditional cooking skills, it is completely on two levels. Zhang Daguang actually felt the same way. Although what Lu Chen said was correct, a cooking competition was not just playing house and anyone could join in. Moreover, this concerns the store inherited from his master, so even if he loses, he wants to lose it in his own hands. Just when he was about to open his mouth to refuse, a noise came from outside. Make way, don't block the road. Everyone looked back and saw a well-dressed but arrogant young man with a group of followers who were obviously bodyguards, pushing aside everyone and walking in. Hey, boss, I was just watching the live broadcast and saw you here, so I came to see you. Do you need any help? The young man who led the group came in and saw Lu Chen at first sight. He ran over happily, with a flattering smile instantly covering his entire face. Lin Xiaotian. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Ever since he was taught a lesson last time, this guy has been sticking to him with a smug look on his face, wanting to be his little brother. Lu Chen did not agree to this, but he did not expect that the boy was determined to worship him as the boss, which made him speechless. After all, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, and they haven't offended you. Who the hell are you? Get out of here and don't interfere with our game. At this time, Dong Tianhao started to scold. It was a good game and he was about to solve his decades-long wish, but instead such a person showed up. Oh shit, I thought I was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect there was an old bastard who dared to yell at me. Someone, come here. Take him out and beat him up. Seeing this guy actually pointing at Lu Chen and cursing, Lin Xiaotian immediately got angry. I have already knelt down to beg for mercy, how can you, an old bastard, scold me? Then what do you think of me? I will beat you to death. So, to everyone's shock, Dong Tianhao was dragged out by Lin Xiaotian's bodyguards, beaten violently and screaming in pain. After a while, Dong Tianhao, who was beaten into a pig's head, was dragged in again and thrown to the ground. My brother Chen is here, all of you should be quiet, don't follow the idiots and seek death. After all, he is a second-generation rich man who has been a playboy for many years. Although he may not be good at other things, he is very good at bullying these weak ones. Even Zhang Daguang, who wanted to refuse, shut his mouth at this moment. This surprised Lu Chen a little. It seemed that sometimes using extraordinary means was much better than talking. Well done. Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not hesitate to praise Lin Xiaobei. Haha, boss, let me tell you, I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at this, This compliment made Lin Xiaobei so happy that he started bragging again. Okay, shut up. Are you going to fly off the handle? Get things done here first. Ah, okay boss, hee hee. Although he was scolded by Lu Chen, Lin Xiaobei was happy. Didn't he see that Lu Chen didn't refuse when he called him boss this time? It seems that his efforts were not in vain. After he returned, he heard from his grandfather about the relationship between Lu Chen and old Qin. This shocked him. Qin Tianlong, even a playboy like him, worships him as a god. Now that he knows that Lu Chen and Qin Tianlong are on close terms, he is in big trouble. That's why he insists on being Lu Chen's younger brother. If I become the emperor, won't I be of the same generation as my grandfather when I return home? Grandpa is Qin Tianlong's younger brother, and I am Lu Chen's younger brother. Wow, I feel happy just thinking about it. Master Zhang, what do you think of my suggestion? At this time, Lu Chen looked at Zhang Daguang again. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly saw the vicious look of Lin Xiaotian next to him, and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As the owner of Tan's cuisine, this dandy young man naturally knows that he cannot be provoked. I agree. So, I had no choice but to agree. Mr. Yi, you see Boss Zhang has agreed, so I will take charge of the next 2 games. Yi Tianyu looked at Zhang Daguang, then at Lin Xiaobei who was staring at him. He felt a pain in his balls and nodded silently in agreement. I just took the money and came out to be a referee, I don't want to get myself killed. As for Jin Shanzhong, seeing Lin Xiaobei being so domineering as soon as he came in, he naturally didn't dare to say much. Didn't you see that Dong Tianhao lying on the ground was beaten to death? Besides, being ruthless doesn't mean you are a good cook. The result will be the same if you lose. He observed Lu Chen for a while and didn't think he was a master chef, so he agreed. Okay, since both parties agree, Mr. Lu will represent Zhang Daguang's side in the next match. The second round of swordplay begins now. As soon as Yi Tianyu finished speaking, he saw someone pushing 2 kinds of ingredients in from outside. One was a big winter melon, and the other was a plate of tofu. It seems that this is something that Jin Shanzhong and others had prepared long ago. Carving is the item in this knife stamp competition, which tests the chef's knife skills more than slicing and dicing. You can use a coin toss to decide who gets to choose the materials first, and make your own product within 30 minutes. So, both sides chose one side of the coin, Lu Chen chose the words, and Jin Shanzhong chose the human head. Yi Tianyu took the coin and threw it up, caught it with the back of his hand, opened it and saw Jin Shanzhong smiling. It was a human head, and I decisively chose winter melon. With his outstanding craftsmanship, he chose winter melon, which is the easiest to carve. Everyone knows that carving on tofu is several times more difficult than carving on winter melon. If you are not careful, the tofu will break and all your efforts will be wasted. Seeing that Lu Chen was using tofu to carve, everyone's faces turned ugly. You know, even if Zhang Daguang was not injured, carving tofu would be difficult for him. What bad luck. It would have been better if I had picked winter melon. That's right. This is a good deal for this guy. I can already imagine the look on this guy's face later. He's really not convinced. Seeing this result, all the onlookers were indignant. After all, this Korean was constantly insulting the culture of Xia Country. They don't have the lawless background of Lin Xiaobei, otherwise they would have rushed up and beat up this idiot. Boy, let's see how you lose later, you. Jin Shanzhong, who was about to say a few more words, fell silent when he saw Lin Xiaobei's unfriendly gaze. If Lu Chen hadn't signaled Lin Xiaobei not to take action first, he would have beaten this idiot so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Swish, swish, swish. Jin Shanzhong has already started carving. Anyone who dares to come and challenge him for a bet must be quite capable. I saw him holding a carving knife and carving on the winter melon. Soon, 2 lifelike dragons had been carved. Only the dragon ball was left to complete the work of 2 dragons playing with the ball. At this time, the exclamations and admiration of the onlookers were also heard, which made Jin Sunyoung's mouth curl up. But when he looked up, he was stunned. All the onlookers were looking at Lu Chen. As for the previous exclamations and admiration, it was obviously not because of himself, but because of Lu Chen. He couldn't help but stop the carving knife in his hand, stretched his neck and looked towards Lu Chen. At this time, Chen held a piece of tofu in one hand and put it into salt water. He picked up the carving knife with the other hand and started working after just a little preparation. At this time, the carving knife was like a magic pen. As Chen waved it, it kept sliding on the tofu in the water like flowing water. Dot, pick, stab, scratch, the whole carving process seemed to have acquired charm as the carving knife in Chen's hand moved. All this gave everyone an illusion that Chen was nurturing a life. Time passed, and after 15 minutes, Chen stopped the carving knife in his hand. Everyone looked closely and saw that the piece of tofu in the water still maintained its original shape without any change. Ha 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 ha, you worked on it like embroidery for so long, but it turns out to be a silver-plated spear head, just a show, it's ridiculous, you. Seeing this, Kim Sun-young immediately started to laugh, but before he could say anything, he suddenly lost his voice and his pupils kept dilating. Chen was seen holding the tofu in his hand and shaking it slightly in the water a few times. The originally blocky tofu magically changed at this moment. The tofu crumbs continued to fall off as the tofu was shaken, and a lifelike Buddha statue appeared before everyone's eyes. Fuck, is this the Arhat who subdues the dragon? Yes, it's really the Arhat who subdues the dragon, awesome. What a magical skill. Tofu can be carved like this. I've learned a lot. Oh my god, the Korean sculpture was two dragons playing with a pearl, and this handsome guy is doing a dragon subduing sculpture. Not only is his technique better, but the sculpture he made is also better. Ha ha ha, yes, if you meet Arhat the dragon subduer, even if you are a dragon you have to lie prone. That's awesome. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked excited. Needless to say, Chen won this sword and seal competition. Not only did they witness this superb knife skill, but they were also naturally happier to see their own people from the Xia Country crushing the scum from the Korean country. Who made this guy so annoying? He has been belittling the culture of Xia Country. Are you dumbfounded now? Silly roe deer. Impossible, how can tofu be carved into this? Jin Shanzhong looked at the Arhat subduing the dragon in Chen's hand in disbelief and exclaimed. However, he was so shocked that he used too much force with his hands, and the previous work of two dragons playing with a pearl was directly ruined. Mr. Liu wins the second match. You are amazing, Mr. Liu. I have tasted all kinds of delicacies from all over the country. Your knife skills are incredible and really open my eyes. I admire you. After the result of the second round was announced, Yi Tianyu, the man with the golden tongue, couldn't help but praise him in person. There are always people who are better than you. The food culture of Xia Country is broad and profound. How can we allow some foreign countries to trample on it? Chen followed up on what Mr. Yi said and bluntly retorted to Jin Shanzhong, but he never even looked at him from beginning to end. Humph, it's just a 1-to-1. In the next round, let's see what you can do to show off. Jin Shanzhong was furious at this moment. He didn't expect to be defeated by this kid. However, he is full of confidence in the upcoming competition. The reason why Tan family cuisine has existed for hundreds of years is due to the secret recipes of shark fin and abalone. It is a unique classic not only in Xia Country, but also in the world. After he instigated Dong Tianhao to rebel last time, he obtained the recipe. He has been practicing and improving it over the years, and the taste of the recipe has long surpassed the original taste of Tan's cuisine. And this Chen, no matter how good his knife skills are, he will definitely not be his opponent when it comes to cooking abalone. Okay, the score is 1-to-1 now. The last round of cooking is purple abalone. After Mr. Yi finished speaking, someone brought 2 plates again, each containing a purple abalone. Abalone is also a type of dried seafood. Purple abalone is purple-brown in color, about 70 to 80 centimeters thick, about 2 inches long, oval in shape, and about an inch at its widest point. Purple abalone is also the only ingredient used in the Tan family's secret recipe of soft-boiled abalone. Usually, the purple abalone is soaked in a basin of warm water and then placed between the burner and the mouth of the soup pot on the large stove. It will take about 4 hours for it to swell to about 4 inches in length and can be cooked. The method is similar to braised pork, simmering over low heat. These 4 purple abalones were used for the competition, so they were naturally pre-sealed. After getting the purple abalone, Jin Shanzhong started cooking step by step according to the recipe of Tan family cuisine. Humph, let's see how you lose later. Jin Sunyong was full of confidence. This kid definitely couldn't be an abalone. But at this moment, the crowd around exclaimed again.